recircularization. So the treatment with alkaline phosphatase removes this 5' phosphate from the ends of the DNA and thus prevents recirculation of the plasmid vector, and thereby it increases the frequency of production of recombinant DNA molecule. As you know, if there is more of fragmentation and refragmentation or rejoining of the fragments, maybe the amount of the RNA that you are desiring, maybe it will not be sufficient. So and hence the major role of this alkaline phosphatase is in preventing the rejoining of the fragments of the plasmids, thereby when it is preventing the recircularization, the amount of rDNA molecules that are being produced will be abundant. Coming to the applications, number 1, to remove 5' phosphate group from a linearized vector DNA. This is what we have been explaining in the previous thing. That is, first thing is the alkaline phosphatase removes the phosphate end from the 5' end, and for radio labeling DNA, when you want to specifically identify a particular DNA using some radioactive substances, you need to have a radio labeling DNA or a radioactive phosphate like P32 can be added only after removal of the normal phosphorus. Now, first application is in genetic engineering. The second application is a general type of application where there is what is called as, whenever you want to recognize something, when you want to label something, maybe a DNA or maybe the phosphate in the DNA is to be radio labeled, then we can, what we have to use, we cannot use the normal phosphate, we can remove the phosphate, that is the normal phosphate, and have the radioactive P32 phosphate. So hence DNA has to be treated with alkaline phosphatase initially in order to produce a DNA with radio labeling. Coming to the next enzyme used in genetic engineering, DNA polymerase and linofragment. The DNA polymerase that is generally utilized in the DNA PO1 from E. coli. The E. coli enzyme is basically a proofreading and repairing enzyme. It is composed of 3 subunits, each with a specific activity. Number 1, 5' polymerase, number 2, 3' exonuclease, and other is 3' exonuclease. Now the DNA polymerase, what it generally utilized is the DNA POI from E. coli. Now this particular DNA polymerase requires, or it is to have what are called as the 3 subunits. One subunit is for 5' polymerase, second subunit is for 3' exonuclease, and the other is for 3' exonuclease. The enzyme useful for synthesizing a short length of DNA strand. The enzyme that is useful for synthesizing the short length of a DNA strand, especially by the Nick translation method, when the 5' 3' exonuclease activity is deleted. This edited enzyme is referred to as the linofragment. Now from the short fragment of the DNA strand, we are removing what is called as the 5' 3' exonuclease activity. When this 5' 3' exonuclease activity by the subunit 5' 3' polymerase is deleted, then the edited form of the DNA is called the linofragment. The linofragment possesses only the polymerase and the proofreading, that is, it reads the strand from 3' to 5' exonucleases functions. Now here you can see how the DNA polymerase is acting. The DNA polymerase acts on the single strand of the DNA, and because of the DNA, single stranded DNA, there is arranging of these particular what are called as the other nucleotides, and say thereby the length of the strand also will increase. Now coming to the other enzyme, reverse transcriptase. Retroviruses possessing RNA contain RNA dependent DNA polymerase, which is called a reverse transcriptase. Now my dear viewers, you will be knowing more about this reverse transcription when you are studying about the retrovirus which causes the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome AIDS. What is reverse transcription? What is transcription? Transcription from DNA to RNA is transcription. If from RNA, if you are trying to produce DNA, it is reverse transcription. As you are quite aware, in protein synthesis has two different parts. One is said to be transcription and translation. DNA makes RNA is transcription. RNA making the protein is what is called translation. Now, in transcription, usually we have the DNA strand or the complementary strand which produces the complementary RNA. But whereas in reverse transcription, the RNA produces the DNA. That is what is called as reverse transcription, which is mainly it is the major activity in case of the retroviruses which are causing the AIDS. Now, these retroviruses possessing RNA contain RNA dependent DNA polymerase, which is called reverse transcriptase. Now, this enzyme is used to synthesize the copy DNA or the complementary DNA by using mRNA as a template. Now, what is this cDNA? cDNA is also called the copy DNA or the complementary DNA. Now, sometimes in genetic engineering or maybe in your PCR technique, you require several copies of the DNA which needs to have a specific sequence of polynucleotides. Now, when you prepare this particular type of required sequence of polynucleotides in your complementary strand of DNA, or we call it as the what is called the copy DNA. Now, cDNA is copy DNA or complementary DNA. When you are producing this particular enzyme, this particular cDNA, this particular enzyme reverse transcriptase is very much essential. Now, this enzyme is used to synthesize the cDNA or the complementary DNA by using the mRNA as a template. As I said, in transcription, the template will be the DNA, but whereas in reverse transcription, the template is mRNA from which you are getting the DNA. Now, when in terms of getting a reverse transcription process done, what the enzyme that is mainly required is this reverse transcriptase. In rDNA technology, the complementary DNA thus produced can be used to establish the complementary DNA libraries. Now, when you are doing this polymerase chain reactions, or maybe when you are using what is called as PCR or RT-PCR, reverse transcription PCR. Now, in case of this RTR, RT-PCR or reverse transcription PCR, or in the normal PCR, you need to establish different complementary DNA libraries. When once you need to have a different set of library means having different books. Similarly, your complementary DNA library should have different complementary DNAs having what are called as a different required polynucleotide sequences. When once you have to form and establish what are called as the cDNA libraries, you require the main enzyme that is required is said to be the reverse transcriptase. So, the first you need to have a messenger RNA transcript. Now, from this messenger RNA transcript, you will have what is called as a messenger RNA cDNA hybrid. So, based on the complementary nucleotides, whatever the RNA has, complementary to those nitrogen bases that are there on the mRNA, you will have what are called as the nitrogen bases of the complementary DNA. So, when once the mRNA and the complementary bases of the cDNA are ligated together, you will have what is called as the mRNA cDNA hybrid. When once the mRNA cDNA hybrid is formed, afterwards there is the separation of the mRNA and the cDNA. Now, you will get a single stranded DNA. From this single stranded DNA, again complementary to the single strand, you will have what is called as a double stranded DNA being formed. Thus, this is how using the reverse transcriptase enzyme, you can have what is called as a cDNA copy. From the single stranded cDNA, then it is easy for us to have a double stranded cDNA. Now, coming to the applications. As I was saying, the first major application is to make the cDNAs from the mRNAs for cloning. So, the major application for the alkaline phosphatase is to prepare a complementary DNA. So, it is a reverse of transcription. So, if you want to reverse transcribe what the enzyme that is required or what is the application of the enzyme is this, you need to have the reverse transcriptase enzyme. Second thing is the second application is to label DNA via messenger RNA reverse transcription. If you want to have a labeled DNA with required type of polynucleotides, with a required type of sequence of nucleotides. Now, in order to label this DNA via the messenger RNA, see, you need a particular complementary strand, a sequence of polynucleotides in the DNA single strand, say like AT, GET, AA, TT, CT, something like that, some required sequence you require. Now, in order to produce that particular labeled DNA, what we can do is have that particular messenger RNA with the complementary nitrogen base pairs and then reverse transcribe, so that we will be able to produce what is called as a complementary DNA. The third major application, to amplify DNA using messenger RNAs in PCR equipment, to amplify the DNA using mRNAs in PCR equipment. This is what I was discussing about this particular application. You have polymerase chain reaction wherein you can produce multiple copies of required DNA. Now, in order to produce multiple copies of the required DNA, you can amplify the DNA, or you can increase the number of your required copies of DNA by using this particular messenger RNA, and then complementary strands can be produced using the template of mRNA. When we are using the template of mRNA, automatically we require the reverse transcriptase enzyme. Now, coming to the other enzyme, terminal deoxynucleotide transferase. Terminal deoxynucleotide transferase is a polymerase which adds nucleotides at the 3-hydroxyl end like the LINO fragment, but does not require any complementary sequence and does not copy any DNA sequence, unlike the LINO fragment. So, terminal deoxynucleotide transferase is a polymerase which is adding adding the nucleotides at the 3-end hydroxyl end like the LINO, but it does not require any complementary sequences. Terminal deoxynucleotide transferase adds nucleotide whatever comes into its active site, and it does not show any preference for any nucleotide. This complementing the first statement, that is, it does not require any complementary sequence. So, wherever the activity site is there, immediately the nucleotides will be added to the active site, and it is not showing any preference for any nucleotide. If you want to have adenine in the place of thymine, maybe it is not possible using this particular enzyme. Radioactively labeled probes can be synthesized using the enzyme, using this particular enzyme, that is a terminal deoxynucleotide transferase. Now these radioactively labeled probes or the gene probes are used for the identification part as well as in the application of the genetic engineering. When once you have to produce a radioactively labeled probe, you need to have this particular terminal deoxynucleotide transferase. The next enzyme is the kinase. It is a common type of enzyme where you come across even in your chemistry. Kinase is the group of enzymes which adds a free pyrophosphate to a wide variety of substrates like proteins, DNA, RNA. It uses ATP as a cofactor and adds a phosphate by breaking the ATP into ADP and pyrophosphate. It is widely used in molecular biology and genetic engineering to add radio-labeled phosphates. Now, if you need to have a radio-labeled DNA, you can have a radio-labeled phosphate. Now, this particular radio-labeled phosphate can be added by using a group of enzymes called kinases, wherein you have what is called as the ordinary phosphate will be removed and the radio-labeled phosphate will be ligated. So, and it uses ATP as a cofactor and adds a phosphate by breaking the ATP into ADP plus the inorganic phosphate. That phosphate group goes and adds to the required thing, like either it could be a protein or DNA or RNA. Now we have seen the different type of enzymes that are mostly used in the genetic engineering, starting with the endonucleases and the other different type of enzymes like ligases, like kinases, like alkaline phosphatase and other things. Now we have with us what is called as a recombinant DNA, that is the host desired gene added to another genome. Now we have the recombinant DNA. Now how to add up that particular recombinant DNA into a what is called as a vehicle to transfer that particular recombinant DNA. So now let us see what are the vectors in recombinant DNA technology. Now what do you mean by the cloning vectors? The molecular analysis of DNA has been made possible by the cloning of DNA. The two molecules that are required for cloning are the DNA to be cloned and a cloning vector. A cloning vector is a small piece of DNA taken from a virus or a plasmid or the cell of a higher organism that can be stably maintained in an organism and in which a foreign DNA fragment can be inserted for cloning purposes. Most vectors are genetically engineered. Now, not only naturally occurring, but most of the cloning vectors are being genetically engineered. The cloning vector is chosen according to the size and type of DNA to be cloned. What are the types of vectors that are available? Plasmids, cosmids, bacteriophages, yeast artificial chromosomes or YACs. Plasmid is an autonomously replicating, circulating, double-stranded extrachromosomal DNA which is physically separated from a chromosomal DNA and can replicate independently. Now these plasmid DNAs are normally occurring within the bacteria which are autonomously replicating. Maybe this particular property of the plasmid makes it a cloning vehicle or makes it a more useful cloning vehicle. They are most commonly found in bacteria. Sometimes they are present in archaea and eukaryotic organisms too. The size of the plasmid varies from 1 to over 200,000 base pairs. Most general plasmids may be used to clone DNA insert of up to 10,000 base pairs in size. Examples: PBr332, PUC8, F plasmid, Col plasmid, etc. Nomenclature of plasmids. As you all know, the name PBr, if I take into consideration as an example, PBr322 conforms with the standard rules for vector nomenclature. P indicates it is a plasmid. Br indicates the laboratory in which the vector was originally constructed. Br in this case stands for Bolivar and Rodriguez, the two researchers who developed PBr322. 322 distinguishes this plasmid from others developed in the same laboratories. For example, there are other plasmid vectors called PBr325, PBr327, so that in order to differentiate 322 from 325 or from 327, that particular numbering is being given. This is the structure of the PBr322. It is a plasmid and was used one of the first widely used from E. coli cloning vectors, created in 1977 in the laboratory of Herbert Boyer at the University of California, San Francisco. It was named after the postdoctoral researchers who constructed it. The P stands for plasmid, and as I already said, Br stands for Bolivar and Rodriguez. And in the figure you can find the structure of PBr322. Coming to the features, what is called as the origin of replication. Now this makes autonomous replicating in virus. I said autonomous replicating is one of the major property of the plasmids. Now this ORI, standing for origin of replication, is one of the major site which makes this autonomous replication in vector. When foreign DNA is labeled to the sequence, then you will have also what is called as the DNA starts replicating within this particular site. Cloning site is that particular site where you add the desired gene. The desired gene is added to the cloning site, and you can find out the other features of the plasmids in the figure given there. The other thing is said to be the selectable marker. It's a selectable marker is a gene that confers resistance to particular antibiotics or selective agent that would normally kill the host cell or prevents its growth. As I was telling you that ampicillin resistant or maybe tetracycline resistant or any other antibiotic resistance is obtained through these selectable markers. A cloning vector contains a selectable marker which confers on the host cell an ability to survive and proliferate to a selective growth and growth medium containing the particular antibiotics. So if you have to identify only those particular bacteria with tetracycline resistance, now that particular marker will be tetracycline or ampicillin will be there. So when you are growing in a selective medium containing ampicillin resistance selectable marker, automatically when the medium is containing ampicillin, those particular plasmids or the DNA strands which are ligated with ampicillin resistance will be able to survive. But whereas those particular plasmids which do normal plasmids or the natural plasmids which do not have ampicillin resistance gene will die. PBr322 is again has 4,361 base pairs in length and has 2 antibiotic resistant genes. As I said, the gene encoding the ampicillin resistance protein and the gene TET-A encoding the tetracycline resistance protein. The other feature of the plasmids is having a restriction site or the recognition site. These are locations on a DNA molecule containing specific either maybe 4 to 8 base pairs in length sequence of nucleotides which are recognized by restriction enzymes. The plasmid has unique restriction sites for more than 40 restriction enzymes. 11 of these 40 sites lie within the tetracycline resistant gene area. These are the 2 sites, and there are 2 sites of restriction enzymes HIND3, and within the promoter of the tetracycline gene there are 6 key restriction sites inside the ampicillin gene. So you have the choice of adding what are called as different type of restriction enzymes using different restriction sites. So a total of 40 recognition sites are available for the plasmids, out of which 11 of these 40 are located within the tetracycline resistant gene, and the other 6 restriction sites are inside the ampicillin gene. Now this is how the insertion of DNA is being done into plasmid. Step 1, you are cutting the what is called as a desired gene by using a restriction enzyme. The same restriction enzyme has to be used for cutting the recognition site or the what is called as the restriction site in the plasmid itself. So the same restriction endonuclease is to be used for cutting the desired gene as well as for the plasmid, so that the sticky ends are complementary for both the things. And after this, you are ligating using the DNA ligase enzyme, you are adding this particular desired gene onto the plasmid, so that you are having a plasmid with your desired gene. The other plasmid is plasmid PUC8, University of California, plasmid of University of California 8. The PUC8 plasmid was designated by scientists and contains the LAC-Z gene. To produce the plasmid, the PBr322 plasmid was cut in half with EcoR1, and the section containing the ampicillin resistance gene was combined with a DNA fragment containing the LAC-Z gene. As a result, the plasmid provides transformed cell with both ampicillin resistance and the ability to utilize lactose as a food source within the LAC-Z gene, producing beta galactosidase degrade lactose. Since the PUC8 plasmid was produced using EcoR1, this enzyme cannot be used to insert desired genes when producing recombinant plasmids for use in genetic engineering. Advantages and disadvantages of plasmids: small size, and they are circular. Being circular, it is having more stability, so that maybe the cutting or maybe the fragmentation is what is called as least. Replication independent of the host cell, since they are autonomically replicating units, their replication is independent of the host cell replication. Several copies may be present to facilitate replication, but the disadvantages include cannot accept large fragments because of its circular shape. You cannot add or you cannot ligate a large sized DNA fragment to it. Sizes range from 0 to 10,000 base pairs. Standard method of transformation are inefficient. The next type of cloning vector is said to be the cosmids. Cosmids are plasmids that incorporate a segment of bacteriophage DNA that has the cohesive site or the cos site, which contains elements required for packaging DNA particles. It is normally used to clone large DNA fragments between the around say 25 to 45,000 base pairs. They can replicate as plasmids if they have a suitable origin of replication. They can also be packaged in phage cosmids, which affords the foreign gene, which allows the foreign gene to be transferred into cells by transfection. Similar to this particular origin of replication in case of plasmids, here also you have an origin of replication, and the antibiotic resistance is usually ampicillin. The special structure is you have different cos sites for this. Restriction sites are also present within these cosmids. This is how the insertion of DNA into cosmid takes place. Ligation of foreign DNA between two cos sites, making a tetrameric DNA. In vitro packaging to introduce the DNA into phage head to form the matured phage particle. Introduction of the cloned DNA into E. coli by transduction. After the entry into the host cell, the cosmids are maintained as plasmids. These are the advantages and disadvantages. High transformation efficiency. Cosmid vector can carry a large sized molecule, whereas the plasmid has only a limited size molecules. Disadvantage is cosmid clones are unable to on propagation in E. coli due to the high copy number plasmid replication system. Yeast artificial chromosome is another cloning vector that is widely used. The yeast artificial chromosome is capable of carrying a large DNA fragment, very large even when compared to that of the cosmid. Now these yeast YACs, yeast expression vectors such as YACs, YIPs, yeast integrating plasmids. Now all these have different uses in biotechnology as enlisted in the slide. Bacteriophages, another cloning vectors. Used for cloning are the lambda phage bacteriophages or M13 bacteriophages. There is upper limit on the amount of DNA that can be packed into a phage, a maximum of 53 kb. There is also a lower size limit for this that can be packed into a phage, and vector DNA that is too small cannot be properly packaged into the phage. These are the applications of bacteriophages. Now those particular cloning vectors which are with the desired gene and which are without the desired gene can be selected using this blue-white selection technique. The blue-white screen is a screening technique that allows for the rapid of convenient detection of recombinant bacteria in vector-based molecular cloning experiments. This is the procedure enlisted. These are the applications of the cloning vectors. Provides a backbone for the DNA insert to be reproduced and propagated in bacteria. However, these vectors are only useful for storing a gene sequence. Vectors contain selectable markers. So once again, I wish and pray that each one of you will be benefited by the video lessons that you are getting for the applications of biotechnological applications, and thank you very much for your patient listening.
Welcome to the viewers. This is Suryanarayan Raju. Before going to start a C language program, Now you have to know about some basics C language programming. Actually C is a programming language. What is mean by program, what is mean by language, what is mean by software? The basics to be understand before going to start the C programming language. Now in the market everywhere programming languages are there. C language, C++, Java, .NET, COBOL, Pascal. Now before going to start a C programming language, you have to know basics about software. What is mean by software? A set of programs called as software. What is mean by program? Program is nothing but set of instructions or a set of statements is called as program. Now see, now in the market two types of softwares are there: system softwares, application softwares. What is mean by system software? Which software understandable by the machine instructions, that software called as system software. What is mean by application software? Which software understandable by the user instructions, that software is called as application software. Now for the system software, operating systems. Now in the market many operating systems are there: DOS, Windows, Unix, Linux, Mac. These are called as system softwares. What is meant by application software? Which software understandable by the user instructions, that software is called as application software. Now in the market different types of application softwares. Like in the daily life you are using different type of applications like Google, Gmail, Facebook. Desktop applications also there like Notepad, MS Word, Paintbrush Picture. Now these all softwares are developed based on programming languages. These all softwares are developed based on programming languages. C is a programming language. Generally what is meant by language? Language is nothing but it's a communication. Communication between the people is called as language. But in the programming, language is nothing but communication between user and the machine instructions. The system does not understand the user language. System followed by binary instructions. If you want to communicate the binary instructions, you require some language. That language is called as programming language. What is the definition of programming language? It is one of the language to communicate machine language and user language. Now here different type of programming languages are there like C, C++, Java, .NET, COBOL, Pascal. Totally in the market 125 plus programming languages you have. But these all languages, which is the basic programming language? C is a basic programming language. C is a basic program to be understand. Now see, before going to start C language, I have to define some definitions. You see the definitions now. What is mean by software? What is the meaning of software now? It is a collection of programs. Software is nothing but it's a collection of programs. What are the software types you have? Software types. What are the types of softwares you have? First category of software, system software. What is meant by system software? Which is software understandable by the machine instructions? The machine does not understand your language, that's why it is called as system software. Which software understandable by the machine instructions? That software is called as system software. Now you see which are the system softwares are there. Now in the market, which are the system software? Example, you have operating system. Operating system is one of the system software. Suppose if you want to install any softwares, which is the basic software to be installed? OS to be installed. If you purchase any laptop or if you purchase any desktop, which is the basic software to download first? Operating system. Operating system is a which category of software? System software. Now which are the types of operating systems in the market? MS-DOS, Microsoft Disk Operating System, MS Windows. Windows is also operating system from the Microsoft. Unix operating system, and what is one more type of operating system? Linux, Mac. Many operating systems are there in the market. DOS, Windows, Unix, Linux, Mac. But mostly number of programmers or number of users mostly used which operating system? Windows operating system. Mostly used Windows. Now the Windows operating system developed by which company? Microsoft. What is one more category of software you have? Application software. One more category of software called as application software. Which is software understandable? Which is software understandable by the user instructions? By the user instructions. That software is called as application software. That software is called as application software. What is the meaning of application softwares? Which are understandable by the user instructions, like English language, our understandable. Daily life, you are using different type of applications. Like if I open any machine, either laptop or desktop, you are opening with different type of apps. Notepad. Notepad is a which type of application? Desktop application. What is meant by desktop application? Which application can be run only on single machine? That application called as desktop application or standalone application. Which application can be executable only single machine? That application called as standalone or desktop application. Like if you are using with the Paint, that is also which category of application? Desktop application. MS Word, MS Excel. If you are using with the Gmail, Gmail is a which type of application? Web application. It is web app, web application. Every web application executed with multiple machines. If you want to open the Gmail application, compulsory which is required? Browser required. Through the browser only to open the application, that application called as web applications. Like which are the browsers are there? Google Chrome, Mozilla, Internet Explorer. If you want to open any web application, through browser only to open that application. Gmail, Facebook. What is one more category of application you have? Mobile based application. Mobile apps also use. Mobile applications like WhatsApp. WhatsApp is also one application. Through the mobiles, smartphones or tabs to be run. Finally, what is my conclusion? In the market, all softwares are developed different type of programming languages. All types of softwares developed based on different type of programming languages. In that programming languages, C is the basic programming language. Now see what is mean by system software? Actually I discussed it's a machine understandable softwares. System softwares developed based on which programming language? System softwares are developed basically C, C++ programming languages. C, C++ programming languages system softwares are developed. If you want to develop with application softwares, which are the programming languages in the market now? application softwares how to develop based on which programming languages? .NET or Java. Java is a programming language, .NET also programming language. Finally, what is my conclusion now? Every system softwares are developed based on C language or C++. Every application softwares are developed based on advanced programming language. Now in the market, which are the advanced programming languages? Java programming language, .NET programming language. But actually, if you want to learn the Java programming language or if you want to learn the .NET programming language, must and should, which is the basic programming to be learned? C language. C is a basic language for all programming languages in the market. Now listen, before going to start the C programming language, now in the market, which are the programming languages available before C language? Before C programming language, which are the different type of programming languages available in the market? Now that you have to discuss now, generations of programming languages. Generations of programming languages you have. You see that already what is meant by program? Program is nothing but a set of instructions or a set of statements is called as program. What is meant by language? It's a communication between the user and the machine with the help of programming languages. Now before C language, I want to discuss some generations of programmings are there. Now what is the first type of generation of programming language you have? Machine programming or machine level program. Under generation of programming languages, which is the first generation programming language? Machine language. What is meant by machine language? Which language complete program you have to write into machine codes? What is the meaning of machine language? The program completely you have to write into binary instructions. What are the binary instructions? Zeros and ones. If I want to work with machine language, compulsory which to be understand? Binary numbers. What is meant by machine level programming languages? These programming languages, these programming to write machine codes, completely machine codes like 0, 1. Now this programming language is completely machine understandable language. It is not a user understand, it's completely machine understandable language. It's completely machine understandable language, not for user understandable. And what is one more type of programming language you have? One more generation of programming you have? Mid-level programming language. What is meant by mid-level programming language? Now in this programming language, you can write the machine codes plus English language also. Machine plus English. Now this is also called as assembly language programming. It's called as assembly language programming. Like see, if you go for machine language program, if you work with machine language program, I want to add the two numbers 10 plus 5. I want to add the two numbers 10 plus 5. Actually 10 is our understandable number, 5 is our understandable number. But when you go for machine language, the 10 first to convert to the binary, then only you can run the program, you can write the program. What is the 10 binary number? 1010. After that 5 also binary number you have to write, 5 also binary number 101. That means what? If I want to work with machine language, compulsory your instruction should be maintained to the ones and zeros. If you know the ones and zeros, then only you can run. Otherwise you can't run off these. It's very difficult to understand. It's completely machine understand. There is no English here. What is meant by mid-level? It's a assembly language. What is meant by assembly language? It's a mixed code of assembly language called as mixed code of machine language plus machine also there plus English, 50% machine code, 50% English code, the both can be right. This is called as assembly language. Compared to machine level, which level is understandable? Mid level, some more understand. Now this language called as assembly language, it is also machine understandable. It is not complete user understand, it is not complete machine understand, it's a 50-50, 50% machine, 50% user. When you go for mid level language, assembly language, if I want to add the 10 plus 5, if I want to add the 10 plus 5, add is a mnemonic word, add is a mnemonic word you have, it's a English. After that 1010, it's a binary number, 101, it's a binary number. What is the meaning of that? Add is English, 1010101, it's a binary. The mixed code of instructions will be typed with the help of mid-level or assembly language. What is the third generation of programming language you have? High-level programming, high level. What is meant by machine level? Completely low level, it's completely low level. What is meant by middle level? It's 50% machine, 50% user. What is meant by high level language? Is completely user understandable language. Which language is completely user understandable language? High level language. Now this language to write the code in English language. Directly you can write the code English language. Now it's a completely high level language. Which are the high level languages in the market? Currently you are learning C language. C is a high level language. C++ also high level language. Java also high level language. .NET also high level programming. Now in the market 125 plus programming languages are there. It's a high level languages. 125 plus programming languages, these all are high level languages. Finally, what is my conclusion? C is a high level programming language. Which are the generations of programming you have? First one is machine level, it's called as low level program. Second one is mid level, it's called as assembly language program. Third level or third generation called as high level program. The complete program you have to write into English. Now this is completely user understandable. This language completely user understandable. User followed that. This language understandable by the user code. Understandable by user code. By the user code that you can understand. Now see, these all generations of programming languages, which language to use the compilers? High level language. Under high level language you have to use one translator, it's called as compiler to be used. Compiler. What is meant by compiler? It's one of the translator. You can convert your program code into machine language, again that is converted into our understandable language. What is the definition of compiler? You write the program in English, but that is converted to the machine language, again that is converted to the our understandable language. This work done by which processor? Compiler. Compiler can be done. These compilers are introduced only high level language. High level languages only introduced to the compiler. Now see, which is mean by translator. Which is mean by translator? You have translator. Compiler is used to convert your complete program into machine language at once, but translator is nothing but you can convert to the machine language line by line or step by step. Line by line or step by step you want to use. Now you see, what is the type of translators you have? You have the compiler also one type of translator, and interpreter also one type of translator. Compiler also one type of translator, interpreter also one type of translator. What is the difference of compiler and interpreter? Compiler, all lines of code at a time convert to the machine language, it is a program wise. But interpreter, it is converted to the machine language step by step. It is completely step by step convert to the machine language, but this is complete all lines at a time convert to the machine language. But anyway, both are called as what? Translators. You want to convert source code into machine code, again that is translated to our target code. This is the work of translators. Now in the market, which are the compiler based languages? C, C++, and COBOL, Pascal, these are the compiler based languages. Many languages you have compiler based. Which are the interpreter based languages? HTML, hypertext markup language, CSS, cascade style sheet, and JavaScript. JavaScript also interpreter based language. Now in the market, some languages are compiler based, some languages are interpreter based. Which are the compiler based languages? C language, C++, COBOL, Pascal, Ada. Which are the interpreter based languages? HTML, CSS, JavaScript. These are the interpreter based languages. Now you see, whenever you are working with a C programming language, you have to idea about some basic definitions, like what is mean by program. Before going to start the C program, what is mean by program? A set of instructions, is called as program. What type of instructions you can run? Input instructions, output instructions. Every program consists with a set of instructions, input instructions, output instructions. What is meant by input instructions? Which instructions are inputting through the input device like keyboard? What is meant by output instruction? After processing, you are inputting some value, after processing you are expected some output, that is called as output instruction. Which is the output instruction to be run? Output device. Input instructions are inputting through the keyboard, output instructions are receiving through the monitor, that is called as output device. Now see, every program set of instructions can be maintained. What is meant by software? Software called as set of programs. See that, what is meant by software? Set of programs called as software, set of programs, that is called as software. Program is nothing but set of instructions. Now finally, in C language, what to be developed? Programs. In the C language to be developed the programs. Now for the program consists with input instructions and output instructions. But listen, generally if you are learning the C programming language, whenever you write the C programming language, what type of softwares can be developed? Which type of softwares can be developed? System software can be developed. What is the meaning of that? Which softwares are understandable by machine? That softwares are system softwares. That means using C language program, which type of softwares can be developed? System softwares can be developed. Which are the system softwares? Example, check it. DOS, Unix, Windows, Linux, Mac. Now in the market, Unix operating system originally developed based on the C language. Unix operating system actually developed C programming code. And now in the market, some applications also there, database applications like Oracle. Oracle also developed based on the C programming code. And one more is driver programs also developed based on the C programming code. Finally, what is my conclusion now? Using C language, what type of software can be developed? System software. What are the example of that? Operating systems can be developed. Now you see, using C language, which operating system is developed? Unix operating system is developed. Unix software developed based on the C language. Using C language code only Unix software developed. Now see, before going to start for the C language, what is the history about the C language? History about the C programming language. Actually C is a programming. Before C programming, what are the programming languages available? Before C, history of programming languages. Now in the 1960s one program is introduced. In 1960s one programming is introduced. Which programming is introduced? BCPL. BCPL programming is introduced. What is meant by BCPL? Basic combined programming language. In 1960s BCPL programming language is introduced. Who is the author of BCPL program? Martin Richards. Martin Richards, he is one of the American. Martin Richards started the BCPL programming language. It is also high level. Martin Richards started the basic combined programming language, where it is developed in at AT&T company will be there. AT&T company, that is nothing but American Telegraph and Telecommunications, AT&T company. Then you see AT&T company, you have AT&T company, American Telegraph Telecommunications. At that AT&T company, Bell Laboratory is there in US. In US, Bell Laboratory, AT&T company, which is developed BCPL programming language developed. This programming developed by Martin Richards. He is the author of the BCPL language. And see that after 1960, one more language is also came in the market. One more language is also came in the market. That is on 1966. 1966 one more programming language is started. That programming is called as 1966 B programming. B language programming started. B language. Before that B language, which language is very famous language? BCPL, basic combined programming language. But that name is changed by B language. Some features are added. Some features are added to the BCPL, to the B language. Who is the author of that B language? Ken Thompson. Ken Thompson started the B programming language. Where it is started again same. AT&T company, American Telegraph Telecommunications, AT&T company, and Bell Laboratory, AT&T company, Bell Laboratory. In US only started the B programming language. Now coming to the C language history, coming to the C language, actually C language started in 1972, which is the year of C programming language introduced year. What is the name? 1972 started the C programming language. 1972, who is the author of C programming language? Dennis Rich. He is one of the American. Dennis Rich. Dennis Rich started the C programming language in 1972. Where it is started again same. AT&T company, AT&T company, Bell Laboratories, Bell Laboratories, C programming language is introduced. 1972 Dennis Rich, AT&T company, Bell Laboratory, C language program is introduced. C language program. Finally, what is my conclusion? C language before, which is the very famous language? BCPL language. C language before BCPL language is very famous. After BCPL, which languages came in the market now? B languages came in the market. After that B language, which languages came in the market? C language. Advanced of C, one more language is coming in the market after C. C++ programming language. After C, C++. After C++, which is the advanced programming of nowadays? Java programming language. Now these are the various different type of programming languages now in the market. The first, it is used BCPL programming languages used. After that B language programs are used. After that C language programs are used. C language advanced is C++ programming. C++ advanced is Java programming. Now see, what is the abbreviation of C? Actually C language, C programming language. How to abbreviate the C? C called as what? Combined programming language. C is nothing but combined programming language. Under C programming, which programming features are combined? A language, before B A language also there, before B A language. What is meant by A language? Assembly language programming, plus B language. What is meant by B language? It's a basic programming language, basic combined programming language. Finally, what is my conclusion? C abbreviation called as combined programming language. Before C, which languages are there? A language and B language. Both programming features added into the C language. That is for a C language. And one more is, you can abbreviate like C. C is compiler based language. Compiler based language. C is a compiler based. It's a compiler based. What is meant by compiler? Compiler called as, it's one type of translator, what I discussed. All programming lines convert to the machine language. Again, that is converted to the our understandable language. This work is done by which processor? Compiler. Compiler will be done. And you see that in the market, which are the famous compilers are there? Compiler examples are there. You see some compilers. Turbo C, TC compiler. TC called as Turbo C compiler, and TC++, Turbo C++, Turbo C++, it's also one compiler. ANSI C, it is also compiler. Div C, it is also compiler. Bornold C, it is also compiler. Different type of compilers introduced to different companies. These all are many compilers. Now these all compilers you can run with the C language programs. Suppose in your machine you want to work the C language program, which is the software to be installed? Compiler to be installed. All these compiler, any one to be installed, then only you can run the programs. Now see, while working of C programming language, you see that C programming language you have. Generally, if I want to understand English programming language, English is nothing but it's a communication between user and user. Suppose if I want to communicate machine with the help of C programming language. If any language you don't know that, how to learn further languages? Suppose you don't know the English, or if you don't know the Hindi, or if you don't know that other languages, how to learn for that languages? First you have to start with the alphabets. First you have to start for learning alphabets. Suppose if you want to learn the English, suppose English language, how to start for learning? You have to start with the, which is the English language character set. Which is the English language character set? A to Z. A to Z to be understand alphabets. After learning of that, what to be understand? Once you are learning the English language basic character set, what is the next step to be follow? What to be understand? Making of words. Making of words. Whenever you learn the A to Z alphabets, then what is the next step to be move on? Words learning. What is meant by word? Word is nothing but a set of characters, a group of characters. It's called as words. Once you are learn the words, after learning of words, what is the next step to be move on? Sentence creations. Sentence creations. Whenever you perfect of words making, then you move on to the sentence learning. What is meant by sentence? A group of words is called as sentence. every sentence terminated by dot. Every sentence terminated by dot. Whenever you are learn the sentences, what is the next to be move on? Whenever you learn the sentences creations, what is the finally to learn? Paragraph creations. Finally to learn paragraph. What is meant by paragraph? Paragraph called as what? A collection of sentences. What is meant by sentence? A collection of words. What is meant by word? A collection of characters. That means what? If you want to understand any language, first you have to know about some basic characters. If you want to understand for the English, this is called as character set. Once you have learned the character set perfectly, you have to go for words creation. What is meant by word? A set of characters. It's called as what? Whenever you perfect the words, then what to be learned? Sentence. What is meant by sentence? A set of words or a group of words. But every sentence terminated by full stop. Whenever you perfect in the sentences creation also, you can write the paragraphs. Your own, you can write the paragraph. You can make a story also. A set of sentences called as paragraph. Similar way, coming to the C programming language, C also you can learn different steps are there. Whenever you want to learn for English, these are the steps to be followed. Similarly, if you want to understand C programming language, you have to go for some steps. But what is the difference of C language and English language? C is also language, English also language. But what is the difference of C and English? English is nothing but user to user communication, people to people communication. But C language is communication between the user and the machine understand. Not only C language, C++, Java, .NET, you want to communicate the machine, because machine does not understand your language, to communicate that with the help of programming languages. English is language to communicate the people, C is the language to communicate the machine, programming language. If you want to understand the C language program, you have the steps. You have the steps. What is the step number 1? When you go for English language, what to be understand? Just alphabets, A to Z. In English language, how many alphabets? 26, A to Z to be understand. But when you go for C programming language, A to Z, after that capital A to Z, you want to work with the capital letters also here. Capital letter to be start, capital letters, and small a to z, after that capital A to Z, and one more is 0 to 9 digits, and one more is symbols, some symbols like special symbols you have. In the keyboard you have some different type of symbols, special symbols. That means what? If you want to understand the C programming language, these are the characters to be followed for the C programming language. Lowercase letters A to Z, uppercase letters capital A to Z, 0 to 9 digits and symbols. This is completely called as what? C language ASCII characters. It's called as, the name is ASCII characters name. What is meant by ASCII? American Standard Code Information Interchange. American Standard Code Information Interchange. It's completely ASCII values. In English language only for alphabets, but for the C language, totally small letters, capital letters, digits and symbols. How many ASCII values in the C language? 256 characters. 256 characters. I mean small a to z 30, small a to z and capital A to Z and 0 to 9 and remaining symbol, all are. This is completely 256 characters. This character set called as ASCII character set. That should be understood. What is meant by ASCII characters here actually? If you are entering with small letters, American character, some code will be there. Code. What is the code of that small letters? 97 to 122. It's a coding of small letters. 97 to 122. If I enter the small a, 97. If I enter the small z, 122. Whenever you are enter the capital letters, which is the code 65 to 90. That means uppercase ASCII values are 65 to 90. Lowercase ASCII values are 97 to 122. 0 to 9 also ASCII values, 48 to 57. Remaining all are the symbols, totally 256. This is the basic character set of C language. Now this character set not only for C language, if you learn for the Java, C++, .NET, COBOL, every programming this character set to be followed. 256 characters, this is compulsory to follow American Standard Code information interchange. Once you are learning of this ASCII characters, what is the next step to be move on? Keywords learning. What is mean by keywords? Which words are already defined by C language author? C language author defined some meanings. Those meanings are called as keywords. How many keywords defined by C language author? 32 words. It's a predefined. Like int, integer, char, character. Some meanings already defined. Done is which already defined. Some meanings. Those words are called as keywords or reserved words. Once you have learned the keywords or reserved words, what to be next to be move on? Variables. Keywords are nothing but author defined, variables are nothing but user defined. These are the user defined words. Keywords are author defined words, but variables are user defined words. If I want to store any value, if I want to manipulate any value, variables to be used, our own defined. What is one more to be understand? Constants. I mean, which value you want to fix the value, you don't want to change. It's a constants. Suppose if I want to calculate the pi area of the circle, pi r square, what is the pi value? 3.14. It's fixed value. I don't want to change of that value. That type of values can be enter constants. That is called as constants. Whenever you understand these keywords making, variables making, constants making, what is the next step to be follow? Statements to be follow. Statements creation. What is meant by statements? A set of keywords, a set of variables, or a set of constants. You want to define as one line. The line is called as statement. A set of words or a set of variables or a set of constants, you make a line. The line called as statement. Every C language statement terminate with a semicolon symbol. Every C language statement, every line ends with semicolon. In English language means every sentence ended by full stop, but C language means every statement ended with a semicolon to be used. Finally, what to be developed once you learn of these? Programs to be developed. Finally, to develop the programs. What is meant by program? A set of statements. A set of statements is called as program. A set of statements is called as program. Now you see, this is the way of learning. Whenever you want to learn the C programming language, these are the steps are involved. First you have to start for learning ASCII characters, which are the characters used in C language. After that, to learn the keywords, I mean which words are already defined, author defined, which are the variables, I mean our defined words which can store the values. Constants means which are the fixed values, you don't want to change of that values. Once you are learning of these all things, then go for moving on statements. How to make a statement, a set of keywords, variables, constants, you make a line, the line called as statement. Every statement ended by semicolon, What is meant by program? A set of statements. Finally, that is for a way of learning C programming language. Finally, what is my discussion about that this C programming language? Whenever you learn the C programming language, what type of softwares can be developed? System softwares can be developed. Now in the market, which are the system softwares are there? Unix operating system, Linux, DOS, Windows. Unix operating system basically developed from C programming language. Application software means our understandable softwares. Those are developed based on the Java, .NET and advanced programming languages. But C is used only to develop the system applications, console applications. Get it or not? That is for system application software to be developed. Okay. Then tomorrow class I can continue the basics of C language structure I continue. The tomorrow session I will continue. Hi viewers, this is C language program. The last class I discussed what is the need of C programming language, why you have to use the C programming language, what is the history about the C programming language, which kind of softwares can be developed based on the programming languages. Actually C is a high level programming language and C is a advanced programming language. Using C language, which type of softwares can be developed? System softwares can be developed. Now in the market, which are the system softwares are there? DOS, Windows, Unix, Linux. Using C language, Unix software already developed based on the C language. Now for the what is the history about the C language? In 1972, AT&T company, American Telegraph Telecommunications, Bell Laboratories, C language developed by Dennis Rich. Before C language, which are the famous programming languages? First programming language is BCPL, Basic Combined Programming Language. That language developed by Martin Richards. That language changed to the another language program name, that is called as B language, developed by Ken Thompson. Later B language changed to the C programming language, developed by Dennis Rich, AT&T company, Bell Laboratories in the year of 1972. Now in the market, all programming languages, which is the basic programming language to be followed? C programming language. Now which are the advanced programming nowadays? Java, .NET, PHP, these all programming languages. Basic language is C language is required. Without C language you can't understand Java, .NET or PHP, all other programming languages. Now see, the last session I discussed the basics about C language. That means how to learn the C programming language. How to learn the C programming language? Suppose if we want to learn the English language, which are the basics are there? First we start with alphabets. If you want to understand the English language, first we start with alphabets learning. After learning of alphabets, words creation. After learning of words, sentences creation. After making of sentences, paragraph creations. This is the same way you can work with C programming language also. Steps will be there. How to develop the C programming language, you have some steps. Generally English language, which is the basic character set A to Z, 26 alphabets. If you want to work with the C programming language, which is the basic character set of C programming language, ASCII characters are there. that is called as American Standard Code Information Interchange. In English language, A to Z, 26 alphabets. If you want to understand the C programming language, 256 characters to be learned. Those characters are called as American Standard characters. Under American Standard characters, which are the characters used? Uppercase letters, lowercase letters, symbols, and digits. Finally, what is my conclusion? C programming language, which is the basic character set to be followed: alphabets, numbers, and symbols. This is called as ASCII character set. Whenever you learn the ASCII character set, what is the next step to be move on? How to work with the keywords. What is meant by keywords? Which words are already developed by C language or there? Those words are called as keywords. Suppose when you go for C programming, int means integer, it's already developed by other. Char means character, float means decimal, double means long float. Like that, you have many keywords are there in C programming language. How to define the keywords? Which words are already defined by C author? Those words are called as keywords. Now in the C programming dictionary, how many keywords are there? 32 keywords. 3 to 32 keywords. Once you learn the keywords, what is the next step to be move on? Variable creations. Keywords are author defined. What is meant by variable? Which words are already defined by author? Keywords. Which words are defined by user? That are called as variables. Variables are nothing but which user define, which can store the value, which can manipulate the value. That is called as variables. Whenever you learn the variables, what is the next step to be move on? Constants. How to define the constants? What is meant by constant? Which value cannot changeable, that values are called as constants. Which value can changeable, that are called as variables. Variable value can changes, but the constant value cannot be changes. Suppose in your program you want to change the values, variable can be used. In your program you don't want to change the values, constants, fixed values. Suppose I want to calculate the area of circle. What is the formula for area of circle? Pi r square. What is the pi value? 3.14. That is fixed value. You can't change of that pi value. Radius value can be changed. Pi value cannot be changed. Those values are called as constants. Which value cannot changeable, that is called as constants. Once you learn the keywords, variables and constants, what is the next step to be move on? Statement creations. What is meant by statement? A set of keywords, a set of variables, a set of constants. You make a line, the line called as statement. Every C programming statement ended by semicolon. It is terminated by semicolon. In English language, every sentence terminated by full stop, but C language, every statement ends with a semicolon. Different type of statements, maybe variable declarations, or maybe expressions, or maybe initializations, or maybe input statements or output statements. A statement is consists of variables, keywords, constants, or expressions. Every statement ended by semicolon. Whenever you learn the statements, what is the next step to be move on? It's a final step, program creations. What is meant by program? A set of statements or a set of instructions is called as program. Every C language what to be developed? Programs to be developed. The programs are defined based on the statements. The statements are defined based on the keywords, variables and constants. Now the keywords, variables, constants, which is the basic character set, ASCII character set, American Standard Code Information Interchange, totally 256 characters. Now these are the basics. You can work under C++ also, you can work under Java, you can work under .NET also. The same character set you can work under Java also, .NET also, PHP also, other programming also. It's a basic character set. Now you see that when you see the what are the steps to be move on for the C language, you see that steps alphabets, digits, special characters. Whenever you create that alphabets, digits and special characters, you learn keywords, variables and constants. Then after that you have to make a instruction or statements, finally to develop the programs. Now you see which is the C language character set. Which is the C language character set you have? C is a case sensitive programming. What is meant by case sensitive programming? Case sensitive called as, if you are use the small letters, that you have to use only the small case letters. If you are use the capital letters, everywhere the capital letters only use. You can't convert upper to lower and lower to upper. What is the mean that? Suppose your variable is small letter, that variable everywhere to use the small letters. If you are using the capital letters, that variable can be used everywhere capital letters. You can't convert upper to lower, lower to upper. C language is a case sensitive programming. Nowadays all professional programming languages are case sensitive. Java also case sensitive, C++ also case sensitive, .NET also case sensitive. But when you go for HTML, it's not a case sensitive language. Any case can be learned, either lower case or upper case. But the professional languages are followed by case sensitive. Because of security reason you have to use. Now you see C is a case sensitive programming language. That means there is a difference between the small and capital letters. You see that when you go for ASCII values, uppercase A 65 is the starting of ASCII value. Small a, which is the ASCII value, 97. But these are not our defined, it's already predefined. Actually you are enter with a, it is understand the 65, but internally machine convert to the binary number. 65 converted to the binary internally. If I enter the small a, 97, 97 also internally convert to the binary number, ones and zeros. You see that what are the uppercase letter ASCII values? Capital A to capital Z, 65 to 90. And what to be remember? Every C programming compulsory this 65 to 90 to be understand. Uppercase letter ASCII value should be remember. In the future programming also compulsory capital A for 65, capital Z for 90 to be follow. Compulsory to remember this. Not only C language, C++, Java, .NET also, because it's a ASCII values. Like when you go for small letters, small a to small z, 97 to 122. Small a ASCII value 97. If I enter the 97, it is converted to the zeros and ones, binary numbers. 97 to 122, 26. 65 to 90, 26. Digits also ASCII values. Suppose if I enter the 0, our entered the 0, but it is internally convert to the ASCII 48. The 48 convert to the binary. If I enter the 9, our entering number 9, but the digit convert to the 57, that is convert to the ASCII binary numbers. That is called as fixed ASCII values. Finally, what is my conclusion? Uppercase letter ASCII value 65 to 90, that should be remember. Lowercase ASCII value 97 to 122, that should be remember. And 48 to 57, that is called as 0 to 9, digits ASCII value. The remaining all are special symbols like hash, dollar, @ cap, star, but these symbols no need to remember, that is also available. Finally, total ASCII values 256 ASCII values, 256 characters. That is called as C language character set to be understood. Now you see, once you learn of the C language character set, what is the next step to be move on? You see that constants to be developed. What is mean by constant? Constant called as what? Which value cannot changeable. Suppose I am defining pi. Pi is a variable I define. Inside of the pi, I enter the 3.14. It's a fixed value. Suppose if I want to enter the integer means you can enter only for plain numbers. That is also you want to fix that. Which values cannot changeable while designing of the time, that is called as constants. Which value can changeable, that are called as variables. That is our requirement based on the program requirement to use. If I want to calculate the area of circle, pi value should make it as constants, radius value should make it as variables. You can enter the any radius. Now you see the constants are generally two types of constants you have. Character constants are there. What is mean by character constants? Whenever you are entering with the single letters within the quotation, that is called as characters. What is mean by character constants? Which value enter within the single quotation, it treated as characters. Maybe alphabets you can enter, maybe digit also you can enter, maybe symbol also you can enter, or maybe special symbol also enter. What does that mean? That character means any letter, only the single quotes, single letter only allowed, not for multiple letters. When you move on the strings, what is meant by string? Multiple characters. You can store multiple characters. Character is nothing but single character, string is nothing but group of characters. It's called as string. Like you see double quotes, every string value should be double quotes, A, B, C. It's a string. 435. Actually 435 as a number, but if I put in the quotation, it treated as string. Without quotation, it treated as number. Within the quotation, it treated as string. If I enter the R-A-M-A Rama, it's a name, it's a string, group of characters. String consists with the alphabets also, string consists with the digits also, string consists with symbols also. Like email ID consists with @ symbol. That is also you can treat it as strings. These two categories are character constant categories. Character constant category means character means single letter, string means group of letters. Anything can be entered which is fixed values. The next category, numeric constants you have. What is meant by numeric constants? Whenever you want to enter the numbers, then go for numeric constants. If I want to enter the numbers, numeric constants. Under C language, which are the numeric constants? Integers. What is meant by integers? You can enter only for plain numbers. Integer value, don't put the quotations. Direct number, no quotation, no double quotes. Direct number, plain number, there is no decimals. The integer allowed negative value also, integer allowed positive value also. Signed integer. What is meant by signed integer? Negative value can enter. Unsigned integer means only positive value can enter. Now this is number, something any number. This is negative. It's a signed. Negative sign indicates signed. If there is no sign, it's called as unsigned. Real number constants you have. What is meant by real number constants? If I want to go for decimal points, number with decimals. Number with decimal points. You see that fraction forms fractions. 435.67, 2 decimals you have. 345.3054, you have the 5 decimals. Decimal points, maybe 2 points, maybe 6 points based on our type. Exponential forms. What is meant by exponential forms? E power values. 0.02, expansion of 3, 1.17, expansion of -38. E means exponent value. it is called as a fraction, exponent value will be there. E for exponent 10 to the power of value, 10 to the power of values in mathematics. Now these all are called as constants. Finally, what is my conclusion? Constants can be make it as numbers also, constants can be make it as characters also. Under character constants, two types: single character constants, multiple character constants. Multiple character constants called as strings. Under number constants, two types are there: integer constants and fractional forms, I mean decimal constants. Exponential forms also allowed. These are called as constants to be understand, how to work off that constants. Now when you go for what is the next step to be move on? You see that what is the next step to be move on? Variable creations. Next step are variables. You see that what is meant by variable? Variable called as which is user defined word, which can store the value and which can variate the value, which can change the value, that is called as variable. What is the mean that? Variable is nothing but our defined word. Keywords are nothing but other defined. Suppose if I use int is a keyword, you can't define. Char is a keyword, you can't define. Float is a keyword. Variable means our defined any word, maybe your name or maybe your marks or maybe your phone number, that is called as variables. Variable value can changes. Now see what is the definition of variable. Actually you can take the quantities which can be changed, which value can be changed during the execution of program called as variables. Which value cannot change, that is defined as constants. Which value can be changed, execution of program called as variables. A variable can be considered as name of the cell. Name of the cell, I mean memory, where you store in the memory, that cell called as variable. In that memory you can hold the value. You can hold the value, any value can be held. To use any variable, it must be declared. If I want to use any variable, it must be declared with its data type. What is the meaning of that? Suppose if I want to use with marks, if I want to use a marks, suppose marks is a variable. I want to enter the student's marks. Actually, student marks are which type of data? Student marks are numbers. Numbers means C language, which is the data type to define int. Int means you can enter the numbers. Suppose I want to define grade of the student, A grade, B grade, C grade. At that time, which type of variable can be created? Character variable. Character variable means you can store the characters. Suppose if I want to store the attendance, student attendance, 45.6 attendance or 79.6 attendance, which is the data type to be defined? Float data type. That means what? Every variable proceeded with the data type. If I want to define the variable, before use of that variable, must and should defined as data type to be defined. You see that whenever you are declaring any variable, first it's followed by data type before first executable statement and then can be initialized. What is meant by initialized? If I want to assign any value, that is called as initialization. Once the variable you are enter any value, that is called as initialization. Before initialization, compulsory the variable to be declared. The variable should be data type to be proceed. That is called as variable to be discussed now. Finally, what is my conclusion of variables? It's called as user defined words. You can store the value based on the data types. If it is integer variable, you can store integers. If it is character variable, you can store characters. If it is string variable, you can store the strings. If it is float variable, you can store the decimals. Based on your type only you can store the values. Variable is also called as memory container. If I want to store the value, compulsory memory container is there. That means what? If I used the integer, I want to store integer value, memory should be created. Compiler allocated some memory, that memory cell name called as variable. Wherever holding the value, that memory cell called as variable. Now see what is the next step of the C language program. If I want to move that next step, if I want to define the variable, you want to follow some rules for variables. If I want to create the variable, some rules are there, rules for the variables. You see the rule number 1, the variable name must starts with either alphabets or underscore or may contain alphabets, digits. What is the meaning of this rule? Every variable must started with alphabet or underscore or may contain the alphabets and digits. What is the mean that? Suppose if I defined any variable, the variable first letter should be starts with the alphabet. What is the rule number 1? Every variable first letter starts with alphabet or underscore. Remaining letters may be alphabets or digits, but the first letter should be alphabet or underscore. Remaining letters anything. That is the rule of the variable rule. See that what is one more rule you have? The minimum length of variable is 1 character. Maximum there is no limit of this actually. There is no limit, but recommended length is up to how many characters? 31 characters. 31 characters. What is the mean that? Actually variable name minimum 1 character should be there. Maximum there is no limit actually, but mostly compilers recommended 31 characters. Mostly all compilers, C language all compilers recommended 31 characters. More than 31 also you can enter. It's not shown any error. What is one more rule you have? Whenever you create the variable, that must not be any blank space or special symbols in the variable name. Every variable name between there is no blank spaces, there is no special symbols in the variable name. What is the meaning of that? If you are defining a variable, in between you don't use for any spaces and there is no special symbols, but underscore is allowed. Except of underscore, remaining symbols not allowed in between the variables. Which are the special symbols like space, dot, hash, but which is allowed? Underscore is allowed. Now see, every variable name must not be a keywords. The variable should not be taken as keywords. The variable names should be our defined, user defined, any word, but don't take it as keywords. What is meant by keywords? Other defined words are called as keywords. Keywords as a variables you can't define because it's already predefined. What is one more rule? Every variable name must be unique name. What is meant by unique name? There is no duplicate variable names in the single declaration. That means what? If I declare int x, x is a variable, int is a data type, just once you declare. Again same statement, you can't declare the same variable. In another declaration you can allow. In the same declaration, the variable name should be unique, no duplicates. What is one more rule? Every variable names are case sensitive. What is the meaning of variable names are case sensitive? Suppose my variable is small x I created, entire program the small x only to use. Suppose if I create the variable uppercase x, entire program you can use uppercase x only. You can't change small to capital, capital to small. The variables are case sensitive. Finally, C program everywhere case sensitive. Function also case sensitive, keyword also case sensitive, variable also case sensitive. You have to follow that rules only to follow to make a program. Now see, these are the majorly 6 rules you have. What is the rule number 1? Once I repeat that, every variable name start with either alphabet or underscore. Remaining may be contain alphabets or digits. Every variable name minimum length 1 character should be there, but maximum there is no limit. It recommended up to 31 characters. It is recommended, but it is not compulsory. More than 31 also you can exceed. Every variable name in between, don't take the blank spaces or special symbols. You can't use the space, you can't use the special symbol like dot, hash, but you can define the underscore. Underscore is allowed. Every variable name must not be a keywords. Actually keywords are author defined. Author defines, you can't change as a variables. Every variable name must be unique name. What is meant by unique name? There is no duplicate variables. Same variable 2 times cannot be declared. Single declaration it is not allowed. Variable names, the last one, variable names are case sensitive. If I defined as lowercase, lower only to follow. If I defined as uppercase, uppercase only follow. These are the rules to be follow to making of variables. See that what are the rules? Rule number 1, every variable starts with alphabet or underscore. Rule number 2, minimum 1 character, maximum there is no limiter, but recommended C compiler 31 characters. Rule number 3, in between special symbols not allowed, like space, hash, dot, underscore is allowed. And every variable name must be unique name. What is meant by unique name? There is no duplicate variables. Once I define the variable, same variable I can't declare in the same line. Maybe in another declaration area you can use. Every variable name must be not a keyword. It is not a keyword. Variable names are our defined. Any word can be used, like Ravi, Raju, serial number, marks, X, Y, I, J, any names. But don't take it as keyword as a variables. Every variable names are case sensitive. What is meant by case sensitive? Like if I use the variable name as a small letter, small only to use. Capital means capital only use. These are the rules to be followed to making of variables. You see which are the valid variables and which are the invalid variables. Here example observe. Which are the valid and invalid you observe. Employee number ENO. I defined as variable ENO. Yes, it is okay because this variable started with alphabet and this is no problem. You see that invalid variable EMP space name, space I giving. Spaces are not allowed. In between variable no space. EMP name, here it is valid without space. EMP bracket, it is invalid because of special symbol. EMP hyphen also valid, and here 45, I started the digit 45, it is invalid. Digit cannot start variables. Suppose if I used EMP underscore name, underscore is valid. Int, it's a keyword, you can't define as variables, it's a keyword. Underscore ABC, yes, underscore is allowed, first letter underscore is allowed. Char, it is a keyword, not allowed this. AB45, it's also valid because as a first letter alphabet, remaining letter may be alphabets, may be digits, no problem. But here 45, it's a digits, here digits it will be started. Now these are the invalid variables, these are the valid variables. Every C programming variables, these are the rules to be followed, based on that rules only to define. That is the discussion about variables. Now I want to discuss keywords, like already I discussed the keywords. What is the definition of keyword? Keyword called as what? Which words are already defined by C language author? I mean done is rich already defined. 32 keywords. All C language compiler followed the 32 keywords. These are fixed, you can't change of the keywords. These are also called as reserved words or keywords or built-in words. Built-in words. These are built-in words. Now all C compilers supported these 32 keywords, totally 32 keywords. Every keyword some meaning is there, the meaning already defined, you can't change of the meaning, already defined. But every keyword followed as a case also. Is it keyword is small letter or keyword is capital letter, that should be remember. Mostly C language all keywords are followed by small letters, mostly small letters. Very few keywords are capital letters, mostly all keywords are lower case letters, not a uppercase. You see that what are the keywords we have? Keywords are also called as preserved words, which are already declared to the C compiler, already C compiler defined. C has 32 keywords. You have some list of the keywords. Actually these are not only keywords, some more also there. Here I defined only few keywords, many keywords are there. Auto, double, int, struct, break, else, these all are the keyword. These are only few keywords. Totally how many keywords you have? 32 keywords will be there. Mostly used that all keywords every program may be used, may not be used. And see that whenever you learn the keywords, what is the next you want to move off that? Data types. Whenever you learn the keywords, then data types. Now listen, till whatever I discussed, if whenever you start for learning of C language program, what is my first point? ASCII characters to be understand, American characters, that is called as C language character set. After learning of that, what I discussed keywords, just now I completed which words are already defined by author, those are keywords. 32 keywords are there. And what is one more I discussed, constants. What is meant by constants? Which value cannot changeable, those values are called as constants. Which value can changeable, those are called as variables. And one more also I discussed, one more also to use, variable naming rules also I discussed. How many rules are there? 6 rules. Every C programming variable making, those rules to be followed, then only you can develop the C programs. What is one more discussion? Data types. In C language, one more important concept, data types. Data types are there. Actually, what is mean by data? Data called as information. What is mean by data type? Which type of information stored in the variable? I mean which type of value stored in the variable, that is decided by data type. Suppose if I want to store the numbers, integer can be used. If I want to store the characters, character to be used. If I want to store the decimal, float to be used. What is the definition of data type? Which type of information stored in the variables, that is decided by data types. C language data types are basically 2 types are there, basic data types, derived data types. C language data types are 2 types, you have basic data types, derived. Basic data types also called as built-in data types, predefined. Derived data types also called as user defined data types, it is a user defined. Basic is built-in, derived types are called as user defined. You see the basic data types: int, float, char, long, double. These are basically predefined or built-in. These are basically, under the some more subtypes also there. Actually these are the major types, but under that subdata types also there, subdata types. Which are the derived types? User defined. I mean programmer should be create this, programmer. Like array can be defined, array can be create. Structures, it is a user defined. Union, it is also user can be defined or derived. Type def, it is also user can be defined. Finally, what is my conclusion? Data types are 2 types of data types. C programming language, data types are 2 categories. First one called as basic types, second one called as derived types. What is meant by basic types? Which data types are already defined by C author defined. What is meant by derived data types? Which types you have to create, user to create or programmer to create, based on the requirement to create the types. Now see, under basic data types, you have some categories. Under basic data types, which are the types are there? Integer, main one is integer data type, character data type, and one more is float data type. These are major. And for the user defined, which are the types are there? Arrays, structures, unions, type def. Those are the user defined data types. Now see, under this basic data types only, sub data types also there. You see that how to work off these data types, it's very important. If you want to work with C language program, data types are most important. How to use of the data types? You see the data types. Suppose if I go for integer type, in C programming language, how to use the integer type? Int. What is the syntax of that? Int. What is meant by int? Int called as integer. It's a keyword, author defined. Variable. Variable means our defined, user defined. It is called as statement. Int is a data type, variable, it's a statement. This statement ended with semicolon. Now you see some example. When I mentioned int serial number is a variable, int is a data type. Serial number is a variable name, our defined. Whenever this variable is integer, I can enter the number 10, it is valid, 10 is valid. If I enter the serial number equal to C, it's a character, don't allow this, it's invalid. If I enter the serial number 10.45, it is also invalid because decimal also invalid. If I enter the minus 10, it's a valid. That means negative value also allowed. Signed, minus indicates signed integer, signed also allowed. When I mention the integer data type, what is the memory occupation of integer? 2 bytes or 4 bytes. Why? Because some operating system like Windows, DOS, you have to use based on the 32-bit or 64-bit 2 bytes. And some operating systems like Unix, Linux, you can take it as 4 bytes. Now you see, if I use the 2 bytes of integer, what is the maximum number can be defined? 2 bytes. 2 bytes means how many bits? 1 byte equal to 8 bits. 1 byte equal to 8 bits. 2 bytes means 32 bits. Sorry, 16 bits. 2 bytes means 16 bits. What is the range of that? Minus 2 power 15, I mean 16 minus 1 plus 2 power 15 minus 1. This is the range, minus 2 power 15 to plus 2 power 15 minus 1. And if I use the 4 bytes, 4 bytes means 32 bits, minus 2 power 31, it's a fixed, 2 plus 2 power 31 minus 1. Finally, integer type means which only can store, numbers only store, digits only store, cannot store the characters and cannot store the symbols. You can't store the characters, you can't store the symbols. Every integer user can allow sign also allow. Now see, what is meant by integer data type? Under basic data types, integer is the first data type. What is meant by integer data type? It is allowed only numbers or digits. It is not allowed the characters not allowed. It is not allowed the special symbols, only plain numbers allowed. Integer means how much memory occupied? 2 bytes or 4 bytes. Why? Because if you are using with the Windows operating system, 2 bytes. If you are using with the 32-bit or 64-bit, if you are using Unix or Linux, maybe changes of your integer data type memory 4 bytes. If it is 2 bytes, what is the range? 2 bytes means how many bits? 16 bits. 1 byte equal to 8 bits. 2 bytes means 16 bits. What is the range? Minus 2 power 31 2 plus 2 power 31 minus 1, that is 4 bytes. If it is 2 bytes means minus 2 power 15, 2 plus 2 power 15 minus 1. Now this range is a fixed range. In that range only you can enter the numbers. That range is predefined range based on the memory. Now for the integers, allowed only numbers. 2 bytes means minus 2 power 15 to plus 2 power 15 minus 1. 4 bytes means minus 2 power 31 to plus 2 power 31 minus 1. Up to that numbers only allowed. More than that not allowed. Is it integer allowed the signed values? Yes, integer allowed the signed values. Negative integer also allowed, positive integer also allowed. Negative sign also allowed, positive sign also allowed. One more type of integer also there, that type of integer called as unsigned integer. Here I am discussing integer, mostly used integer. One more type also there under integer, unsigned integer. What is meant by unsigned integer? Unsigned indicates only for positive values. Whenever you defined unsigned keyword, before int unsigned keyword, it is allowed only positive values. There is no negative values. Unsigned integer also how much memory? 2 bytes. What is the range can be defined? Every unsigned range 0 to be start, 0 number, there is no negative. 0 only to start, 0 to 2 to the power of 15 minus 1. If it is 4 bytes means 0 to 2 to the power of 32 minus 1. Finally, what is the difference of int and unsigned int? Int means a positive and negative values. Unsigned means only positive values. Now these are the integer data type I discussed under C language data types. Some more data types in the next session I will continue. In the next session some more data types will be discussed. Thank you for Hello viewers, this is C language training program. Today I want to discuss with data types, C language data types, which are the data types used in C programming language. Actually what is meant by data type? Data called as information. Data type is nothing but which type of information that to be discussed with the data types. Now in the C programming language, which are the data types are there? Basic data types, and one more is derived data types. Now you see that which are the data types used under C programming language. Data types, which are the types of data used? First category of data types are called as basic data types. Second category of data types called as derived data types. C language data types are two types are there, basic data types, derived data types. What is meant by basic data types? Which data types are already defined by C author? The data types are called as basic data types. Which data types are defined by user? The data types are called as user defined data types. Those are also called as derived data types. Which are the basic data types you have? See that basically integer, character, what is one more data type? Floats. And which are the derived data types you have? Derived data types, arrays, structures, you want to make structure data and you want to make the unions, you want to create the type def, you want to use with the enumerated data. These are called as which type of data types are? Derived data types. Now in the C programming language, which are the basic data types? Integers, characters and floats. And which are the user defined data types are there? Arrays, structures, unions, type def and enumerated data type. Now see, first I want to start with the integer data type. How to use the integer data type? Now listen, if I want to work with the integer data type, what is meant by integer data type? It is allowed only for numbers. Every integer allowed only for numbers. It is not allowed the characters, it is not allowed the decimals, it is not allowed the symbols. Integer is completely plain number. How to create the integer type? You see some syntax. How to use of the integer data type? Syntax. How to use of that? Int. Int is a keyword. After that variable. Variable is our defined. Int is a keyword. Variable is nothing but user defined. Now if I want to create with integer variable, you see the example int. Int is a keyword. What is my variable? Marks. I want to store the student marks. Now the marks is a which type of data type? Integer data type. I want to store the marks. Whenever the marks is a integer data type, I can enter only for numbers. I want to store the marks equal to 70. Now it's a valid. Marks equal to 70, it's a valid because it's a number. If I want to store with the marks equal to 70.5, marks equal to 70.5, this is invalid because of decimal. Because of decimal it is invalid. Suppose if I want to create with the marks equal to, I want to define marks equal to A, that is also invalid because of characters. Finally, integer means you can enter only the plain number without decimals, without characters. Suppose if I used integer only, I want to enter the negative values, minus 10, that is also allowed, minus 10, that is also allowed. Is it integer allowed the negative numbers? Yes, integer allowed the negative numbers also, integer allowed the positive numbers also. Now every integer, how much memory created? You see that how much memory created for integer. Whenever you defined as integer data type, how much memory created of this integer? Int, how much memory occupation? Memory. What is the memory occupation of integer? 2 bytes. 2 bytes memory occupied. 1 byte equal to 8 bits. 2 bytes, 16 bits will be stored that. Every integer variable 16 bits. Suppose if I define int serial number. Now serial number is a variable, int is a data type. Whenever the serial number is a integer, at the time how much memory created? 2 bytes. 2 bytes means how many bits? 16 bits. You have 16 bits number it is created. Whenever integer variable you created, 1 byte equal to 8 bits, 2 bytes means 16 bits it's created that internally. In the compiler allocated the 16 bits. Suppose if I enter serial number equal to 65, suppose I enter serial number equal to 65, now the 65 is a integer number, but that number is converted to the binary number. Whenever you created 65, it is converted to the binary. How to convert of these 65 to use? Now 2 3s are 6, like 2 2s are 4, remainder 1. You see that whenever you are define these. Now 2 1s are 2 16, remainder 0. 2 8s are, remainder is 0. 2 4s are, remainder is 0. 2 2s are, remainder is 0. 2 1s are, remainder is 0. Whenever I enter the 65 number, the 65 number convert to the binary. You see that these digits to be take to the bottom to top. You have to insert bottom to top. Whenever I take in the 65 number, it is converted to the binary. You see the binary number 1. How many zeros? 5 zeros 1. Internally the compiler occupied. Actually integer means how many bits? 16 bits. But your number is how many bits you have? 5 zeros and 2 ones. Totally 7 bits it will be occupied. That means what? The last bits 1. How many zeros? 5 zeros. After that 1. Totally this number how many bits are there? 1, 5 zeros and 1, 7 bits. Total bits is 16 bits. Your number occupied 7 bits. You are occupied 7 bits. The remaining left side all values are filled by zeros. The remaining all values are left side filled by zeros. That means what? Totally here 11 bits are taken to the zeros, and remaining bits it will be taken to the 1, 5 zeros and 1. That means what? 10 bits filled by zeros and remaining 7 bits it will be taken to that. Now this is called as integer data type will be memory storage. Whenever you create the integer, what is the range? Which number to which number can enter? Whenever you define the integer data type, which number to which number you can enter, what is the range? Minus 2 to the power of. How to decide the range? Memory 2 bytes. 2 bytes means 16 bits. 2 bytes means 16 bits. Here minus 2 power n minus 1. Now this 16 value called as n value. 16 value called as n value. Minus 2 to the power of 16 minus 1. After that positive range plus 2 to the power of 16 minus 1 base minus 1. Now this is the formula to be used. How to find out the range? Minus 2 power n minus 1 2 plus 2 power n minus 1 minus 1. That means what? N value 16 bits is there. Minus 2 to the power of 15 2 plus 2 to the power of 15 minus 1. Now this is the range of integer data type. This is the range of integer data type. That means what? If I enter the integer data type, what is the maximum number it will be allowed? 2 to the power of 15 minus 1. 2 how many times to be multiplied? 15 times and minus 1. This is the last number to be entered for integer data type, which is the negative value minus 2 to the power of 15 negative value. Finally, what is my conclusion now? Integer allowed how much memory? 2 bytes. 2 bytes means how many bits? 16 bits. Now for the 16 bits, if I enter the 65 number, the 65 convert to the binary. It is internally taken to the binary. What is the binary number of that 65? 7 bits. 65 binary numbers, 7 bits you are getting. Remaining all bits filled by zeros. Actually 16 bits. 7 bits are 65 binary number. Remaining all will be filled by zeros. This is internally storage of compiler for the integer data type. If any number, it will be stored as binary numbers. Now for the, is it integer allowed the negative values? Yes, integer allowed the negative. What is the range? Minus 2 power 15 to plus 2 to the power of 15 minus 1. This is called as integer data type discussion now. Now you see what is one more type of data type. Under integers only one more data type you have. You see that under integers only one more type of data type under integers. What is one more type of integer you have? Unsigned integer, unsigned integer. Previous one is signed integer, I mean positive allowed, negative allowed. Previous integer data type signed integer, positive values allowed, negative values allowed. If I use unsigned keyword, it is allowed only positive values. Similar to integer, only for positive values. You see the syntax how to create that? Unsigned. Unsigned is a keyword, int is a keyword, variable. Variable is our defined. Variable is our defined to store the value. Now here, whenever I mention the unsigned integer, what is the memory occupation? Unsigned integer. Memory occupation, how much memory? 2 bytes. Unsigned integer also 2 bytes. 2 bytes means how many bits? 16 bits. Unsigned integer also 2 bytes, 16 bits. And what is the range value? What is the range will be defined? 0. There is no negative numbers because it's an unsigned, no negative numbers. 0 to 2 to the power of 15 minus 1. 0 to 2 to the power of 15 minus 1. That means what? What is the difference of integer and unsigned integer? Integer range negative range to positive range, but unsigned integer there is no negative, 0 only started. What is the ending number? 2 to the power of 15 minus 1. Integer also not allowed the decimals, and unsigned integer also not allowed the decimals. Integer not allowed the characters, unsigned integer also not allowed the characters. Both are memory occupation same, sign only difference. What is the next? Under integers only one more data type you have. Under integers only, what is one more data type under integers? Long int. Under integers only one more data type you have, long integer is there, long integer. You see that what is meant by long integer here, how to use the long integer, what is the syntax? Long, if I use int, variable, long int if I use variable. Variable is our defined. Whenever I mention the long integer, what is the memory occupation? 4 bytes. Long integer memory occupation 4 bytes. Integer memory occupation 2 bytes. Long integer memory occupation 4 bytes. 4 bytes means how many bits? 4 into 8, 32 bits. 32 bits. 4 into 8, 32 bits. And this is also range you have. What is the range of these? Minus 2 to the power of 31, because 32 will be there. That's why 32 minus 1, 31, 2 plus 2 to the power of 31 minus 1. Minus 2 to the power of 31 2 plus 2 to the power of 31 minus 1. That is the range of which data type? Long integer data type. Now, for the long integer, if I use any variable, suppose I used a long int. If I used a long int, salary is my variable. Long int salary is my variable. Suppose if I mention the salary, I want to enter the salary equal to 1 lakh, that is allowed. Salary equal to 1 lakh also allowed this. Salary equal to 1 lakh also allowed, 10 lakhs also allowed. Now, if I used a minus, negative also allowed, negative also valid. Is it long integer allowed the negative values? Yes, long integer allowed the negative values. If I mentioned before long int, if I mentioned unsigned keyword, before long integer if I mention the unsigned keyword, it is allowed only positive long integers. Whenever you mention the long integer unsigned, what is the range defined? 0 to 2 to the power of 31 minus 1. 0 to 2 to the power of 31 minus 1. You see here, whenever you taken with unsigned integer range, 0 to 2 to the power of 15 minus 1. If I taken with the unsigned long integer range, 0 to 2 to the power of 31 minus 1. Memory only difference, but the remaining process is same, storage is same. Now see, finally under integer what are the types are there? Under integer what are the types? Whatever data type I discussed, under integer only types you have. You see the types of integers I discussed. What are the types of integers I discussed? First one is int I discussed. Second one is unsigned int I discussed. Unsigned int. What is the third one I discussed? Long int. What is one more I discussed? Unsigned long int. Unsigned long int. These are the 4 types you can work under C language. Which type of category? Integer categories. Under integer category, these are the 4 types used: int, unsigned int, long int, and unsigned long int. Now, what is the difference of that? Integer 2 bytes allowed, positive and negative. When you go for unsigned int, only positive 2 bytes. When you go for long integer, 4 bytes, positive and negative. When you go for unsigned long int, only for positive, but that is also 4 bytes. This is complete discussion about the integer types. And what is one more discussion you have? Next data type, character data type. Now I want to discuss now character data type. CHAR. What is meant by CHAR? Character data type. What is meant by character data type in C language? If I want to store with uppercase letters, lowercase letters, digits and symbols. If you want to store the alphabets, numbers and symbols, you can go for character data type. How it is use the character data type? You see the syntax, how to use of char. How to use the char? CHAR, char is a small letter, CHAR, char is a small letter, keyword, after that variable, variable is our defined, variable is our defined. After that, when I use with the character data type, memory occupation. When I mention the character data type, memory, how much memory occupied for character data type? 1 byte memory occupied. 1 byte means how many bits? 8 bits. Character data type memory occupation 1 byte. 1 byte means how many bits occupied? 8 bits. Whenever I mention the character data type, what is the range of characters? I mean which character to which character? When I mention the character data type, how much memory? 1 byte, 8 bits. Which character to which character can be entered? 0, 0 to 255. 0 to 255, totally 256. Totally 256. And which are the characters under C programming language? Like already I discussed, ASCII values. Every character data type, which values are allowed? ASCII values are allowed. Uppercase letters, lowercase letters, digits and symbols. Totally how many ASCII values you have? 256. 256 ASCII values that are fixed. Uppercase letters, what is the ASCII value? 65 to 90. And if I want to enter for the small letters, what is the ASCII value? 97 to 122. If I want to store the digits, ASCII value 48 to 57. And remaining all are the symbols. Which are the ASCII values you have? Capital letter ASCII value 65 to 90, small letter ASCII value 97 to 122, 0 to 9, 48 to 57. Remaining all are the symbols. Remaining all you have the symbols, at the rate, percentage symbols. Totally these all are allowed under which data type? Character data type. Any character can be used. Suppose if you define any example, check it if you define any example, CHAR, it's a char. What is my variable? Grade. Grade is a variable. I want to enter the grade value. Grade equal to A. Grade equal to A. Now it's a character. A is a character. But every character allowed within the single quotation. Whenever you defined as a character data type, how to allow the data in characters? With the help of single quotation. Single quotes only to use. Is it character data type multiple characters allowed or single characters allowed? Single character only allowed, not a multiple characters. Suppose if I enter grade equal to A, it's valid. Suppose if I mention grade equal to, I used AB, it's invalid. Grade equal to AB, it's invalid because of how many characters? 2 characters. If I want to allow multiple characters, that is possible with the string data type. What is the difference of character and string? Character allowed only single character, single quotation to be used. String is allowed multiple characters, double quotation to be used. But every character how much memory occupied? 1 byte. 1 byte memory occupied. What is the range of characters? 0 to 255. Totally 256. That is allowed for characters. Now, whenever you mentioned with the character data type, you see under character data type, you observe the range. Now, this range is positive range or negative range? Positive range. Positive range. That means what? Every character data type by default unsigned data type. Every character data type by default unsigned. That means only positive characters allowed. There is no negative. If I want to allow the negative characters, what is one more you have? Signed char. One more data type is giving signed char. What is the indication of signed positive and negative? If I want to store for positive and negative, at that time which can be used? Signed char, positive and negative, both can be used. You see the syntax of these? Signed char, how to use of that? Signed char variable. Signed char variable. If I use with signed char, what is the memory occupation? 1 byte. 1 byte equal to 8 bits. Signed char also 1 byte, 8 bits. Signed char, what is the range of characters? 0 to, sorry, not a 0, negative number, minus 128 to plus 127. Minus 128 to plus 127. You observe here, every signed character, negative character range also allowed, minus 128 to plus 127. Every normal character, which range is allowed? 0 to 255. That is which type of range? Unsigned. Normal character allowed for unsigned characters, signed character allowed for signed, negative and positive. What is the range of minus 128 to plus 127? This is for signed and unsigned characters. Under character only, one more data type you have, that is called as string. String can be used. Under character only, one more type, string. Listen, what is meant by string data type? If I want to store group of characters at a time, that is allowed on string. String is also called as character array. Character array is also called as string. Both are same. You see the syntax of that string, how to use the string. How to use the string here? What is the syntax of that string? Char. Here I used a variable. String also char keyword, variable. Square bracket to be mentioned. Within the square bracket, size. Whenever the variable length, you mention the size. Whenever you mention the variable with the size, that is called as string. When you mention the variable size, that is called as string. You see that string, if I mentioned with the char, if I use the variable name, what is my variable name? City. Variable name is a city. Now for that variable name length I used 10. What is the meaning of this now? I mentioned here char character data type. And what is my variable? City is a variable, our defined. Now the city, how many characters length? 10 characters city. You can enter the 10 characters city maximum. Whenever you mention the length, that is called as string. How to store that? City equal to HYDERAB, Hyderabad string I used. Now this is called as double quotation I used. It's called as string. That is the difference of character and a string. Character means the variable can be mentioned without size, single letter, but string means variable with the size. Mention the size. Within the size only to enter the characters. Character allowed single quotation, but the string is allowed double quotations. Characters, what are the range? 0 to 255. String also same characters, 0 to 255. Each character how much memory occupied? 1 byte. Even character also, string also 1 byte, each character. Suppose if I mention the 10, 10 means how much memory created? 10 bytes. If I mention the 10 size, 10 bytes memory created. That is called as string data type discussion. Now you see, under character, which are the types? I completed the character data types. Which are the types you have under character? Observe char, and what is one more? Signed char, and what is one more data type? String, group of characters. These three you can mention under which data type? Character data type. These three you can mention character data type. You listen, what are the character data types are there? char, it is nothing but character. positive characters only allowed 0 to 255. What is meant by signed character? It is allowed negative characters and positive characters, each character 1 byte. What is meant by string? A group of characters, a group of character called as string. But anyway, these all character data types followed by which character set? ANSI. What is meant by ANSI? American National Standard Institute characters. American characters only followed this. That is called as completely discussion about characters. What is one more data type under C programming language? You see that one more type you have. One more type is decimal. It is called as float type. Under decimal, what is the first type you have? Float. Under decimal, what is the first type you have? Float. What is meant by float? Number with the decimals. Integer is nothing but without decimals. Float is nothing but number only with the decimals. Listen, how it is used the float data type. What is the syntax of float? Float variable, float variable. Float is a keyword, variable is our defined. If I mention the float, what is the memory occupation? Every float data type, what is the memory? 4 bytes. Every float data type memory occupation 4 bytes. 4 bytes memory occupied. 4 bytes means how many bits? 32 bits. And every float data type decimals. I mean, how many points can be allowed? Every float data type, how many points? 0.00000, 6 zeros, 6 points allowed. Every float data type, maximum decimals are 6 points, 6 decimal points are allowed. Float data type, 4 bytes memory occupied. And the float data type, exponential value also allowed, EXP range. What is meant by EXP? Exponential value, E power values, logarithmic values also allowed under floats. Like 1.2 E for exponent minus 38, 3.4 E power plus 38. 1.2 E power minus 38, exponent value 3.4 E power plus 38. This range of exponential also allowed. Under which data type? Float data type. These values also allowed. That is called as which discussion? Floater. And what is, if I mention some example, check it. Float. I want to enter the temperature, weather temperature. Now the temp is a variable, float is a data type. I want to store the weather temperature. Weather temperature, which data type? Decimals. Temperature equal to 36.5. Now that is valid because you are enter the decimals. If I mention the float without decimal, is it allowed? Yes. Without decimal also allowed. Without decimal also use. Under float, without decimal also you can enter the value. But under integer with decimal not allowed. But under float, without decimal also use, with decimal also use. Both can be used. But is it under float, is it allowed the characters? No. Completely no. Finally, what is my discussion about float? Float is used to store number with the decimals. How many decimals? 6 decimals. Number with the 6 decimal points. How much memory occupied? 4 bytes, 32 bits. Is it float allowed the exponential values? Yes. Exponential value also allowed. Is it float allowed the integer? Yes. Float allowed the integer. Is it float allowed the characters? No. Float is not allowed the characters. That is called as float data type. Under float only one more type also that. Under decimal, under float only one more type of float. That is called as double. That is called as double. What is meant by double? Double called as what? Long float. int also there, long integer also there, integer is there, long integer is there. Integer means 2 bytes, long integer 4 bytes. Float is 4 bytes, long float 8 bytes. 8 bytes you have, it is a long float. What is the syntax of double you have? Syntax of double, double can be used variable. If I use with whenever I mention the double, what is the memory occupation? Double data type memory 8 bytes. Double data type memory 8 bytes. When I mention the double data type, what is the decimals? Which points can be allowed? Under decimal, how many decimals are allowed? 0.00 like this. How many points are allowed? 15 points, 15 decimals. Under float 6 points are allowed. Under double long float 15 points are allowed, 15 decimals. And when I mention that float double, exponential range also allowed. Exponential range, what is the range here? 2.3 e power minus 308, 1.7, 1.17 e power plus 308. It is called as exponential value, that is also allowed, exponent value. And for the float, for the double, whenever you are mention the double, how many points are allowed? 15 points. If I take with any example, double temperature equal to 36 point something. I want to enter very large points. I want to enter very large, more than 6. More than 6 points also allowed. That is called as which data type? Double data type. What is the double data type memory occupation? For 8 bytes. Float means 4 bytes. Double is 15 points. Float is 6 points. And under decimal only one more type also there, long double. Under decimal only one more type also there, long double. Long double. What is meant by long double? Long float. Long float. Long double. What is meant by long double? Long float. You see that long float. If I mentioned with long double, variable. When I mention the long double, what is the memory occupation? Memory occupation 10 bytes. 10 bytes. For the long double, when I mention the long double, what is the decimals? Decimal points. How many decimal points are allowed? 0.00 like this, 19 points. 19 decimals allowed. 19 decimal points allowed. Exponential range also allowed. Exponential range, e power values. 3.4 e power 4932. 1.1 e power plus 4932. Exponent values also allowed. Finally, what is my conclusion? Under decimal, which are the data types are there under decimal? Float, double and long double. Float means 4 bytes, 6 points. Double means 8 bytes. How many points allowed? 15 points. Long double means 10 bytes. How many decimal points allowed? 19 points. These are under decimal data types. Finally, you see that which are the data types you have. Finally, I completed the data types. I want to see that final data types. I want to use of that. Which are the final data types? I discussed the integer types. Now, for the integer, what are the integer types? What are the integer types I used? Signed int I have, unsigned int I have, unsigned integer is there, and what is one more you have? Long int, long integer, and what is one more you have? Unsigned long int. This is integer types. After that I discussed the character types. Which are the character types I used? Generally normal char, it is called as unsigned char. And what is one more type of char? Signed char. What is one more type of data? String. That is under character types. And what is one more data type I used? Decimals. Decimal data types I discussed. Which are the decimal data types I have? Float. And what is one more? Double. What is one more? Long double. Finally, these are the complete C language built-in data types. These are called as predefined data types or basic data types. In the next session, I discussed the user-defined data types. That is, when I start the program, I discussed in the next sessions. In the next session, I discussed with C language operators, which are the operators in C language. That can be discussed in the next session. Thank you for viewing. Hello viewers, welcome to the C language program training. Today class I want to discuss with C language operators. Now the last sessions I discussed data types, what are the types of data types, integer types, character types, float, decimal types. Data types I discussed the last session. Today's session I want to discuss with operators. What is meant by operator? Operator called as which can perform some operation, with specific operands, that is called as operator. Suppose if I want to perform the addition, which type of operator to be used? Arithmetic operators like plus. If I want to relate the two numbers, which type of operators to be used? Relational operators like greater than, less than, greater than equal, less than equal. If you want to combine the two conditions, or if you want to test the two conditions, logical operator to be used. Like which are the logical operator? And, or, not. Finally, what is my conclusion? Operator called as which can perform specific operation with specific operands is called as operator. Now in the C programming language, what are the types of operators you have? Totally 8 categories you have, 8 categories of operators available. What are the types of operator categories? Arithmetic operators, it's like as mathematical operators. Which are the mathematical operators? Plus, minus, into, divided by, modulus operator. Assignment operator, it's called as like equal to symbol. Multiple assignment operator, plus equal, minus equal, into equal, divided by equal, mod equal. Relational operators, which are the relational operators? Greater than, less than, greater than equal, less than equal, double equality, and not equal. And one more operators, logical, and, or, not. And one more category of operators, unary operators, increment operator, decrement operator. How to increment the value, how to decrement the value, unary operators you have. What is one more category of operator? Ternary operators, question mark, colon. It's called as conditional operators or ternary operators. What is the need of that? To check the conditions. What is one more category of operator you have? Bitwise operators are there, bitwise. those operator performed with binary bits, ones and zeros to be performed the operation, bitwise and bitwise or bitwise exclusive or bitwise left shift operator, bitwise right shift operator. Totally these all categories of operators working under C language program. These are not only for C language, every programming language like C++, Java, .NET, COBOL, Pascal. Nowadays every programming language these operators can be used. Now you see that what are the types of operator and what is the meaning of operator. Now you see that operator you have. What is meant by operator? Operator is nothing but which can operates and operand is called as operator. Now in the C language which are the operators are there? 7 types of operators you have. Arithmetic operators, which is the arithmetic operator plus, minus, into, divided by, percentage, it is called as arithmetic operator. Relational operators you have greater than, less than, greater than equal, less than equal, double equal and not equal. Logical operator you have double ampersand symbol, double pipe symbol, exclamator symbol, it is called as not, and or not. And one more operator you have conditional or ternary operators, question mark, colon, this is called as ternary operator, question mark and colon. Assignment operator you have actually equal to called as assignment operator, multiple assignment operator also there, plus equal, minus equal, into equal, divided by equal, mod equal, actual assignment is equal to. What is one more operator category you have? Increment, decrement, it is called as unary, plus plus, minus minus. Increment operator, decrement operator, it is called as unary. And you have some bitwise operators also there, right shift, 2 greater than symbol called as right shift, 2 less than symbol called as left shift. Now see what is meant by operator here, which operates on operands. Whenever you perform any operation, you are performed with some operands, those are called as variables. Like you see, you have some expression x plus y. In that x plus y, xy called as operands, plus c is called as operator. Xy called as operands or variables, plus c is called as type of operator. Now the plus is which type of operator you can say? Arithmetic operator, plus called as arithmetic operator. Similarly, you have some operators, operator types. You see that what is the next first category of operator actually when you work off this first category of operator? Arithmetic operator, plus, minus, into, divided by, percentage. Percentage called as modulus. If one variable divisible with another variable, you want to store with a remainder value, percentage. One variable divisible with another variable, coefficient value stored at divided by, modulus value stored at a percentage. You see that how to work this operator syntax, variable 1, operator type, variable 2. Variable 1, what is meant by variable? Which can store the value. Variable 2, which can store the value. In middle, operator type you have. You see some example, 100 plus 40 plus is arithmetic addition, 100 minus 40 minus is subtraction, 100 into 40 multiply, 100 divided by 40 division. There is no decimals, 100 divided by 40 coefficient division. There is no there is no decimals. 100 mod 40, what is meant by 100 mod 40? 40 divisible with 100, 42s are 80, and what is the remainder? 20, remainder value. 42s are 80, remainder 20. Percentage indicates remainder or mod value. Divided by indicates coefficient. If I use 40 mod 100, 40 directly not divisible with 100, at that time consider only 40, the first number only consider. It is only mod value, first number treated as mod. These are to perform the arithmetic operators under C programming language. Plus, minus, into, divided by, percentage, totally 5 types of operators. Now, you see what is one more category of operator you have. This is actually arithmetic operator. Which are the arithmetic operators you have? Plus, minus, into, divided by, and percentage. Percentage called as modulus or remainder to be used. When you go for the next category of operator, assignment operator. What is meant by assignment operator? Equal to symbol. You are declaring some variable to assign the value. You are declaring the variable to assign the value with the help of equal to symbol. It is called as assignment operator. How to use the assignment operator? You see that assignment operator. Assignment operator, how to use? Variable equal to constants, any constant value, or variable equal to another variable, or variable equal to expression. Variable equal to constant, or variable equal to another variable, or variable equal to expression. Any category can be used. You see this example, int a equal to 5. A is a variable assigned with 5. Here which operator? Equal to, assignment. Int b equal to a. B is a variable assigned with a. What is the mean that b variable copy the value from a. What is one more variable? C equal to a plus b minus 2. Expression. Now in this case C assigned with expression. A value already 5. B value already copied from A, I mean 5, 5 plus 5 minus 2, 5 plus 5 minus 2, 8, 8 assigned to the C. This type of operator called as assignment operator, you can assign the value. That means what? Assignment operator, whenever you declare the variable, you want to assign the value or you want to store the value, which operator to be used? Equal to assignment. You can store the another variable value, you can store the constant value, you can store the expression also. That is called as assignment operator you have. Moving to the next category of operator, you see the next category of operator. What is the next category of operator? You can have multiple assignment operator you have. Multiple assignment operators. Which are the multiple assignment? Plus equal, minus equal, into equal, divided by equal, mod equal. Plus equal, minus equal, into equal, divided by equal, mod equal. This is called as multiple assignment operator or compound operators. Both are same, multiple assignment or compound. You see that how to run off this operator? Variable, operator type, value. I have A assigned with 10, A assigned with 10. I want to make a expression A plus equal to 3, A plus equal to 3, plus equal to called as multiple assignment operator. What is the abbreviation of A plus equal to 3? A equal to A plus 3. Already A value 10 is there, 10 plus 3. Now the 13 assigned to the A. What is the meaning of this abbreviation statement? A equal to A plus 3. 10 added by 3 again send it to the A. What is my next expression? A minus equal to 3. What is the mean that? A equal to A minus 3. The previous A value 13 is there. 13 minus 3. 13 minus 3, 10. A assigned to the 10 again. A into equal to 3, I mean previous A value 10 is there, 10 into 3, 30, 30 assigned to the A. After that A divided by equal to 3, previous A value 30 divided by 3, 10. What is the A assigned here? 10 it will be taking, 10. Actually here first A equal to A plus 3, 10 plus 3, 13. Next 13 minus 3, what is the 13 minus 3? 10. 10 into 3, 3, 0, 30. After that 30 divided by 3, again 10. Finally 10 mod 3. What is the 10 mod 3? 3 3s are 9, remainder 1. Finally, what is my a value? 1. Final a value 1, which is the initial a value you have 10. Initially a is 10, but finally 1. This is called as multiple assignment operators. What is the meaning of multiple assignment operators? Single assignment operator called as only one time you have to assign the value. Multiple assignment operator called as the same variable you want to assign the multiple values. Single assignment called as only once to be assigned the value. Multiple assignment means the same variable you can assign multiple times value. It is called as multiple assignment operator. What is the next category of operator to be move on? Next category, relational operators. You see the relational operators you have equality, double equal, greater than, less than, greater than equal, less than equal, not equal. These are called as relational operators or comparison operators. Comparison or relational. You see the syntax: variable, operator type, variable 2. Two variable between operators. Suppose I have a is 10, b is 5, c is 15. A variable 15, b variable 10, c variable 15. I want to relate a and b. I want to relate a and b. Is it a is greater than b? Yes. A is 15, b is 10. A greater than b. That means greater than is an operator here, relational. Is it b less than a? Yes. B is 10, a is 15. B less than a. Is it a equality c? Equality, double equal to. Single equal to called as assignment, double equal to called as equality. Is it a value matching to c? Yes. A value matching to c, 15, 50. Is it a not equal to b? Yes. A is not equal to b. Is it a greater than or equal to c? What is the mean that a is greater than c or equal to c? Already a is greater than c? No. Is it a equal to c? Yes, it's true. C less than or equal to a? What is the mean that c is less than a or c equal to a? Yes, c is equal to a. This type of operator called as relational operators or comparison operators, relating the values. What is one more category of operator to be move on? Logical operators. You see that which are the logical operators are there? In C programming language, AND, double ampersand symbol to be used, AND for double ampersand, or double pipe symbol to be used, not exclamator symbol to be used, this operator to use. Now see, the AND or not called as logical operators. What is the reason of logical operators? Actually, the logical operators are used to check the conditions or to check the decisions. I am checking with 2 or more conditions. Is it first condition true or not? Second condition true or not? Third condition true or not? Is it first decision, second decision, both are true or not? Is it both are false or not? How to verify the conditions testing with the help of logical operators. But every logical operator more than one condition to be tested. If you want to check the more than one condition, then go for logical. Which are the logical operators are there? AND. What is mean by AND? Both conditions should be true, then only the result expression is true. Whenever both conditions are true, then only the result expression true. What is meant by OR? Either this or that. If any one condition is true, then the result is true. OR is nothing but either this or that. If any one true, then get the answer true. AND means both should be true, then only true. What is meant by OR? Either this or that. What is meant by NET? Not operator you have. What is meant by not operator? If you take the true, answer is false. If you take the false, answer is true. What is the meaning of not? True for false. What is the meaning of true? Not false. What is the meaning of false? Not true. These are called as logical operator testing. You see that logical operator syntax we have. You see the syntax of AND operator. Expression, condition, double ampersand, expression 2 and expression 3, 3 expressions, any conditions. Suppose I want to give M1 is 60, M2 is 50. Is it 60 greater than or equal to 35? Yes, true. Is it 50 greater than or equal to 35? Yes, true. The first expression is true, second expression is true, in middle AND will be there. AND means both should be true, then only true. Is it both are true or not? Yes, that's why result is true. If I go for one more operator, you see the truth table of AND, truth table of AND. Like in mathematics also you have this truth table of AND. Both conditions are true, then result is true. True and true, true. True and false, false. If any one false, false. False, true also false. Both are false, false. Finally, AND operator, any one condition is false, result is false. If all conditions are true, then only true. It is called as AND operator testing. When you go for OR operator, expression OR pipe symbol. Expression 2, expression 1 or expression 2. What is meant by OR? Either this or that. Both expression, any one should be true. If any one true, true. Both are false, false. In OR operator, any one condition is true, then result is true. If all conditions are false, then only result is false. You see the truth table of these? True or true, true. True, false, true. Any one true. In the both expression, any one should be true. False, true, also true. False, false, answer is false. Whenever both are false, then only false. AND means whenever both are true, then only true. Any one false, false. What is the NOT operator? You have exclamator symbol. Exclamator expression. I want to check the expression here. Not expression to be test. Suppose I have A equal to B or not, I want to test. A value 10, B value 20. Suppose I giving A variable 10, B variable 20. Is it 10 equal to 20? Is it 10 is equal to 20? No, it's false. But if I putting off that exclamator, not false. What is meant by not false? True. Actually your expression is false, but not false means true. It is used the given condition result reverse. If you take the true, false. If you take the false, true. What is my conclusion of logical operators? In your programming, whenever you want to check the conditions, more than one condition you want to test, then you go for AND or NOT. Whenever you want to check the more than one condition, like if I want to check the 5 conditions, is it each subject mark is above 35 or not? Whenever all subject marks are above 35, then only result comes pass. If any subject mark is below 35, then you want to print the result fail. In this case, which operator to be used? AND operator to be used. AND operator, all conditions should be true. OR operator means either this or that. If any one mark is below 35, result is fail. If any mark is below 35, result is fail. What is one more category of operator you have? Ternary operators. These are also called as conditional operators, ternary or conditional. Both are same. Question mark, colon. Question mark and colon operator called as ternary. You see the syntax, expression, question mark, value 1, colon, value 2. Whenever expression is true, value 1 will be prints. Whenever expression is false, colon value 2 prints. Actually here 2 values you have, but it is prints only one value. If the expression is true, value 1 prints. If the expression is false, value 2 prints. any one. You see some example, a greater than b question mark a to be print, a greater than b question mark a to be print. If a is not greater than b, b to be print. If a is greater than b, a to be print, otherwise b. In this example 10 greater than 5, yes true, a value prints. Any one value prints, either a or b. Suppose if I use m1 less than m2, is it 56 less than 45? False. False means m1 cancel, m2 to be print. What is mean of this ternary operator? To check the condition. If it is true, value 1, otherwise value 2 will be prints. What is the meaning of ternary operator actually? What is the requirement of ternary? In your program, you want to check the condition. Is it a person valid for vote or not? How to check the person is valid for vote or not? If the age is above 18, you want to print a valid for vote. If age is not above 18, maybe below 18, you want to print a not valid for vote. Those type of condition can be tested with the help of ternary operators. If suppose the number is even number or odd number to be tested. If any number divisible with 2, remainder 0, it is called as even number. If the number is not divisible with 2, the number is called as odd number. Any one case, either true or false, then you can go for ternary operators. Question mark and a colon. What is the next category of operator to be moved on? C language next category of operator you have unary operators. Unary. Now in the C language, which are the unary operators are there? Plus plus, increment operator, minus minus, decrement operator. Plus plus for increment, minus minus for decrement. You see actually operator different categories you have. What is mean by plus? The category of arithmetic operator, plus for addition. What is the meaning of plus plus? It's overloads, plus plus. It's called as increment operator, unary category. What is the meaning of plus equal? Plus equal also there. It is called as multiple assignment operator. That means what? Same operator, different expressions, it is differently evaluated. If you give the plus, addition. If you give the plus plus, increment. If you give the plus equal, that is multiple assignment. You see that what is mean by unary plus plus operator? Increment two types you have. Pre-increment is there, post-increment you have. What is mean by pre-increment? Before variable, use the plus plus symbol. I am declaring some variable. The variable before plus plus symbol proceeded, it is pre-increment. After variable plus plus symbol proceeded, post-increment operator. What is meant by pre-increment? First added by 1, then only use the variable. First increment by 1 value, then only use the variable. What is meant by post-increment? First use the variable, then only increment by 1. Like in the mobile also you have the prepaid, postpaid services. Every person use the mobiles, prepaid service you have, postpaid. What is mean by prepaid service? Before usage of mobile to pay the money, then only use the service. What is mean by postpaid service? First use the mobile service, then only to pay the money. But in the both cases you are using the mobile. Prepaid called as first you pay, then only to use. Postpaid means first you have to use, then only first you have to use, then only to pay the money. Similarly, pre-increment, post-increment. What is meant by pre-increment? First increment by 1, then only use the variable. What is meant by post-increment? First use the variable, then only increment by 1. But in both cases, how much to be increment? 1 only increments. Similarly, pre-decrement you have, post-decrement you have. What is meant by pre-decrement? Before variable usage, decrement by 1. Pre-decrement means first decrement by 1, then only decrement the variable. What is meant by post-decrement? First use the variable, then only decrement by 1. Finally, what is my conclusion? Increment operators 2 types, pre and post. Decrement operator 2 types, pre and post. Pre-increment first increment by 1, then use the variable. Post-increment first use the variable, then increment by 1. Pre-decrement first decrement by 1. Post-decrement first use the variable, then decrement by 1. You see the syntaxes here. Now first a equal to 10 suppose, plus plus a, first plus plus. When I use the first plus plus 1 plus a, first 1 added, then only a. 1 value first added, then only a. 1 plus 10. What is my final a value? 11. First 1 is added, then only a. If I go for post increment, what is the syntax? Variable plus plus. Variable plus plus. A equal to 10, a plus plus. What is the meaning of post increment? First use the a value, then only increment by 1. First use the 10 plus 1. In this case also 11. Pre increment also 11. Post increment also a is 11. But when you get the difference here, check it. Suppose I have x assigned with 2. Suppose x is 2. X variable assigned with 2. I want to use for y equal to plus plus x. Now this expression 2 variables I have. You observe here, it is very important. Y equal to plus plus x. This expression 2 variables I have. Now already x is 2, x is 2. Now this is pre-increment or post-increment? Pre-increment. What is the mean that? First 1 added, this x value 1 added, 1 plus 2. What is the 1 plus 2? 3. 3 send to the y. What is mean by plus plus x? 1 added by 2, 1 plus 2, then send it to the y. Now the y also 3, x also 3. Y value also 3, x value also 3. If I use z equal to y plus plus, now this y plus plus post increment. Post increment means first y send it to the z. Before increment y send it to the z. Before increment y send to the z. What is the y value? 3. 3 send it to the z. Z is 3. Z is 3 only, but y is 3 plus 1 4. That means what? Pre-increment means first 1 added, then only send it to the variable. Post increment means before increment the value sending, then only the variable will be increment. Before increment the variable will be sending to z, then only increment the value. Similarly, pre-decrement, post-decrement. Pre-decrement means minus minus variable, minus minus a, like a equal to 1 minus 10. But here it is not considered negative value, just 9, positive only consider. Internally it happens, first 1 decrements, then only 10. If I use for post-decrement variable minus minus, first variable, then minus minus. A equal to 10, a equal to a minus minus. If I use like you see here, a equal to a minus 1 post decrement, already a is 10, 10 minus 1, 9, a is 9. Pre decrement also a is 9, post decrement also a is 9. But when you get the difference, the expression should be 2 variables. Now here a minus minus only 1 variable. Now if I have 2 variables, then only get the difference. You see the example, x equal to 4, y equal to minus minus x. What is meant by minus minus x? Pre-decrement. Already 4 is there, 4 decrement by 1. That means 3, x is 3. Now the 3 send to the y. Now what is my x value? 3. What is my y value? Y also 3. X is 3, y also 3. In this case, z equal to y minus minus. First, before decrement, y send to z. Already y3 will be there. 3 send to z. After that, 3 minus 1, 2. Finally, what is my y? 2. What is my z? 3. Before decrement, y is 2, z is 3, x is 3. Whenever you have the two variable, then you get the difference. Finally, what is my conclusion? Unary operators plus plus, minus minus. Pre-increment you have, post-increment you have, pre-decrement you have, post-decrement you have. What is the difference in between two? If you have the pre, first you added by 1 or decrement by 1, then only use the variable. If you have the post, first use the variable, then only operation proceeds, maybe increment or decrement. If you have the two variables, then you get the difference. It is called as unary operators. What is the next category of operator in C language? Bitwise operators you have, bitwise. Now see, what is meant by bitwise operators actually? These are basically used to save the storage space in the memory. Memory saving purpose to use these operators. What are the binary bits? Zeros and ones. What is the meaning of bitwise operators actually? These operators used binary bits. Which are the binary bits? Zeros and ones. The previous all operators worked with variables and our understandable numbers, our understandable expressions. But the bitwise operator executed binary bits, zeros and ones. Now these are performed with bitwise operations. You see that which are the bitwise operations you have. Suppose I have the series of flag variables to always one of the two values to be used, either 0 or 1. Suppose the smallest unit of memory you can allocate the variable is called as byte. 1 byte equal to how many bits? 8 bits. 1 byte equal to 8 bits. If I have short integer, 1 byte. If I have integer, 2 bytes. So instead of that, you have to use the Boolean value 0 and 1. 0 and 1. You see that bitwise operation operators, bitwise AND, bitwise OR, bitwise exclusive OR, bitwise ones complement, bitwise left shift, bitwise right shift. Totally bitwise 6 operators you have. Under bitwise category 6 operators. What is the symbol of bitwise AND? Single ampersand. What is the symbol of bitwise OR? Single pipe. What is the symbol of exclusive OR? Cap symbol or caret. What is the symbol of ones complement? Tilde symbol. What is the symbol of left shifter? 2 less than. What is the symbol of right shifter? 2 greater than symbol. Actually, logical AND means 2 ampersand symbols. Bitwise AND means single ampersand. Logical or 2 pipe, but bitwise or single pipe. Now the relational 1 less than symbol, but this is 2 less than. And here bitwise right shifter 2 greater than symbol. But these all operator performed with binary numbers. Now you see, if I have the 2 bytes means 16 bits number. If I have the 4 bytes means 32 bits. You see that. What is meant by AND operation? Bitwise AND, check it. Bitwise AND. You know that logical AND actually. What is the logical AND truth table? If the both conditions are true, then only true. Any one false, false. Coming to the bitwise AND, both binary flags are 1. Both are 1, then only 1. If any one 0, 0. You know that logical or truth table. If any one condition true, then only true. But what is meant by bitwise OR? In the both binary flags, any one flag is 1, then only result is 1. Both binary bits, any one flag is 1, then only 1. What is a bitwise exclusive OR? Caret symbol. If the both binary bits are opposite bits, then only 1. If the both binary bits are same bits, 0. Bitwise AND both should be 1s. Bitwise OR any one bit should be 1. Bitwise exclusive OR, both should be opposite bits. Both should be opposite, then only one. What is meant by bitwise left shifter? The first number is binary. Based on the second number, add the zeros right side. Add the zeros right side. Bitwise right shift means the given first number is binary. Based on the second number, cancellation of bits right side. Left shifter based on the second number, add the bits. Right shifter based on the second number, cancel the bits. These are bitwise operations. You see that what is meant by bitwise, and it will copy the bit to the result if both operands exist. It will copy a bit to the result if it is exist in either one operand to be exist. What is meant by exclusive OR? Copy the bit if it is set one operand, not for both. Not for both. I mean both are same bits, there is no one. Both are opposite bits, then only one. Both are same bits, 0. What is meant by ones complement tilde symbol? If I take, listen, if I take with x equal to 4, actually 4 is an integer, our number. But if I mention short integer 1 byte. 1 byte means 8 bits. 1 byte equal to 8 bits. Here allocating 8 bits. What is the 4 binary number? 100. 4 binary number 100, remaining zeros. If I go for tilde of x means a complement. 0 bit convert to 1, 1 bit convert to 0, 0 bit convert to 1. Now this is called as reverse bits, 0 for 1, 1 for 0. What is a left shift operator you have? See that 4 left shift 2. Suppose I have 4 binary number 100. 4 binary number first convert 100. Left shift of 2 means 2 zeros adding. First number only 2 zeros adding. I mean actually 4 for 100, 2 means 2 zeros adding. What is the final answer? 2 power 0, 2 power 1, 2 square, 2 cube, 2 power 4. What is the 2 power 4? 16. Wherever 1 that should be calculated. 2 power 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Otherwise direct formula you have. First number into 2 to the power of second number. What is the first number? 4. First number 4. What is the second number? 2. 2 square. 4 into 4. First number into 2 to the power of second number. What is the right shift operator you have? Right shift operator. Suppose A is 8, B is 2. 8th binary number 1000. Now for the 2, here 2 bits. 2 bits to be cancelled here. 2 bits. Based on the second number cancel. Actually 1000 will be there. 8. 2 bits cancel. Right side 2 bits cancel. I mean 2 zeros cancel. What is the remaining? 2 power 0, 2 power 1. I mean 2. Otherwise, this is the formula. What is the formula? A divided by 2 power B. A is 8. 2 power 2. A value 8. B value 2. A divided by 4. What is the A divided? That means 8 divided by 4. 8 divided by 4. What is the answer? 2. Answer is 2. This is called as right shift operator. Finally, these are the total C language operators used. What are the categories I discussed? Totally 8 categories you have. Totally arithmetic operators you have, plus, minus, into, divided by, and percentage. Second category of operators you have assignment. It's called as equal to operator. Multiple assignment operators you have, that is called as plus equal, minus equal, into, divided by, and mod equal. And relational operators are there: greater than, less than, greater than equal, less than equal, double equality, not equal. Next category logical: double ampersand, and double or pipe symbol, exclamator, not symbol, logical. Next unary: plus plus, minus minus, increment and decrement operators. Ternary operators you have question mark, colon, ternary operator. The last one is bitwise operators you have bitwise and bitwise or, bitwise exclusive or, bitwise left shift, bitwise right shift. This is the completely for bitwise operators and totally C language operator, 8 categories. Okay. Now the operator discussions are completed now. In the next session, how to start the C language program, in the next sessions I discussed. Thank you for this video. Hello viewers, this is C language training program. Now today I want to discuss with the function with the arrays, how to create the function using arrays. Now the last sessions I discussed with the function creations. What is meant by function? Function called as named block or self-contained block with some set of statements. Function is also called as predefined name or predefined block with set of statements will be executed single name. It is called as function. What are the types of functions? Predefined functions you have, user defined functions. Predefined functions are nothing but which functions are already defined by others. Those functions are called as predefined functions. Those functions are defined with header files. What is meant by user defined functions? Which functions are defined by user or programmer? Those functions are called as user defined functions. What is the advantages of functions? The majorly why you have to create the functions? Reusability purpose. What is meant by reusability? Repetition of coding can be avoided with the help of functions, and heavy lines of code divided into small piece of code with the help of functions. It's like as modules. What is one more advantage of functions? Portability. Easy to move one machine to another machine or easy to transfer one program to another program. And one more advantage of function, secured. The variables can be secure, the data can be secure. Now what are the user defined function types you have? No return, no arguments, no return with arguments, with return with arguments. What is meant by no return? Void functions. No return called as void functions. There is no arguments to be passed. Second category functions are no return with arguments. You pass some values that to be processed. What is the third category of functions? With return with arguments. You have to pass some input arguments. After processing, you send back some answer. It is called as return values or output values. You are passing some input arguments. After processing, you send back some outputs or you send back some return values. That is called as with return with arguments. Now the last sessions I discussed some examples of functions, some programs already I discussed. Now today I want to start with nested functions. What is meant by nested function? A function called with another function is called as nested. A function created with another function definition is called as nested. Every nested function, how many functions are required? Minimum 2 functions. Every nested you have to create with 2 functions minimum. First function called as outer function, second function called as inner function. First you have to execute the outer, inside of that to execute the inner functions. You see the syntax of nested function, how to write the nested function now. How it is working of nested function, what is the syntax? You see that nested functions. How to create that? What is the syntax? Void something any function name to be make with any function name. Within the brackets data type arguments, we can pass any arguments. Inside of that function I want to call to that another function name 2, you have to pass some arguments. Suppose this is function name 1, inside of that function name 2. Now I want to make with another body of the function, void, which function already you define, second function, data type and argument, data type and argument, and you have to make some body of the statements, some set of statements. Now this is called as nested function syntax. First you have to create void or return function name 1. This is outer function. Inside of function I want to call to the function name 2. It is called as inner function. When I call the function name 2, directly jumping to this body, in that body the body of statements will be run. How it is executed? First call to the function name 1. Inside of function name 1, function name 2 to be called, its inner function. When I call this function, directly jumping to the body of the function, and set of statements will be run. Now this function directly cannot execute. This function directly cannot execute. First execute the function name 1, inside of that function name 2 to be run. This type of function called as nested function to be processed. Every nested minimum 2 functions, more than 2 also you can execute these. What is the advantage of nested functions? Suppose sometimes you have many functions to be defined. In your program many functions you want to define, it is very difficult to maintain. Suppose in your program 100 functions you want to create, it is very difficult to maintain the functions. At that time one function inside you can call the functions. Nested function can be used. Now you see that one example program, nested function how to use, one example program. See some example how it is working of nested function. Suppose I want to start with hash include stdio.h, standard input and output. After that hash include conio.h. Every function will be created. How many steps are there? Every function can be created. What are the steps involved? Function declaration, function calling and a function definition. Every user defined function 3 steps you have. First function declaration. What is meant by function declaration? Before main to announce the function. Inside of the main what to be called? Function calling. Inside of the main to call the function. After the main function should be explained. Function definition. Now how to make of that? Listen, nested function I want to use. Void. What is my first function? Add function to be declared. Add of 2 integers. This is my first declaration step. One more function to be declared. Void sub of int comma int. That means 2 functions I declare. One is for add, another one is subtraction. Now I want to call with void main. This step is called as declarations. These 2 steps are declarations. That is called as function declaration step. Inside of main, I want to call the functions inside of main. First I want to declare some variable int x comma y, x equal to something 15 I giving, x equal to 15, y equal to 5. These are actual arguments, x is 15, y is 5. Now I want to call the function add. Add of how many arguments to be called? 2 integers, x comma y. Already I declare the functions add of integer comma integer. Here I am passing 2 integer types. Now here I am calling 2 integer variables x and y. But actually one more function already I declare, subtraction. Actually functions are 2 function I declare, but here I am calling only one function because of inside this function only I want to call to the sub. Inside of this function body only I want to call to the sub. That is the reason just I call only one function. After that get ch to end of the main. Now I want to explain the function. Which function I want to explain now? Void add. Function definition. Int what is my actual x. You can use x also or formal also. X I used. Int y. Int x, int y. Now I want to make a body of this add function. Printf, which I want to calculate here. Addition is %d. How to add off that? X plus y. This is my expression. But listen, When I make a add function, here I declare int x comma int y, both are integer arguments. Inside of add I calculated with x plus y. Inside of add I want to call to the sub function. Inside of add function I want to call the sub x comma y. Now this is called as nested method. I am defining add, but inside add I am calling with sub. Sub is another function. Now this is called as outer function, this is called as inner function. Now this sub also 2 arguments. Now I want to explain the 2 arguments here. Void, what is my function to be explained? Sub sub int x int y, 2 arguments. Subtraction also 2 arguments. Now here I want to use with the subtraction printf. How to subtract that? Subtraction is %d, which I want to print x minus y. Subtraction is %d x minus y. Finally, how it is executed of this program? Check it. If I compile this program, first started with main. Now this program compilation start at main. Inside of main, first reading x is 5. Next reading y is 5. X is 15 reading, y is 5 reading. After that I want to call the add of x comma y, directly jumping to that function body. When I call that add of x comma y, directly jumping to that body. Inside of body add, what is my x? 15 will be sending. What is my y? 5 will be sending. Now here which answer coming? 15 plus 5, 20. 15 plus 5, 20. Then I want to call to the subtraction. Now directly jumping to that area. Nested function area, directly jumping to that area. What is the subtraction here? 15 minus 5. What is the answer? 10. Finally, what is the answer of this program? First printing of addition is 20. 15 plus 5. Subtraction is 5. Subtraction is 10. 15 minus 5. Now these are the output values expected with the help of nested function method. It is one model of nested function. What is the need of nested functions? Whenever the programming is very complicated functions, then go through the nested functions. Suppose in your program you want to write with many functions. At that time you have to call through the nested. It is better to execute easier. It is better to maintain the code easier. But answers are no difference. Answers are same. Now I want to explain with one more category of functions I want to explain now. That is called as recursive function. Under functions process only one more type of function you have. Recursive function. Listen. What is mean by recursive function? A function called itself. A function called same function itself, that function is called as recursive function. What is the difference of nested function and recursive function? Nested function means a function called with another function, it is called as nested. What is mean by recursive function? A function called same function itself, it is called as recursive function. Now I want to work with a recursive function. You see that recursive function? It is also one type of function, recursive function. Listen, what type of functions are recursive? You see the syntax of that recursive function? What is the syntax of recursive function? Void function 1, void function 1. Inside of function 1, I want to run the again function 1. This type of function is called as recursive. Like listen, now in this syntax, first I am writing f1. f1 is a function body. Inside of f1, I want to call the f1 again. If I write the f1 function body, inside of body, again f1 will be call itself. Like as a loop. One time I created f1. Inside of f1, I created some statements. Inside of that f1, again calling itself. Repeatedly calling, like as a loop. This type of function called as recursive function. If suppose if I created void f1, inside of that I call the f2. That is called as which type of function? Nested function. Just now I discussed nested function. What makes a difference of nested and recursive? Nested means if you create f1 function, inside f1 another function will be calling. f2 function is calling. It is another body. If I use recursive, f1 function inside again call the f1 itself, repeatedly calling. That type of function is called as recursive function. But all functions cannot be solved with recursive functions. Some functions can be solved with recursive functions. All functions can be solved with nested functions, but all functions cannot be solved with recursive functions. You see that what is one more example of recursive function? Check it that. Recursive function, one example. I mean, which type of functions can be made as recursive? Suppose I want to calculate with a factorial function, FACT fact. I want to evaluate with factorial function, factorial of 5. My function is factorial of 5. If I calculate factorial of 5 inside of this function, again which function is there? Factorial of 4. If I calculate factorial of 4 inside of this, a function itself calling factorial of 3, inside of that factorial of 2, inside of that factorial of 1. Now this type of function is called as which type of function? Recursive function. What is meant by recursive function? Listen, already I want to calculate factorial of 5. If I want to calculate the factorial of 5, inside that which logic will be there? Factorial of 4 logic will be there. If I want to calculate factorial of 4, inside that factorial of 3, inside that factorial of 2, inside of that factorial of 1. This type of function called as recursive function. But recursive function, it makes as looping process, repeatedly runs. But finally one answer will be getting. If I use factorial of 5, what is the answer of factorial of 5? 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Like in mathematics notation, what is a factorial of n factorial? N factorial equal to n into n minus 1 factorial. What is the formula for mathematically factorial calculation? N factorial equal to n into n minus 1 factorial, that to be processed. Now this is one type of recursive function. You see that how it is working of this. I want to calculate a given number factorial using recursion. How to calculate the given number factorial using recursion? Hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h. Inside of that I want to call int integer rec, recursive function. My function name is rec, recursive of integer, the given number. Now this integer for input, this integer for output. This integer for input, the given number factorial. This integer for output value, the given integer value. Now we want to use with int main method. Now int n. One more variable also require, return type. One more variable I used r. Now here how to enter the number? Printf enter number. First I want to read the number, scanf %d ampersand number. What is the meaning of this statement? Now so first I want to read the number, the given number, which number to be factorial, that to be find out. After that which function to be called? Rec of n. I want to call that recursive of n, factorial value. Now this function answer to be sent to r variable. Under r variable factorial value sending. Now I want to print with the factorial value %d, r to be print, get ch to end of the main, return 0, successfully return. Now in this program which function I calling? Rec of n, n for number, the given number factorial to be calculate, final answer return to r. Now I want to make with the function body, recursive function body I want to make. What is my recursive function body? Int rec int n recursive function body here int n number. What is the calculation here? If n is equal to 1, if the number is 1, what is the factorial of 1? 1. If number equal to 1, what is the factorial of 1? 1 factorial equal to 1, return 1. Else, if the number is not equal to 1, return, what is the formula to be run? N into REC of n. N into REC of n. REC is a function. N into REC of n. That means a factorial of n. Now you see that how it is working of this program now. Check it. First I want to start with compilation main. After that first we read the number. Suppose my number is 5. Suppose my number is 5. REC of 5. REC of 5. Recursive of 5. Now this recursive function called to there. What is my n value? 5. Is it 5 equal to 1? True or false? False. Whenever number is not equal to 1, continue to the else. What is my n value? 5. 5 into REC here to be used with n minus 1. Not n minus 1. 5 into REC of 5 minus 1, 4. What is the mean that? Actually you are under REC of 5, but inside of that which is calling? REC of 4. Again go back. Again go back. What is my n value? 4. Is it 4 equal to 1? False. What is my return value? N. N means 4. 4 into REC of 4 minus 1, 3. After that again go back. N value 3. 3 equal to 1. False. 3 into REC of 3 minus 1, 2. Like this it will be repeated that recursively. Finally what is the answer getting now? 120. Because of 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Till 1 it will be multiplied. Now this 120 answer return back to R. This 120 value return back to R. Return type variable. Finally this is now in this program REC function I calculated. That is which type of function? Recursive function. Listen, what is meant by recursive function now? A function called same function itself. Now in this program which is the recursive function? REC of n. Inside of REC of n, which function will be there? REC of n minus 1. Inside of REC of n, REC of n minus 1. Again calling itself. This type of function repeatedly done. That is called as recursive function to be processed. Now see what is the difference of nested functions and recursive function. Recursive function means a function called itself, but nested function means a function called another function definition. A function called with another function body, it's a nested. A function, same function calling itself, recursive. Nested function like as a loop process. Nested function is not a loop process. Recursive function as a loop process. Nested function minimum 2 functions required. Recursive function one function only enough, only one function. Nested functions are faster process. Recursive functions are slower process because repeatedly to perform the process. Nested functions are very faster compared to recursive functions. Nested function every function possible, but recursive function every function not possible. Like for the factorial possible, Fibonacci series possible, sum of digits possible, only few functions. It is called as recursive method. Now I want to discuss with the under functions only how to create a array variable with functions. How to create the function with arrays. Now I want to discuss with the under functions only one more I want to discuss, function with the array. How to create a function with the array. Listen, what is meant by array? Array called as one variable can store multiple elements is called as array. Generally one variable can store single value, but if I want to store with multiple values, that is possible with the help of arrays. Now the previous all functions I discussed only single value passing, function with argument only single value passing. Now I want to discuss with how to pass the function with multiple values. That is possible with the help of arrays. How to create function with array, how it is make of that function with array. What is the syntax of function with array? You have void, function with array, void or return type also, function name, but every function with array at least 2 arguments required. What is the rule of function with arrays? Every function with array at least 2 arguments required. The first argument is called as array variable, the second argument is called as size of array. First argument is used for array variable purpose, second argument is size, minimum 2 arguments. Now here function name, what to be passed? Data type. Your array is which data type? Data type square bracket indicates. What is meant by this square bracket indicates? It's called as array. Your function passed as array. Comma. What is one more? Data type. Now this is for size purpose. Your array how much size? One more argument is optional. Maybe or may not be, I can mention. What is one more type of data type I used? Index purpose. To read the array elements, index purpose. You see that first one is square bracket array argument, second one is size purpose, third one is index. 3 arguments. After that, how to call inside function under main. Under main to call the function. How to call that? Function name, array argument to be processed. After that size of array. After that index variable. 3 arguments. After that function body to be called. Function body void. Function name. Here function name data type square bracket, that is array. After that data type size. After that data type index. 3 arguments. Now inside of that some set of statements, body of the statements. Now you see here function with array, while declaration time data type square bracket, this indication called as your argument is array, but there is no size here. There is no size mentioned, separately to mention data type and size. After that here you have to mention data type index, but here you are passing only for data types. When I call the function argument to be passed, how many argument to be passed? First argument is array argument, second argument is size, third argument is index. How to read the elements? When I define the function with array, data type plus array argument, data type plus size, and data type plus index. Here only data types, declaration only for data types. Calling time arguments. When I define the data type plus arguments, both can be defined. Finally to make a set of statements. Now this is the syntax of a function with the array arguments. Now you see some simple example program how to create function with array. Now what is my request of program? I want to read 6 student marks. What is my function with array? I want to read 6 students marks. Actually student marks are which data types? Integer data types. That means 6 student marks to be created as integer array. How to read and print? Observe here how to make of the program. Function with array, hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h. Inside of that, now I want to declare void. I want to declare one void display. This is my function name display. What is my arguments I want to define here? Display. First argument is integer square bracket. What is the indication of this? Your array is integer array. After that, next integer indicates size. Next integer indicates index. Totally 3 arguments. Void main. Inside of main function, I want to declare array. I want to declare array. Int, what is my array? I declare marks. Marks is my array. Square bracket. What is my size? 6 I used. Now this size is our defined. Fixed size. This size is 6 I used. Under this, I entered the marks. Design time also I can enter the marks. With help of scanf also I can enter the marks. But without scanf, assignment operator, I want to enter the marks. Assignment operator. 70, 80, 90, 60, 100. Suppose I defined only 5 size, 5 marks. 70, 80, 90, 60, 100, 5 marks I enter. Now after entering of these array elements, now I want to call the elements, print the elements. Now in this main method I created marks array. Marks array, which type of array? Integer array. How much size? 5 size. Totally 5 marks I enter. These marks I want to print with the functions. I am inputted the marks under main, but I want to print the marks with the help of function. Which function I created? Display. Now I want to call with display function to print the elements. Display. What is my array name? Marks. First argument is marks, array name. What is the second argument to be mentioned? Int, index. But now I want to use with size. What is my size? 5. Size is 5. 5 means 5 elements to enter. After that, here int will be there, but that is for what? Index value reading. Here I want to start with 0. I want to start with 0 index. I want to start for reading 0 index. Without index variable also I can read. Without index, suppose I want to read only 2 arguments. Without index also I can read the function. Minimum 2 arguments, array name and size. Otherwise index also I can use. How to read of this element 0 index? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I want to use with get ch. Now in this program, which is my function name? Display. Which is my array name? Marks. Which is my array size? 5. Now I want to explain the function body. Void display. I want to explain the function body now. Void display. Now how to display that? What is my type of array? Integer. What is my array name? Marks. After that, int. What is my size? Here 5 size, but instead of 5, formal argument n. Actual size is 5, but instead of size n is the formal. Now I want to print that all elements. Printf, your entered marks list. Whatever marks you entered, that to be print. How to print off that? For here I used one variable int I for index. I equal to 0, I less than or equal to size minus 1, 5 minus 1, 4, I plus plus. 0 index to start, 4 index to end. How to print off that? Printf %d \n, line by line to print. What is my array to be print? Marks of I. Marks of I nothing but marks of 0, marks of 1, marks of 2, marks of 3, like this. Finally close. Now this is finally to discussion. Now you see that in this program which I discussed how to create a array with a function. How to define the array with function now. Now in this program, what is my function name? Display. It is called as function. Now in this program, which is my array name? Marks. Marks is an array. Now this array is how much size? 5. This is size. Now this marks is which type of array? Integer array. This type of discussion is called as function with the arrays. Every function with array, minimum 2 arguments to be required. Every function with array, minimum 2 arguments. First argument called as type of array, square brackets. Second argument called as size of array, I mean how much size to be mentioned your array. Third argument is optional. What is the third argument? Index variable. How to read off your array elements? Index value starts from 0 to size minus 1 based on your requirement to create the arrays. Now see, now I want to define with one more simple program, function with array. Function with array only I want to calculate with sum of elements, sum of array elements. Function with array, sum of array elements. Now you see that what is my program actually? Suppose my input is enter, my input is enter marks, enter marks. Suppose my array size is 5 size, my array size is 5 size, 5 elements to enter. If suppose I enter with the 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, which I want to find out sum. If I enter the marks size is 5 size, 5 elements I enter, 5 marks, I want to find out the sum. 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40 plus 50, that I want to find out. How it is find out? Sum is 150. How to find out this? With the help of function with arrays. Using function with array, I want to expect this. This is my inputted expected inputs, this is my expected outputs. How to make of this process now? Check it. How to create function with array. Return type I want to use. Hash include header file, that is common. stdio.h, conio.h, that is common. Now I want to create one function int, integer, return type. What is my function? SOA, sum of array. My function is SOA function, sum of array. This is our define. SOA integer type of function, square bracket. Next integer called as size. Next integer called as index. Totally 3 arguments. This is for type of array, this is for size, and this is for index. Int main. Int main. Inside of that int, what is my array name? Marks. I defined as marks, marks of 5. Marks of 5, but I want to read with I for index variable. One more extra variable, return type variable s. S is for return type purpose. Clear screen. How to read off that? Enter the marks. To read the marks, enter marks. I want to read the marks. How to read off that marks? For I equal to 0, total size 5, I less than or equal to 4, I plus plus. How to read off the array elements? Scanf %d ampersand marks, marks of I, ampersand marks of I. Now I want to call the function. What is my function? I want to call SOA, sum of array function to be called. First argument array. What is my array? Marks. What is my second argument? I have int. This is for size. What is my size variable? Here I used 5. My size is 5. What is my third? Index. What is my index? I. Now this is for array, this 5 for size, this I for index. After that, now I want to go for S, S for return type. This entire function return into S. Return type, printf, sum to be print, sum of the mark value to be print, S to be print. How to print off that? After that, get ch, return 0. Successfully return the value. Now finally, in this program, which function is major work here? SOA function. Now this function is calling with the help of marks array, size is 5, index value I. This entire result will be sent back to S. Now I want to make a function body. Now you see that how to make the function body here. How to make of that body? int SOA. how to write off that body here? Int marks. After that int, what is my size variable? N. Next I used I for index. Now how to evaluate that sum of elements? Int s equal to 0. How to evaluate that sum of array elements? Initially s equal to 0, sum purpose. What is the formula to find out the sum? I equal to 0, I less than or equal to n minus 1, I plus plus. Index. What is the formula to be find out the sum? S equal to s plus marks of I. S equal to s plus marks of I. This is the formula. Finally, which to be written? Return statement. Every return type function created with return keyword, return s. Which value to be written back? Some value to be written back. Finally, what is my conclusion here? Through the main, I pass the marks. Now the marks will be enter 5 marks because of 5 size. 5 marks will be enter. Now the 5 marks will be sent back to SOA. This 5 marks will be sent to SOA. In that SOA, all marks are added to the sum variable. What is the sum value initially? 0. That means what? 0 plus marks of 0. What is meant by marks of 0? If I enter 10, first 10 is added. After that I plus plus, marks of 1, 11 added. After that I plus, suppose 20 is there, 20 added. After that 30, after that 40, after that 50. Totally how many marks reading now? 5 marks. And finally get the sum. What is the sum value? 150. After calculation of this return s, send back to which variable? S. Through the main to be print of that sum of the marks. Now this type of function called as function with array return type. Now in this program, which is the return type data type you have? Integer. Integer is the return type data type. Your inputs are marks and integer type and index. Thus final answer send back to integer. This is also one type of function. Now I want to discuss with function with array only. I want to discuss with suppose character array. Character array also you define or float array also you define. Suppose I want to define with float array. I want to define with float array suppose. Here void header file same void. What is my function I used? Average. My function is average. What is my input? Float square bracket. I want to call with float array. Float array also size is integer. Float array also index is integer. Now this is called as type of array float. This is called as size purpose. This is called as index. Now you see that void main. Now I want to create with array. Array for float value array float. What is my array name? Sorry, function name. Here I want to create a variable float. What is my variable I created? A array 5 averages. Under this declaration float data type A is a array 5 size. Suppose if I enter the 5 elements, 5 averages 76.0, 76.1, 76.2 like that 5 averages 76.3, 76.4. Totally here 5 averages I have. These values stored into A. Now these values I want to print with the help of functions. How to print off that with the help of functions? What is my function name? avj. What type of array? Float array A. What is my size of array? 5. What is my index value? 0 starts. Index value 0 starts. After that get ch to end of the main. How to write off the body here? Void. What is my function name? avg. What is my type of array? Float. Array name A square bracket. After that I used int n is the size. After that I used int I for index. Index is initially 0 starts. After that I want to read off that elements, printf list of averages, whatever averages you have that to be print for I equal to 0, I less than or equal to 4, I plus plus. How to print off that element? Percentage f, printf percentage f for float, backslash n, line by line. How to print off that? What is my array name? A of I. At that time all averages will be prints. Finally, in this program, which is my function name, avj function starts. Avj function, A for array, it is a float array, 5 is the size, index is 0. Index value 0 to 4, ends with 4. Generally, every programming languages you have the functions. Now, in the C programming language also you have the functions. Now, in this functions are created with the array methods. What type of function with array I can discuss? The integer type of function array can be used, character type of function array can be used, or float type of function with array also use. What is the meaning of function with array? You want to create the array elements, that array elements to be called with the help of function statements. But every function with array, minimum how many arguments require? 2 arguments. Generally normal function, how many arguments to be passed? Minimum 1 argument, just a variable to be defined. But function with array argument, minimum 2 arguments to be defined. First argument denote as square bracket, it is called as array type, square bracket. Second argument denote as size of your array. Minimum 2 arguments to be defined. When you call the function, what to be defined? Array name and for the size and index. And finally, you can define the function with the array type and array size and array index elements. What is the need of function with arrays? It is also performance improved. Your programming language performance is improved and easy to maintain the coding and easy to process the coding and code clarity. That is the reason you can go for function with the arrays. Today this discussion is completed now. Today I want to stop there. In the next session I can start with the pre-process commands. That is called as how to create a user defined pre-process. How to create a user defined pre-process, that is on next session I discussed. Thank you for this video to use.
Hello everyone, welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSS3C. In the earlier session, we were discussing the types of tests the companies used to conduct. Am I right? So the first one, obviously, it was numerical reasoning test and abstract reasoning test and spatial reasoning test. Of course, apart from all these things, today we are going to discuss most important tests which are used by most of the companies. Now have a look at the screen. So there is something called cognitive reasoning test. Alright, what's the difference between cognitive reasoning test and other tests? It is so simple. It's going to be, here you are going to get a series of multiple choice questions and it is a combination of all the test types which we have discussed yesterday. I mean numerical reasoning, verbal reasoning, abstract reasoning, spatial reasoning, all together is nothing but cognitive reasoning test. Alright, so we are going to discuss what are the tricks to pass your cognitive reasoning test, it is so simple. First and foremost, it is going to be fast and accurate calculations. Guys, as I told you yesterday, it is going to be, it is going to be bit hard when it comes to time management. See, if there is no time management antu ledu, time bound antu ledu ante, then it's going to be easy. Alright, you can solve a question within 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and it goes on. Alright, but as I told you, approximately you have to solve a question within 45 seconds. That is what we were discussing yesterday. So to solve this question within 45 seconds, your calculations, మీ యొక్క calculations అనేది చాలా accurate గాను, correct గాను, చాలా fast గాను ఉండాలి. Am I right? Have a look at the second point, which is practice aptitude test online. See, as I told you, the companies now they're going to conduct the test through online only. Pen and paper test అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ ఇకపైన ఉండదు మీకు. ఆల్రైట్, ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ సి డైరెక్ట్ గా ఎగ్జామ్ కి వెళ్ళి అక్కడ మీరు ఒక లెట్స్ సే మీకు ఒక 30 క్వశ్చన్స్ మీకు ఇచ్చి ఆల్రైట్ 40 minutes లో మిమ్మల్ని సాల్వ్ చేయమని చెప్తే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి హార్డ్ వితౌట్ ప్రాక్టీస్. ఐ రైట్? ఈ 30 questions 40 minutes వితౌట్ ప్రాక్టీస్, ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి హార్డ్. సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు ప్రాక్టీస్ lots of online tests, and there are lots of online tests which are available for free in the internet. Alright, look at the third point, get all the tools right. So what does mean by get all the tools right? It is so simple. It's nothing but your pencil, pen, if you're while you're practicing calculator, and remember, most of the exams, companies, they're not going to allow you to solve the questions with the help of calculator. Am I right? So please don't use calculator during the examinations, but for the practice, calculator is must, like you can have. So you need to have the proper white paper, pen, pencil, and etc. before you sit for the practice. And look at the fourth point, what you need to do, and practice more tests. See, as I told you, అన్ని మీకు చాలా వెబ్సైట్స్ లో మీకు ఆన్లైన్ టెస్ట్ అనేది ఫ్రీగా అవైలబుల్ ఉంటుంది. Am I right? So try to practice as many tests as you can. Alright, let's look at the next point. It is going to be comfortable environment for practice. See, I can see students, who are preparing for the on-campus drive, they used to practice, talking to their friends and WhatsApp చేస్తూ, phone లో మెసేజ్ చేస్తూ, phone మాట్లాడుతూ, టీవీ చూస్తూ. I can see lots of students who are doing that. Please don't do that. While you're practicing aptitude, you need to spend some dedicated time. Dedicated time ante, see, 30 minutes మీరు daily practice చేయాలనుకుంటే you have to dedicate the 30 minutes. Alright, please don't use your mobile phone, please don't watch TV, don't do any other activities. There are a few students whom I know, they used to wear the headset and they used to listen the music and then only they'll practice. No, please don't do that. Alright, even if you're practicing for 30 minutes, even for 20 minutes, that is okay. Alright, మీరు ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో ఉన్నారు కాబట్టి 20 minutes మీరు ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసినా దట్ ఈస్ మోర్ దెన్ ఎనఫ్. బట్ ఆ 20 minutes అనేది మీరు డెడికేట్ చేయాలి టైంని. ఆల్రైట్, డోంట్ లిసన్ టు మ్యూజిక్, డోంట్ డూ ఎనీథింగ్ వైల్ యూర్ సాల్వింగ్ ద టెస్ట్. ఆల్రైట్, లెట్స్ సీ అదర్ tricks which are right. Don't get a friend to sit with you, to sit your aptitude test for you. Exactly. See, usual ga group discussion or concept ఉంటుంది where you sit, where you discuss and do. Right, see, this is not a group discussion. Please keep it in your mind, this is an aptitude test where you are not supposed to discuss with anyone. See, one question paper will be given to one student, whereas you have to do it on your own. So you are not supposed to discuss with anyone, and even you are practicing, I suggest you to go alone. Alright, so please don't please don't sit with anyone. Please don't sit with anyone, and please don't discuss and practice. Alright, just look at the second point. It's going to be read the guideline or instructions provided before sitting your assessment. In the sense, see, for example, మీరు ఒక కంపెనీ డ్రైవ్ అటెండ్ అవుతున్నారు. ఆల్రైట్, లెట్స్ సే ఎనీ కంపెనీ XYZ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. సి XYZ కంపెనీకి their instructions are going to be different. See, it doesn't mean, for example, ఇప్పుడు స్టేట్ లో 10th class ఎగ్జామ్స్ రాస్తున్నారంటే స్టేట్ వైడ్ ఏ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లో అయినా ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్స్ సేమ్, నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు బి సేమ్. am I right? But for example, ఇక్కడ ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే కంపెనీస్ దే యూస్ టు హ్యావ్ డిఫరెంట్. సి కొన్ని companies, as I told you, they'll give 20-30 questions and they'll give 80 minutes time. Alright, and some companies, they'll give 40 questions and they'll ask you to solve this particular 40 questions within 15 minutes time. And some companies, they'll give you 74 questions and they'll ask you to solve within 74 minutes. Alright, so this and all, here if you see the time taken, the time taken to solve for one particular question is more than 2 minutes. Am I right? It's more than 2 minutes. E particular ప్లేస్లో చూసారంటే 40 questions 15 minutes. Alright, approximately like 1 minute. Alright, 1 minute or more, just like 1 minute 10 seconds అలా మీరు తీసుకోవచ్చు. సో when it comes to this particular third one, 74 questions 74 minutes. సో ఇలాంటి టైంలో దానికి మీనింగ్ ఏంటంటే వెరీ సింపుల్, ఈ 74 questions ని మీరు 74 minutes in the sense just 1 minute. Alright, మీరు నన్ను అడిగారంటే 1 minute సరిపోతుందా అంటే of course you, as I told you, like you have to solve the question within 45 seconds. Alright, 45 seconds, this is how it works. Next point, if you read, don't get bogged down on a question. Don't get bogged down on a question అంటే very simple. See, let's say మనం టెస్ట్ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం, ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్కి మనకు ఆన్సర్ రాదు. సో మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద స్టూడెంట్స్ చేసే మిస్టేక్ ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్కి ఆన్సర్ రాకపోతే అంతే, దే విల్ నాట్ గో టు ద సెకండ్ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ థర్డ్ ఫోర్త్ ఫిఫ్త్ అంతే. దే విల్ సిట్ ఇన్ ద ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ ఆన్సర్ వచ్చేంత వరకు ఆ క్వశ్చన్ సాల్వ్ చేస్తుంటారు. whereas the probability of getting selected, the probability of passing in that particular test is very less. Alright, if you bogged down in a question. Alright, so you have to move on. Alright, first రాలేదు అంటే సే మీకు ఛాన్స్ ఉంటుంది. సి ఎనీ యాప్టిట్యూడ్ క్వశ్చన్, లెట్స్ సే మీకు ఒక 50 క్వశ్చన్స్ ఇచ్చి మిమ్మల్ని కంపెనీస్ మిమ్మల్ని టెస్ట్ రాయమని చెప్తే కట్ ఆఫ్ 15 ఉండదు. ఆల్రైట్, ఇట్ డిపెండ్స్. ఇంటర్నల్ కట్ ఆఫ్ అనేది కంపెనీ పాలసీస్ తగ్గట్టు ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో దే మైట్ కీప్ 35, దే మైట్ కీప్ 40. సో 50 out of 50 అనేది ఉండకపోవచ్చు. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ మీకు ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ రావట్లేదు అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ బెటర్ ఇఫ్ యూ మూవ్ ఆన్ టు ద సెకండ్ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ ట్రై టు సాల్వ్ ద అదర్ క్వశ్చన్స్ యాజ్ సూన్ యాజ్ పాసిబుల్. మీరు ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్కి వచ్చేసి మళ్ళీ మీకు టైం ఉండేటప్పుడు మీరు ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్కి వచ్చి దాన్ని సాల్వ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ పాయింట్, డోంట్ గెస్ వైల్డ్లీ. ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. సి మీరు క్వశ్చన్ సాల్వ్ చేసేటప్పుడు చాలా వరకు నేను చూసేది ఏంటంటే రైట్ 10 ఉండొచ్చు, లేదు అప్రాక్సిమేట్లో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 10, 12, 14, 16 అని మీకు 4 ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంది. ఆల్రైట్, మీ ఆన్సర్ సంథింగ్ అరౌండ్ 8కో 9కో ఉంటే 10 అని. Alright, don't do that. Don't guess. I want you people to solve. Alright, పెన్ అండ్ పేపర్తో మీరు క్వశ్చన్ చూసి సాల్వ్ చేసి ఆన్సర్ తీసుకొచ్చినప్పుడు మాత్రమే అది ఎగ్జాక్ట్ ఆన్సర్ ఉంటుంది. జస్ట్ హ్యావ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ వన్, గెట్ యూజ్డ్ టు వర్కింగ్ ఆన్ ఎ పేపర్. As well as spend a few seconds familiarizing yourself with the graph, pie chart, table. Alright, see, ఇది మనం ప్రీవియస్ సెషన్ లో డిస్కస్ చేసినట్లే. See, there is a test called a numerical reasoning test. Alright, numerical reasoning లో it is going to be full of graphs, pie charts, tables ఇలా మీకు ఉంటుంది. Alright, so it is better if you spend some time. Alright, question ని కంప్లీట్ గా చదవకుండానే ఆన్సర్స్ కి వెళ్ళి సాల్వ్ చేసి తీసుకురావడం అనేది ఇట్స్ కంప్లీట్లీ అ మిస్టేక్. Alright, and next one is going to be get used to working on a paper. Yes, of course, like see, మీ టెస్ట్ ఆన్లైన్ లో ఉన్నా, ఆల్రైట్, రిమెంబర్ మీ టెస్ట్ మీరు ఆన్లైన్లో తీసుకుంటున్నా, మీరు ప్రాక్టీస్ మాత్రం పెన్ అండ్ పేపర్లో మాత్రమే చేస్తారు. రఫ్ వర్క్ చెప్తున్నాను. ఆల్రైట్, మీరు ఎన్ని క్వశ్చన్స్ మీరు ఆన్లైన్లో సాల్వ్ చేస్తున్నా, ఆన్లైన్లో సాల్వ్ ఏం చేస్తారు, క్వశ్చన్ ఉంటుంది ఫాలోడ్ బై ఆప్షన్ ఏ, బి, సిడి ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, ఈ ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ మీరు సాల్వ్ చేయాలి అంటే దీన్ని మీరు సాల్వ్ చేస్తారు, కంప్యూటర్ పైన స్క్రీన్ పైన మీకు సాల్వ్ చేయడానికి మీకు ఛాన్స్ ఉండదు. రైట్, మీరు వైట్ పేపర్లో దాన్ని సాల్వ్ చేసుకొని ఆ తర్వాత ఆన్సర్ మాత్రమే స్క్రీన్లో పెడతారు. ఇజంట్ ఇట్? సో దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ ఇట్ వర్క్స్. దీస్ ఆర్ ద కీ పాయింట్స్ విచ్ యూ నీడ్ టు హ్యావ్. ఆల్రైట్, guys, so let's have a short break. There's some technical problems going on, or let's have a short break. I'll get back to you. Hello, welcome back. So as we're discussing, so we have gone through certain points, tricks. In fact, points kuda kaadu. It's like a tricks. What are the important tricks, to crack their examination? Avuna. So ee cognitive test anedi employers ki ela use avutundi. Employees ante evaraithe mix jobs istunaro, companies ni mana employees antunam. Am I right? Just have a look at the screen. What are the benefits of the employers? So ee benefits enti anedi telusukovali. So measure work related cognitive capacity. So మీ యొక్క కెపాసిటీని తెలుసుకోవడానికి ఈ పర్టికులర్ టెస్ట్ అనేది యూజ్ చేస్తారు. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ ప్రెడిక్ట్ క్యాండిడేట్ ఫ్యూచర్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్, మీరు ఎలా ఫ్యూచర్లో పర్ఫార్మ్ చేస్తారో దాన్ని తెలుసుకోవడానికి. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్లీ కంపెనీ ఒక ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు జాయిన్ అవుతున్నారు, మీరు జాయిన్ అయ్యి మీ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది అనేది కూడా ఈ టెస్ట్ ద్వారానే తెలుసుకోవడానికి వాళ్ళకి ఛాన్సెస్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. నెక్స్ట్ చూసంటే ఆబ్జెక్టివ్లీ కంపేర్ పొటెన్షియల్ ఆఫ్ ద క్యాండిడేట్స్. ఒక 100 మెంబర్స్ ఈ టెస్ట్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఈ టెస్ట్ ని ఒక 100 మెంబర్స్ రాస్తున్నారంటే కంపారిజన్, ఐ మీన్ ఎవరు బెటర్గా ఉన్నారు. ఆబ్వియస్లీ అన్ని కంపెనీస్ కి క్రీమ్ స్టూడెంట్సే కావాలని చెప్పి చూస్తారు, ఐ రైట్. సో వాళ్ళ ఎబిలిటీస్ కూడా వాళ్ళ స్టాండర్డ్స్ కూడా హై లెవెల్లో ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి స్టూడెంట్స్ యొక్క స్టాండర్డ్స్ కూడా వాళ్ళ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ కూడా హై లెవెల్లో ఉండాలని వాళ్ళు ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తారు. సో దీనికి బాగా యూజ్ అవుతుంది. నెక్స్ట్ పాయింట్ మీరు చూసారంటే ఇంప్రూవ్ క్వాలిటీ ఆఫ్ హైరింగ్. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక పర్టికులర్ ఇంటర్వ్యూకి 10 మెంబర్స్ కావాల్సిన ప్లేస్లో 1000 మెంబర్స్ వస్తే, ఆల్రైట్, సో దే నీడ్ టు ఫిల్టర్, am I right? So they cannot give jobs to all the 1000 people. So obviously they use particular, I mean ఆ ఫిల్టరేషన్ కోసం దీన్ని మీరు యూజ్ చేస్తారు. నెక్స్ట్ చూస్తారంటే ఎఫెక్టివ్లీ filter out candidates from a large pool. So as I told you, so in order to improve their effectiveness of hiring, they used to do this. Next point మీరు చూసారంటే identify training needs. So దీంట్లో మీరు ఈ టెస్ట్ రాయడంతో మీ capability ఎలా ఉంది, ఆల్రైట్, మీకు ఏ ఏరియాస్లో మీరు లాగింగ్ ఉన్నారు, ఆల్రైట్, ఏ ఏరియాస్లో మీరు స్ట్రాంగ్ ఉన్నారు, ఇవన్నీ మీ ఎంప్లాయర్స్కి తెలియడానికి ఛాన్సెస్ ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, దీస్ ఆర్ ది బెనిఫిట్స్ ఫర్ ద ఎంప్లాయర్స్ in order to conduct this cognitive reasoning test. Alright, so if you look at the next one, benefits for the students. Alright, so ఈ పర్టికులర్ కాగ్నిటివ్ స్కిల్ టెస్ట్, ఐ మీన్ ఈ యాప్టిట్యూడ్, ఈ లాజికల్ రీజనింగ్ మీరు నేర్చుకోవడం వల్ల మీకు యూజెస్ ఏముంటుందంటే కంపెనీస్లో ఇంటర్వ్యూస్ అటెండ్ అవ్వడం మాత్రమే కాదు, సో మీరు స్క్రీన్ పైన చూస్తున్న ఐ మీన్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ కాంపిటేటివ్ ఎగ్జామ్స్కి కూడా ఇవి యూస్ అవుతాయి. ఎల్ఐసి కాంపిటేటివ్ ఎగ్జామ్స్, రైల్వే కాంపిటేటివ్ ఎగ్జామ్, యూనివర్సిటీ గ్రాంట్స్ కమిషన్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఐ మీన్ కామన్ యాప్టిట్యూడ్ టెస్ట్, క్యాట్ అనేది మీరు వినే ఉంటారు, అండ్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్స్ ఏదైనా మీరు తీసుకోవచ్చు. నెక్స్ట్ మీరు చూసారంటే కెరీర్, ఐ మీన్ కంపెనీస్కి, ఎస్ వీ హ్యావ్ ఆల్రెడీ డిస్కస్, అండ్ బ్యాంక్ కాంపిటేటివ్ ఎగ్జామ్స్. సో చాలా మంది బ్యాంక్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ కూడా ప్రిపేర్ అవుతుంటారు, వాటికి ఈ యాప్టిట్యూడ్ క్లాసెస్ మీరు యూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. యూపీఎస్సీ అంటే మన అందరికీ తెలిసిందే, ఇట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ సివిల్ సర్వీసెస్ అని చెప్తాము, అవునా. సో విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఐఏఎస్ ఐపీఎస్కి ప్రిపేర్ అయ్యే వాళ్ళు కూడా ఈ యాప్టిట్యూడ్ని యూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అండ్ ఎస్ఎస్సి, అండ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ ఐ మీన్ ఎస్ఎస్సి ఎగ్జామినేషన్స్ అంటే ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి సెంట్రల్ వైడ్. అండ్ డిఫెన్స్, ఆఫ్ కోర్స్ ఇండియన్ ఆర్మీలో వెళ్ళడానికి, ఇండియన్ నేవీలో వెళ్ళడానికి ఈ కాంపిటేటివ్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ అన్నిటికీ మీకు ఫస్ట్ లెవెల్ యాప్టిట్యూడ్ టెస్ట్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఈ పర్టికులర్ టాపిక్స్ని మీరు వాటికి కూడా యూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఆల్రైట్, సో లెట్స్ గెట్ ఇన్ టు ద టాపిక్. ద ఫస్ట్ టాపిక్ under quantitative aptitude, what we are going to discuss today is nothing but average. Alright, so let's discuss what's mean by average. Alright, in one word, average means even split. Alright, even split ante sarisamanga, I mean panchram. The average of a set of values is measured as a central tendency. Average is referred to as a arithmetic mean. Ante enti anedi ippudu manam chuddam. Very simple. See, let's say I have 5 numbers. Alright, let's say I have 5 numbers. ఆ numbers ఎలా ఉంది అంటే 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I have 5 numbers, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So దీంట్లో నేను I'm going to find out this average of 5 numbers. Alright, so average of 5 numbers అంటే which is nothing but నేను ఫార్ములా ఏది యూస్ చేయకుండానే 5 అని నేను చెప్తాను. ఆల్రైట్, సో విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద మిడిల్ నెంబర్. ఈ 5కి ముందర ఒక 2 నెంబర్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఈ 5 తర్వాత 2 నెంబర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఆల్రైట్, ఫార్ములా యూస్ చేయకుండానే చెప్పచ్చు, జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఈ 5 నెంబర్స్కి మిడిల్ నెంబర్ ఏంటి అంటే 5. సో యావరేజ్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ 5 నెంబర్స్ ఇస్ 5. సో జస్ట్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఈ 5 అనేది సెంట్రల్ టెండెన్సీ అంటారు. ఆల్రైట్, సో 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ఈ 5 నెంబర్స్కి యావరేజ్ అనే నెంబర్ ఏమవుతుందిరా అంటే మధ్యలో, ఆల్రైట్, ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా మధ్యలో ఏ నెంబర్ అయితే ఉందో అదే యావరేజ్గా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఆల్రైట్, దీన్ని సెంట్రల్ టెండెన్సీ అంటారు. బట్ సి ఇది ఒక చిన్న లిస్ట్ ఆఫ్ నెంబర్స్, జస్ట్ ఒక 4-5 నెంబర్స్ ఉంది కాబట్టి మీకు అది ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేశాను. బట్ వీ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ హౌ ది యావరేజ్ ఫార్ములా వర్క్స్. జస్ట్ హ్యావ్ అ లుక్ అట్ ద స్క్రీన్. Alright, so this is the formula for the averages. Alright, see మీరు స్క్రీన్ లో చూస్తున్న 3 డిఫరెంట్ ఫార్ములాస్ వేరు కాదు. ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఓన్లీ వన్ ఫార్ములా. ఆల్రైట్, సో వాట్ ఇస్ ద ఫస్ట్ ఫార్ములా? యావరేజ్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు సమ్ ఆఫ్ క్వాంటిటీస్ బై నంబర్ ఆఫ్ క్వాంటిటీస్. ఆల్రైట్, ఈ ఫార్ములా నుండి మిగతా 2 ఫార్ములాస్ కూడా డెరైవ్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఆల్రైట్, సో లెట్స్ హ్యావ్ let's have a quick look at this one. Average is equal to sum of quantities and rasanu. So simply we can make it as average is equal to sum by total. Alright, this is the shorter form of the average. Average is equal to sum of quantities by total number of quantities అనేది నేను సింపుల్ గా ఎలా రాసుకున్నా అంటే average is equal to sum by total. Alright, see we are going to consider this as the first equation or the first formula. From this నాకు ఐ మీన్ యావరేజ్కి ఫార్ములా వద్దు, దీంట్లో నేను టోటల్కి నాకు ఫార్ములా కావాలి అని నేను అనుకుంటే సింపుల్, మనం యావరేజ్ని రైట్ హ్యాండ్ సైడ్కి, టోటల్ని లెఫ్ట్ హ్యాండ్ సైడ్కి ఇంటర్చేంజ్ చేసుకున్నాం అంటే విల్ గెట్ ఇట్. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి సమ్ బై యావరేజ్. Alright, this will be considered as the second equation, and we have one more equation which is nothing but ఇప్పుడు నాకు sum కావాలి. So I know what is the value of total and I know what is the value of average and I need sum, which is nothing but total into average. So this is going to be the third equation. So ఈ equations ఏంటి, దీంట్లో sum అంటే ఏంటి, average అంటే ఏంటి, total అంటే ఏంటి అనేది మనం ఇప్పుడు ఇన్ డీటెయిల్గా డిస్కస్ చేయబోతున్నాం. సో let's start with the basic. సో యావరేజ్ అంటే మీకు నేను ఏమని చెప్పాను, సెంట్రల్ టెండెన్సీ. ఆల్రైట్, ఒక లిస్ట్లో ఉన్న మిడిల్ వాల్యూని మనం తీసుకునేటప్పుడు మీన్ అని కూడా అంటాం. సో ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా సెంట్రల్ టెండెన్సీని కన్సిడర్ చేసేటప్పుడే మనకి యావరేజ్ అనేది వస్తుంది. am I right? సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ 3 formulas కాకుండా we have some more points to discuss, right? Just have a look at the screen. So I want you people to please make a note of these particular formula, and these are going to help us. All right. So in order to save these formulas helps us to save our time. All right. What's the first formula? The average of first n natural numbers is equal to n plus 1 by 2. All right. And the second one is the average of squares of the first n natural numbers is equal to n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 by 6. All right. What's the third one? The average of the cubes of first n natural numbers is equal to n of n plus 1 whole square by 4. And what's the fourth one? The average of the first n even numbers is equal to n plus 1. And what is the fifth one? The average of first n odd numbers is equal to n. So these are the 5 shortcuts which are going to help us, in order to save the time. All right, let's have a look at the first question. Question number 1. All right, let us solve the questions one by one. So what is the first question given? Find the average of first 97 natural numbers. So మొదటి 97 natural numbers కి మనం ఏం ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి, యావరేజ్ అనేది ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి. సో యావరేజ్ అంటే నేను మీకు ఏం చెప్పాను, ఇట్స్ అ మీన్, ఇట్స్ అ మిడిల్ టర్మ్, సెంట్రల్ టెండెన్సీ అంటాం, అవునా? సో ది యావరేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఫస్ట్ 97 natural numbers. All right, so average of first 97 natural numbers. So this is what the question. So we are going to find out the average of first 97 natural numbers. Guys, మనం ఈ 97 numbers కి average find out చేసే ముందు first natural numbers అంటే ఏమని మనకు తెలియాలి. It is Welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSSTC. Today we would like to discuss, I would like to discuss ratios and proportions. Just have a look at the screen. All right, so we need to understand what does mean by the ratio. All right, see this particular topic which we have studied in our school days. If I'm right, మీరు 3rd standard లో 4th standard లో 5th standard లో ఈ particular years లో మీరు నేర్చుకున్న ఒక టాపిక్. All right, but see as the days pass, మీరు 9th standard మీ స్కూలింగ్స్ కంప్లీట్ చేసి ఇంటర్మీడియట్కి వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఇంటర్మీడియట్ కంప్లీట్ చేసి మీ గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్కి వచ్చేసరికి ఈ బేసిక్స్ అనేది మీరు మర్చిపోతున్నారు. ఆల్ రైట్, సో ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు give you the basics along with the concepts here. So before I get into the questions, I want you people to learn the basics. All right, so for that, if you look at the screen, you can see the definition. Ratio is the comparison of two quantities of same kind in terms of magnitude. This you need to understand. Magnitude, please make the underline. Ratio is a comparison of two quantities of same kind in terms of magnitude. A ratio is denoted by A is to B, where A is called as antecedent. So leftmost term, A is nothing but antecedent and B is called as consequent. Let's discuss in detail how this works. So as I told you, a ratio is a comparison of two quantities of same kind. All right, what is that? See, let's take a boy, let's take a girl. So majority of us still we don't understand what is the exact difference between a ratio, how it works. What is the difference between a ratio and a fraction and how this works, how we can get the ratio initially. Let's say I'm going to describe this with an example. So there is a boy and a girl. Alright. If you ask me, can I take or can I form a ratio which is known as boy is to girl? No. There is nothing as such. We cannot form a ratio, or we cannot denote a ratio with the help of a boy, with the help of a girl. What's the definition? Ratio is a comparison of two objects of same kind. Of course, here it's not same kind, but of course, boy and girl, they both are human beings, we can consider, but there is something called in terms of magnitude which you need to make a note. In terms of magnitude, in the sense, let's say I have, I'll tell you another example. Let's say I have a pen and I have a pencil. Alright, pen is used to write, of course pencil also helps us to write. If you are going to take a ratio, let's say pen is to pencil, once again you cannot do that. You're not supposed to do that. Pen is to pencil is not a ratio. Why? So simple. When we are doing this kind of ratio, when we are taking this kind of ratio, we need to remember this magnitude, which most of us forget to understand. Magnitude. So how this works? Simple. Let's say if a boy, let's say there's a class, and this particular class has 20 boys and 20 girls. Now from this, how I'm going to get a ratio, how I'm going to describe a ratio? So simple. Number of boys is to number of girls. This is how you have to form a ratio. Alright, so you cannot consider boy as girl. Boy is to girl. Boy is to girl, no. Magnitude is nothing but the count. You can consider total number of boys in the class is to total number of girls in the class. This is how a ratio is. This is how you have to express or denote a ratio. So if I say pen is to pencil, as I told you, pen is to pencil, which is not a right one. So how we are going to describe this? Number of pens. Remember, number of pens is to number of pencils. Magnitude has to be there in the ratio. I hope you understand. Let's look at the difference between a fraction and a ratio. Fraction versus ratio. What is meant by a fraction? See, most of us, we are confused. We are not understanding what is the exact difference between a fraction and a ratio, and most of the websites, if you cross-check in online, they say fraction and ratio both are same. If you ask me, no, of course both are same, but not exactly. There is an exclusive difference between a fraction and a ratio. If I ask you, let's say we have something called 1 by 2. We have something called 1 by 2. If I ask you, is this a ratio or a fraction, what's going to be your answer? I'll give you 3 to 5 seconds to understand. I repeat the question. There is something called 1 by 2. Is this a ratio or a fraction? What's going to be your answer? Majority of the people going to say this is a fraction. And few people, they're going to say this can be considered as a ratio. I repeat, majority of you people going to say this is a fraction, and minority, they're going to say this can be considered as a ratio. If you ask me, no, we cannot define it. We need the context. If there is something called 1 by 2, if you ask me whether it's a ratio or a fraction, no, we cannot describe it exactly whether it's a ratio or a fraction. It depends on the context. Context in the sense, meeku mundu venuka ఉన్న విషయం తెలిస్తే గానీ అది రేషియో ఫామ్ లో ఉందా ఆర్ ఎల్స్ ఫ్రాక్షన్ ఫామ్ లో ఉందా అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయలేం, తెలుసుకోలేం. ఆల్రైట్, ఇఫ్ యూ ఆస్క్ మీ, కెన్ ఐ రైట్ దిస్ 1 by 2 as 1:2? Yes, of course I can, but once again this we can do based on the context, not directly, which you need to understand. I'll tell you another example. Same in the case of A by B. Same in the case of A by B. Let's say, so A by B. Now my question is again, is this a ratio or a fraction? My answer is going to, it's going to be same, alright. We cannot consider this. We cannot say whether it's a ratio or a fraction without knowing the context. So what does the context means? నేను ఇంతకు ముందే చెప్పినట్టు ముందు వెనక టోటల్ క్వశ్చన్ ఆ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ అసలు దేని నుంచి ఏ ఇస్ టు బి ఏ బై బి చెప్తున్నారు అనేది మనకు తెలియాలి. లెట్స్ సే now I'm going to differentiate what is mean by a fraction, what is mean by a ratio. What is mean by a fraction and what is mean by a ratio? How this works? So simple. Let us consider a pizza. Let us consider a pizza. Now I'm going to slice this pizza into two equal parts. I'm going to slice this pizza into two equal parts like this. Alright? First part I'm going to give it to my friend. నాకు ఇద్దరు ఫ్రెండ్స్ ఉన్నారు. నేను ఒక పిజ్జా ఆర్డర్ చేశాను. దీన్ని రెండు పార్ట్స్గా నేను కట్ చేశాను. కట్ చేసి ఫస్ట్ పార్ట్ ఎవరికి ఇచ్చాను? ఏ. అండ్ సెకండ్ పార్ట్ ఎవరికి ఇచ్చాను? బి. నౌ how we are going to understand the fraction and the ratio with the help of this pizza. What is meant by fraction? So simple. ఇప్పుడు let us talk about a. a నేను ఎంత ఇచ్చాను? 1 part. Am I right? This half. నేను ఎన్ని పీసెస్ చేశాను ఈ పిజ్జాని? 2 pieces. You have to remember. 1 pizza, 2 pieces. ఇప్పుడు నేను a కి ఎంత ఇచ్చాను? 1 part. టోటల్గా ఈ పిజ్జాని మనం ఎన్ని పీసెస్గా కట్ చేసాం? 2. So this is nothing but the fraction. So the same happens with b as well. So total ఎన్ని పీసెస్ గా కట్ చేసాం? 2 pieces. b కి నేను ఎన్ని పీస్ ఇచ్చాను? 1 piece, which is nothing but the fraction. So fraction of a here is nothing but 1/2. Fraction of b here is nothing but 1/2. Then if this is fraction, then what's the ratio? So simple. Just have a look at this. Then a is to b. So here it is nothing but a is to b అంటే ఏంటి? a కి ఎన్ని పీసెస్ వచ్చింది, ఎంత పిజ్జా వచ్చింది, b కి ఎంత వచ్చింది అనేది. Am I right? For that we are describing the ratio. So a కి ఎంత పిజ్జా వచ్చింది? 1/2 is 2. b కి ఎంత పిజ్జా వచ్చింది? It's 1/2. Am I right? So which is nothing but 1/2 gets cancelled. 1:1. అంటే 1:1 అనే రేషియోలో ఇద్దరు పిజ్జాని పంచుకున్నారు. సో దీనికి ఇంకో మీనింగ్ ఎలా తీసుకోవచ్చు అంటే ఏకి ఒక పీస్ అంటే బికి కూడా ఒక పీస్. ఇదే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ a is to b 1:2 అని ఉంది. a is to b 1:2 అంటే ఈసారి పిజ్జాని నేను 3 పీసెస్గా కట్ చేసుకున్నా. ఓకే, సో ఇది ఏకి ఇచ్చాను, ఇది ఈ పీస్ బికి ఇచ్చాను. ఆల్రైట్. సో ఈ కేసులో a is to b ఏమవుతుంది? 1:2. a has got 1 part of the pizza and b has got 2 parts of the pizza. So a is to b ఏమవుతుంది ఇక్కడ? 1:2. In the sense a కి 1 part ఇచ్చినప్పుడు b కి 2 parts. మరి మొత్తం ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ చేసుకున్నాను అంటే 1 + 2 which is nothing but 3 parts. This is the basic difference between a fraction and a ratio, and in certain cases we can consider, if there is something like a by b, of course we write it as a is to b, but it depends on the context, not always, which you have to keep it in your mind. So a by b అనేది ప్రతిసారి a is to b అనేలాగా మీరు రాయలేరు. Then another difference which you have to understand, a by b, let's say if this is a fraction, a by b, let's say if this is a fraction, ఈ a by b లో a is nothing but numerator. ఈ a by b లో a is nothing but numerator and b here is nothing but denominator. సో ఓవరాల్గా దీన్ని నేను ఏం చెప్పచ్చు అంటే ఒక ఫ్రాక్షన్ అంటే p by q ఫామ్ అని చెప్తాం. సో p by q ఫామ్, p by q ఫామ్లో మనకి ఇక్కడ ఏముంది? a by b ఉంది. అంటే a is nothing but the numerator, b is nothing but the denominator. ఇదే రేషియో అన్నప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది అంటే a is to b అవుతుంది. అవునా? a is to b. సో ఈ ఏని మనం ఈ ఫస్ట్ టర్మ్ ఉంది కదా, ఈ ఏని మనం ఏమంటాం ఫస్ట్ టర్మ్. ఈ ఫస్ట్ టర్మ్ని మనం ఏమంటామంటే యాంటిసిడెంట్. ANTECEDENT యాంటిసిడెంట్. సో ఈ బి విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ సెకండ్ టర్మ్. ఈ సెకండ్ టర్మ్ని మనం ఏమంటామంటే కాన్సిక్వెంట్. సో numerator and denominator form is nothing but P by Q form, ante it is in terms of fractions. If it is in A is to B, then A is called as antecedent, B is called as consequent. These are the basics of, these are the basics of ratios and proportion, and particularly the difference between the fraction and the ratio, which you need to understand. Let's have a look at this example. In a group of 5 students unnaru, in which there are 4 boys and 1 girl. 4 boys unnaru, oka girl undi. Am I right? Oka ammai. How? First, second, third, fourth, fifth. So as I said, in a group of 5 students, there are 4 boys and 1 girl. Now, the fraction of the group that is female is, so ipudu fraction, try to understand fraction. I'm not talking about the ratio. Initially naku fraction kavali. So it is mentioned as 1 by 5. So yella 1 by 5, so simple. We know that clearly the total number of students in the group is how much? 5. Am I right? Just have a look at the screen. The total number of students in the group is 5. Am I right? So 4 boys, 1 girl. Now girl యొక్క fraction ఏంటి? So simple. 1 is nothing but ఈ గ్రూప్ లో ఎంతమంది గర్ల్స్ ఉన్నారు? ఒకరు మాత్రమే ఉన్నారు, which is nothing but 1 by టోటల్ గా ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు? 4 boys plus 1 girl. అవునా? సో టోటల్ is going to be 5. This is nothing but the fraction. ఇది మీకు ఫార్ములా మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఏం లేదు. దీన్ని నేను డిఫైన్ చేయాలి అంటే సో సింపుల్. గర్ల్ యొక్క ఫ్రాక్షన్ ఏంటి అంటే total number of girls, total number of girls అంటే total number of girls in that group అని, by total number of students. Total number of girls by total number of students. So girls ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు? ఒకరు. సో టోటల్గా 5, 4 boys, 1 girl. దాంట్లో total number of girls ఎంత? 1 and total number of students ఎంత? 5. ఇప్పుడు నాకు బాయ్స్ యొక్క ఫ్రాక్షన్ కావాలి. సో నాకు బాయ్స్ యొక్క ఫ్రాక్షన్ కావాలి అంటే సేమ్ టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ బాయ్స్ బై టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ స్టూడెంట్స్. టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ బాయ్స్ బై టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ స్టూడెంట్స్. టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ బాయ్స్ అంటే బాయ్స్ ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు? ఈ 5లో 4 members బాయ్స్. అవునా? మొత్తం టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు? విచ్ ఇస్ 4 by 5. Just have a look at the screen. The fraction of the group that is female is 1 by 5. Avuna? So if you look at the second one, the fraction of the group that is male is 4 by 5, as we discussed, same. Ippudu manam chustunnadi kuda ade. So what's the next one? The ratio of the girls to boys. Exactly. So first 2 points manam chusinattlaithe it's all about the fraction. So last point meer chusinattlaithe the ratio of the girls to boys is 1:4. Malli cheptanu, girls to boys antunaru. All right. Remember, when it comes to ratios and proportions, A is to B is not is equal to B is to A. Remember. So we need to follow the order in ratios and proportions. A is to B is not is equal to B is to A. So girls is to boys యొక్క రేషియో అడుగుతున్నారు. సో సింపుల్. ఎంతమంది గర్ల్స్ ఉన్నారు? ఒకరు మాత్రమే ఉన్నారు. is to ఎంతమంది బాయ్స్ ఉన్నారు? 4 members ఉన్నారు, which is 1:4. This is the ratio of girls is to boys. If I say boys is to girls, so order change చేసాను నేను. బాయ్స్ is to girls అంటే it is going to be 4:1. If you look at the screen, the same. So ఇక్కడ నేను derive చేశాను, అక్కడ నేను ఆన్సర్ డైరెక్ట్గా ఇచ్చాను. Alright, the ratio of the girls to boys is 1:4 and the ratio of boys to girls, girls to boys is 1:4 and boys to girls is 4:1. I hope you understand what's the technical difference between a ratio and a fraction. You cannot represent 1/2 or A by B as 1:2 always. It depends on the context. Am I right? Let's see the proportion. So we all understood how ratios work. Now we need to understand what is meant by a proportion. Proportion is so simple. Just look at the definition now. The equality of two ratios is called proportion. రెండు రేషియోస్ ఈక్వల్ అయితే దాన్ని మనం ఏం చెప్తాం, ప్రపోర్షన్. లెట్స్ సే మన దగ్గర రెండు రేషియోస్ ఉన్నాయి, A is to B, B is to C. మీ స్క్రీన్ మీద మీకు కనబడుతుంది A is to B అండ్ C is to D. లెట్స్ సే A is to B, C is to D. ఈ రెండు రేషియోస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఈ రెండు రేషియోస్ ఈక్వల్ అయినప్పుడు మనం వాటిని ఏమని పిలుస్తామంటే ప్రపోర్షన్ అని చెప్తాం. అండ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ డినోటెడ్ బై, లెట్స్ సే మీకు కోలన్ అంటే మీకు తెలుసు రెండు డాట్స్ వస్తుంది. ఇది మీరు ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే 4 డాట్స్ ఉంటుంది. అంటే రెండు కోలన్ని పక్కన పక్కన మనం ప్లేస్ చేసినప్పుడు ఎలాంటి ఒక సింబల్ ఫామ్ అవుతుందో ఆ సింబలే మనం ప్రపోర్షన్ అని చెప్పి కాల్ చేస్తాం. ఈ ప్రపోర్షన్ సింబల్ ఇక్కడ తప్ప మీకు ఎక్కడ కనపడదు. ఓకే, రేషియో అండ్ ప్రపోర్షన్ రెండు రేషియోస్ సేమ్ అయినప్పుడు మీకు ప్రపోర్షన్ అని చెప్పి. ఆల్రైట్, హియర్ అండ్ A అండ్ D ఆర్ కాల్డ్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్. A అండ్ D ఆర్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్ అంటే ఒకసారి మీరు చూసారు అంటే సో see here, A is to B అనేది ఒక రేషియో, C is to D అనేది ఒక రేషియో. ఈ రెండు రేషియోస్ ఈక్వల్ అయినప్పుడు మనం ఏమని చెప్తాం, ప్రపోర్షన్లో ఉంది అంటాం. అంటే A is to B is equal to C is to D. ఈ రెండు ఈక్వల్ అయినప్పుడు దీన్ని మనం ప్రపోర్షన్ అంటాం. సో ప్రపోర్షన్ని ఈక్వల్ టులా కాకుండా, సో A is to B 4 dots. This represents proportion. C is to D. It means ఈ రెండు రేషియోస్ సేమ్ అని చెప్పి, అవునా? అండ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్, యాజ్ వి డిస్కస్డ్, కొన్ని టైమ్స్ A is to B ని మనం A by B గా రాసుకోవచ్చు అట్ సర్టన్ కేసెస్. అది ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఏంటి అంటే ఇదే. ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఈక్వేషన్ మీరు ఒకసారి చూసినట్లయితే A is to B ని నేను A by B అని మార్చుకుంటున్నాను. అంటే యాంటిసిడెంట్ ఈజ్ టు కాన్సిక్వెంట్ ఫామ్ని నేను ఎలా మార్చుకుంటున్నానంటే న్యూమరేటర్ బై డినామినేటర్ అనే ఫామ్ని మార్చుకుంటున్నాను. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ద కండిషన్. ఆన్ కండిషన్ బేసిస్ యూ కెన్ కన్వర్ట్. A by B is equal to C by D. We can cross multiply. AD is equal to BC. AD is equal to BC. ఇందులో మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సింది అంటే, సి ఈ ఈక్వేషన్ మీరు చూడండి, A is to B ప్రపోర్షన్ C is to D. ఈ A అండ్ ఈ D అంటే ఇది లెఫ్ట్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్, ఇది రైట్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్. వీటిని ఏమంటారంటే ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్ అంటారు. ఏమంటారు? ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్. లాస్ట్ లెఫ్ట్ మోస్ట్, రైట్ మోస్ట్. సో ఇక్కడ చూసారా మీరు, ఈ B అండ్ ఈ C, ఐ రిపీట్, ఈ B అండ్ C మధ్యలో ఉన్నాయి కదా, వీటిని ఏమంటారు? మీన్స్ అంటారు. లెఫ్ట్ మోస్ట్, రైట్ మోస్ట్, లెఫ్ట్ మోస్ట్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్ A, రైట్ మోస్ట్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్ D, ఈ రెండిటి ఏమంటారు? ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్ అంటారు. సో మధ్యలో ఉన్నదాన్ని ఏమంటారు? మీన్స్ అంటారు. ఈ ఈక్వేషన్ నుండి నేను డిరైవ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది? AD ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు BC. ADని మనం ఏమంటాం? ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్ అంటాం. BCని మనం ఏమంటాం? మీన్స్ అంటాం. సో Aని Dని మల్టిప్లై చేస్తే మీకు వచ్చే ఆన్సర్ ఎంత ఉంటుందో, Bని Cని మల్టిప్లై చేస్తే మీ ఆన్సర్ కూడా అలానే ఉంటుంది. దీనిని ఏమని చెప్పచ్చు? ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్. మల్టిప్లికేషన్ అన్న ప్రోడక్ట్ అన్న ఒకటే కదా. సో ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ AD ఏమవుతుంది? ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్ అవుతుంది. ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ మీన్స్. ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ మీన్స్. మీరు స్క్రీన్లో చూసినట్లయితే అదే మీకు అక్కడ ఇచ్చి ఉంటారు. హియర్ A అండ్ D ఆర్ కాల్డ్ ద ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్. ఎస్, అవును, లాస్ట్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్ అని చెప్పాము. వైల్ B అండ్ C ఆర్ కాల్డ్ ది మీన్స్, ఆఫ్ కోర్స్. అండ్ దెన్ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్స్ ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ మీన్స్. ప్రపోర్షన్ అంతే ఇంతే. దీంట్లో మీరు కొత్తగా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సిందో రీసెర్చ్ చేయాల్సిందో ఇంకేం లేదు. ఐ హోప్ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్. లెట్స్ గో ఫర్ ద నెక్స్ట్ వన్, విచ్ ఇస్ ఫోర్త్ ప్రపోర్షనల్. ఈ ఫోర్త్ ప్రపోర్షనల్ ఏంటంటే ఈ ప్రపోర్షనల్ అని నేను మీకు చెప్పచ్చు. సో ఇక్కడ మీకు ఎన్ని వేరియబుల్స్ ఉన్నాయి? A, B, C, D 4 వేరియబుల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఈ A ఫస్ట్ ప్రపోర్షన్, B సెకండ్ ప్రపోర్షన్, థర్డ్ ప్రపోర్షన్, ఫోర్త్ ప్రపోర్షన్. సో ఫోర్త్ ప్రపోర్షన్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ A, B, C యొక్క ఫోర్త్ ప్రపోర్షన్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ D. మీకు స్క్రీన్లో అదే ఉంటుంది. ఇఫ్ A is to B is equal to C is to D, then D is called the fourth proportional. Fourth proportional. It's not proportion, proportional. Let's see what is the third proportional. Simple. This is A, B. ఈ రెండు ఫస్ట్ అండ్ సెకండ్ ప్రపోర్షన్ అయితే C ఏమవుతుంది? థర్డ్ ప్రపోర్షనల్ అవుతుంది. దెన్ mean proportional of A and B is AB. So A and B మాత్రమే ఉంది, దీంట్లో A is to B అని ఉంది. ఈ రెండింటిలో మీన్ ప్రపోర్షన్ అంటే ఏమవుతుంది, A ఇంటూ B. ఈ రెండింటిని మీరు మల్టిప్లై చేస్తారు అంతే. దట్స్ నథింగ్ బట్ మీన్ ప్రపోర్షనల్. ఫోర్త్ ప్రపోర్షనల్, థర్డ్ ప్రపోర్షనల్ అండ్ దెన్ మీన్ ప్రపోర్షనల్. లెట్స్ సీ what does mean by compound ratio. Compound ratio is so simple. See, compound ratio ante let's say we have three different ratios. ఈ త్రీ డిఫరెంట్ రేషియోస్ని మీరు మర్జ్ చేసినప్పుడు మీకు కాంపౌండ్ రేషియో ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. హ్యావ్ ఎ లుక్ అట్ ద స్క్రీన్. A is to B, B is to C, A is to B, C is to D and E is to F. త్రీ డిఫరెంట్ రేషియోస్ ఉన్నాయి. దీంట్లో కాంపౌండ్ రేషియో మీరు ఎలా తీసుకుంటారంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు కన్సిడర్ ఆల్ ది యాంటిసిడెంట్స్ అన్నిటిని మల్టిప్లై చేస్తారు. యాంటిసిడెంట్ A is to Bలో యాంటిసిడెంట్ ఏముంటుంది, A ఉంటుంది. C is to Dలో యాంటిసిడెంట్ ఏముంటుంది, C ఉంటుంది. E is to Fలో యాంటిసిడెంట్ ఏముంటుంది, E ఉంటుంది. సో A అండ్ దెన్ C అండ్ దెన్ E. అవునా? is to what is the consequent? A is to Bలో consequent ఏంటి, B. C is to Dలో consequent ఏంటి, D. అండ్ E is to Fలో consequent ఏంటి, F. సో if you integrate all these three together, మీ యొక్క యాంటిసిడెంట్స్ని మీ యొక్క కాన్సిక్వెన్స్ని ఇండివిజువల్గా తీసుకొని వాటిని ప్రోడక్ట్ చేసి మళ్ళీ ఒక రేషియో ఫామ్ చేస్తే విచ్ ఇస్ ద థింగ్ బట్ ద కాంపౌండ్ రేషియో. I hope you can look at the screen. Let's say then, and this is more important when it comes to the basics, duplicate ratios. Duplicate ratios అంటే ఏంటంటే subduplicate, subtriplicate, and there are multiple duplicate ratios. Let's go through one by one. Duplicate ratio of A is to B is nothing but A square is to B square. సో దీన్ని బట్టి మీరు అర్థం చేసుకోవాల్సింది అంటే ఏకి స్క్వేర్ చేసి మళ్ళీ బీకి స్క్వేర్ చేసి రేషియో తీసినా అవి నార్మల్గా A is to B మీరు రేషియో తీసినప్పుడు ఎంత ఉంటుందో A square is to B square చేసినప్పుడు కూడా ఆ రేషియో అనేది అలానే ఉంటుంది. దీని ఏమంటాం మనం, we call it as duplicate ratio. There is something called subduplicate ratio. Subduplicate ratio అంటే సింపుల్. Duplicate అంటే we are going to square the variables. Subduplicate అంటే we are going to perform the square root operation. So subduplicate operation of A is to B is nothing but square root of A is to square root of B. So A is to B కి మీరు స్క్వేర్ రూట్ అప్లై చేసి మళ్ళీ రేషియో తీసుకున్నా అవి సేమ్ గానే ఉంటుంది. దిస్ ఇస్ నోన్ యాజ్ subduplicate ratio. Let's talk about triplicate ratio of A is to B. Triplicate, TRI. So try what we call. So triplicate is nothing but it deals with 3. Triplicate ratio of A is to B is nothing but A cube is to B cube. మీరు క్యూబ్ తీసుకున్న సేమ్ రేషియో మీకు అలానే ఉంటుంది. సబ్ ట్రిప్లికేట్ అంటే క్యూబ్ రూట్. సో జస్ట్ లుక్ అట్ ద స్క్రీన్. సబ్ ట్రిప్లికేట్ రేషియో ఆఫ్ A is to B is nothing but cube root of A is to cube root of B. I hope you understand what is meant by duplicate ratio, compound ratio and duplicate ratio. Let's go with the question number 1. And for you, I'm going to, first question, I have prepared the illustration for you. It's a kind of PowerPoint illustration. I hope this is going to help you to understand how the operation work. How we are going to perform the operation instead of writing it on the board. First two questions I have prepared the illustration. You can have a look at it and understand how the operation, how we have to perform the ratio operation. And from the third question, as I told you, as we discussed, we'll put it on the board. Alright. Now, what's the first question? A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2. I repeat, A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2. And B is to C is equal to 2 is to 3. So we have two different ratios here. First ratio, A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2. B is to C is equal to 2 is to 3. Now, I need A is to B is to C. I repeat, I need A is to B is to C. How we are going to do this? A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2. B is to C is equal to 2 is to 3. So A is to B is to C is equal to question mark. I hope you understand. Alright. So for this, now I'm going to perform online illustration, PowerPoint illustration, how this works. Let's see. Look at the explanation part. First, A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2. Am I right? This is what we have written on the board, the same. Now, what is the second input given? B is to C is equal to 2 is to 3. These are the two inputs given in the question. A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2. B is to C is equal to 2 is to 3. Am I right? Let's see. In order to get the answer for this A is to B is to C, I repeat, in order to get the answer for this A is to B is to C, how we are going to get the answer. I mean, how we are going to cross check. Look at the screen. First, in the first ratio and second ratio, we could clearly understand there is a duplication. Avuna? Our duplication emundi? A is to B, B is to C. So our duplication is nothing but B. B అనేది ఫస్ట్ రేషియోలోనే ఉంది, సెకండ్ రేషియోలోనే ఉంది. సో ఈ B యొక్క వాల్యూ ఎలా ఉందని ఒకసారి చెక్ చేద్దాం. ఏ వాల్యూ ఎలా ఉంది, ఐ మీన్ ఏ యొక్క రేషియో ఎలా ఉంది, A 1, గుడ్. B అనేది ఫస్ట్ రేషియోలో ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ ఉంది, 2 పార్ట్స్. సో సెకండ్ రేషియోలో Bకి ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ ఉంది, 2. ఇట్ ఇస్ సేమ్. C ఎలా ఉంది, 3. Aకి Cకి డ్యూప్లికేషన్ ఉందా, నో, ఓన్లీ Bకి డ్యూప్లికేషన్ ఉంది. సో దట్ జస్ట్ సి A is to B, B is to C, అవునా? సో ఈ B వాల్యూ రెండు రేషియోస్లోనూ వాల్యూ సేమ్గా ఉంది కాబట్టి ఐఎమ్ జస్ట్ గోయింగ్ టు కాపీ దట్ వాల్యూ, విచ్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. రెండు సేమ్ వాల్యూ కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ మీరు ఎటువంటి ఆపరేషన్ మీరు పర్ఫామ్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, ఎటువంటి మ్యానిపులేషన్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, నో నీడ్ టు డూ. యూ కెన్ డైరెక్ట్లీ రైట్ ద ఆన్సర్ లైక్ A is to B is to C, A వాల్యూ 1, B వాల్యూ రెండు ప్లేసెస్లోనూ 2నే ఉంది, సో C వాల్యూ 3. డైరెక్ట్లీ యూ కెన్ రైట్ ద ఆన్సర్. No complexity here. I repeat the question. A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2, B is to C is equal to 2 is to 3. So దీంట్లో నుండి మీరు ఎలా ఆన్సర్ తీసుకొస్తారు, A is to B is to C అంటే యూ నీడ్ టు చెక్ ద డ్యూప్లికేషన్ ఫస్ట్. డ్యూప్లికేషన్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది, Bలో ఉంది. Bలో డ్యూప్లికేషన్ ఉంది కాబట్టి వాటి యొక్క వాల్యూస్ కూడా మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఇక్కడ ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్కి మీరు చూసినట్లయితే వాల్యూ సేమ్గా ఉంది, సో నో మ్యానిపులేషన్, మీరు అలాగే కాపీ చేసి రాసేయచ్చు. A is to B is to C is equal to 1 is to 2 is to 3. I hope you understand the first question. Let's go with the question number 2. ఈ క్వశ్చన్ 2 మీరు చూసినట్లయితే A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2. I repeat, A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2, B is to C is equal to 3 is to 4. అవునా, స్క్రీన్ మీద మీకు క్వశ్చన్ కనబడుతుంది. A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2, B is to C is equal to 3 is to 4. Now I need the answer for A is to B is to C. సో ఇప్పుడు మీరు చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే ఈ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ పార్ట్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఇక్కడ మనం వన్స్ అగైన్ మనం ఆ డ్యూప్లికేషన్ అనేది చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో A is to B, మీ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ కోసం నేను ఫస్ట్ రేషియోని ఒక కలర్లోను, సెకండ్ రేషియోని ఒక కలర్లోను, ఐ మీన్ ఆపరేషన్స్ని మల్టిపుల్ కలర్స్లోను మీకు నేను రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఆల్రైట్, ఫస్ట్ రేషియో ఎలా ఉంది, A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2, which I made it in the saffron, I mean orange color. Now what is the second ratio given, B is to C is equal to 3 is to 4. As I told you earlier, first check the value of B. What is the value B? I mean, what's the value of B in the first equation, first ratio, 2. Now, what is the value of B in the second ratio, 3. So, differ avutundi kada. Now, we need to perform certain, I mean, operation, I mean, kind of multiplication ratio and all we have to do. Right? Let's see how it works. A is to B is to C kavali. A is to B నా దగ్గర ఉంది, B is to C నా దగ్గర ఉంది, A is to B is to C నేను ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి. వేరాస్ B డూప్లికేట్ ఉంది, బట్ అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ దాని యొక్క వాల్యూస్ ఆర్ కంప్లీట్లీ డిఫరెంట్. హౌ ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు గెట్ ద ఆన్సర్ ఫర్ A is to B is to C? సో సింపుల్. వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఫస్ట్ ఆపరేషన్? కెన్ యూ సీ ద arrow mark? Yes. Now you need to multiply A which is in the first ratio with B which is in the second ratio. For your better understanding, I have given with the colors. So multiply A which is in the first ratio along with B which is in the second ratio. So which comes around, what are the values for A here in the first ratio? 1. And what is the value of B in the second ratio? 3. Am I right? For that, 1 into 3. First step, 1 into 3. So A Bని మల్టిప్లై చేయాలి. A ఫస్ట్ రేషియోలో ఉంది, B సెకండ్లో ఉంది, మల్టిప్లై చేయాలి. ఓకే, నౌ ద సెకండ్ స్టెప్. సో ఇట్స్ అ డయాగ్నల్ వన్. ఇఫ్ యూ సీ ఇట్స్ అ డయాగ్నల్ వన్. సో మల్టిప్లై B విచ్ ఇస్ ఇన్ ద సెకండ్ రేషియో విత్ B విచ్ ఇస్ ఇన్ ద ఫస్ట్ రేషియో ఆర్ వైస్ వర్సా, ఎలా చేసినా ఓకే. A ఇంటూ B ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు B ఇంటూ A కాబట్టి మీరు ఎలా మల్టిప్లై చేసినా ఓకే. సో మల్టిప్లై B which is in the second ratio along with B which is in the first ratio, or first ratio with second ratio. However, A into B is equal, I mean 1 into 2 is equal to 2 into 1 కాబట్టి మీరు ఎలా మల్టిప్లై చేసినా ఓకే. This comes around 3 into 2. అవునా, ఇది మీకు ఎలా ఏ నెంబర్స్ ఉంది, 3 into 2 అవుతుంది. Just copy it here. Now A is to B is to C ki 1 into 3 is to 3 into 2 is to, we have a last step to perform which is nothing but exactly. So multiply B which is in the first ratio with C which is there in the second ratio. I repeat, multiply B with C. So ఇక్కడ మీరు product కాబట్టి మీరు ఎలా multiply చేసినా okay, but still I want you to follow a particular rule. That's why I'm saying this. A into B, A into B, B into B cross, and then B into C. So you can have a look at the colors as well. Multiply B which is in the first ratio along with C which is there in the second ratio. Now what are the corresponding values for this? 2 and 4. 2 and 4. That's going to be the third part. So 2 into 4. Now what's the answer? 1 into 3, it is 3. 3 into 2, which is 6. 2 into 4, which is 8. So the final answer is going to be 3 is to 6 is to 8. I hope you understand. Final answer is 3 is to 6 is to 8. We cannot reduce this operation anymore. So final answer is 3 is to 6 is to 8. I hope you understand how this works. Now let's solve question number 3. So here if you look at the screen, I have given you 4. సో రెండు రేషియోస్ నేను మీకు ఇచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు ఎలా మల్టిప్లై చేయాలనే క్లారిటీ మీకు ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు మీకు ఏముందంటే A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2, B is to C is equal to 3 is to 4, C is to D is equal to 5 is to 6. Now A is to B is to C is to D ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తారు? This is going to be our question. If you look at the board, the operation is going to be same. First I'm going to multiply all the values which is there in the first column, and then the diagonal multiplication, and then once again multiplication of variables which is there in the second column. Ippudu just have a look at the variables which is there in the first column. I'm just going to put like this. Okay, done. So this is the first column, this is the second column. ఈ ఫస్ట్ కాలంలో మీరు చూసే వేరియబుల్స్ ఏమున్నాయి? A, B, C. అవునా? దీన్ని మీరు ఫస్ట్ మల్టిప్లై చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. A ఇంటూ B ఇంటూ C. ఫస్ట్ మీరు ఈ 3ని మల్టిప్లై చేస్తారు. రిపీట్, ఫస్ట్ కాలంలో ఉన్న వేరియబుల్స్ ఏంటి? A, B, C. ఈ 3ని మీరు మల్టిప్లై చేస్తారు. మల్టిప్లై చేసిన తర్వాత go with is 2. So it is one term. Next second, మీరు ఆల్రెడీ ఏతో స్టార్ట్ చేశారు కాబట్టి ఈ ఏని మీరు వదిలేసేయచ్చు. ఈ పర్టికులర్ మెథడ్ మీకు 3 రేషియోస్ కానీ మోర్ దెన్ 3 రేషియోస్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మీరు ఇలానే ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. ఇంతకుముందు ఇచ్చిన రూల్ ఈ రూల్ ఒకటే, కాకపోతే ఇంతకుముందు జస్ట్ వీ హ్యాడ్ ఓన్లీ 2 ratios. It was easy for us to get the answer, but here we have 3 and further up we'll get more than 3. So I'm going to leave this A. First A, B, C తీసుకున్నాను కాబట్టి next A వదిలేసేయండి. What's the next term here? B. So let's start with B into what is next term here? C into what is the next term here? B. B, C, B. Or 3 ratios కాబట్టి 3 terms ని మాత్రమే మీరు మల్టిప్లై చేస్తారు, మళ్ళీ 4th టైం చేయరు. హోల్డ్. ఈ B క్లోజ్ అయింది కాబట్టి మీరు దీన్ని వదిలేసేయచ్చు. నెక్స్ట్ వేరియబుల్ లాస్ట్ ఏముంది? C ఉంది. సో నెక్స్ట్ ఇట్ ఇస్ C ఇంటూ C తర్వాత ఏమొస్తుంది? నెక్స్ట్ కాలం వెళ్ళాలి. ఫస్ట్ కాలం లాస్ట్ ఇది కాబట్టి నెక్స్ట్ ఏంటి? సెకండ్ కాలంకి వెళ్ళాలి. సెకండ్ కాలంలో ఏముంది? B. ఆ తర్వాత ఏముంది? C. అక్కడితో క్లోజ్ చేయాలి. ఒక పర్టికులర్ టర్మ్లో మీకు టోటల్గా 3 రేషియోస్ ఉంది కాబట్టి మీరు 3 టర్మ్స్ మల్టిప్లికేషన్ మాత్రమే తీసుకుంటారు. లాస్ట్ వన్ ఈ C క్లోజ్ అయితే ఇంకేం మిగిలింది మీకు? సెకండ్ కాలం మిగిలింది. సెకండ్ కాలంని మీరు B, C, D అని మల్టిప్లై చేసి క్లోజ్ చేసేయచ్చు. B, C, D మల్టిప్లై చేయొచ్చు. B, C, D. ఇది ఎలా వచ్చింది మళ్ళీ రిపీట్ చేస్తాను మీకు. ఐ స్టార్టెడ్ విత్ ఫస్ట్ కాలం A, B, C, A, B, C, and then I left A, I started with B, C, B, B, C, B is to, and B ని వదిలేసాను, C తో స్టార్ట్ చేశాను, C, B, C, C, B, C, and then లాస్ట్ C వదిలేస్తే నెక్స్ట్ కాలం మిగులుతుంది విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ B, C, D. అవునా? సో సేమ్ థింగ్ ఇప్పుడు ఎలా చేసాము, వీటి యొక్క టెస్ట్ ఎగ్జామ్లో మీకు టైం కన్స్ట్రైన్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఇవన్నీ మీరు చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉండదు. మీకు ఈ ప్రొసీజర్ తెలిస్తే సరిపోతుంది. సో ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు డైరెక్ట్లీ మల్టిప్లై ద నంబర్స్. మీకు స్టెప్ డ్యూప్లికేషన్ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి మీరు ఆల్ఫాబెట్స్ని యూస్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, డైరెక్ట్గా నంబర్స్ వెళ్ళిపోండి. 1, 3, 5. I repeat, 1 into 3 into 5 is to, next ఏంటి 3 into 5 into 2. 3 into 5 into 2 is to, next ఏంటి 5. 5 into 2 into 4. 5 into 2 into 4 is to, లాస్ట్ ఏమొస్తుంది మీకు ఇంకా 2 into 4 into 6. 2 into 4 into 6. సో ఇప్పుడు మల్టిప్లై చేసేసి ఆన్సర్, ఫైనల్ ఆన్సర్ మనం పెట్టేసేయడమే. 1 3s are 3, 3 5s are ఎంత 15 is to, 3 5s are 15, 15 2s are 30 is to, 5 2s are 10 and 10 4s are 40. 2 4s are 4 6 are 24, 24 2s are 48. సో ఈ నెంబర్స్ని మనం ఇంతకు మించి రెడ్యూస్ చేయలేం, ఎందుకంటే ఇదేమో 3 మల్టిపుల్ ఉంది, 15 అనేది 3 మల్టిపుల్, 30 అనేది 3 మల్టిపుల్, 48 అనేది 3 మల్టిపుల్, బట్ 40 అనేది 2 మల్టిపుల్. సో ఇది ఇంతకు మించి మనం రెడ్యూస్ కాదు కాబట్టి వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు లీవ్ యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్. ఏ ఈస్ టు, బి ఈస్ టు, సి ఈస్ టు, డి ఏమవుతుందంటే 15 ఈస్ టు 30 ఈస్ టు 40 ఈస్ టు 48. That's it. I hope you understand the question. Let's see the next question. Question number 4. Just have a look at the screen. A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2. మీ స్క్రీన్ మీద చూసారంటే A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2. సో ఇక్కడ ఎన్ని రేషియోస్ ఉన్నాయి? 4 రేషియోస్ ఉన్నాయి. సో లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ A is to B is equal to 1 is to 2, B is to C is equal to 3 is to 4, C is to D is equal to 3 is to 1, D is to E is equal to 2 is to 1, and A is to B is to C is to D is to E కావాలి. సో ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు ఫాలో సేమ్ ప్రొసీజర్. జస్ట్ లుక్ అట్ ద స్క్రీన్. ఇది మీకు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి. మీరు బోర్డుని చూసినట్టయితే A is to B is to C is to D is to E సేమ్. ఇది మీరు ఎలా చేస్తారంటే ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ కాలంలో ఉన్నవన్నీ మల్టిప్లై చేయండి. 1 is to 3 is to 3 is to 2, ఇది 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 1 is to 3 is to 3 is to 2 మల్టిప్లై చేసిన తర్వాత 1 వదిలేసారంటే స్టార్ట్ విత్ 3తో స్టార్ట్ చేయండి. నెక్స్ట్ ఏముంది 3 into 3 into 2 into 3 into 3 into 2 into 2. తర్వాత దీంతో స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారు. ఈ 3 అయిపోయింది, ఈ 3తో స్టార్ట్ చేయండి. ఈ 3తో ఏముంది 3 into 2 into 2 into 4, 2 into 4 is to, లాస్ట్ ఏమవుతుంది 2 into 4 into 1 into 1. అవునా? సో 1 3s are 3, 3 3s are 9, 9 2s are ఎంత 18 is to, 3 3s are 9, 9 2s are 18, 18 2s are 36, 3 2s are 6, 6 2s are 12, 12 4s are 48, 2 4s are 8. సో ఇవన్నీ మనం దేంతో రెడ్యూస్ అవుతుంది? మీకు 2తో రెడ్యూస్ అవుతుంది. 2 9s are 2 18s are 2 24 times and then 2 4 times. సో ఇక్కడ కొన్ని 3 మల్టిపుల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, కొన్ని 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇవి ఇంతకు మించి మీకు రెడ్యూస్ కాదు. ఆల్రైట్, నెక్స్ట్ మీరు చూసారు అంటే నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ మీరు చూడండి. క్వశ్చన్ నెంబర్, సో ఏ సమ్ ఆఫ్ మనీ రూపీస్ 2600, a sum of money rupees 2600 is to be distributed among A, B, C, D. నలుగురు ఉన్నారు. అవునా? A, B, C, D. 2600 rupees. I read the question. Repeat the question. A sum of money rupees 2600. I mean 2600 is to be distributed among A, B, C, D. ఇక్కడ A, B, C, D alphabets అంటే నలుగురు personalities. In the proportion of 5 is to 2 is to 4 is to 3. 5 is to 2 is to 5 is to 2 is to 4 is to 3. So a sum of money rupees 2600 is to be distributed among A, B, C, D in the proportion 5 is to 2 is to 4 is to 3. What is the share of A, B, C and D? So వీళ్ళ యొక్క షేర్స్ ఎంత అనేది మన దగ్గర. లెట్స్ సీ, ఇట్స్ అ వెరీ బేసిక్ క్వశ్చన్. 2600 రూపీస్ మీ చేతుంది. మీకు 4 ఫ్రెండ్స్ ఉన్నారు అని చెప్పి కన్సిడర్ చేసుకున్న, ఆల్ జస్ట్ లైక్ ఇమాజినేషన్, మీ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ కోసం. ఏబిసిడి మీకు 4 ఫ్రెండ్స్ ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళకి 5 is to 2 is to 4 is to 3 అనే ప్రపోర్షన్లో మీని 2600ని డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేయాలి. ఎలా డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తారు? సో సింపుల్. నా లెట్స్ టాక్ అబౌట్ ఏ. ఫస్ట్ ఏస్ షేర్. ఏస్ షేర్ ఎంత అనేది చూద్దాం. సో ఏకి ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి? 5 పార్ట్స్ ఉంది. ఒకసారి మీరు బాయ్స్ అండ్ గర్ల్స్ కాన్సెప్ట్ మీరు గుర్తు తెచ్చుకున్నట్టయితే 4:1 మీకు గుర్తుంది కదా. సేమ్ నేను ఫస్ట్ నేను ఫ్రాక్షన్ ఈ రేషియో నుండి నేను ఫ్రాక్షన్ తీసి ఆ ఫ్రాక్షన్ని మల్టిప్లై చేస్తే ఐల్ గెట్ ద ఆన్సర్. ఏ అనే పర్సన్కి ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ ఉంది? 5. గ్రేట్, 5 పార్ట్స్. ఇప్పుడు టోటల్ ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ ఉంది? 5 + 2 హౌ మచ్ ఇట్ ఇస్? 7. 7 + 4 ఇట్ ఇస్ 11. 11 + 3 ఇట్ ఇస్ 13. ఇంటూ ఎంత షేర్ చేయాలి? 2600 షేర్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది, అవునా? 13 1s are 13 2s are. So which is 5 into 200, which is 1000 rupees. ఏ షేర్ ఇందులో నుండి ఎంతంటే 1000 రూపీస్. ఇప్పుడు బీస్ షేర్ ఎంతనే చూద్దాం. ఇప్పుడు బీస్ షేర్ ఎంత ఉంటుందంటే, బీకి ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ ఉంది? 2 పార్ట్స్. బి యొక్క పార్ట్స్ ఏంటంటే రేషియోలో 2 బై మొత్తం ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్? 5 + 2 + 4 + 3 13 into 2600. So 13 200. So which is 2 into 200, how much it is? 400 rupees. C's share. C's share ఏమవుతుంది? C యొక్క నెంబర్ ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్? Cకి ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ ఉంది ఇంట్లో? 4 పార్ట్స్. సో 4 by 13 into 2600. 13 1s are 13 200. It is 800 rupees. ఇప్పుడు డి యొక్క షేర్ ఎంత ఉందో చూద్దాం. డీస్ షేర్. డి యొక్క పార్ట్ ఎంత? 3 పార్ట్స్. ఈ రేషియోలో డి యొక్క వాల్యూ 3 పార్ట్స్. సో 3 పార్ట్స్, మొత్తం టోటల్ పార్ట్స్ ఎంత? విచ్ ఇస్ 13 into 2600. 13 1s are 13 200, which is 600 rupees. సో ఈ 2600ని మీరు మీ ఫ్రెండ్స్ ఏ బి సి డికి 5:2:4:3 అనే ప్రపోర్షన్లో మీరు డివైడ్ చేసి ఇచ్చారు అంటే ఏ విల్ గెట్ 1000 రూపీస్, బి విల్ గెట్ 400, సి విల్ గెట్ 800 అండ్ డి విల్ గెట్ 600, అండ్ ఆల్ టుగెదర్ ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 2600 రూపీస్. అండ్ లెట్స్ సీ ద లాస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్. Salaries of Ravi and Sumit are in the ratio 2:3. I repeat, salaries of Ravi and Sumit are in the ratio 2:3. When the salary of each is increased by 4000. So ఇద్దరి యొక్క salaries అంటే రవి యాజ్ వెల్ as సుమిత్ ఇద్దరికి సాలరీ ఏమైంది? ఇంక్రీజ్ అయింది. సో సాలరీ ఎంత ఇంక్రీజ్ అయింది? 4000 రూపీస్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అయింది. ఇంక్రిమెంట్ తర్వాత వాళ్ళ యొక్క సాలరీ రేషియో ఎలా ఉంది అంటే, జస్ట్ లుక్ అట్ ద స్క్రీన్. న్యూ రేషియో బికమ్స్ 40:57. 40:57. వాట్ ఇస్ సుమిత్ సాలరీ? సుమిత్ సాలరీ ఎంత అని అడుగుతున్నారు. వాట్ ఇస్ సుమిత్ సాలరీ? జస్ట్ లుక్ అట్ ద బోర్డ్, ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. మీరు బోర్డ్ని చూసినట్లయితే, సో ఫస్ట్ ఇది ఓల్డ్ రేషియో. ఓల్డ్ రేషియో అంటే మీనింగ్ ఏంటి? శాలరీ ఇంక్రిమెంట్కి ముందు ఉన్న రేషియో. ఫస్ట్ రవి అండ్ సుమిత్ వాళ్ళ రేషియో, శాలరీ రేషియో ఎలా ఉందంటే 2:3 అని ఉంది. ఇది న్యూ రేషియో. వాళ్ళ శాలరీస్కి ఇంక్రిమెంట్స్ వచ్చాయి. ఇంక్రిమెంట్ అంటే వాళ్ళ జీతం పెరిగింది. వాళ్ళ జీతం ఎంత పెరిగింది? ఈచ్ 4000 అన్నారు. అంటే రవికి 4000 పెరిగింది అండ్ దెన్ సుమిత్కి 4000 పెరిగింది. ఇద్దరికి పెరిగిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళ యొక్క కొత్త సాలరీస్కి రేషియో తీస్తే 40:57 ఉంటే అప్పుడు సుమిత్ యొక్క సాలరీ ఎంత ఉంటుంది అని చెప్పి అడుగుతున్నారు. సో సింపుల్. ఇది మనం ఎలా స్టార్ట్ చేస్తామంటే, ఫస్ట్ వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఓల్డ్, ఇది అలా పక్కన పెడితే వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఓల్డ్ రేషియో ఎంత అని తీసుకుందాం. 2:3. అవునా? ఇది వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఓల్డ్ సాలరీస్ రేషియో. ఇప్పుడు నేను రవీస్ సాలరీ ఎంత ఉంది అనేది నేను చెక్ చేస్తాను. రవి సాలరీ ఎంత ఉందని నాకు తెలియదు. నాకు తెలిసింది 2 అనేది నంబర్. ఐ మీన్ ఇక 2 అనేది రవి సాలరీ కాదు, పార్ట్స్ అనేది. ఓకే, 2 పార్ట్స్. సో ఇందులో నేను ఎలా తీసుకోవచ్చు అంటే, A:B 2:3 అని ఉంటే A = 2 అని చాలామంది ఇంకా ఇలాంటి ఒక మిస్కాన్సెప్షన్లో ఉన్నారు. ఏ అనేది 2 కాదు, 2 అనేది పార్ట్స్. సో వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ ఏ ఏమవుతుందంటే నాకు టోటల్ ఎంత అని తెలియదు కాబట్టి నేను ఎక్స్ అనే ఒక వేరియబుల్ని తీసుకుంటాను. వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ ఏ ఏమవుతుంది? 2x. సో అదేలాగా వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ బి ఏమవుతుంది? 3x వాల్యూస్. సో 2, 3 అనేది వాళ్ళ రేషియో యొక్క పార్ట్స్. వాల్యూస్ అనేది నాకు టోటల్ అమౌంట్ ఎంత అని తెలియదు కాబట్టి సో నేను ఎక్స్ అనేది కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటాను. సేమ్ థింగ్ ఇక్కడ రవి సాలరీ నేను ఎలా కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటానంటే 2x అని తీసుకుంటాను. 2 కాదు, 2x. సుమిత్స్ సాలరీ నేను ఎలా తీసుకుంటున్నాను? సుమిత్స్ సాలరీ ఓల్డ్ శాలరీ విచ్ ఇస్ 3x అని తీసుకుంటున్నాం. సో ఇది వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఓల్డ్ సాలరీస్. ఇప్పుడు యాజ్ పర్ ద క్వశ్చన్ దే హావ్ గాట్ ద ఇంక్రిమెంట్. ఇద్దరి యొక్క సాలరీస్ ఇంక్రిమెంట్ అయింది. ఇవి రెండు ఏంటి? వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఓల్డ్ సాలరీస్. అప్పుడు న్యూ సాలరీస్ ఏమవుతుంది? న్యూ సాలరీస్ వచ్చేసరికి ఇద్దరికి క్వశ్చన్లో 4,000 ఇంక్రిమెంట్ అయిందని ఇచ్చారు, అవునా? అప్పుడు మీరు ఎలా తీసుకుంటారు? రవీస్ న్యూ సాలరీ ఇజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు, ఆల్రెడీ తన సాలరీ ఎంత ఉంది? 2x. ఇప్పుడు ఇంక్రిమెంట్ ఎంత వచ్చింది? 4,000. సో 2x ప్లస్ 4,000. సుమిత్స్ న్యూ సాలరీ ఏమవుతుంది? సుమిత్స్ న్యూ సాలరీ ఏమవుతుందంటే ఆల్రెడీ తన ప్రీవియస్ సాలరీ తన యొక్క పాత సాలరీ ఎంత ఉంది? 3x ఉంది, ప్లస్ తనకి రివిజన్ ఎంత వచ్చింది? 4,000. క్వశ్చన్లో ఏమి ఇచ్చారు అంటే ఈ కొత్త సాలరీకి రేషియో తీస్తే 40:57 అని ఇచ్చారు, అవునా? ద న్యూ రేషియో బికమ్స్ 40:57. సో న్యూ రేషియో అంటే 40:57 అంటే న్యూ సాలరీస్ మనకు తెలియాలి కదా, న్యూ సాలరీస్ మనకు తెలుసు. సో న్యూ సాలరీస్ ఏమవుతుంది? 2x ప్లస్ 4,000 అనేది రవి యొక్క న్యూ సాలరీ బై 3x ప్లస్ 4,000 అనేది సుమిత్స్ యొక్క న్యూ సాలరీ. ఇది మనం ఏం చేస్తాం? ఈ స్టెప్కి వెళ్ళక ముందు సో 2x ప్లస్ 4,000 2x ప్లస్ 4,000 అనేది రవి యొక్క కొత్త సాలరీ ఈజ్ టు 3x ప్లస్ 4,000 అనేది సుమిత్స్ యొక్క న్యూ సాలరీ. దీనికి రేషియో తీస్తే క్వశ్చన్ ఏమంటున్నాడు? 40:57 అంటున్నారు, అవునా? 40:57. సో దీని రేషియో మనం తీయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఇది ఎలా ఉంటుంది? A:B ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు C:D అనే ఫామ్లో ఉంది, విచ్ ఇస్ సంథింగ్ బట్ దే ఆర్ ఇన్ అ ప్రపోర్షన్. ఈ ప్రపోర్షన్ మనం ఎలా కన్సిడర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు? A/B అని రాసుకోవచ్చు, అవునా? A/B ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు C/D అనే ప్రపోర్షన్ తీసుకోవచ్చు. సేమ్ థింగ్ 2x ప్లస్ 4,000 బై 3x ప్లస్ 4,000 ఇజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు 40/57. సో ఇప్పుడు నేను దీన్ని క్రాస్ మల్టిప్లై చేస్తున్నాను. ఈ క్రాస్ మల్టిప్లై చేస్తే 57 2x ప్లస్ 4,000 ఇజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు 40 3x ప్లస్ 4,000. సో దీన్ని కొంచెం సింపుల్గా సాల్వ్ చేయడానికి నేను ఎలా చేసుకుంటున్నానంటే, సో 57 ఇంటూ 2 ఏమవుతుంది? 114 అవుతుంది. 114x ప్లస్ 57 ఇంటూ 4,000. ఇది మనం సాల్వ్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, ఎందుకంటే వాటికి అవే క్యాన్సిల్ అవుతాయి సబ్ట్రాక్షన్, డివిజన్, మల్టిప్లికేషన్ చేస్తూ ఉంటే. సో ఇది ప్రస్తుతానికి మల్టిప్లై చేయొద్దండి. 57 ఇంటూ 4,000. ఇది కూడా అంతే. 40 ఇంటూ 3x ఏమవుతుంది? 43 are 120. 120x ప్లస్ 40 ఇంటూ 4,000, అవునా? ఇప్పుడు వేరియబుల్స్ అన్ని ఒక సైడ్ తీసుకుంటే ఏమవుతుంది? 120x మైనస్ 114x దట్ ఈస్ ఈక్వల్ టు ఇది ఇలాను ఇంటర్చేంజ్ చేసుకునేటప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే 120 మైనస్ 114x ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 57 ఇంటూ 4,000 మైనస్ 40 ఇంటూ 4,000, అవునా? సో ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుంది? 6x ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు ఈ 4,000 కామన్ తీస్తే 4,000 57 మైనస్ 40. ఫెంటాస్టిక్. సో ఇదేమవుతుంది? 6x ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 4,000 ఇంటూ 4,000 ఎస్ ఇంటూ, అండ్ ఈ రెండింటికి డిఫరెన్స్ ఎంత ఉంది? 7. am I right? 17. సో దీన్ని ఇలాగే తీసుకొస్తే x ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 4,000 ఇంటూ 17/6. సో ఎక్స్ వాల్యూ మనకు తెలిసింది 4,000 ఇంటూ 17/6. ఇది మీకు ఇప్పుడు సాల్వ్ చేసినట్లయితే మీకు ఇది పాయింట్స్లో వస్తుంది. ప్లీజ్ సాల్వ్ చేయదు, ఇది అలానే ఉంచండి. మనకు స్టార్టింగ్లో తెలిసిన విషయం ఏంటంటే రవి సాలరీ 2x అని అండ్ సుమిత్ సాలరీ 3x అని. మీరు క్వశ్చన్ చూసినట్లయితే ఒకసారి జస్ట్ హ్యావ్ అ క్వశ్చన్. సాలరీస్ ఆఫ్ రవి అండ్ సుమిత్ ఆర్ ఇన్ ద రేషియో 2:3, అవునా? సో 2:3 రేషియోలో ఉంది. దాన్ని మనం బ్రేక్ చేసినప్పుడు ఇనిషియల్గా వాళ్ళ సాలరీ, రవి యొక్క సాలరీ 2x అని, సుమిత్ యొక్క సాలరీ 3x అని తీసుకున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు వాట్ ఇస్ సుమిత్ సాలరీ అన్నాడు. సుమిత్ సాలరీ ఏమవుతుంది? S ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 3x. సో ఇది మనం క్వశ్చన్ నుండి తీసుకుంటున్నాం. S ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 3x. సో ఈ S ఇస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 3xలో మీరు ఈ x వాల్యూ సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేస్తే 3 ఇంటూ x వాల్యూ ఏమవుతుంది? 4,000 ఇంటూ 17/6 అవుతుంది. ఇది మీరు ఇక్కడే సాల్వ్ చేస్తే పాయింట్స్లో ఆన్సర్ వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. మీ క్యాల్కులేషన్ కూడా చాలా హార్డ్ అవుతుంది, అవునా? సో అందుకని నేను దాన్ని అక్కడ సాల్వ్ చేయట్లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది? 3 1s 3 2s 2 1s 2,000. సో విచ్ ఇస్ 2000 into 17. 17 2s are ఏమవుతుంది 34, which is 34,000. So salary of Sumit is nothing but 34,000. సో అన్ఫార్చునేట్గా ఇలాంటి క్వశ్చన్స్కి మీరు చూసారు అంటే షార్ట్ కట్స్ ఏమీ ఉండవు. వీ హ్యావ్ టు డూ ఇట్. ఆల్రైట్, ఐ హోప్ యూ అండర్స్టూడ్ ద క్లాస్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. Welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSSTC. Today I would like to discuss a topic called allegations or mixtures. You can have a look at the screen. So it is nothing but allegations or mixtures. So what does mean by allegations or mixtures? Let us understand the rule first. So unlike other topics, allegations is not a concept. You need to understand this clearly. Allegation is not a concept or it's not a methodology. Allegation is just a simple rule which helps us to find out the compound average, or in such case if you read the definition, it is a rule that enables us to find the ratio in which two or more ingredients at the given price must be mixed to produce a mixture of a desired price. What is mean by that? Let me explain. It's so simple. Let's say we have two different solutions. Let's say I have two containers here. So this is container A and this is container B, and in this container A I have one type of solution, and in this container B I have another type of solution. So name of the container here is A and B, and the solution in that container A is nothing but X. It's just for our understanding purpose, and the solution which is there in the container B is nothing but Y, for example. So now I'm going to fill this container A with the solution X and the container B with solution Y. Now let's say the price of the container, the price of the solution that is there in the container is, let's say for example 20 rupees. 20 rupees per liter. This is just for your understanding. So the price of the solution X which is there in the container A is nothing but 20 rupees per liter. Now let's say the price of the solution Y which is there in the container B is nothing but 30 rupees per liter. So we have two different types of solutions which are in the two different containers. The first, the price of the first solution which is there in the container A is 20 rupees per liter, and the price of the second solution Y which is there in the container B is nothing but 30 rupees per liter. Now let's take another container called C. Now I'm going to mix the solution X in the container C as well as the solution Y in the container C, to form a new mixture. Mixture is nothing but X plus Y. I repeat, I'm going to form a new mixture in the container C, so which is a combination of solution X and solution Y. So combination of solution X and Y is nothing but the new mixture. Now I need this with a different price. Let's say I need this solution, new mixture which costs 25 rupees per liter. So in this particular, so I need to form a new mixture for this particular price. Now I need to understand, I cannot consider 1 liter from here and another liter from here to form the mixture which costs 25 rupees. I need to follow a strategy. I need to understand how much should I mix from the container A, how much I mix this solution X, and how much I need to mix this the solution Y in the container C in order to get this mixture. ఇది మీకు తెలుగులో చెప్పాలి అంటే, సో నా దగ్గర ఇనిషియల్గా రెండు కంటైనర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకటి కంటైనర్ ఏ, ఇంకోటి కంటైనర్ బి. ఈ ఫస్ట్ కంటైనర్లో ఏమో ఎక్స్ అనే సొల్యూషన్ ఉంది, సెకండ్ కంటైనర్లో మీకు వై అనే సొల్యూషన్ ఉంది. ఈ ఎక్స్ అనే సొల్యూషన్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎంత? 20 రూపీస్ పర్ లీటర్. ఈ వై అనే సొల్యూషన్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎంత? 30 రూపీస్ పర్ లీటర్. ఇప్పుడు నేను ఇంకొక కొత్త కంటైనర్ సి అనే కంటైనర్ని తీసుకొని ఈ కంటైనర్లో ఈ ఎక్స్ అనే సొల్యూషన్ని వై అనే సొల్యూషన్ని రెండింటిని మిక్స్ చేసి ఒక కొత్త సొల్యూషన్ని ఫామ్ చేస్తాను. ఆ కొత్త సొల్యూషన్ నేను ఏమంటున్నాను అంటే మిక్సర్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్ అండ్ వై అంటున్నాను, ఎక్స్ ప్లస్ వై అంటున్నాను. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఈ కొత్తగా ఫామ్ అయ్యే మిక్సర్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ నాకు ఎంత ఉండాలి అంటే 25 రూపీస్ పర్ లీటర్ ఉండాలి. దీని యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఏమో 20 రూపీస్ పర్ లీటర్ అండ్ సొల్యూషన్ వై యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఏమో 30 రూపీస్ పర్ లీటర్. నాకు ఫామ్ అయ్యేది ఎంత ఉండాలంటే 25 రూపీస్ పర్ లీటర్. సో ఇలాంటప్పుడు నేను ఏ నుండి ఎంత సొల్యూషన్ ఎక్స్ని మిక్స్ చేయాలి, వై నుండి ఎంత సొల్యూషన్ వైని బి నుండి ఎంత సొల్యూషన్ వైని మిక్స్ చేయాలి ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు గెట్ ద న్యూ మిక్సర్ విత్ దిస్ ప్రైస్. ఆల్రైట్, సో దీంట్లో మీకు కావాల్సింది ఏంటి అంటే ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా మీకు తెలియాల్సింది ఏంటి అంటే ఈ రేషియో, ఏ రేషియోలో మనం ఎక్స్ని తీయాలి, ఏ రేషియోలో మనం వైని తీయాలి. సో ఇది తెలుసుకోవడానికి మనం ఒక రూల్ని ఫాలో అవుతాం. దట్ రూల్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ అలికేషన్. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. ఇట్ హెల్ప్స్ us in order to find out the price the price of a newly formed mixture per liter. కొత్తగా ఫామ్ అయిన మిక్సర్ యొక్క ఒక లీటర్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ని ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయడానికి మనకు ఈ రూల్ యూజ్ అవుతుంది. ఆల్ రైట్, సో ఇందులో మీరు తెలుసుకోవాల్సిన కొన్ని టర్మినాలజీస్ ఉన్నాయి, అవి ఏంటో నేను మీకు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాను. లెట్స్ హ్యావ్ అ లుక్ అట్ ద స్క్రీన్. మీన్ ప్రైస్. The cost price of a unit of mixture is called as a mean price. I repeat, the cost price of a unit of quantity of the mixture is called a mean price. So మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయబోయే ఈ న్యూ మిక్సర్ యొక్క ప్రైస్నే మనం ఏమంటామంటే మీన్ ప్రైస్ అంటాం. వెరీ సింపుల్. ఐ రిపీట్, మనం ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసే ఈ మిక్సర్ యొక్క న్యూ ప్రైస్ పర్ లీటర్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ mean price. Now let's see what are the other terminologies which you need to understand. See here it is mentioned as basic formula. So if two ingredients A and B of price X and price Y respectively are mixed and the price of the resultant mixture M, mean price, then the ratio in which ingredients are mixed is given by. So simple. ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళు ingredients అనేది A and B వాటి యొక్క price X and Y అని తీసుకున్నారు. Let's see how this works. Let me demonstrate how this formula works. So ingredient A అనే ఒక ప్రైస్ ఎంత అనేది చూద్దాం. సో ఇంగ్రీడియంట్ ఏ అనే ఒక ప్రైస్ ఏంటంటే ఎక్స్. సో నెక్స్ట్ వన్ మీరు చూసారు అంటే ఇది చీపర్. సో మనం ఎప్పుడు ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఫార్ములా యూస్ చేసేటప్పుడు, ఈ రూల్ని మనం అర్థం చేసుకునేటప్పుడు మీరు ఒకటి బాగా గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. సో ఇట్స్ ఎ రూల్, అవునా? ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఎ మెథడాలజీ, ఇట్స్ ఎ రూల్. సో లెట్స్ సే another 2 ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఏ అండ్ బి. సో ఈ ఫార్ములాలో ఇచ్చినట్టు మనం చెక్ చేసుకుంటే ఏ అండ్ బి ఏది లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్లో ప్లేస్ చేయాలి, ఏది రైట్ సైడ్లో ప్లేస్ చేయాలి అనేది మీకు తెలియాలి. లెఫ్ట్ మోస్ట్లో ఎప్పుడు ఏముండాలి అంటే చీప్ వాల్యూ ఉండాలి, చీపర్ వాల్యూ ఉండాలి, లోవర్ వాల్యూ, లెస్సర్ వాల్యూ ఎప్పుడు మీరు లెఫ్ట్ టాప్లో మెన్షన్ చేస్తారు. అండ్ రైట్ టాప్లో ఎప్పుడు ఏముంటుందంటే హయ్యర్ అంటాం, లేదంటే డియరర్ అంటాం. డియరర్ అన్న హయ్యర్ అన్న ఒకటే. సో ఐ రిపీట్, 2 ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్లో ఒకటి మెన్షన్ చేసుకోవాలి, రైట్ సైడ్లో ఒకటి మెన్షన్ చేసుకోవాలి. సో లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్లో మీరు ఎప్పుడు ఏది మెన్షన్ చేస్తారంటే ద వాల్యూ విచ్ ఇస్ చీపర్ అంటే తక్కువగా ఉన్న వాల్యూ ఎప్పుడు లెఫ్ట్ మోస్ట్ టాప్లో ఉండాలి. అండ్ రైట్ మోస్ట్ టాప్లో మీకు వాల్యూ హయ్యర్, డియరర్ అన్న హయ్యర్ అన్న ఒకటే. ఆల్రైట్, జస్ట్ హ్యావ్ ఎ లుక్ అట్ ది స్క్రీన్. సో ఇంగ్రీడియంట్ ఏ ప్రైస్ ఎక్స్ అనుకుందాం, అది చీపర్, దాన్ని మనం లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్లో తీసుకుంటున్నాం. నా వీ హ్యావ్ అనదర్ ఇంగ్రీడియంట్ బి, దాని యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఇక్కడ ఎలా తీసుకుంటున్నాం వై. సో 2 ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్, ఒకటి ఏ ఇంకొకటి బి, ఒక దాని యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎంత ఎక్స్ అండ్ ఇంకొక దాని యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎంత వై. సో నేను దాన్ని ఎలా చేసుకుంటున్నాను డియరర్. సో లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఉన్నది చీపర్, రైట్ సైడ్ ఉన్నది డియరర్. ఇది ఒక కాన్స్టెంట్ పొజిషన్, దీంట్లో మీరు చేంజెస్ చేయడానికి వీల్లేదు. లెఫ్ట్ మోస్ట్ ఎప్పుడు లెసర్ వాల్యూ ఉండాలి, రైట్ మోస్ట్ ఎప్పుడు హైయర్ వాల్యూ ఉండాలి. రైట్? ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూడండి, స్క్రీన్ మీరు చూసారంటే నెక్స్ట్ ఈ రెండింటి నుండి నేను మిక్స్ చేసి ఒక కొత్త ప్రోడక్ట్ యొక్క మీన్ ప్రైస్ నేను ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి. ఐ రిపీట్, ఇంగ్రీడియంట్ ఏ ఇంగ్రీడియంట్ బి నుండి నేను మీన్ ప్రైస్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి. సో దీనిని నేను ఏమంటున్నాను అంటే మీన్ ప్రైస్ ఎం అంటున్నాను. సో మనం ఇందాక డిస్కస్ చేసినట్టు 2 సొల్యూషన్స్ని మిక్స్ చేసినప్పుడు మనకి కొత్తగా ఇంకొక సొల్యూషన్ ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. ఆ పర్టికులర్ మిక్స్చర్ సొల్యూషన్ కాదు, ఇట్స్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ అ మిక్స్చర్. ఆ మిక్స్చర్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ని మనం ఏమంటున్నాం అంటే మీన్ ప్రైస్ అంటున్నాం. సో ఇప్పుడు చూసారంటే ఈ మీన్ ప్రైస్ అనేది లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఎలా కనెక్ట్ అవుతుంది, రైట్ సైడ్ ఎలా కనెక్ట్ అవుతుంది అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఈ ఫార్ములాను ఒకసారి ఈ రూల్ని బాగా చూసారు అంటే రైట్ సైడ్ మీకు ఏముంది ఎక్స్ మైనస్ ఎం అని ఉంది. సో ఎప్పుడు లెస్సర్ వాల్యూని టాప్ మోస్ట్ లెఫ్ట్లో ఉండాలి, రైట్ మోస్ట్ లెఫ్ట్లో హయ్యర్ వాల్యూ ఉండాలి, మధ్యలో మీన్ వాల్యూ ఉండాలి. అండ్ రైట్ బాటంలో కుడివైపున కింద ఏముండాలి అంటే ఎక్స్ మైనస్ ఎం. ఈ ఎక్స్ మైనస్ ఎం ఎలా వస్తుందంటే ఇంగ్రీడియంట్ ఏ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఉంది కదా, సో దాన్ని మీరు ఏం చేస్తారంటే సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ చేస్తారు, చేసి ఎం మైనస్ వై చేస్తారు. ఆల్రైట్, సో thus the required ratio is nothing but r is equal to m minus y by x minus m. దీన్ని మనం ప్రాక్టికల్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్లో సాల్వ్ చేసినప్పుడు యూ విల్ గెట్ అన్ ఐడియా. లిజన్, వాట్స్ ద ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్? మీరు క్వశ్చన్ చూడండి. ది యావరేజ్ వెయిట్ ఆఫ్ 30 బాయ్స్ ఇన్ ఏ క్లాస్ ఇస్ 20 kg. I repeat, the average weight of 30 boys in a class is 20 kg. And the average weight of 20 girls in the same class is, the average weight of 20 girls in the same class is 15 kg. Find the average weight of the whole class. I repeat the question. The average weight of 30 boys in a class is 20 kg and the average weight of 20 girls in the same class is 15 kg. Find the average weight of the whole class. So probably ఇది ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలనేది నేను మీకు ఇప్పుడు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాను. లిజన్, సో యావరేజ్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయమని చెప్పారు. సో మీరు యావరేజ్ అనగానే ఎలా చేస్తారు? సో 30 బాయ్స్ యొక్క వెయిట్ ఎంత? 20 kg ప్లస్ 20 గర్ల్స్ యొక్క వెయిట్ ఎంత? 15 kg. రెండు వాల్యూస్ ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి బై 2 అనేది ఇలా మీరు యావరేజ్లో కన్సిడర్ చేయలేరు. ఎందుకు ఇలా చేయకూడదు అంటే, మనం యావరేజ్ టాపిక్ని డిస్కస్ చేసినప్పుడు మీకు గుర్తుంటే యావరేజ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ సమ్ ఆఫ్ క్వాంటిటీస్ బై టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ క్వాంటిటీస్ అని మనం మాట్లాడుంటాం. సమ్ ఆఫ్ క్వాంటిటీ బై టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ క్వాంటిటీస్. సో ఇక్కడ క్వాంటిటీ అనేది లేదు, ఇది క్వాంటిటీ అన్నా మీరు తీసుకోవచ్చు, లేదు అబ్జర్వేషన్ అన్నా చెప్పచ్చు, లేదు వాల్యూ అన్నా చెప్పచ్చు. సో సమ్ ఆఫ్ అబ్జర్వేషన్స్ బై టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ అబ్జర్వేషన్స్, లేదు సమ్ ఆఫ్ వాల్యూస్ బై టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ వాల్యూస్. సో టెక్నికలీ స్పీకింగ్ ఇక్కడ యావరేజ్లో మీరు ఏం సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేయగలుగుతారు అంటే, న్యూమరేటర్లోను డినామినేటర్లోను ఉన్న వాల్యూస్ యొక్క అన్నింటి యొక్క సమ్ని సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేయొచ్చు. కింద ఏంటంటే ఎన్ని వాల్యూస్ ఉన్నాయో అన్ని వాల్యూస్ నెంబర్ చేయొచ్చు. బట్ మీరు క్వశ్చన్ని చూసినట్లయితే ఈ 20 kg అనేది వాల్యూ కాదు. ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఆల్రెడీ ఈ 30 బాయ్స్కి వీరు దీన్ని యావరేజ్ తీసుకుంటున్నారు. ఓకే, ఇది ఒక బాయ్ యొక్క వెయిటో లేదు ఇంకెవరికి ఇండివిజువల్ వెయిటో ఇది కాదు. యూ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ 30 బాయ్స్కి ఆల్రెడీ యావరేజ్ తీసి దాన్ని మనం ఏమని మెన్షన్ చేస్తున్నారు? 20 kg అంటున్నారు. అండ్ దెన్ ఇది చూడండి, సెకండ్ మీరు చూసినట్టయితే 20 గర్ల్స్కి 15 kg అనేది యావరేజ్ వెయిట్. అంటే ఈ 30 బాయ్స్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వెయిట్ ఇది, నేను దీన్ని A1 అని కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటాను. ఈ 20 గర్ల్స్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వెయిట్ ఇది, దీన్ని A2 అని కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటాను. సో మనకు క్వశ్చన్లో ఆల్రెడీ రెండు యావరేజెస్ ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. సో మీరు యావరేజ్ ఫార్ములా ఇప్పుడు మీకు ఏం కావాలి? రెండు బాయ్స్ గర్ల్స్ యొక్క యావరేజెస్ సెపరేట్గా ఉంది, మీకు మొత్తం క్లాస్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ కావాలి. మొత్తం క్లాస్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ మీరు ఇలా A1 ప్లస్ A2 బై 2 చేస్తే మీకు ఆన్సర్ రాదు. ఎందుకు అంటే ఈ న్యూమరేటర్లో మీరు వాల్యూస్ మాత్రమే సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేయగలరు తప్ప యూ కెనాట్ సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ అన్ యావరేజ్ ఇన్ ద న్యూమరేటర్. సో ఆల్రెడీ యావరేజ్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసిందని మనం దీన్ని ఎలా యూజ్ చేయాలంటే, కాంపౌండ్ యావరేజ్లో మీరు సాల్వ్ చేసినా ఓకే, లేదు అంటే ఇలా అలిగేషన్ రూల్ యూజ్ చేసి సాల్వ్ చేసుకున్నా ఓకే. సో నౌ ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ ఇన్ టర్మ్స్ ఆఫ్ అలిగేషన్ రూల్. లెట్స్ సీ. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే మీకు ఎన్ని కేజీస్ ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ? 20 kgs, 15 kgs. దీంట్లో మీకు ఏది చీప్ వాల్యూ? సో 15 kg ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ చీప్ వాల్యూ, అవునా? సో 15 అనేది మీకు చీప్. అండ్ దెన్ రైట్ సైడ్ మీరు ఏం చేస్తారు? హైయెస్ట్ తీసుకుంటారు. సో ఈ 15 kgని నేను లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ను, ఈ 20 kgని నేను రైట్ సైడ్ను మెన్షన్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. ఓకే, సో ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సిన యావరేజ్ వాల్యూ ఏంటి? ఈ మొత్తం క్లాస్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వాల్యూ అంటే మీన్ వాల్యూ మనం ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి. మనకు అది తెలియదు కాబట్టి మనం ఇక్కడ ఇలా ఎక్స్ అని మెన్షన్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. రిపీట్, మనం దీన్ని ఎక్స్ అని మెన్షన్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. ఇది లెస్ వాల్యూ, రిమెంబర్ ఇది లెస్ వాల్యూ, ఇది హై వాల్యూ, అవునా? సో దీన్ని ఎక్స్ అని కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు మొత్తం ఎన్ని గర్ల్స్ ఉన్నారు క్లాస్లో? ఈ పర్టికులర్ లెస్ వాల్యూ యొక్క కరస్పాండెంట్ వాల్యూ ఏంటి? మొత్తం ఎన్ని గర్ల్స్ ఉన్నారు? 20 గర్ల్స్ ఉన్నారు. మొత్తం ఎన్ని బాయ్స్ ఉన్నారు ఇక్కడ? 30 బాయ్స్ ఉన్నారు. దీన్ని మీరు ఇక్కడ మెన్షన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఐ రిపీట్, 15 kg, 20 kg అండ్ 20 అండ్ దెన్ 30 వీటి యొక్క కరస్పాండింగ్ వాల్యూస్ మీరు ఇక్కడ తీసుకోవచ్చు. సో దీంట్లో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్, దీంట్లో రెండు రూల్స్ మీకు ఉంటుంది. రూల్ 1, రూల్ 2. సో మీరు రూల్ 1 యూస్ చేసన్నా సాల్వ్ చేయొచ్చు, రూల్ 2 యూస్ చేసన్నా సాల్వ్ చేయొచ్చు. మనం ఫస్ట్ రూల్ 1 ఎలా ఉంటుందని చూద్దాం అండ్ దెన్ ఐ లెట్ యు నో హౌ రూల్ 2 వర్క్స్. రూల్ 1 ఏంటి? వెరీ సింపుల్. సో నేను ఇందాక మీకు డిస్కస్ చేసినట్లయితే ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ ఇక్కడ మీన్ వాల్యూ ఏంటి? ఇది మీన్ వాల్యూ, ఇది మీన్ వాల్యూ. దిస్ ఇస్ లెసర్ వాల్యూ, దిస్ ఇస్ హైయర్ వాల్యూ, దిస్ ఇస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ, అవునా? ఇప్పుడు దీంట్లో నుంచి మనం ఎలా చేద్దాం అంటే, ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ మీన్ వాల్యూ minus lesser value. I repeat, mean value minus lesser value by బై నెక్స్ట్ ఏంటి హై వాల్యూ మైనస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ, హై వాల్యూ మైనస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ. రిపీట్ మీన్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ లెసర్ వాల్యూ, ఇక్కడ నోట్ చేయండి, బై హై వాల్యూ మైనస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ. సో ఈ మీన్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ లెస్ వాల్యూ చేసేటప్పుడు దీనికి ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా మీకు ఆపోజిట్లో ఏం వాల్యూ ఉంది 30, అది మీరు ఇక్కడ నోట్ చేయొచ్చు బై. సో ఈ ఈ హై వాల్యూ మైనస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ చేసేటప్పుడు మీకు ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా ఆపోజిట్లో ఏముంది 20 ఉంది, ఇది మీరు ఇలా నోట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో దీన్ని మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు, ఈ జీరో మీరు క్యాన్సిల్ చేశారు అంటే సో ఈ మీన్ వాల్యూ ఎంత ఇక్కడ ఎక్స్ మైనస్ లెసర్ వాల్యూ ఎంత 15 బై నెక్స్ట్ ఏంటి హై వాల్యూ ఎంత ఉంది మీకు 20 మైనస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ ఎంత ఉంది ఎక్స్, దట్ ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు 3/2. అవునా? సో దీన్ని మీరు సాల్వ్ చేసినట్లయితే 2 of x minus 15 is equal to 3 of 20 minus x. 2 of x minus 15 is equal to 3 of 20 minus x. సో ఇది మీకు ఏమవుతుంది 2x minus 30 is equal to 60 minus 3x. I repeat 2x minus 30 is equal to 60 minus 3x. సో దీన్ని మీరు సాల్వ్ చేసినట్లయితే ఏమవుతుంది, సో ఈ 3x అలా వస్తే ఇట్ బికమ్స్ 5x. అవునా? 5x is equal to 60 plus 30. So x is equal to 60 plus 30 ఏమవుతుంది 90/5. So 90/5 which is nothing but 18. 90/5 which is nothing but 18. సో ఈ మీన్ వాల్యూ మీకు ఏమవుతుంది 18 అవుతుంది. సో ఓవరాల్ క్లాస్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వాల్యూ ఎంత అంటే 18 kg. ఐ రిపీట్ దిస్, 30 బాయ్స్ 20 గర్ల్స్, ఈ 30 బాయ్స్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వెయిట్ ఎంత 20 kg, ఈ 20 గర్ల్స్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వెయిట్ ఎంత 15 kg. సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ రూల్లో నేను రూల్ 1 అలిగేషన్ రూల్ 1లో నేను ఏం చేసుకుంటున్నాను, ఫస్ట్ లెసర్ వాల్యూ టాప్లో తీసుకుంటున్నాను, హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూని టాప్ రైట్లో తీసుకుంటున్నాను, అండ్ మధ్యలో మీన్ వాల్యూ తీసుకుంటున్నాను. అండ్ ఈ బాటమ్ వాల్యూ ఈ 20 ఏంటంటే ఈ లెసర్ వాల్యూకి సంబంధించిన కరెస్పాండెంట్ వాల్యూ. లెట్స్ సే ఈ 15కి కనెక్ట్ అయిన వాల్యూ ఏంటి 20 గర్ల్స్, ఆ కౌంట్ని మీరు ఇక్కడ మెన్షన్ చేసుకోవాలి. అండ్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ 20 kgకి కనెక్ట్ అయిన బాయ్స్ ఎంతమంది కౌంట్ 30. సో ఇప్పుడు ఎలా స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారంటే రిపీట్ మీన్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ లెస్ వాల్యూ, మీన్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ లెస్ వాల్యూ బై మీన్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ, హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ, హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ ఇజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు. సో ఈ మీన్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ లెస్ వాల్యూ చేసినప్పుడు మీకు ఆపోజిట్లో ఉన్న వాల్యూ ఎంత 30. సో 30 మెన్షన్ చేస్తారు. అండ్ దెన్ ఈ హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ చేసేటప్పుడు ఆపోజిట్లో ఎంత ఉంది 20. సో ఈ ఈక్వేషన్ మీరు సాల్వ్ చేసినట్లయితే మీకు ఇది ఆన్సర్ వస్తుంది. సో ఇదే మనం ఇప్పుడు పవర్ పాయింట్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్లో మీకు ఎలా అనేది నేను మీకు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాను. జస్ట్ సి, సో ఇదే మనం ఇందాక డిస్కస్ చేసిన ఫార్ములా అండ్ ఈ ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్ ఎలా అని చూద్దాం. ఫస్ట్ థింగ్, సో 15 kg నేను మీకు చెప్పినట్లు 15 kg అనేది చీపర్ వాల్యూ, అండ్ దెన్ వాట్ ఈస్ అదర్ వాల్యూ 20 kg విచ్ ఇస్ డియరర్. డియరర్ అన్న హై వాల్యూన ఒకటే. అవునా? సో ఇందులో నుండి ఇవి రెండు వాల్యూస్ మీకు దేనికి కనెక్ట్ అవుతుంది, మీన్ వాల్యూ కనెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. మీన్ వాల్యూ దాన్ని మనం ఏమంటాం ఎక్స్ అంటాం. సో మీరు లెఫ్ట్ బాటమ్ కింద మీరు ఏ వాల్యూ కనెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలని చెప్పాను, 15 kg అనేది 20 గర్ల్స్కి కనెక్ట్ అయిన వాల్యూ కాబట్టి ఆ 20 గర్ల్స్ అనేది మనం ఇక్కడ మెన్షన్ చేస్తాం. అండ్ దెన్ రైట్ బాటంలో మీరు చూసారు అంటే ఈ 20 kg అనేది 15 kg అనేది 20 గర్ల్స్కి కనెక్ట్ అయిన వాల్యూ, అండ్ 20 kg అనేది ఎవరిది 30 బాయ్స్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వాల్యూ. ఓకే, ఇలా చేయొచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు అలిగేషన్ రూల్ 2 మీకు ఎలా వర్కౌట్ అవుతుంది అనేది మనం ఒకసారి చెక్ చేద్దాం. లెట్స్ సే ఐల్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ అలిగేషన్ రూల్ 2. సో రూల్ 2లో కూడా చేంజెస్ ఏం లేదు, మీరు డ్రా చేసే ఈ పర్టికులర్ పిక్చర్ అండ్ పిక్టోరియల్ రిప్రజెంటేషన్లో చేంజెస్ ఏం లేదు, బట్ జస్ట్ లైక్ సొల్యూషన్లో మీకు కొన్ని చేంజెస్ కనబడతాయి. సో సేమ్ థింగ్, లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ 15 kg లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ, రైట్ సైడ్ 20 kg హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ క్వశ్చన్లో. అవునా? ఈ రెండు నేను మీకు దీన్ని కనెక్ట్ చేయమని చెప్పాను, మెయిన్ వాల్యూ కనెక్ట్ చేయమని చెప్పాను. నేను మళ్ళీ లెసర్ వాల్యూ హైయర్ వాల్యూని మెన్షన్ చేయట్లేదు, ఆల్రెడీ చేసాం కాబట్టి. సో డైరెక్ట్గా 15 kg 20 kg ఎక్స్కి వెళ్ళిపోదాం. సో ఈ 15 kg అనేది ఎంతమంది గర్ల్స్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వెయిట్ 20 గర్ల్స్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వెయిట్. ఈ పర్టికులర్ 20 kg అనేది ఎంతమంది బాయ్స్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వెయిట్ 30 బాయ్స్ యొక్క యావరేజ్ వెయిట్. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. సో ఇప్పుడు మన దగ్గర ఉండేది ఏంటి 15 20 ఎక్స్ లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ, హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ, మీన్ వాల్యూ, గర్ల్స్ యొక్క కౌంట్, బాయ్స్ యొక్క కౌంట్. అవునా? ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసారు అంటే నేను ఫస్ట్ ఈ రెండు బాటమ్ వాల్యూస్కి రేషియో తీసుకుంటున్నాను. రెండు బాటమ్ వాల్యూస్ యొక్క రేషియో ఏమవుతుంది 20:30. అవునా? 20:30 అవుతుంది. సో ఈ రేషియోని ఇది రూల్ 2 అలిగేషన్ రూల్ 2, ఈ రూల్ 2లో ఇలా ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ చేయొచ్చు. ఈ 20:30ని మనం సింప్లిఫై చేసుకున్నట్లయితే 2:3 అవుతుంది. అవునా, రెండు జీరోస్ని మనం క్యాన్సిల్ చేసినట్లయితే 2:3. ఈ 2:3 నుండి నేను ఏం చేస్తున్నానంటే దీన్ని రివర్స్ చేస్తున్నా. అంటే యాంటిసిడెంట్ ప్లేస్లో కాన్సిక్వెంట్ ప్లేస్లో యాంటిసిడెంట్ని ప్లేస్ చేస్తున్నాను. సో దెన్ ఇట్ బికమ్స్ 3:2. రూల్ 2లో మాత్రం ఇలాంటి చేంజ్ మీరు చేసుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఐ రిపీట్, 20:30 విచ్ బికమ్స్ 2:3 అండ్ దీన్ని మనం ఎలా చేసుకోవచ్చు, 3:2 రివర్స్ చేసుకోవాలి. అంటే యాంటిసిడెంట్ ప్లేస్లో కాన్సిక్వెంట్ని, అంటే ఫస్ట్ టర్మ్ ప్లేస్లో సెకండ్ టర్మ్ని, సెకండ్ టర్మ్ ప్లేస్లో లాస్ట్ టర్మ్ని నేను మార్చుకుంటున్నాను. సో 3:2 అనే ఒక వాల్యూ ఉంది. సో రిమెంబర్ 3:2. ఇప్పుడు ఇందులో మీరు యాంటిసిడెంట్ని తీసుకున్నా సాల్వ్ చేయొచ్చు, లేదు కాన్సిక్వెంట్ని తీసుకున్నా సాల్వ్ చేయొచ్చు. యాంటిసిడెంట్ మీకు ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ ఉంది 3:2లో 3 పార్ట్స్. సో యాంటిసిడెంట్ నేను మీకు తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ఫస్ట్ 3 అనేది తీసుకుంటున్నాను. ఫస్ట్ 3 by 3 parts. ఈ 3 అనేది ఈ యాంటిసిడెంట్ ఈ ఫస్ట్ అనేది దేనికి కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటుందంటే ఈ 15 kg కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటుంది. అవునా, ఈ 15 kg. నెక్స్ట్ ఈ 2 అనేది ఈ 20 kg మీకు కనెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. సో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే యాంటిసిడెంట్ని తీసుకుంటే ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలి, కాన్సిక్వెంట్ని తీసుకుంటే ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలి అని మీకు చెప్తాను. సో ఫస్ట్ యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకున్నాను. యాంటిసిడెంట్ 3 పార్ట్స్. సో 3 పార్ట్స్ బై మొత్తం ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇక్కడ 3 పార్ట్స్ ఉంది, ఇక్కడ 2 పార్ట్స్ ఉంది. సో టోటల్ ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ అవుతుంది, 5 పార్ట్స్. 3 parts by 5 parts into మీకు ఇప్పుడు మీరు లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ ఎంత, లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ 15, డిఫరెన్స్ హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ ఎంత 20. I repeat, 3 parts by 5 parts into least value difference highest value. So which becomes 3 by 5 into ఇది -5 కాదు, ఇట్ ఈస్ డిఫరెన్స్. డిఫరెన్స్కి సబ్ట్రాక్షన్కి మీకు ఏం ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా ఏంటి అని అడిగితే, డిఫరెన్స్ ఏంటి అని అడిగితే, సబ్ట్రాక్షన్ అనేది A - B is not as equal to B - A. అవునా, బట్ డిఫరెన్స్ అనేది A - B is equal to B - A అని చెప్తారు. బట్ నో, ఇట్ ఈస్ యాక్చువల్లీ మాడ్యులస్ అనేది ఆ ఫంక్షన్ చేస్తుంది. ఈ డిఫరెన్స్ అనేది మీకు ఏంటంటే ఇట్ గివ్స్ యూ ద ఎగ్జాక్ట్ డిస్టెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ ద 2 వాల్యూస్. ఇది మీకు సింపుల్గా నేను ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయాలి అంటే, మీరు లెట్సే ఒక 15 స్టోరీ బిల్డింగ్లో ఉన్నారు. 15 స్టోరీ బిల్డింగ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఎ బిల్డింగ్ విచ్ హ్యాస్ 15 floors. ఒక 15 స్టోరీ బిల్డింగ్లో గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్లో ఉన్నారు అండ్ యూ జస్ట్ వాంట్ టు గెట్ ఇన్ టు ద 15th floor. హౌ మెనీ ఫ్లోర్స్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు ట్రావెల్? ఐ రిపీట్ ద క్వశ్చన్. You are standing in the ground floor of a 15-story building. You are on the ground floor. You just want to travel to the 15th floor. Then how many floors you have to travel అనేది నా క్వశ్చన్. ఎన్ని ఫ్లోర్స్ అనేది మీరు గెస్ చేయండి. ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు గివ్ యూ 3 options, 14, 15 and 16. నా ఈ 14 అనేవాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది, ఈ 15 అనేవాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది, ఈ 16 అనేవాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది అని చెప్పి మీలో మీరు చెక్ చేసుకోండి. ఏది కరెక్ట్ అనేది నేను మీకు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాను. సో గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్ నుంచి 15th ఫ్లోర్కి వెళ్ళాలంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ 15 floors మీరు ట్రావెల్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఇది ఎలా అంటే, ఇందులోనే నేను మళ్ళీ ఒక మైన్యూట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ తీసుకోవాలి. లెట్స్ టేక్ ఎ స్కేల్ విచ్ హ్యాస్ 5 centimeters. ఈ 5 centimeter స్కేల్ మీరు తీసుకున్నట్లయితే దీంట్లో 0 నుండి స్టార్ట్ అయ్యి 5 వరకు ఉంటుంది. 15 centimeter స్కేల్ అయితే 0 నుండి 15 వరకు ఉంటుంది. 5 centimeter స్కేల్ అంటే 0 నుండి 5 వరకు ఉంటుంది. సో 0 నుండి 5 దాకా ఉన్నంత మాత్రాన వీ కెనాట్ మెజర్ 6 centimeters యూజింగ్ ది స్కేల్. అవునా, 5 centimeter స్కేల్ అనేది నేమ్ ఎందుకు, 5 centimeters మెజర్ చేయడానికి మాత్రమే. బట్ 0 ఎందుకు ఉంది అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. సో ఈ 0 నుండి 1 దాకా 1 centimeter, 1 నుండి 2 దాకా ఇంకొక సెంటీమీటర్, 2 నుండి 3 దాకా ఇంకొక సెంటీమీటర్, 3 నుండి 4 దాకా ఇంకొక సెంటీమీటర్, 4 నుండి 5 దాకా ఇంకొక సెంటీమీటర్. సో మీకు ఒక 5 centimeter స్కిల్లో 0 ఇంక్లూడ్ అయినా మధ్యలో ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి అనేది మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. సో ద ఈజియెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇస్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు రిమెంబర్ 5 fingers, 4 gaps in between. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 fingers ఉంటుంది. n objects, n-1 gaps. సో ఇక్కడ కూడా అలాగే 0 నుండి 5 దాకా ఉన్న దీని మధ్యలో ఎన్ని గ్యాప్స్ వస్తుందంటే 5 centimeters. ద సేమ్ థింగ్ ఈ డిఫరెన్స్ కూడా అంతే. గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్ నుండి 15th ఫ్లోర్కి వెళ్ళాలంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు ట్రావెల్ 15 floors. అవునా, సో ఓకే డన్. ఇప్పుడు మీరు 15th ఫ్లోర్లో ఉన్నారు అదే బిల్డింగ్లో, యూ జస్ట్ వాంట్ టు గెట్ ఇన్ టు ద గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్. అప్పుడు మీరు ఎన్ని ఫ్లోర్స్ ట్రావెల్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది? ఇస్ ఇట్ మీరు -15 అని చెప్పడానికి ఛాన్స్ ఉందా? నో. ఐమ్ ఐ రైట్? 15th ఫ్లోర్ నుండి మీరు గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్కి రావాలన్నా 15 floors. గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్ నుండి 15th ఫ్లోర్కి వెళ్ళాలన్నా ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ద సేమ్ 15 floors. సో దెర్ ఆర్ సర్టెన్ ఫిజికల్ క్వాంటిటీస్, లెట్స్ సే టైమ్, స్పీడ్, డిస్టెన్స్, ఇలాంటి వాటికి మీరు వాల్యూస్ నెగటివ్ మైనస్లో మెన్షన్ చేయలేరు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, యూ కెన్ నెవర్ సే ఐ ట్రావెల్ -20 km/h. నేను -20 km/h స్పీడ్తో వెళ్ళాను అని చెప్పలేరు. అండ్ యూ కెన్ నెవర్ సే ఐ వెయిటెడ్ ఫర్ -2 hours. నేను -2 గంటలు వెయిట్ చేశాను అని చెప్పలేరు. ఐమ్ ఐ రైట్? అండ్ లెట్స్ సే ఇక్కడ నుండి మీ హైదరాబాద్ నుండి మీరు విజయవాడ వెళ్తున్నారు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, హైదరాబాద్ నుండి విజయవాడ వెళ్ళడానికి 250 కిలోమీటర్స్. ఇక్కడ నుండి హైదరాబాద్ నుండి మీరు విజయవాడ రీచ్ అయినప్పుడు మీరు ఏం చెప్తారు, ఐ ట్రావెల్ 250 కిలోమీటర్స్ టు రీచ్ విజయవాడ. నా విజయవాడ నుండి హైదరాబాద్కి వచ్చారు. ఇస్ దర్ ఎనీ పాసిబిలిటీ ఫర్ యూ టు సే I travel minus 250 kilometers? No. మీరు హైదరాబాద్ నుండి విజయవాడకు వచ్చినా, విజయవాడ నుండి హైదరాబాద్కు వచ్చినా, the answer is going to be same. It's nothing but 250 kilometers. So this particular symbol is used to give you, I mean, it's like it gives you the exact distance between the two values, which is nothing but the difference. So 15 నుండి మీరు 20కి వెళ్ళినా 5 20 నుండి మీరు 15కి వచ్చినా 5 units. So it's going to be 5. So 5 gets cancelled, which is 3. సో వీఆర్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ 3. సో ఇప్పుడు మనం యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకున్నాం కాబట్టి 3:2లో యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకున్నాం కాబట్టి విచ్ ఇస్ కనెక్టెడ్ టు ద లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ 15 kg. నా ఈ 15 kgని ఈ 3కి యాడ్ చేస్తే మీకు వచ్చే ఆన్సర్ 18 kg. am I right? I repeat, మనం యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకున్నాం కాబట్టి ఈ యాంటిసిడెంట్ అనేది మీరు దేనికి కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటుందని చెప్పాను, ఈ యాంటిసిడెంట్ అనేది మీకు లీస్ట్ వాల్యూకి కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఈ వచ్చే ఆన్సర్ 3ని మీరు 15కి యాడ్ చేస్తే విల్ గెట్ 18 kg. సో ఇందులో ఇది ఫస్ట్ పార్ట్. మీరు యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకుంటే మీరు ఇలా సాల్వ్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, సార్ నేను ఎందుకు కాన్సిక్వెంట్ తీసుకోకూడదు, వై షుడెంట్ ఐ గో విత్ ద కాన్సిక్వెంట్? ఎస్, అఫ్ కోర్స్ యూ క్యాన్ గో. ఎలా అంటే సేమ్ థింగ్, నేను కాన్సిక్వెంట్ యూస్ చేసి సాల్వ్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. అంటే ఐ మీన్ ఫస్ట్ టర్మ్ సెకండ్ టర్మ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ కాన్సిక్వెంట్. ఈ కాన్సిక్వెంట్ అనేది ఇక్కడ ఏంటి 2. ఈ 2ని మీరు తీసుకున్నప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే 2 parts బై టోటల్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ పార్ట్స్ ఏమవుతుంది ఇక్కడ 3 + 2 5 parts ఇంటూ లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ ఎంత 15, డిఫరెన్స్ అండ్ హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ ఎంత 20. సో 2/5, once again 15 difference 20 మీకు తెలుసు ఎలా చేయాలో. 5 gets cancelled, the answer is going to be 2. కాన్సిక్వెంట్ తీసుకున్నారు విచ్ ఇస్ కనెక్టెడ్ టు ద హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ కాబట్టి మీరు ఈ పర్టికులర్ 2ని 20 నుండి సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది. ఐ రిపీట్, ఈ పర్టికులర్ 2ని 20 నుండి సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది విచ్ ఇస్ 18 kg. సో ఈ షార్ట్కట్, ఇది ఒక షార్ట్కట్ లాగా మీరు కన్సిడర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. రూల్ 1 అయినా రూల్ 2 అయినా క్వశ్చన్ బట్టి మీరు యూస్ చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళాలి. అండ్ వన్స్ అగైన్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ రూల్ 2 మీకు చెప్పడమే ఎందుకంటే ఈజీగా ఉంటుంది, ఆన్సర్ చాలా ఫాస్ట్గా తీసుకొస్తారని చెప్పి. మళ్ళీ వన్స్ అగైన్ యాంటిసిడెంట్ యూస్ చేసి చెక్ చేసి, కాన్సిక్వెంట్ యూస్ చేసి చెక్ చేసి మీకు ఆన్సర్ ఒకటే వస్తుందని చెక్ చేయడంతో మీకు యూజ్ ఏం లేదు. జస్ట్ బికాస్ యాజ్ ఐ టోల్డ్ యూ, ఇఫ్ యూ రిమెంబర్ ఇన్ మై ఎర్లియర్ క్లాసెస్, మీరు నా ఎర్లియర్ వీడియోస్ చూసినట్లయితే ఇంతకుముందు చేసినవి నేను మీకు క్లియర్గా ఓరియంటేషన్లో చెప్పుకుంటాను. యూ ఆర్ నాట్ సపోజ్ టు టేక్ మోర్ దెన్ 45 seconds టు సాల్వ్ అ క్వశ్చన్. సో క్వశ్చన్ అనేది 45 secondsకి పైన తీసుకోవడం అనేది కుదరదు. కాంపిటేటివ్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ ఎప్పుడు ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే 40 to 45 secondsలో వీ నీడ్ టు గెట్ ద ఆన్సర్. ఈ పర్టికులర్ మెథడాలజీస్, కాన్సెప్ట్స్, షార్ట్ కట్స్ మీరు యూస్ చేసినప్పుడు విల్ గెట్ ద ఆన్సర్. ఐ మీన్ లెట్స్ సే సంథింగ్ అరౌండ్ 30 to 40 seconds. ఐ హోప్ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్ ద క్వశ్చన్. సో రూల్ 1 and rule 2. Let's go with another question. Just look at the example number 2. I mean question number 1 here. So we have seen an example. Now question number 1. So in what ratio rice at 9 rupees 30 paise? I repeat 9.30, it's nothing but 9 rupees 30 paise అని మీరు మెన్షన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇక్కడ ఎన్ని టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ రైస్ ఉందనేది ఫస్ట్ మీరు చూడండి. మీరు క్వశ్చన్ చదివినట్లయితే ఇన్ వాట్ రేషియో రైస్ అట్ 9.30 per kg be mixed with rice at 10.80. సో 9.30 per kg అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ ఇంకేంటి 10.80 per kg. అదేంటి ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ రూపీస్. సో దట్ ద మిక్స్చర్ వర్త్ 10 rupees. So that the mixture worth 10 rupees per kg. Alright, ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే మన దగ్గర రెండు డిఫరెంట్ రైస్ క్వాలిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి. క్వాలిటీ ఐమ్ నాట్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ ద క్వాంటిటీ. రెండు డిఫరెంట్ క్వాలిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఫస్ట్ క్వాలిటీ యొక్క రైస్ ప్రైస్ ఎంత అని చూసారంటే 9 rupees 30 paise per kg. అండ్ వీ హ్యావ్ నదర్ క్వాలిటీ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ క్వాలిటీ 2 అని చెప్పుకున్నాం. వెరైటీ అని తీసుకోవచ్చు, రెండు డిఫరెంట్ క్వాలిటీస్ అని తీసుకోవచ్చు. మీరు ఎలానా అజ్యూమ్ చేసుకొని మన దగ్గర రెండు ఉన్నాయి. ఫస్ట్ ఏమో ఫస్ట్ రైస్, ఫస్ట్ క్వాలిటీ లేదు ఫస్ట్ వెరైటీ. ఈ ఫస్ట్ క్వాలిటీ లేదు వెరైటీ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎంతంటే 9 rupees 30 paise per kg. అండ్ సెకండ్ థింగ్, నెక్స్ట్ మన దగ్గర ఇంకొక రైస్ క్వాలిటీ ఉంది, ఇంకొక వెరైటీ ఉంది. ఈ వెరైటీ యొక్క ప్రైస్ చూసారంటే 10 rupees 80 paise per kg. ఇప్పుడు ఈ రెండు లెట్స్ సే ఈ వెరైటీ 1 అనేది ఒక బ్యాగ్లోను, వెరైటీ 2 అనేది ఒక బ్యాగ్లోనూ ఉన్నాయి. ఈ రెండింటిని మిక్స్ చేసి నేను ఒక థర్డ్ వెరైటీని తీసుకురావాలి. ఐ రిపీట్, ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు గెట్ అ థర్డ్ వెరైటీ విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ ఫస్ట్ అండ్ సెకండ్. ఈ రెండింటిని మిక్స్ చేసి నేను థర్డ్ వెరైటీ తీసుకురావాలి. ఈ థర్డ్ వెరైటీ నేను తీసుకురావాలి అంటే దాని యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎలా ఉండాలి అంటే 10 రూపీస్ పర్ కేజీ. సో ఐడియల్ ప్రైస్ 10 రూపీస్ పర్ కేజీ. సో నేను ఇందాక చెప్పినట్టు మీకు ఇలాంటి యావరేజ్ని ఎలా తీసుకోవాలి, ఏ రేషియోలో అవి రెండు మిక్స్ చేయాలి అనడానికి అలిగేషన్స్ అనేది యూజ్ అవుతుంది. సో లెట్స్ సీ హౌ దిస్ వర్క్. ఓకే, ఈ ప్రైసెస్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే పాయింట్స్లో ఉన్నాయి. ఐ మీన్ 9 రూపీస్ 30 పైసే, అవునా? సో దీన్ని మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే ఒక పర్టిక్యులర్ యూనిట్లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకున్నట్లయితే మనకి సాల్వ్ చేయడానికి ఈజీ ఉంటుంది. సో ఇది వీ ఆల్ నో దట్ 1 రూపీ ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు 100 పైసే. సో 9 రూపీస్ ఉంది, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 9 రూపీస్ 30 పైసా ఉంది. ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు మేక్ ఇట్ ఎస్ పైసా, 930 పైసా. అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 1080 పైసా, 1080 పైసే. సో కేజీస్లో ఉన్న రూపీస్ అండ్ పైసే రెండు యూనిట్స్లో, మల్టిపుల్ యూనిట్స్లో ఉన్న వాల్యూని నేను ఈజీగా సాల్వ్ చేయడానికి కోసం ఒక పర్టికులర్ యూనిట్లో మార్చుకుంటున్నాను, విచ్ ఇస్ సంథింగ్ బట్ పైసా. సో 930, ఫస్ట్ వెరైటీ ఏమో 930 పైసే ఒక కేజీ, అండ్ సెకండ్ వెరైటీ ఏమో 1080 పైసే పర్ కేజీ. ఇప్పుడు నాకు కావాల్సిన ఐడియల్ మిక్స్చర్ ఏంటి అంటే 1000 పైసా ఉండాలి, 1000 పైసా ఉండాలి. సో ఇక్కడ మీకు డ్రా చేస్తున్నాను. ఐ హ్యావ్ వెరైటీ 1, ఐ హ్యావ్ వెరైటీ 2. సో ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు ఫార్మ్ వెరైటీ 3, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ వెరైటీ 1 ప్లస్ వెరైటీ 2. ఈ రెండు మిక్స్ చేసి నేను వెరైటీ 3ని ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఈ వెరైటీ 1 యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎంత అంటే 9 రూపీస్ 30 పైసే. ఈ వెరైటీ 2 యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎంత అంటే 10 రూపీస్ 80 పైసే. ఇప్పుడు ఈ రెండు మిక్స్ చేసి నేను వెరైటీ 3 ఫార్మ్ చేయాలి, విచ్ ఇస్ అ కాంబినేషన్ ఆఫ్ V1 అండ్ V2. బట్ దీని యొక్క ప్రైస్ నాకు ఎంత ఉండాలి, 10 రూపీస్ పర్ కేజీ ఉండాలి. ఈ ఇంటెన్షన్తో నేను చేస్తాను. సో నా I'm going to connect this. ఎలా అంటే ఐ హోప్ యూ రిమెంబర్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద లెసర్ వాల్యూ. 930 పైసా అనేది లెసర్ వాల్యూ అండ్ 1080 పైసా అనేది ఏంటి, హైయర్ వాల్యూ. సో దీన్ని నేను రైట్ సైడ్ నోట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను. అండ్ వీ ఆల్ నో దట్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద మీన్ వాల్యూ. సో ఇందులో నుండి మనం ఈ రెండింటిని మిక్స్ చేసి 1000 పైసాకి తీసుకురావాలని అయినాం. బట్ ఏ రేషియోలో మిక్స్ చేయాలి అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఏ రేషియోలో మనం మిక్స్ చేస్తున్నామంటే, సో ఇలా 2 లైన్స్ కనెక్ట్ చేయండి. యాజ్ ఐ టోల్డ్ యూ, highest value minus mean value. I repeat, highest value minus mean value. Highest value minus mean value ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుంది, which is nothing but 80. అవునా? highest value minus mean value which is nothing but 80. ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే mean value minus what is this, least value. mean value minus least value. సో 1000 minus 930 ఏమవుతుంది, 70 అవుతుంది. సో నా దగ్గర హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ విచ్ ఇస్ 80, మీన్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ విచ్ ఇస్ 70. సో అప్పుడు మీకు ఏమవుతుంది, 80:70. ఈ రెండు వాల్యూస్ యొక్క రేషియో తీసుకుంటే 80:70. దీన్ని సింప్లిఫై చేసినప్పుడు మనకి ఏమవుతుంది, 8:7 అనేది ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. సో 8:7 అనేది మనం చేసుకున్నట్లయితే, ఈ పర్టికులర్ రేషియోలో మనం చేసుకున్నట్లయితే విల్ గెట్ ద ఫైనల్ మిక్స్చర్. ఆ మిక్స్చర్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, 1000 అని ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, నౌ లుక్ అట్ ద క్వశ్చన్ నెంబర్ 2. ఈ క్వశ్చన్ చూసారంటే, ఇన్ వాట్ రేషియో మస్ట్ వీట్ అట్ 3 రూపీస్ 20 per kg బి మిక్స్డ్ విత్ వీట్ అట్ 2 రూపీస్ 90 per kg. 2 రూపీస్ 90 పైసే. ఇవి కూడా మల్టిపుల్ కరెన్సీలో మల్టిపుల్ యూనిట్స్లో ఉంది కరెన్సీ. సో ఈధర్ మనకి రూపీస్లో ఉండాలి, లేదంటే పైసెస్లో ఉండాలి. మల్టిపుల్గా ఉంటే విల్ ఫీల్ హార్డ్. సో దీన్ని మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు, 290 పైసే అని ఒకదాన్ని కన్వర్ట్ చేయొచ్చు, ఇంకోటి ఏం చేయొచ్చు 320 పైసే అని కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, అండ్ ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే 308 అని కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు మీరు బోర్డుని చూసినట్లయితే, సి లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ ఫస్ట్ వెరైటీ వీట్ ఎలా ఉంది, 290 పైసే పర్ కేజీ. అంటే 2 రూపీస్ 90 పైసే అన్న 290 అన్న ఒకటే. అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ 320 పైసే. అండ్ మనకి మిక్స్ చేసి ఏ రేషియోలో మిక్స్ చేసి, ఒక పర్టికులర్ రేషియోలో మనం మిక్స్ చేసి ఒక కొత్త వెరైటీని ఫామ్ చేయాలి. ఆ ఫామ్ అయ్యే వీట్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎలా ఉండాలంటే 308 పైసే, అంటే 3 రూపీస్. ఓకే, సో ఎలా చేస్తారు, సింపుల్, ఇలా కనెక్ట్ చేయండి. సో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్, ఈ వాల్యూ మీకు రావాలంటే ఏం చేస్తారు, హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ మీన్ వాల్యూ. హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ మనం మీన్ వాల్యూ చేస్తే ఏమవుతుంది, మీకు 12 అవుతుంది. సో మీన్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ. ఐ రిపీట్, మీన్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ ఏమవుతుంది, మీకు 18 అవుతుంది, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 12:18. సో 12:19 ఏమవుతుంది, 2:3. 12:18 ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 2:3. సో 2:3 అనే రేషియోలో మనం చేసినట్లయితే విల్ గెట్ ద ఆన్సర్. డన్. సో లుక్ అట్ ద నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్. See, in what proportion must rice at, so ఇది once again rice ని బేస్ చేసుకున్న క్వశ్చన్. సో రైస్ ఎలా ఉంది, 3 rupees 10 paise per kg ఒకటి ఉంది, 3 rupees 10 paise which is nothing but 310 paise, and ఇంకోటి ఎలా ఉంది 360 paise per kg ఉంది, అవునా. సో 3 rupees 10 paise per kg, 360 paise per kg, ఐ మీన్ 360 paise per kg, రెండు డిఫరెంట్ రైస్ ఉంది. అండ్ దీన్ని మనం మిక్స్ చేసి థర్డ్ వెరైటీ రైస్ తీసుకోవాలి. ఈ థర్డ్ వెరైటీ రైస్ ఏమో 325 paise ఉంది, 3 rupees 25 paise. సో దిస్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ రైస్ 1, దిస్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ రైస్, ఐ మీన్ వెరైటీ, ఓకే రైస్ 1 అన్న వెరైటీ 1 అని తీసుకోండి, మీకు ఇంకా ఈజీ ఉంటుంది. సో 2 వెరైటీస్, ఫస్ట్ వెరైటీ ఏమో 310 paise per kg, సెకండ్ వెరైటీ ఏమో 360 paise per kg. మనం ఈ రెండింటిని మిక్స్ చేసి ఫామ్ చేయాల్సిన థర్డ్ వెరైటీ రైస్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎంత 325. సేమ్ హియర్, ఆల్రైట్, సేమ్ హియర్ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 360 హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ మైనస్ లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ. సో 360 ఇదేమవుతుంది 35 అవుతుంది, అవునా 35. సో ఇదేమవుతుంది విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 15. సో 35 is to 15, so which is nothing but 7 is to 3. 7 is to 3. Got it? 7 is to 3 రేషియోలో మీరు మిక్స్ చేసినట్లు అయితే you'll get the answer. So next చూడండి, మీరు నెక్స్ట్ చూసారంటే 5 kg of superior quality sugar is mixed with 25 kg of inferior quality sugar. I repeat, 5 kg of superior quality sugar is mixed with 25 kg of inferior quality sugar. The price of the superior quality and inferior quality sugar are 18 rupees and 12 rupees respectively. So the average price per kg of the mixture is. So ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసారైతే ఈ క్వశ్చన్ నోట్ చేసుకొని మీరు మళ్ళీ 5 kg of superior quality sugar is mixed with 25 kg of inferior quality sugar, అవునా. సో రెండు డిఫరెంట్ షుగర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఫస్ట్ వెరైటీ ఏమో 12 rupees, సెకండ్ వెరైటీ ఏమో 18 rupees. ఫస్ట్ వెరైటీ 12 rupees, సెకండ్ వెరైటీ 18 rupees. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే సో 5 kg of inferior quality sugar is mixed with 25 kg of superior quality. సో superior quality, inferior quality అంటే ఏంటి? superior quality అంటే కాస్ట్లీ, సో ఎక్స్పెన్సివ్ ఈ సైడ్ superior quality, and this is inferior. I repeat, నేను ఇక్కడ నోట్ చేస్తున్నాను. సో దిస్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ superior quality and this is nothing but inferior quality. I mean superior quality అంటే కాస్ట్లీ, inferior quality అంటే లో కాస్ట్. సో ఈ inferior quality ఎన్ని కేజెస్ మనం మిక్స్ చేస్తున్నాం? మీరు క్వశ్చన్ చూసినట్లయితే 5 kg ఆఫ్ సుపీరియర్ క్వాలిటీ షుగర్. సో సుపీరియర్ క్వాలిటీ షుగర్ యొక్క కాస్ట్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది, దాని యొక్క ఎన్ని కేజీస్ ఉంది ఇక్కడ 5 kgs. సో ఇన్ఫీరియర్ క్వాలిటీ ఎన్ని కేజెస్ మిక్స్ చేస్తున్నామంటే 25 kgs మిక్స్ చేస్తున్నాం, దాని యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎంత ఉందంటే 12 rupees. యాజ్ యూజువల్ 12 rupees, 18 rupees. ఓకే, 25 kg 12 rupees షుగర్. ఓకే, 12 rupees షుగర్, ఐ మీన్ 12 rupees అనేది ఇన్ఫీరియర్ క్వాలిటీ షుగర్ యొక్క ప్రైస్. 25 kg మిక్స్ చేస్తున్నాం, ఇది 5 kg మిక్స్ చేస్తున్నాం, ఇది పర్ కేజీ ఎంత 18 rupees. ఇది ఒక పర్టికులర్ ఈ కేజీస్ అని మిక్స్ చేసి ఒక థర్డ్ వెరైటీ షుగర్ ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. రెండు, ఐ మీన్ ఒక ఇన్ఫీరియర్ ఒక సుపీరియర్ రెండు మిక్స్ చేస్తే ఒక థర్డ్ వెరైటీ ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. ఆ థర్డ్ వెరైటీ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎంత అనేది చెక్ చేస్తున్నారు. సో సింపుల్. సో దీన్ని మీకు నేను ఎలా చెప్పాను అంటే 5:1 రూల్ నెంబర్ 2 నేను యూస్ చేస్తున్నాను ఇక్కడ, అలిగేషన్ రూల్ 2 యూస్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ 25:5 ఏమవుతుంది మీకు ఇంకా 1:5 అవుతుంది, అవునా. సో 1:5ని మనం ఎలా నోట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, రివర్స్ చేయమని చెప్పాను, విచ్ బికమ్స్, ఐ మీన్ 5:1 అనేది రివర్స్ ఏమవుతుంది 1:5 అవుతుంది. ఐ రిపీట్ దిస్, మీరు అలిగేషన్ రూల్ 2 ఎక్స్క్లూజివ్లీ మీరు చేసేటప్పుడు ఈ పర్టికులర్ రేషియో అనేది మీరు ఇక్కడ రివర్ట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో ఐదర్ నేను యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకోవచ్చు, లేదంటే కాన్సిక్వెంట్. ఇదే నేను ఫస్ట్ టర్మ్ తీసుకొని సాల్వ్ చేయొచ్చు, లేదంటే సెకండ్ టర్మ్ తీసుకొని సాల్వ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఫస్ట్ టర్మ్ తీసుకుంటే, ఐ మీన్ యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకుంటే ఏమవుతుంది 1 by total parts, 1 part by total parts ఎంత 1 + 5 6 parts into, so 12 difference 18, అవునా. I repeat, 1 part by total number of parts into 12 difference 18, I mean least price different highest price, which becomes 1/6 into 6. So 6 gets cancelled, so you are left with how much? 1. Now try to understand, nenu what is this ఫస్ట్ టర్మ్ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకున్నాను. యాంటిసిడెంట్ అనేది దేనికి కనెక్ట్ అవ్వాలని చెప్పాను, ఐ మీన్ లీస్ట్ ప్రైస్కి కనెక్ట్ అవ్వాలి, 12 రూపీస్. సో లీస్ట్ ప్రైస్కి కనెక్ట్ అవ్వాలి అంటే మీకు వచ్చిన ఆన్సర్ని ఇక్కడ ఈ పర్టికులర్ 1 అనేదాన్ని మీరు దేనికి యాడ్ చేయాలి అంటే ఈ 12 రూపీస్కి యాడ్ చేస్తే విల్ గెట్ హౌ మచ్, 13 రూపీస్. ఇట్ ఈస్ యువర్ ఆన్సర్. సో మీ ఎక్స్ ఏంట్రా అంటే ఇక్కడ దిస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 13 రూపీస్. లేదు కాన్సిక్వెంట్ తీసుకొని సాల్వ్ చేస్తే ఏమవుతుంది అని మీరు చూసారంటే వాట్ ఇస్ కాన్సిక్వెంట్ హియర్, 5. సో 5 బై హౌ మచ్ ఇట్ ఇస్, 6 parts ఇంటూ 12 డిఫరెన్స్ 18 కాన్సిక్వెంట్ని. సో 5 by 6, సో 12 డిఫరెన్స్ 18 ఏమవుతుంది, 6 అవుతుంది. 6 గెన్స్ క్యాన్సర్, వీఆర్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ 5. సో మీరు కాన్సిక్వెంట్ని కాన్సిక్వెంట్ తీసుకుంటున్నారు. కాన్సిక్వెంట్ అనేది ఏ వాల్యూ కనెక్ట్ అవుతుందని చెప్పాను, సుపీరియర్ హైయర్ వాల్యూ కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటుంది, సుపీరియర్ వాల్యూ కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటుంది. సో మీరు ఏం చేయాలంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ 5ని 18 నుండి సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది. 18 నుండి సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ చేస్తే మీకు ఏమవుతుంది, 13 రూపీస్ వస్తుంది. రైట్, మీరు యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకొని ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఇన్ఫీరియర్ వాల్యూకి యాడ్ చేసినా మీకు వచ్చే ఆన్సర్ అదే. లేదు అంటే మీరు కాన్సిక్వెంట్ తీసుకొని ఈ పర్టికులర్ సుపీరియర్కి ఈ ప్రాసెస్ తర్వాత ఈ పర్టికులర్ సుపీరియర్ వాల్యూకి వాల్యూ నుండి సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ చేసినా యూఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు గెట్ ద సేమ్ ఆన్సర్. సో ద ఫైనల్ ఆన్సర్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 13 రూపీస్. మీరుకి కొత్తగా ఫామ్ అయ్యే అంటే 12 రూపీస్ ప్రైస్ ఉన్న 25 kgs షుగర్ని 18 రూపీస్ ప్రైస్ ఉన్న 5 kg షుగర్ని మిక్స్ చేస్తే నాకు ఫైనల్గా ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు గెట్ అ పర్టికులర్ వెరైటీ. ఆ వెరైటీ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎలా, ఆ వెరైటీ షుగర్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే ₹13 per kg. రైట్, లెట్స్ సీ ద నెక్స్ట్ క్వశ్చన్. ఇది మీరు చూసారంటే 16 liters of kerosene is mixed with 5 liters of petrol అంటున్నాడు. సో రెండు పర్టికులర్ సొల్యూషన్స్ మనకి ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాయి. 16 liters of kerosene is mixed with 5 liters of petrol. The price of kerosene is 12 per liter and the petrol price is 33 per liter. I repeat, 16 liters of kerosene is mixed with 5 liters of petrol. అవునా, ఇప్పుడు మీరు బోర్డ్ని చూసినట్లయితే see it's going to be easy for us. ఓకే, సో ఇదేంటి, లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ అంటే ఇక్కడ కెరోసిన్ ప్రైస్ని నేను లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ నోట్ చేసుకున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే పెట్రోల్ ప్రైస్తో పోలిస్తే కెరోసిన్ ప్రైస్ అనేది చాలా చీప్ అండ్ పెట్రోల్ ప్రైస్ ఏంటి ఇక్కడ 33. ఇప్పుడు ఈ రెండింటిని మనం మిక్స్ చేసి ఒక కొత్త సొల్యూషన్ ఒక కొత్త మిక్స్ చేస్తే విల్ గెట్ అ మిక్స్చర్. ఆ మిక్స్చర్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయబోతున్నాం. ఎంత పర్టికులర్లో ఏ రేషియోలో మిక్స్ చేస్తామంటే ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసారంటే 12 రూపీస్ ప్రైస్ ఉన్న కెరోసిన్ని ఎన్ని లీటర్స్ తీసుకుంటున్నాం, 16 లీటర్స్ తీసుకుంటున్నాం. 33 రూపీస్ ప్రైస్ ఉన్న పెట్రోల్ ఎన్ని లీటర్స్ తీసుకుంటున్నాం, 5 లీటర్స్ తీసుకుంటున్నాం. యాజ్ యూజువల్ ఏదానికైతే మీరు మీన్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలో అది టాప్లో ఉంటుంది, వాటి యొక్క కరస్పాండింగ్ వాల్యూస్ అనేది బాటంలో ఉంటుంది. ఈ 12 అనేది 16 కనెక్ట్ అయింది, ఈ 33 అనేది 5కి కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటుంది. అవునా, సో ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఏం చేయొచ్చు దీని నుండి, 16:5. am I right? 16:5. సో దీన్ని మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు, రూల్ 2 నేను యూస్ చేస్తాను కాబట్టి దీన్ని నేను రివర్స్ చేస్తే నాకు ఏమవుతుంది, 5:16 అని ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. ఈ 5:16లో నేను ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తానంటే ఫస్ట్ యాంటిసిడెంట్ వాల్యూ తీసుకుంటే యాంటిసిడెంట్ హియర్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 5. యాంటిసిడెంట్ అంటే ఏమవుతుంది, 5 అవుతుంది. 5 బై, సో టోటల్ పార్ట్స్ ఏమవుతుంది, 5 + 16 అంటే 21 ఇంటూ ఫస్ట్ కెరోసిన్ వాల్యూ ఎంత 12, డిఫరెన్స్ పెట్రోల్ వాల్యూ ఎంత 33, which becomes 5 by 21 into 21. So 21 gets cancelled. So which is nothing but you're left with 5. మీరు యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకున్నారు కాబట్టి యాంటిసిడెంట్ అనేది ఏ వాల్యూ ఉంటుంది, లీస్ట్ కెరోసిన్ వాల్యూ అంటే లీస్ట్ వాల్యూకి కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటుంది. సో ఈ లీస్ట్ వాల్యూని మీరు ఏం చేయాలి, దీనికి యాడ్ చేయాలి. ఈ 5కి మీరు లీస్ట్ వాల్యూ యాడ్ చేస్తే ఏమవుతుంది, 17 రూపీస్ అనేది వస్తుంది ఆన్సర్. రైట్, మీరు ఇలా చేసినా ఓకే. లేదు కాన్సిక్వెంట్ తీసుకున్నారంటే కాన్సిక్వెంట్ ఏముంటుంది దీంట్లో, నేను సజెస్ట్ చేయడం ఏంటంటే ఈదర్ యూ గో విత్ ద కాన్సిక్వెంట్ ఆర్ యూ గో విత్ ద యాంటిసిడెంట్. రెండు ఎగ్జామ్లో చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, ఇట్స్ జస్ట్ ద టైం వేస్ట్. మీరు కాన్సిక్వెంట్ తీసుకున్నట్టయితే 16 బై టోటల్ పార్ట్స్ ఏమవుతుంది, 21 పార్ట్స్ అవుతుంది ఇంటూ, సో 12 డిఫరెన్స్ 33. సో ఏమవుతుంది 16 by 21. సో 12 డిఫరెన్స్ 33 కూడా ఏమవుతుంది 21 గెట్స్ క్యాన్సిల్, వీఆర్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ 16. రిమెంబర్ మనం కాన్సిక్వెంట్ తీసుకున్నాం, కాన్సిక్వెంట్ అంటే హైయెస్ట్ వాల్యూ కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటుంది అంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ దిస్, టేక్ ద డిఫరెన్స్, టేక్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ హియర్ వన్స్ అగైన్. ఈ 16కి 30కి డిఫరెన్స్ తీసుకున్నా మీకు వచ్చే వాల్యూ ఎంత 17. సో మీరు యాంటిసిడెంట్ తీసుకున్నా యూఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు గెట్ 17 రూపీస్ ఆర్ కాన్సిక్వెంట్ తీసుకున్నా యూఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు గెట్ 17 రూపీస్. అండ్ see, this is how you solve the questions using the allegations. I hope you understand the class. If you have any doubts, you can comment in the same video. All right, I hope you enjoyed this. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSSTC. In the earlier session, we were discussing what is meant by a multiple, what is meant by a factor, and what is meant by highest common factor, and then least common multiple. So we started with the factors, and then we understood how it works. And I told you, like, in a table, let's say for example, in a 2 table, 2 into 1 it is 2, 2 into 2 it is 4. The LHS, the elements which are in the left hand side of the table, which are nothing but the factors, and the elements which are in the right hand side, those are the multiples. And we have discussed, how highest common factor HCF works and how, GCD method works. And in this class we are going to discuss how least common multiple works, LCM, how it works, and what are the types of questions that you'll get it in the examination. May exams lo me any types of questions LCM మీద వస్తాయి అవన్నీ questions ఈరోజు మనం డిస్కస్ చేద్దాం. Let's see the first question. Find the LCM of 42, 63, 231. It's a very basic question. I repeat the question. Find the LCM of 42, 63, 231. LCM of 42, 63 and then 231. All right, now this is a very basic question. Inside, see here, we can do it in two different ways. Either we can go with the combined factorization method. Factorization method meeku already explain chesanu how it works. Either we can go with the factorization method, or else we can individual ga factorize chesi 42 ni and then 63 ni and then 231 ni individual ga factors chesi meer map cheskunna fine, ledu combined ga factorize cheskunna okay. So for this kind of numbers, 42, 63, 231 ikkada numbers meer chusinattlaithe, so 231 we don't know exactly which number to start with, so it is better if we go with the individual factorization method. Let's say for example, let's factorize 42. First 42 ni factorize cheddam, and then let's factorize 63 and then let's factorize 231. All right, now so I'm going to start the factorization method for 42. It's like 2 and it is like 21 and then 3 and then 7. Fantastic. Now what are the factors here? 2 into 3 into 7. These are the factors of 42. All right, keep it aside. Now let's factorize 63. So 3, it is easy, and then it is 3 into 21 and then once again 3, 7, which is once again 3 into 7. These are the factors of 63. Now let's factorize 231. Idi factorize chese chudam, like how it goes. And then see here it is 231. Now we need to check whether, see, 231 is absolutely not divisible by 2, and so we should look for the another number. What's the next number? Probably 3. Let's try and check. It's like 231, probably 3, and 3 7s are 21. Am I right? And then 2 and then 1 and once again, so 377, and fantastic. Once again it's like, yes, so it is divisible by 3. Let's start with 3. So 3, and here the number is 77. So 77 into 3, which is nothing but 231. Good. Now if you observe, so 77, it is easy for me. Let me start with 7 and then it is 11. So what are the factors? 3 into 11, 7 into 11. All right, now I have factors for 42, I have factors for 63, and then I have factors for 231 as well. Now, so ఈ factors ని ఎలా రాసుకుంటున్నానంటే, first thing 2 into 3 into 7 అని రాసుకుంటున్నాను, and then 3 into 7 and then finally it is 3 into 7 into 11. All right, now so దీంట్లో మనం చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే, let's see, దీన్ని ఇంకొంచెం చేంజ్ చేసుకుంటే it is like 2 into 3 into 7. Good. And here it is 3 square into 7, and then here it's like 3 into 7 into 11. So దీన్ని నేను మీకు అర్థమయ్యేటట్టు మళ్ళీ ఇంకొక లైన్లో రాశాను. సో 2 into 3 into 7 and then ఇది 3 square into 7 and then 3 into 7 into 11. Okay, now guys, just consider all the 3 and just check write down all the factors. అన్ని factors మీరు రాసినట్లయితే we have 2 and then we have 3 and then we have 7 and then we have 11. వీటన్నిటిలో ఉన్న ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ మొత్తం మీరు సెపరేట్గా నోట్ చేసుకోండి. వాట్ ఆర్ ద ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ దేర్? 2 and then 3 and then 7 and then 11. Now so 2 యొక్క హైయెస్ట్ పవర్ మీరు చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే 3 ఫ్యాక్టర్స్లో 2 ఒక ప్లేస్లో మాత్రమే ఉంది. సో లీవ్ 2 యాజ్ ఇట్ ఇస్, అండ్ దెన్ మీరు ఈ ప్లేస్లో చూసినట్లయితే we have 3 in the first and then 3 square in the second and 3 in the last. Probably I'm going to consider 3 square, just because in order to take the LCM I just consider the highest power of 3, which is nothing but 3 square. And then మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 7 is there in 7 మాత్రమే, ఇక్కడ 7 power 1, this is 7 power 1 and this is 7 power 1, no changes at all. So here it is finally. Now it is obviously 2 into 3 square is 9, and which is nothing but 7 into 11. Okay, now 2 9, which is nothing but 18, and which is 77. Alright, so 18 into 77, if you multiply, which is nothing but 1386 is your final answer. So 1386 acts as the LCM of 42, 63 and then 231. Now let's see the next question. Find the LCM of 305, 406, 507. I repeat the question. Find the LCM of 305, 406, 507. Alright guys, see, if you look at this kind of questions, you know, the LCM find out cheyalante, we need to understand, so with which number this 305 is divisible, and with, and so 305 is divided by which number, and 406 is divisible by what, and 507 is divisible by what. And see, this is a question mark, just because, so once again, individual factorization method మీరు తీసినట్లయితే, let's say 305 and then 406 and then 507. Alright, if you ask me, is this easy for us to do the individual factorization here? Of course it is no, it's going to be hard, just because 305 is okay, we can start with 5 and we can divide and go ahead, and 406 is okay, we can we can start with 2 and then divide. And if we talk about 507, see, we don't know with which number 507 is divisible. Alright, so usually divisibility conditions అనేది ఎలా స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందంటే, when it comes to factorization method, we start with 2. Okay, 2 తో చెక్ చేస్తాం, and then if not 2, then with 3, if not with 3, and then with 5, not 4, just because 4 once again is the multiple of 2 కాబట్టి start with 5, and 5 if not 6 కాదు, we'll check with 7. This is how it goes on. So ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఫ్యాక్టరైజేషన్ మెథడ్ అనేది టైం టేకింగ్, ఇండివిజువల్ ఒక్కొక్క నెంబర్ని ఫ్యాక్టరైజ్ చేసి ఆన్సర్ తీసుకురావడం. ఎక్స్క్లూజివ్లీ ఈ 305, 406, 507 నెంబర్ చూసారు అంటే ఒక నెంబర్తో ఇవన్నీ డివైడ్ అవుతాయా అని మీరు తెలుసుకోవడానికి ఇట్ టేక్స్ టైమ్. బట్ వేర్ యాజ్ ఇన్ ద ఎగ్జామినేషన్ we will not be having that much time to research all these things. In such case, have to solve these type of question, and we know that we need to find out the LCM of 305, 406 and 507. Let's look at the options once. ఒకసారి మీరు ఆప్షన్స్ చూసినట్లయితే 62781810, and then 62781800, and then 62781810, and then 62781820, and then 62781840. These are the options. And guys, I'm going to give you a shortcut here. It's a kind of technique, it's called as the digit sum technique. Alright, this digit sum technique you can utilize, you can implement only when you have the options. Option ఉన్నప్పుడు మాత్రమే ఈ particular technique ని మీరు యూస్ చేయగలుగుతారు. Let's say if it's a fill in the blanks, not possible. But most probably whatever the questions that we are going to get in the aptitude examination, it's going to be MCQ. నేను మీకు ఫస్ట్ క్లాస్లో మీకు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తున్నాను what is my MCQ. MCQ is nothing but multiple choice questions. So most of the questions, not most of the questions, so questions usually in aptitude, they ask you to solve multiple choice questions. Very rarely, and very rare, like ఎప్పుడైనా మీకు 1-2 questions కానీ fill in the blanks, in the sense options లేకుండా fill in the blanks ఇవ్వచ్చు, but that is not frequently asked. MCQ is a frequently asked type of questions. Now how we are going to solve this kind of question? It is so simple. Now I need to find out LCM of 305, 406, 507. This is what my question. Now in order to find out the LCM for this type of numbers which are having 3 digits, usually I need to check. Let's see, మీకు ఈ క్వశ్చన్ సాల్వ్ చేసే ముందు ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు గివ్ యూ షార్ట్ ఇంకొక చిన్న క్వశ్చన్ మిమ్మల్ని చెప్తే, సో LCM of 6, 7, 8 అని చెప్పి తీసుకుంటాను. Let's see LCM of 6, 7, 8. Guys, if you see, these are like almost like a, not, I cannot say exactly co-prime, but these numbers next to next numbers, am I right? So 6, 7. So ఇంకా దీన్ని సింపుల్గా చేయాలంటే, forget about this 8, let's talk about 6 and 7. If I ask you what is the LCM of 6 and 7, obviously they are co-primes అని చూసారు అంటే, see 1 తప్ప ఇంకా ఏ నెంబర్ వాటికి కామన్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్గా ఉండవు. 6కి చూసినట్లయితే 2 into 3, 1 into 2 into 3. 7ని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 1 into 7. సో 2 నెంబర్స్కి కామన్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ చూసారంటే 1. సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ కో-ప్రైమ్. ఇలాంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో LCM మీరు చేయడానికి మీరు ఏం చేస్తారంటే, దీని ఫ్యాక్టరైజేషన్ మెథడ్ మీరు యూస్ చేయరు. సో LCM of 6 and 7 మీరు ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేస్తారు? సింప్లీ 6 into 7 చేసేస్తారు, which is nothing but 7 6 are 42. So LCM of 6 and 7 is obviously 42. Am I right? The same applies here. So LCM of 305, 406 and 507. So these 3 numbers, by observing these 3 numbers, see, those are like almost like a co-prime, whereas they don't have any common factors. It is not possible for us to factorize and do it. Okay, in such case, so ఎలా 6 and 7 కి మనకి డైరెక్ట్గా మల్టిపుల్ చేస్తాము, I'm going to execute the same thing here. 305 into 406 into 507. This is going to be the answer, LCM. Alright, just because we don't have any common factors for 305, 406, 507, okay, I'm going to multiply 305 into 406 into 507. So how I'm going to do this? Since I have the options with me in order to get the answer, no need to multiply the entire thing. I'm going to teach you the, that digit sum technique. Just observe. Guys, we have 3, we have 0, we have 5. Alright, I request you to add all the digits. Evitlo ఉన్న digits అన్నిటిని మీరు add చేయండి. So which becomes 3 plus 0 plus 5. Alright, so let this multiplication symbol as it is, and then 4 plus 0 plus 6, and this as it is, and then 5 plus 0 plus 7. Alright, so ila add cheskunnarante. Now if you observe, this becomes 8. 3 plus 0, it's 0. 3 plus 0, it's 3, plus 5, it is 8 into, and 4 plus 0 is obviously 4, and then plus 6, it is 10. Alright, then into, and then 5 plus 12 is obviously, so 5 plus 7 is obviously 12. So now 305 has become 8, 406 has become 10, 507 has become 12, just adding all the digits in that particular number. Alright, now, so then once again, we have to convert these numbers into single digit numbers. It is so simple. 8 into alane unnayi. So it is 10, which is the 2-digit number. Once again, we need to execute the digit sum technique, which is nothing but 1 plus 0 into, and this is 1 plus 2. Once again, digit sum. Alright, now it is 8 into 1 into 3. 8 into 1 into 3. So 8 into 1 into 3 is obviously 24. Now once again, this is a 2-digit number. So whenever you get to see 2-digit number, more than 1 digit, you have to do the addition of that particular digits. So 2 plus 4, it becomes 6 finally. Alright, so the digit sum when it comes to 305 into 406 into 507, obviously the answer is 6. Alright, now if you execute the same kind of technique for the options as well, if you need to check for which option you're getting the 6 as a digit sum. Ante ela? So simple. Look at the first option. Look at the first option. The first option is 62781800. Am I right? The first option is 62781810. Let's see that. Let's do the digit sum method here. So which is nothing but, guys, if you observe, 6 plus 2 is obviously 8. 8 plus 7, 15. 15 plus 8, 23, 24, 32. 32. How this works? So I'm going to explain here. Digit sum. So 6 plus 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 1 plus 8 plus 0 plus 0. I repeat, 6 plus 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 1 plus 8 plus 0 plus 0. Alright, 6 plus 2 it is 8, 8 plus 7 it is 15, and 15 plus 8 it is obviously 23, 23 plus 1, 24, 24 plus 8 it's 32, 32 plus 0, 32, 32. So finally 32. And once again, see, as I told you, it's a digit sum. Digit sum in the sense, we are not supposed to get a 2-digit number. So try to reduce it as maximum as possible. Try to make it as a 1-digit number. Once again, I'm going to make it as 3 plus 2, which is 5. Alright, but the digit sum for 305 into 406 into 507 is 6, and here it is 5, obviously. Not option 1, eliminate option 1. Look at the option 2, 62781810. I repeat, 62781810. Now it is 6 plus 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 1 plus 8 plus 0. 1 plus 0. 1 plus 0. Alright, so 6 plus 2, how much? 6 plus 2, it is 8. 8 plus 7, it's 15. 15 plus 8, it is 23. 24. 32. 33. Fantastic. 33. Alright, 33. So 33, 3 plus 3 మీరు చేసిన digit sum once again execute చేసినట్టు 6. Alright, guys, this is going to be your answer. So digit sum అనేది, okay, you can ask me a question. Sir, మీ options లో digit sum చేసాం, and then first one 5 వచ్చింది, second one 6. Alright, now 6 to stop చేయదు. If you have any doubts, you can proceed and find out for third and fourth option as well. What is the fourth option? If you look at the screen, it's 6278. It is 62781820. I repeat, it is 62781820. Let's do the digit sum for this. So it is 6 plus 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 1 plus 8 plus 2 plus 0. In such case, 6 plus 2 it is 8 plus 7 15, 23, 24, 32, and then it's 2 34. 34. So 34 ni manam digit sum cheste once again, add chese 3 plus 4, which becomes 7. Alright, 7. No. So our digit sum is 6. So it's not going to match. Now let's go with the last option, which is 627818. What is that? 40 or 30? Let's check. What is that? It's 0.1840. The fourth option, the same thing here. 6 plus 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 1 plus 8 plus 4 plus 0. Alright, I repeat, 6 plus 2 plus 7 plus 8 plus 1 plus 8 plus 4 plus 0. Whereas 6 plus 2 it is 8, 8 plus 7 15, 23, 24, 32, 32 plus 4 36, 32 plus 4 36, whereas 3 plus 6 it's obviously 9. సో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే మనం డిజిట్ సమ్ చేసాం. క్వశ్చన్లో 305 into 406 into 507కి మనం డిజిట్ సమ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది? ఇట్స్ మల్టిప్లికేషన్. యూ కెన్ ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ దిస్ డిజిట్ సమ్ ఓన్లీ వెన్ వెన్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ కాంప్లెక్స్ మల్టిప్లికేషన్స్. మీరు చేసేటప్పుడు మాత్రమే ఈ డిజిట్ సమ్. అన్ని ఎల్సిఎమ్స్కి నేను చేయమని చెప్పట్లేదు. ఎప్పుడైతే మీరు మల్టిప్లికేషన్ చేస్తారో అండ్ ఆ మల్టిప్లికేషన్కి మీకు ఆప్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయో అప్పుడు మాత్రమే ఈ డిజిట్ సమ్ అనేది మీకు ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అవుతుంది. సో ఇక్కడ మీరు చూసినట్టయితే వీ హ్యావ్ అ లాంగ్ మల్టిప్లికేషన్ విచ్ ఇస్ 305 into 406 into 507. దాన్ని మొత్తం నేను డిజిట్ సమ్ చేసి సింగిల్ డిజిట్కి తీసుకొచ్చాను, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 6. అండ్ రిమెంబర్, మీ ఆప్షన్స్లో కూడా ఏదైతే ఈ డిజిట్ సమ్ని 6ని ఎగ్జిబిట్ చేస్తుందో ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ద ఆప్షన్. అండ్ యూ కెన్ ఆస్క్ మీ అ క్వశ్చన్, సార్ వాట్ ఇఫ్ మాకు 3 డిఫరెంట్ ఆప్షన్స్ ఉండి ఆ 3 డిఫరెంట్ ఆప్షన్స్ లేక 4 డిఫరెంట్ ఆప్షన్స్ నాకు 6 అనే సమ్ని ఇస్తుందంటే నో, ఇవ్వదు. ఆల్రైట్, దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ దే క్రియేట్ ద క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్. నో నీడ్ టు వరీ అబౌట్ దాట్. ఆల్రైట్, అండ్ or else if you can go with no last digit multiplication 5 into 6 into 7 మీరు చెక్ చేసి కూడా చేయొచ్చు. No need to worry at all, it is going to be easy, you can trust me. Alright, so ఈ 4 ఆప్షన్స్లో ఒక ఆప్షన్ మాత్రమే ఈ డిజిట్ సమ్ని సాటిస్ఫై అవుతుంది, దట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ద ఆప్షన్. అండ్ ఫర్ క్రాస్ చెకింగ్ యూ కెన్ జస్ట్ లైక్ యూజ్ యువర్ క్యాల్కులేటర్, యువర్ మొబైల్ ఫోన్స్, వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ హ్యావ్, జస్ట్ మల్టిప్లై 305 into 406 into 507, you'll get the answer for sure. The same thing like 62781800. Alright, now let's see the next question. Find the least possible number which can be divided by 32, 36 and 40. I repeat, find the least possible number which is divisible by, what are those? 30, 32, 36 and 40. 32, 36 and 40. What are the least possible numbers? Find the least possible number which can be divisible by 32, 36, 40. So simple. Once again, you are going to find out LCM for this, nothing else. No need to break your head. It is just an LCM. Alright. So LCM, as I told you, these are like very simple numbers. You can go within a factorization method. If it is complex, then like we can have the alternate method. But for this particular number, let's start with 32, and then 2, probably 16, and then 2, it is 8, and then 2, it is 4, and then 2. It is simple, it's 2. So we know that 32 is 2 power 5. Alright, so instead of writing 2 into 2 into 2 into 2, right, I made it as 2 power 5. Now let's start with 36. So 2, and then here it is 18. Alright, now let's start with 2 again, and then 9, and then 3, and then 3. Here it's going to be 2 power 2 into 3 power 2. Now let's start with 40, and here it is 2, it's 20, 2, 10, 2, 5. Fantastic. Now it is 2 power 3 into 5. Alright, so how we are going to consider the LCM from this 3? It is so simple. Just write down all the factors here. If you write down all the factors, we have 2, and we have 3, and then we have 5. అంటే ఉన్న అన్ని ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ రాసుకోవాలి. ఫస్ట్ ఏవే ఫ్యాక్టర్స్, ఏ డిఫరెంట్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్, యూనిక్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఉన్నాయి అవన్నీ నోట్ చేసుకోవాలి. సో అన్నిట్లో ఉండాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. 2 అనేది ఉంది, అండ్ దెన్ 3 సమ్వేర్, అండ్ దెన్ 5 సమ్వేర్. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. నా సో ఈ 2 అనేది ఫ్యాక్టర్ ఉంది కాబట్టి ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ 2 power 5, 2 power 2, 2 power 3, విచ్ ఇస్ హైయెస్ట్. ఆబ్వియస్లీ ఇట్ ఇస్ 2 power 5. ఆల్రైట్, నా 3కి ఇక్కడ హైయెస్ట్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ ఏముంది? ఇట్స్ లైక్ 3 power 2, and then 5 we don't have any highest, we have only 1 5. So the LCM here is 32 into, so 9 into 5, am I right? Which is 32 into 45, which is 32 into 45, and then probably this is nothing but 1440. This is how it works. This is the LCM of 32 and 36 and 40. I hope you understand. So simple. Now see, this is very easy question, but there's a reason behind why I'm asking you to solve this particular question. So ee oka question ee numbers ani close avvatledu, then continuation inkoka 2 questions unnai, that's why I've given this question. Now let's see the continuation. Find the least possible number of 5 digits which is divisible by 32, 36 and 40. So ippudu manam check chesindi endante it is just an LCM. Alright, LCM మనం ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసాం, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ 1440. బట్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఫైండ్ ది లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ నంబర్ of 5 digits they are talking about. So they have given the number, least possible number of 5 digits which is divisible by 32, 36 and 40. Alright, how we are going to solve this? We know that the LCM of 32, 36 and 40 is 1440. This is LCM, we know. Now we need the 5 digits number. 5 digits number, least possible 5 digits number which is divisible by, అంటే 5 digit number కావాలి. ఇది 1440 అనేది LCM, బట్ 5 digit least possible నెంబర్ని ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తారు? ఐ మీన్ విచ్ ఇస్ డివిజిబుల్ బై. అంటే క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటంటే ఒక 5 digit లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ నెంబర్ అది 32తోనే డివైడ్ అవ్వాలి, 36తోనే డివైడ్ అవ్వాలి, 40తోనే డివైడ్ అవ్వాలి. ఆల్రైట్, ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ నా లెట్స్ కన్సిడర్ ద లీస్ట్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ 5 digits. 5 digit లీస్ట్ నెంబర్ అని కన్సిడర్ చేస్తే ఇట్స్ 10,000. am I right? సో లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ 3 digit నెంబర్ అని చూసినట్లయితే 100, లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ 2 digit నెంబర్ అని చూస్తే అది 10, లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ 4 digit నెంబర్ ఇట్స్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ 1000, లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ 5 digit నెంబర్ అంటే ఇట్ ఇస్ 10,000. ఆల్రైట్, నౌ ఐ హావ్ టేకెన్ 10,000. సో నౌ వాట్ ఇస్ ద LCM ఆఫ్ 32, 36 and 40? ఇట్స్ 1440. సో 1440. నా ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తారంటే ఈ 10,000 లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ 5 digit నెంబర్ని 1440తో డివైడ్ చేయండి. సో డివైడ్ చేసేది సో సింపుల్, విచ్ ఇస్ 6. ఆల్రైట్, విచ్ ఇస్ 6 అండ్ హియర్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 8640. 1440 into 6, 8640. So the difference is going to be 1 and 10,000 kada, it's 1360. 1360. 1360. Done. Now just subtract this 1360 from 1440. The number that you're going to get is 80. Alright, I repeat the procedure. First question lo manam LCM of 32, 36 and 40 choosam, which is something but 1440. But now we are going to find out 5 digit least possible number. Ante 5 digits on a number which is divisible by 32 and 36 and 40 and it should be the least. So అందుకని నేను ఏం చేస్తానంటే ఫస్ట్ 5 digit నెంబర్ ఒకటి తీసుకుంటున్నాను which is 10,000. I mean that's the least number, but that is not divisible by 32 and 36, 40. Just for reference I have taken 10,000 and I have divided this 10,000 with the help of 1440 and which gives us the remainder 1360. Now you need to subtract this 1360 from 1440, you'll get a number which is 80. Now your only concern here is just add this 80 to this 10,000. Just add this 80 to the 10,000 which comes 10,080. Now 10,080 is the number 10080 is the number 5 digit number and least number that is divisible by 32 and 36 and 40. అంటే 32 చేత 36 చేత 40 చేత 5 digit least number ఒక నెంబర్ డివైడ్ అవుతుందంటే అదే నెంబర్ ఇట్స్ లైక్ 10080. This is how it works. Alright, let's see the next question and it's a connecting question as well. Find the largest possible 4 digit number which is divisible by 32, 36, 40. అంటే ఒక 4 digit నెంబర్ తీసుకోవాలి. ఆ 4 digit నెంబర్ ఏమై ఉండాలంటే హైయెస్ట్ నెంబర్ అయి ఉండాలి. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఐ మీన్ ఆ నెంబర్ 32తో 36తో 40తో డివైడ్ అవ్వాలి. మీరు అడగచ్చు సార్ 1440 తీసుకోవచ్చు కదా. నో 1440 is just a least common multiple. వాళ్ళు ఏమంటున్నారంటే హైయెస్ట్ కామన్ మల్టిపుల్ 4 digit, హైయెస్ట్ కామన్ మల్టిపుల్ 4 digit మల్టిపుల్ అంటున్నారు. అంటే ఏంటి అంటే ఈ 1440 అనేది ఎల్సిఎంగా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది, బట్ హైయెస్ట్ నెంబర్ ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేస్తారు 4 digit అంటే ఫస్ట్ విల్ కన్సిడర్ హైయెస్ట్ 4 digit నెంబర్ అనేది ఏంటి అని మీరు చూసారు అంటే ఇట్స్ లైక్ 9999. లెట్స్ సే 2 digit హైయెస్ట్ నెంబర్ ఏమొస్తుంది, 2 digit లీస్ట్ నెంబర్ అనేది 10. 2 digit హైయెస్ట్ నెంబర్ అనేది మీరు చూసారంటే ఇట్స్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ 99. సేమ్ హియర్ 3 digits హైయెస్ట్ నెంబర్ అంటే 999. 4 digits highest number and say 9999 just because after that it starts with 10,000 which is 5 digit least number. Now it is so simple, I'm just going to divide this 4 digit highest number with the LCM which I know 1440. Now this gives me the same thing here, 6 times 8640 and the difference is going to be 1359. And the difference is going to be 1359. Okay, now just subtract 999 లో ఈ 1359 అనేది మీరు సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ చేస్తే which is 8640 which is nothing but the same number. alright, which is nothing but the same number. So it is like ఇక్కడ ఏ నెంబర్ అయితే వస్తుందో అదే వస్తుంది. సో 1440 మీరు ఏం చేయాలంటే హైయెస్ట్ 4 డిజిట్ నెంబర్ తీసుకొని అందులో నుండి ఈ 1440 డివైడ్ చేసి డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు మీకు like 6 times it's like 8640 and after the subtraction which we get 1359 and just subtract this 1359 from 9999, obviously you'll get 8640 and 8640 is the highest 4 digit number which is divisible by 32, 36 and 40. And for your kind information, ఈ మొత్తం ప్రాసెస్ మీరు ఫాలో అవ్వకపోయినా 1440 ఈ నియరెస్ట్ నెంబర్ మీరు తీసుకుంటేనే క్లోజ్ అవుతుంది. బట్ ఎందుకు నేను నియరెస్ట్ నెంబర్ తీసుకోలేదంటే సమ్ టైమ్స్ మనకు డివిజన్ ప్రొలాంగ్ అవ్వచ్చు అని చెప్పి నేను అక్కడ తీసుకోలేదు. బట్ ఇక్కడ 1 స్టెప్లోనే డివిజన్ క్లోజ్ అయింది కాబట్టి మీకు ఇక్కడ ఏదైతే ఆన్సర్ ఉంటుందో ఇక్కడ అదే ఆన్సర్ ఉంటుంది. బట్ సమ్ టైమ్స్ డివిజన్ అనేది ప్రొలాంగ్ అవుతుంది. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ నేను ఈ నెంబర్ని తీసుకోలేను. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఒక స్టెప్లో క్లోజ్ చేశాను. సో ప్రాబబ్లీ అందరూ ఇది ఒకే స్టెప్లో క్లోజ్ చేయకపోవచ్చు. ఒకే స్టెప్లో డివిజన్ క్లోజ్ అయింది కాబట్టి మీకు ఈ 8640 2 times రిపీట్ అయింది. బట్ ఎనీవే ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ఈజీ. Let's see the next question. Find the number of numbers lying between 1 and 1000 which are divisible by 6, 7 and 15. Alright, so find the number of numbers lying between 1 and 1000. So, 1 ki 1000 ki మధ్యలో ఎన్ని numbers ఉన్నాయని చెక్ చేయాలి. Don't tell me it is 998. But see, there is a condition behind that which is nothing but which are divisible by 6, 7, 15. Okay, so 1 నుండి సో ద క్వశ్చన్ ఇస్ ఆల్ అబౌట్ 1 నుండి 1000 మధ్యలో ఎన్ని నంబర్స్ 6 చేత 7 చేత అండ్ దెన్ 15 చేత డివిజిబుల్ అయ్యే నెంబర్స్ ఉన్నాయి అనేది మనం చెక్ చేయాలి. సో 1 నుంచి 1000 మధ్యలో ఎన్ని నెంబర్స్ ఉన్నాయి అంటే సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ 998 నెంబర్స్ ఉంది. బట్ డూ వీ వాంట్ దిస్? నో, 998 నెంబర్స్ అనేది కాదు, ఇది కూడా మన ఆప్షన్లో ఉంటుంది. ఈ 1 నుంచి 1000 మధ్యలో, ఆల్రైట్, 1 నుండి 1000 మధ్యలో ఈ 6 చేత 7 చేత 15 చేత డివిజిబుల్ అయ్యే నంబర్స్ ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయనేది కావాలి. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఫస్ట్ వీ నీడ్ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ఎల్సిఎం ఆఫ్ 6, 7, 15. ఫస్ట్ ఈ 3 చేత డివిజిబుల్ అయ్యే నంబర్ ఏది అనేది మనం తెలుసుకుంటే దాన్ని బేస్ చేసుకొని మనం రిమైన్ నెంబర్స్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయొచ్చు. సో ఎల్సిఎం ఆఫ్ 6, 7, 15 ఇస్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ, సో లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ ఫ్యాక్టరైజేషన్ మెథడ్. So 6 ni ela rayachu, 2 into 3 అని రాయొచ్చు, 7 ఎలా రాయొచ్చు. So 7 can be written as like 1 into 7, nothing else. And then 15 which can be written as 3 into 5. Am I right? So ఇందులో నుంచి మీరు LCM తీస్తే see we have all the factors which are nothing but 2, 3, 5, 7. Alright. So 2, 3 and 5, 7. So try to understand అన్నిటికీ పవర్స్ 1 ఉంది, ఇక్కడ హైయెస్ట్ పవర్స్ అనేది ఏం లేవు. సో నేను ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ 2, 3, 1, 7, 3, 5 వీటిలో ఉన్న ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ అన్నిటిని, యూనిక్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ అన్నిటిని ఇక్కడ రాసుకుంటున్నాను. విచ్ ఇస్ యూనిక్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్రైమ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్. వీటిలో ఉన్న ప్రైమ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఏమని చూసారంటే 2 అనేది ఒక ప్రైమ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్, సో సపరేట్గా రాశాను. 3 అనేది ఒక ప్రైమ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్, 5 అనేది ఒక ప్రైమ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్, 7 అనేది ఒక ప్రైమ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్. ఫస్ట్ ఈ ప్రైమ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ అని నోట్ చేసుకున్నాను. అండ్ 2 యొక్క హైయెస్ట్ పవర్ ఎక్కడని చెక్ చేయండి. 2 యొక్క హైయెస్ట్ పవర్ లేదు, వీ హ్యావ్ ఓన్లీ 1, 2. So obviously only 2. And 3 multiple times repeat aindi, but still we have the highest power of 3 is just 1, and 5 just only 1 5, and 7 just only 1 7. So obviously 2 3s are 6, 6 5s are 30, and 30 into 7 which is nothing but 210. 30 into 7 which is nothing but 210. So the LCM of 6, 7, 15 is nothing but 210. 210. ఇప్పుడు 210 మల్టిపుల్స్ ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయని మనం చెక్ చేస్తే see 210 అనేది ఫస్ట్ నెంబర్ LCM. అండ్ సో దీని మల్టిపుల్స్ అన్నీ కూడా రిమెంబర్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ సి ఇప్పుడు 210 6తోను 7తోను 15తోను డివైడ్ అయింది అంటే 210 మల్టిపుల్స్ అన్నీ కూడా 6తోను 7తోను 15తోను మల్టిపుల్ అవుతుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో 210 మల్టిపుల్స్ ఏమవుతుంది ఇక్కడ? లెట్స్ సీ ఇట్స్ లైక్ 420. am I right? And then 630 probably, and then 840. So ఈ 4 numbers 6, 7, 15 చేత డివైడ్ అవుతున్నాయి. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ 1 నుండి 1000కి మధ్యలో ఉన్న నెంబర్స్ ఇవే. సో ఆన్సర్ ఇస్ 4. ఆ 4 నెంబర్స్ ఏవేవి అని చెక్ చేస్తే 210, 420, 630 and then 840. So final answer is going to be 4. Alright, let's see the next question. 3 bells in a temple toll at the interval of 48 seconds, 72 seconds and 108 seconds individually. So 3 bells ఉన్నాయి. ఆ 3 bells ఎలా మోగుతుందంటే ఫస్ట్ బెల్ ప్రతి 48 సెకండ్స్కి ఒకసారి మోగుతుంది. అండ్ దెన్ సెకండ్ బెల్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 72 సెకండ్స్కి ఒకసారి ఇంకొక బెల్ మోగుతుంది. అండ్ 108 సెకండ్స్కి ఒకసారి థర్డ్ బెల్ మోగుతుంది. టోల్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ మోగడం. ఓకే, ఫుల్ స్టాప్. ఇఫ్ దే హ్యావ్ టోల్డ్ టుగెదర్ అట్ 6 AM, సో పొద్దున్న 6 o'clock ఇవన్నీ కలిపి ఫస్ట్ టైం మోగుతుంది. అండ్ దెన్ వాట్ టైమ్ విల్ ద టోల్ together after 6 p.m. 6 a.m. All right. So how we are going to deal with this? It is so simple. This question, indirectly or directly, it says, it is asking us, the question is all about the LCM once again. So we just have to do the LCM. ఎందుకు LCM కనెక్ట్ చేయాలి అని నేను మీకు ఇప్పుడు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాను. సో సింపుల్. సో ఫస్ట్ బెల్ 48 సెకండ్స్కిను, సెకండ్ బెల్ 72 సెకండ్స్కిను, థర్డ్ బెల్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 108 సెకండ్స్కిను మోగుతుంది. ఆల్ రైట్. సో 48 సెకండ్స్ తర్వాత ఫస్ట్ బెల్, 72 సెకండ్స్ తర్వాత సెకండ్ బెల్, 108 సెకండ్స్ తర్వాత థర్డ్ బెల్ మోగుతుంది. సో ఇవన్నీ ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా ఏ టైంకి ఫస్ట్ మార్నింగ్ మోగింది అంటే 6 AM మోగింది. ఈ తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు మోగాలి అంటే, సో వీటి యొక్క కామన్ అరైవల్ పాయింట్ ఎప్పుడు అడుగుతున్నారు, విచ్ వీ కెన్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్, విచ్ వీ కెన్ డిరైవ్ ఇట్ యూజింగ్ ది LCM. లెట్స్ టాక్ అబౌట్ ద ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఫస్ట్. సో నేను దీన్ని ఫ్యాక్టరైజ్ చేస్తాను, విచ్ ఇస్ 2, 48 and 24. సో 2 it is 12, and then 2 it is 6, and then 2 probably 3. So 2 2s are 4, 4 2s are 8, 8 2s are 16, 16 3s are 48. Am I right? So it can be written as 2 power 4 into 3. Done. Now let's talk about 72. It's 2, 36, 2, 18, 2, 9, 3, 3. So which can be written as 2 power 3 into 2, 3 power 2. Now let's talk about 108. So this is 2, it's a 54, and then 2, which is 27 probably, and then 3, 9, 3, 3. So which is 2 power 2 into 3 power 3. 2 power 2 into 3 power 3. So these are the factors. Now, so ఉన్న prime factors అని నేను నోట్ చేసుకుంటే 2 into 3 అనేది ఉన్న factors, prime factors. Now highest power of 2 మీరు చూసినట్లయితే probably 4 ఇక్కడ, and highest power of 3 చూసినట్లయితే it's going to be 3. Am I right? Highest power of 2 తీసుకున్నాను, highest power of 3 consider చేసుకున్నాను. That's how we do the LCM. Now, so 2 power 4 is probably 2 2s are 4, 2 2s are 4, 4 2s are 8, 8 2s are 16, and 3 power 3 is so simple. 3 3s are 9, and 9 3s are, it's like 27. 16 into 27. So just a small multiplication, 16 into 27. So 7 6 are, it is 42. 7 6 are 42, and 7 1s are 7, it's 11. Now 2 6 are 12, and then 2 1s, it is 2. So 2 1s, 2 plus 2, it's like 4. All right, so 2 probably, this is 7, and then it is 5. So 570 2 seconds tarvata malli ivi mogutundi. Okay, so 572 seconds. Now you need to understand, probably this is in terms of seconds, but we have to convert this into what? We are supposed to convert this into minutes. Am I right? So seconds lo kaadu, we have to convert this into minutes. So idi naku minutes lo kavali ante, I just calculate just 60, and then 572, then probably it's like 7, which is 6 7s are 42, and then probably 8, 6 9s, 6 9s, which is 540, and probably 32. So which is 9 minutes. Now just have a look at this. There is a if you understand second, so probably it's like let's repeat. So let's like 2 power 4 into 3, and then 2 power 3 into 3 power 2, and then 2 power 2 into 3 power 3. So probably 2 power 4 and 3 power 3 is the final answer. In such case, 2 power 4 is probably 16, and then 3 power 3. So 3 3s are 9, and 3s are 27. Let's do the calculation properly this time. So there's a small mismatch. So 7 6 it is 7 6 it is 42, and 7 1s it is 7, and then probably 4 it is 112. All right, now it's like 2 6 it is 12. 2 into 6 it is 12. Next 12 it is 2 6 it is 12, and 2 1s 2, probably 1 it is 3. Yes, exactly, this is how it works. And then 2, so hang on, I'm going to rub this for my calculation part. Yes, right, now it is right, we are getting the calculation right. So probably we are getting 2 here, just make it 2, and then probably adding 3, and then here it is 432. All right, 432 is actual, it's like seconds. So 6 o'clock morning, 6 o'clock ఈ 3 bells మోగుతున్నాయి at a time. Now మీరు ఎల్సిఎం తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ది ఎల్సిఎం హియర్ ఇస్ 432. ఆల్రైట్, నాట్ 500, ఇట్స్ లైక్ 432. సో 432 సెకండ్స్ తర్వాత మళ్ళీ మోగుతున్నాయి. బట్ ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఐఎమ్ నాట్ ఎక్స్పెక్టింగ్ సెకండ్స్ హియర్, ఐ జస్ట్ వాంట్ టు పుట్ ఇట్ ఇన్ టైమ్. ఆల్రైట్, టైం కావాలంటే సెకండ్స్లో కాకుండా మనం మినిట్స్లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకున్నట్లయితే ఇట్ విల్ బి ఈజీ ఫర్ అస్ టు డిరైవ్ ద ఆన్సర్. నా ఈ 432 సెకండ్స్ అనేది నాకు మినిట్స్లో కావాలి అన్నప్పుడు నేను ఏం చేస్తాను, సో లైక్ 432 డివిజిబుల్ బై 60, ప్రాబబ్లీ 6 7s 42, 420, రైట్, 12. am I right? ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. నా ఈ 432 సెకండ్స్ అనేది నేను ఎలా రాసుకోవచ్చు అంటే 7 minutes కోషియంట్, కాబట్టి మినిట్స్ కోషియంట్ మినిట్స్ అండ్ దెన్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 12 seconds. ఐ రిపీట్, 7 minutes and 12 seconds. సో 6 o'clock ఇవన్నీ ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా మోగితే ఆ తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు మోగుతుంది, 6 AM తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు మోగుతుందంటే 6 7 06 ఇలా రాసుకుందాం, 06 07 12 seconds ఏఎంకి ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా మళ్ళీ మోగుతుంది. అంటే ఆఫ్టర్ 7 minutes 12 seconds ఆల్ ద 3 told together. 7 minutes 12 seconds తర్వాత all the 3 told together. So the answer is going to be 6 o'clock, 6 7 12, 6 o'clock 7 minutes 12 seconds ki mogutundi, right? I understand. Let's see the next question. Which is the least possible number which is the least possible number which when divided by 24, 32 or 42 in each case it leaves the remainder 5. Alright, what does it mean? See, once again, least possible number is probably no LCM, least common multiple only. What is the least possible number with which when divided by 24 and 32 and 42 in each case it leaves the remainder 5 అని చెప్తున్నారు. It is so simple. So 24, 32, 42. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక నెంబర్ ఉంది, ఆ నెంబర్ లెట్స్ సే ఎనీ నెంబర్, ఆ నెంబర్ 24తోనో 32తోనో అండ్ దెన్ 42తోనో డివైడ్ అవుతుంది. డివైడ్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు 5 అనే రిమైండర్ మనకి ఇస్తుంది. సో ఆ నెంబర్ని ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి? ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. సో ఫస్ట్ థింగ్, LCM of what are the numbers given here? It is 22. So let's find out the LCM of 24, comma, and then what's the number? Here it is 32 and 42. So LCM of 24, 32 and 42. సో ఫైనల్గా, సో 24 ఆ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు మీకు నెంబర్ రిమైండర్ ఏంటంటే 5 అనేది వస్తుంది. అండ్ దెన్ 32 అనేది ఆ పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు 5 రిమైండర్. అండ్ దెన్ 42 ఆ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు కూడా 5 కాబట్టి సో ఐఎమ్ జస్ట్ గోయింగ్ టు సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ దట్ 5 ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు మేక్ ఇట్ న్యూట్రల్. అంటే ఈసారి ఏమవుతుంది, మీకు 0 వస్తుంది ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్, సో LCM of 24, 32 and 42. సో 24ని ఫ్యాక్టరైజ్ చేసినప్పుడు మీకు ఏమొస్తుంది, 2 ఇట్స్ లైక్ 12 అండ్ దెన్ 2 ఇట్ ఇస్ 6, 2 it is 3, so it is 2 power 3 into 3. Alright, now let's talk about 32. So 2 16, 2 8, 2 4, 2 2. So this is easy, 2 power 5. And then here 42, it's like 2 21 3 7. Am I right? 2 21 3 7, which is 2 into 3 into 7. Fantastic. Alright, now what is going to be the LCM? So LCM, it's like, see what are the factors here? 2 అనేది ఒక factor ఉంది. So 2 power 3 3 and then 2 3 7 are the factors. Guys, I repeat, 2 3 and 7 are the factors. Now 2 యొక్క highest power మీ చూసినట్లయితే 5. Am I right? 2 power 3, 2 power 5, 2 ఉంది. So it's like 2 power 5. And 3 యొక్క highest factor చూసినట్లయితే nothing here, just 1. And 7 యొక్క highest power చూసినట్లయితే it's just 1. So the LCM is going to be this. 2 power 5 into which is 2 power 5 is obviously 32 into 3 into 7 is how much? 3 into 7 is 21. Now this is the LCM. So it like 2 is 3, 1 2 2, 1 3 3, and 2 2s 4, 2 3s 6, probably 2 7 6. So 672 is the answer. And this is the LCM, not the final answer. So after multiplying this, 672. So LCM of, remember, LCM of 24, 32, 42 అనేది 672. Now we need to subtract 5 from that. Am I right? So not exactly 5, it's like we need to add 5. Alright, so we need to add 5 here. So 672 plus 5. Just because we are getting, so ప్రతిసారి ఏమవుతుందంటే 0 రాకూడదు. ప్రతిసారి ఏమవుతుంది, క్వశ్చన్ ఏమడుగుతున్నారంటే 24తోనూ 32తోనూ 42తోనూ డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు రిమైండర్ 5 రావాలి అంటున్నారు. బట్ ఈ LCM అనేది ఏంటంటే ఈ 672 ఏంటిని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, సి ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఈ 24 672ని డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు we will get a reminder 0. Guys, keep it in your mind. At the same time, ఈ 672ని 32 డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు కూడా you'll get the reminder 0. At the same time, ఈ 42 672ని డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు కూడా విల్ గెట్ ద రిమైండర్ 0. సో ఈ కేస్ ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ లీస్ట్ కామన్ నంబర్ అనేది ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసాం. బట్ మనకేంటి ప్రతి కేసులోనూ రిమైండర్ అనేది 5 రావాలి అంటున్నారు. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఈ 672తో ఈ 3 నెంబర్స్ డివైడ్ చేసా ఈ ఏ నెంబర్ కానీ డివైడ్ చేసినా రిమైండర్ 0 వస్తుంది. బట్ వీ నీడ్ 5 as a reminder, hence I'm going to add that 5, that's it. So which becomes 677. Now 677 is the least possible number when divided by 24, 32, 42, it leaves a remainder 5. మీరు చెక్ చేసి చూడొచ్చు 24ని 677ని 24తో డివైడ్ చేసి చూడండి, you'll get a remainder 5. At the same time 677ని 32తో డివైడ్ చేసి చూడండి, you'll get a remainder 5. At the same time 677ని 42తో డివైడ్ చేసి చూడండి, you'll get the remainder 5. I hope you understand. So a remainder 5 మిగులుతుంది కాబట్టి you just have to add 5 to the LCM of 24 and then 32 and then 42. Alright, let's see the next question. So what is the least possible number which when divided by 18, 35 or 42 it leaves the remainder 2, 19 and then 26 as the reminders respectively. What is the least possible number with which when divided by 18, 35, 42 it leaves the remainder 2. So మనకు ఒక లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ నెంబర్ ఉంది. ఆ లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ నెంబర్ అనేది ఆ లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ నెంబర్ని 18తో డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ ఎ రిమైండర్ 2. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ ఆ నెంబర్ని 35తో డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ ఎ రిమైండర్ 19. అదే నెంబర్ని 42తో డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ ఎ రిమైండర్ 26. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఈ 3 పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్స్ ఒక కామన్ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు మీకు 2, 19, 26 అనేది రిమైండర్స్గా వస్తుంది. సో యూ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ వాట్ ఇస్ దట్ నంబర్. సో 18, I repeat the number, 18, 35 and then 42. 18, 35 and then 42. And what are the reminders? 2, 19, 26. Alright, ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే so let's say we have a number. Alright, we have a number. So 18 అనేది ఈ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు we are getting a reminder 2. And then 35 అనేది ఈ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు we are getting the reminder 19. 42 అనేది ఈ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు we are getting a reminder 26. Now ఈ నెంబర్ ఏంటి అనేది క్వశ్చన్. ఓకే, ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. మీరు ఒకసారి 18 నుండి ఈ 2ని ఈ 2ని 18 నుండి సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు అయితే వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ వాట్ ఇస్ ద రిమైండర్. జస్ట్ చెక్ వాట్ ఇస్ ద నెంబర్, వాట్ ఇస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్. ఇట్ ఇస్ 36. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ ఈ 35ని 19ని డిఫరెన్స్ మీరు చెక్ చేసినప్పుడు విచ్ ఇస్ 16. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ 42కి 26కి మీరు డిఫరెన్స్ చూసినట్లయితే 16. ఆల్రైట్, సో ప్రతిసారి ఇక్కడ డిఫరెన్స్ ఎంత వస్తుందంటే ఇట్ ఇస్ 16. సో ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్ ఫర్ అస్. సో LCM ఆఫ్ 18, 35 అండ్ 42. సో ప్రతిసారి మనకు డిఫరెన్స్ ఎంత వస్తుంది? 16 వస్తుంది. కాబట్టి లెట్స్ సే వి విల్ సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ దిస్ 16 ఫ్రమ్ ద LCM. Alright, LCM of 18, 35 and then 42. So let's solve the case. So what is the LCM of 18, 35 and 42 అని చెక్ చేసి let's talk about 18. Like 2, it's 9, 3, 3. So it is like 2 into 3 power 2. And then let's factorize 35. So 35 మీరు factorize చేస్తే so probably it's like 5 and then 5 it is 7, which is 5 into 7 and then probably 42 మీరు factor చేస్తాం 2, it's like 21, 3, 7. So 2 into 3 into 7. Good. Now మీరు prime factors ఏంటి అనేది కామన్ మీరు చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే we have 2, we have 3 and we have 5, we have 7. Am I right? 2, 3, 5, 7. 2, 3, 5, 7, 2, 3, 7. Right. We have 2, 3 and 5 and 7 all the cases. Let's see what is the highest power of 2. See, highest power of 2 is obviously 1 and highest power of 3 is 2 and then highest power of 5 we have only 1 5 and highest power of 7 we have only 1 7. So this is going to be the LCM, which is 2 3s are 6 and then 5 7s are 35. All right, so 2 3s are 6. I mean here it is 2 into 3. I repeat, so 2 into it's like 3 square. In such case it's like 2 into 9 into 5 into 7. All right, so 3 square ga 3 యొక్క highest power మీ చూసినట్లయితే 2, so it is 2 into 3 square into 5 into 7. Now 2 into 9 it is 18 into 5 7s it is 35. So 18 into 35 మీరు చేసినట్లయితే you're going to get the final answer. So 5 8s it is 40, 5 8 40, 5 1s 5 which is 4, so 9. Next is like 3 8s 24, 3 8s 24, and 3 1s 3 plus 2 it is 5. All right, 18 3s 0, and then what is this? 9 plus 13, and then it is 630. All right, so now this 630 subtract 16, you need to subtract 16 in order to get the answer, probably, which is nothing but 614. All right, understand? So these are, bit complex problems when it comes to LCM and HCF. So easy problems kuda unnai, tougher problems unnai. All right, so you need to practice a lot. So when it comes to numbers, HCF, LCM, and number series, ilanti type of questions ela ante ee particular question e vastundi. Last year ee question paper adigaru, last year Infosys lo ee particular question adigaru, 2 years mundu TCS lo ee question adigaru అని చెప్పి exact గా question base చేసుకొని మనం learning అనేది కష్టం. So you need to understand the concept, you need to understand the process, how LCM works. As I told you, either you can go with the factorization method, మీరు ఇలా చేసుకున్నా ఓకే, లేదు combined factorization method లో LCM తీసినా ఓకే. However the way you're comfortable, you can proceed, no worries at all. All right, so if you have any questions or doubts, please post in the comment section. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, good morning. Welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSSTC. So today we are going to discuss calendars. What does mean by the calendar and how we are going to solve the questions under the calendars. See, today I'm going to teach you the best method. Best method when it comes of problem solving. See, when it comes to problem solving, we have n different methods available. So చాలా మెథడ్స్ మనకున్నాయి క్యాలెండర్స్లో సాల్వ్ చేయడం, క్యాలెండర్ క్వశ్చన్స్ని సాల్వ్ చేయడానికి. బట్ నేను ఈరోజు మీకు చూసారంటే ఉన్న దాంట్లోనే షార్టెస్ట్ మెథడ్ అండ్ ఈజియెస్ట్ మెథడ్ మీకు నేను టీచ్ చేస్తాను. బట్ హియర్ యు ఆర్ సపోజ్ టు రిమెంబర్ సర్టెన్ థింగ్స్ బిఫోర్ యూ గెట్ ఇన్ టు ద ఎగ్జామినేషన్. మనం ఎగ్జామ్లో వెళ్ళి కొన్ని మెథడ్స్ని అక్కడ సాల్వ్ చేయడానికంటే కూడా కొన్ని ముందుగానే మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని వెళితే అక్కడ సొల్యూషన్ పార్ట్ అనేది 15 to 20 seconds లోపల మనం ఆన్సర్ని తీసుకురావచ్చు. లెట్స్ సీ హౌ ఇట్ వర్క్స్. First of all, let's start with calendar. All right, how we are going to solve these questions. So first, I'm going to tell you certain codes. So నేను మీకు కొన్ని codes నేను ఇప్పుడు చెప్తాను. ఈ codes ని మీరు by heart చేసుకోవడం better. All right, let's start with month codes. Let's start with month codes. So let's write one by one. January. So January, the code is 0. January, the code is 0. And February, the code is 3. Then March, the code is 3. And then April, the code is 6. And then May, code is 1. And then June, code is 4. So 0 3 3 6 1 4. And then let's go with July. The code for July month is 6, and then August, for August it is like 2, and then September, and the September it is 5, and then October, and then it is 0. For November it's going to be 3, and for December it's going to be 5. So I repeat the codes. ఈ కోడ్స్ మీరు ఏంటి అని చూసారు అంటే, సి క్యాలెండర్స్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వితిన్ 15 to 20 seconds మీరు ఆన్సర్ తీసుకురావాలంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ కోడ్స్ అనేది మనం ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు రిమెంబర్ 3 different కోడ్స్. ఫస్ట్ ఏంటంటే మంత్ కోడ్స్. ఈ మంత్ యొక్క కరస్పాండింగ్ కోడ్స్ అనేది మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. అండ్ దెన్ మీరు చూసినట్టయితే ఇయర్ సెంచురీ కోడ్స్, ఇయర్స్కి మనం కొన్ని గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. అండ్ దెన్ డే కోడ్స్. సో 3 different కోడ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద కోడ్స్ ఫర్ ద మంత్, రెస్పెక్టివ్ మంత్. సో Jan it is 0, February it is 3, March it is 3, April it is 6, May it is 1, June it is 4, July it is 6, August it is 2, September it is 5, October it is 0, and November it is 3, December it is 5. So these are the corresponding codes for the respective months. All right, now let's talk about century codes. Let's talk about century codes. Okay, century, what does mean by a century? Century is nothing but 100 years. 10 years ni manam decade అని పిలుస్తాం. 10 years అంటే decade. 100 years అంటే we call it as century, and 1000 years అంటే we call it as a millennium. Alright, now century codes మీరు చూసినట్టయితే let's start with 1900 to 1999. So 1900 to 1999, so obviously 100 years, 1 century, and here the code is obviously 0. Alright, now next మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 2000 to 2099. Here the code is 6, and then 2100 to 2199. For this 100 years it is 4, and then 2200 to 2299, and the code is 2. I repeat this, 1900 to 1999 the code is 0, 2000 to 2099 the code is 6, 2100 to 2199 code is 4, 2200 to 2299 the code is 2. Alright, and then ఈ కోడ్స్ ఎలా వర్క్ అవుతుందని మనం చూసినట్లయితే, సో ఇట్ ఇస్ లూప్లో వర్క్ అవుతుంది, ఐటరేషన్ ఇన్ ద సెన్స్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఎందుకు ఈ పర్టికులర్ 4 centuries మాత్రమే ఇచ్చాను అంటే, ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. సి, మీ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్స్లో మీకు మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద క్వశ్చన్స్, 90% ఆఫ్ ద క్వశ్చన్స్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ 4 centuries నుంచి అడుగుతారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, వీటి నుంచి ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1732 అంటే ఇయర్ 1732కి కోడ్ ఏమొస్తుందంటే, ఇక్కడ నేను రాయలేదు, బట్ ఎలా దాన్ని మనం ఫెచ్ చేసుకోవాలి ఎగ్జామినేషన్ అంటే, ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. జస్ట్ హ్యావ్ ఎ లుక్ అట్ దిస్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఈ పర్టికులర్ 4 centuries మెన్షన్ చేశాను కదా. లెట్స్ సే దీని వెనుకో ముందో అడిగితే, తర్వాత అడిగితే ఎలా చేయాలి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1700, లెట్స్ సే ఇయర్ 1732 అనే ఇయర్కి ఎలా చేయాలి. ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. నా 1800 టు 1899కి ఎలా ఉంటుంది, అండ్ దెన్ 1700 టు 1799 ఎలా ఉంటుంది, అండ్ దెన్ 1600 టు 1699 ఎలా ఉంటుంది, 1500 టు 1599 కోడ్ ఏంటి. సేమ్ అప్లికబుల్ హియర్ యాజ్ వెల్. 2300 నుండి 2399కి వాట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ద కోడ్, అండ్ దెన్ 2400 టు 2499 వాట్స్ ద కోడ్, అండ్ దెన్ 2500 టు 2599 వాట్స్ ద కోడ్, అండ్ దెన్ 2600 టు 2699 కోడ్ ఏంటి అంటే, ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. మనకు ఉన్న డేటా నుండి మనం ఫెచ్ చేసుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. లెట్స్ సే 1900 టు 1999 నేను మీకు కోడ్ ఏం చెప్పాను, 0, and here it is 6, and then 4, and then 2. It is so simple. ఈ 0642 అనేది రిపీట్ అవుతూ వస్తుంది, అంటే 0642, and then here it is 0642, and then once again 0642. ఇది ఒక ఐటరేషన్లో రన్ అవుతుంది. ఇట్ డజంట్ మీన్ ఫస్ట్ సెంచరీ 0తో స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందని చెప్పట్లేదు. ఇది ఇలాగే వెళ్తే మీకు రివర్స్లో ఫస్ట్ సెంచరీ 0తో స్టార్ట్ అవ్వదు, బట్ ఇక్కడ పర్టికులర్లీ ఈ పర్టికులర్ 4 centuriesకి 0642. సో ఈ తర్వాత కూడా 0642, అండ్ దెన్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీకు ఇప్పుడు 2700కి కావాలి, 2700 టు 2799, ఇట్ ఈస్ వన్స్ అగైన్ 0. ఐ హోప్ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్ హౌ దిస్ వర్క్స్. 0642 అని ఇలా ముందుకు, కానీ మీరు వెనక్కి వెళ్ళినా సేమ్ హియర్ 0642 అంటే 1500 to 1599 ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 0, 1600 to 1699 ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 6, 1700 to 1799 ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 4, అండ్ దెన్ 1800 to 1899 ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 2. ఆల్రైట్, సో అట్ ప్రెసెంట్ మనం ఈ పర్టికులర్ సెంచురీలో ఉన్నాం, అంటే 21st century. సో 2000 to 2099. సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ సెంచురీలో మీ కోడ్ చూసినట్లయితే 6. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ది ప్రెసెంట్. ఈ తర్వాత అడిగితే మీరు దీనికి తగ్గట్టు మీరు క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద మంత్ కోడ్స్ అండ్ దీస్ ఆర్ ద సెంచరీ కోడ్స్. లెట్స్ సీ వాట్ ఆర్ ద డే కోడ్స్. అపార్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ దిస్, we need to remember the day codes as well. I hope you made a note of all these things. Now let's talk about day codes. So day codes మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, so Monday it's obviously 1, and then Tuesday it is 2, and then Wednesday it is 3, then Thursday it is 4, and then Friday it is 5, and then Saturday it is 6. Sunday, guys, remember it is not 7, it is going to be 0. మనకి క్యాలెండర్స్లో ఎక్కడ కానీ 7 అనే నెంబర్ రాదు ఈ పర్టికులర్ డే కోడ్స్లో. So at any cost, Sunday is not 7, Sunday is 0. I have a reason for this. I'll let you know once we start working on the problems. So these are the day codes. I repeat, for Monday it is 1, for Tuesday it is 2, for Wednesday it is 3, for Thursday it is 4, for Friday it is 5, for Saturday it is 6, for Sunday it is going to be 0. All right. So these are the codes which we need to remember. 033614625 035 అనేది కోడ్స్ ఏంటి మంత్ కి, అండ్ దెన్ ఫర్ 1900 to 1999 it's going to be 0, 2000 to 2099 it is going to be 6, 2100 to 2199 it is going to be 4, and then 2200 to 2299 it's going to be 2. And before and after we need to calculate it and do it accordingly. Majority of the questions particular years చూసినట్టయితే ఈ 4 centuries లోనే ఉంటుంది. ఒకవేళ లేకపోయినా we know how to go back and go forward. Am I right? Now, so how to solve the questions how to solve the questions under calendars. So మీరు basic level లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే first thing, see it is going to be what was the day on or what was the day of the week అని మీకు question start అవుతుంది. I repeat, what was the day on or what was the day of the week and so and so particular date లో ఏ particular day అనేది. For example, let's start with the basic question. What was the day on 15 August 1947? I repeat, what was the day on 15 August 1947? So why I started with this question? So it's a like memorable day in our history. It's obviously Independence Day. 15th August 1947 అనేది our Independence Day, first time when we got the independence. So ఇది అందరికీ తెలుసు. It's a basic general knowledge question. 15th August 1947 is nothing but Friday. ఆ particular day, ఆ particular date లో ఏ డే వచ్చిందంటే it was actually Friday. Alright, but దీన్ని మనం ఎలా క్యాల్కులేట్ చేయాలి, ఈ పర్టికులర్ కోడ్స్ యూస్ చేసి మనం దీన్ని ఆన్సర్ ఎలా తీసుకురావాలి విత్ ఇన్ 30 seconds is going to be the deal for us. Alright, now in order to solve this kind of questions I'm going to give you a procedure. It's not a formula, remember, it's just a procedure. ఈ ప్రొసీజర్ని మీరు ఫాలో అయ్యి జస్ట్ వాల్యూస్ని మీరు ఆ పర్టికులర్ ప్రొసీజర్లో సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేస్తే ఒక నోటేషన్లా మనం ఒకటి ఫామ్ చేస్తాం మీరు ప్రొసీజర్లో, అది జస్ట్ ఆ నోటేషన్లో మీరు వాల్యూస్ని సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేసినట్లయితే you'll get the answer for this. Alright, now let's see what is the procedure. What is the procedure? Just make a note. Okay, now let's start with one by one. Given date, guys, it's a kind of P by Q form, numerator by denominator lo rastunnanu. Alright, so first numerator lo meer chusinattlaithe we have 5 things to be written here. We need to write 5 things here in the numerator, and denominator it's going to be one numeric value, so you need to adjust accordingly and write. So first thing here it is given date. The first parameters, మీకు న్యూమరేటర్లో 5 parameters ఉంటుంది. ఫస్ట్ మీరు ఏం రాస్తారంటే గివన్ డేట్, am I right? And the second one, month code. Second parameter, first parameter it is, first parameter I'm just going to mark this first parameter, and the second parameter month code, and then the third parameter ఏంటంటే century code. First given date, month code, then century code, and then fourth one మీరు చూసినట్లయితే fourth parameter ఏంటి మీరు చూసినట్లయితే number of last two digits of the given year. Last 2 digits of the given year. And then what is the fifth parameter? It is so simple, number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits, number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits of the given year. I repeat the 5 parameters once again. First parameter given date, second parameter given month code, and then third parameter century code, fourth parameter last 2 digits of the given year, and the fifth parameter number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits of the given year. Entire 5 parameters divided by 7. Entire 5 parameters is divided by 7. If you ask me 7, it is so simple. We have 7 days in a week. That's why it is 7. Alright, 5 parameters divided by 7. Now let's discuss one by one. What is meant by given date? Given date is nothing but the date which is given in the question. So mana question lo manaki em chesam. So 15 August 1947. This is for the date and the year month given. Alright, so given date ante it is so simple. It is 15. ఏ డేట్ అయితే మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నారో అది 15. Alright, and then month code. See, month code, most probably we need to write our date format in this way, 15 August 1947. And just for you, it's a suggestion, guys. Whenever you write the date, so I can see most of the students they write like 15/08/1947. This is the format we are using. So which is nothing but ఇది మీకు DDMMYY అనే ఫార్మాట్ లో మనం ఫాలో అవుతున్నాం. DDMMYY. Alright, 1947 YYY or YYY. But make sure it is better if you write the date in such a way, just because see most of the companies where we are working with is nothing but American companies. This is the format which is followed by the Britain people. Now American format ante meeku American format ante meeku em vachestunante once again DDYY. సో MMDDYY అనే ఫార్మాట్ కూడా ఇప్పుడు మీ కంప్యూటర్స్లో కొన్ని ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ డివైజెస్లో చూసారు అంటే MMDDYY ఉంది, వెరస్ వీ ఫాలో DDMMYY. సో ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు అవాయిడ్ ద కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్స్, ఇది MMDDYY లేకపోతే DDMMYY, ఈ పర్టికులర్ కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ని మీరు అవాయిడ్ చేయడానికి ఇట్ ఈస్ బెటర్ ఇఫ్ యూ రైట్ ద మంత్ విత్ 3 letters ఫస్ట్. లెట్స్ సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇలా 15 ఇట్స్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద డేట్ అండ్ మంత్, ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ రైటింగ్ మంత్ నంబర్ 08, 07, 06 ని రాయడానికి బదులు ఇట్స్ బెటర్ ఇఫ్ యూ రైట్ August 1947. Alright, it's the best way to represent the date, 15 August 1947. Alright, so now this is what, and if I say month code, try to understand. For example, మీకు exam లో ఇలా 15/08/1947 ఇస్తే in the month code please don't write 08, this is just a month number. Alright, 08 అనేది month number, don't do that. See, we know what is the month code అనేది నేను మీకు క్లియర్గా చెప్పాను. Jan 6, Jan it is 0, for February it is 3, am I right? So 033614625 this is what the code. So August కి మీరు దాంట్లో మంత్ కోడ్ ఏంటి అని చెప్పి ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసి ఆ మంత్ కోడ్ మాత్రమే ఇక్కడ రాయాలి. ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ రైట్ మంత్ నెంబర్. అండ్ సెంచరీ కోడ్, అండ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. సెంచరీ కోడ్ 1900 నుంచి 1999కి, 2000 నుండి 2099కి, 2100 నుండి 2199కి we know. So write the century code accordingly. And then the fourth parameter is last 2 digits of the given year. What are the last 2 digits of the given year? It is so simple. It is 47. సో మీకు ఇచ్చిన ఇయర్లో లాస్ట్ 2 digits మీరు నోట్ చేసుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. అండ్ దెన్ ఫైనలీ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ 4 multiples ఇన్ ద లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఆఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్. సో ఈ లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఆఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్లో 4 multiples అంటే ఏంటి? సో సింపుల్. నౌ లెట్స్ టేక్ అ నంబర్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 15 అనే ఒక నెంబర్ తీసుకున్నాం. ఈ 15 అనే నెంబర్లో 4 multiples ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయని నాకు తెలియాలి. 15 అనే ఒక నెంబర్లో 4 multiples. సో సింపుల్, ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు డివైడ్ దిస్ 15 యూజింగ్ 4. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ it is 4 3s are 12. Am I right? 4 3s are 12 and the remaining 3. So here the quotient is nothing but 4 multiples. For example, 15 లో ఎన్ని 4 multiples ఉంటాయి అంటే 15 లోపల 4 అనేది ఒక 4 multiple, 8 అనేది ఒక 4 multiple, 12 అనేది ఒక 4 multiple. మీరు 16 వెళ్ళిపోయారంటే అది 15 ఎక్సీడ్ అయిపోతుంది. సో మల్టిపుల్స్ అనేది ఆ పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్ లోపల ఉండేవి. సో 15 లోపల మీకు ఎన్ని 4 multiples ఉంటుందంటే 3 ఉంటుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు 45 అనే ఒక నెంబర్ తీసుకుందాం. ఈ 45 అనే నెంబర్లో 4 multiples ఎన్ని ఉంటాయని మీరు చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే సో సింపుల్, జస్ట్ డివైడెడ్ బై 4 అండ్ 4 11s are 44, రిమైండర్ ఇస్ 1. సో వాట్ డస్ ఇట్ మీన్? 45లో 4 multiples ఎన్ని ఉంటాయి అంటే 11 ఉంటుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఈజీ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ అండ్ ఐడెంటిఫై 4 multiples in that particular number. Just divide it by 4 and just write down the quotient, which is nothing but the 4 multiples. Am I right? And the entire thing divided by 7. And then finally you'll get the answer. So let's see how this works. And remember the century codes, the day codes and the month codes and the procedure, whatever I said, you have to keep it all these things in your mind. Don't write anything on the paper during examination. See, I'm teaching you this method just because in order to get the answer within 30 seconds, 15 to 30 seconds లోపల ఆన్సర్ తీసుకురావాలి మీరు. అలా ఒక ఎందుకు అలా చెప్తున్నా అంటే see, we have certain questions in time, speed and distance and the probability, permutation, combination, ఇలాంటి పర్టికులర్ టాపిక్స్ లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే sometimes we don't get the answer on time. We need more time to get it. Let's say calculations part ఎక్కువ ఉండేటప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే 45 seconds అనేది మనం ఆన్ యావరేజ్ అనుకున్నాం. ఇనిషియల్ క్లాసెస్ నేను మీకు చెప్పినప్పుడు 45 seconds or 1 minute మీరు ఆన్సర్ తీసుకురావాలి. సో కొన్ని క్వశ్చన్స్ వేరాస్ 2 minutes 3 minutes పట్టిన ఆన్సర్ తీసుకురావడానికి, అలాంటి క్వశ్చన్స్కి ఆ టైం మీరు ఎక్స్ట్రా స్పేర్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. అలాంటి క్వశ్చన్స్కి మీరు ఎక్స్ట్రా స్పేర్ చేయాలి అంటే ఈ క్యాలెండర్స్ క్వశ్చన్స్ అన్ని మీరు ఏం చేయాలంటే 30 secondsలో 15 secondsలో క్లోజ్ చేసినట్లయితే మనకు కొంచెం టైం సేవ్ అవుతుంది. ఆ టైం సేవ్ అయిన టైంని మనం వేరే టఫ్ అయిన టాపిక్స్కి క్వశ్చన్స్కి యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. Now, so this particular procedure and the month codes and the day codes and the century codes, all you have to keep this in your mind. Now, this is just for your understanding. Mar examination lo ee particular aptitude question ni ఈ 30 secondsలో తీసుకురావాలి అంటే ఈ కోర్స్ అని మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని జస్ట్ సబ్స్టిట్యూషన్ మాత్రం మీరు చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు ఐ విల్ వన్స్ అగైన్ కమ్ టు ద క్వశ్చన్. ద క్వశ్చన్ ఇస్ ఆల్ అబౌట్ వాట్ వాజ్ ద డే ఆన్ 15 August 1947. What was the day on 15 August 1947? So simple. Now I'm just going to write the procedure here. Procedure manku already telusu. I'm just going to substitute the values. First thing I said given date. Fantastic. Given date is 15. And then plus month code. So August, so I told you it is 033614625 035. We know August is the 8th month. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So the code for August is nothing but 2. Avuna? So it is 02 or 2, however the way you want, plus century code. So it is so simple. I told you it is 1900 to 1999. The code is 0. Am I right? So go with 00. Code is 0. Plus now 1947 అన్నాను కదా. సో ఫర్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఏమవుతుంది 47 ప్లస్ అండ్ దెన్ వాట్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ 4 multiples in 47. 4 multiples in 47 మీరు ఏం చేస్తారు, జస్ట్ డివైడ్ 47 యూజింగ్ 4. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ 11s. am I right? So it is 11 and so it is 44 and then 3. So how many? 11 4 multiples. 11 4 multiples by 7. 11 4 multiples by 7. Now just add everything. 15 plus 2 it is 17 and 17 plus 47 64. 64 plus 11 which is 75. So 75 by 7. And so this is the final answer what you have got. And guys, please don't cancel here. దీన్ని క్యాన్సల్ చేయొద్దండి. ఓకే, క్యాన్సలేషన్ అంటే 7 1s are 7. See, ఇది మీరు క్యాన్సల్ చేసినట్లయితే 7 1 7 7.7. ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ డూ క్యాన్సల్ హియర్. డూ ద డివిజన్ అండ్ జస్ట్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ద రిమైండర్. సో డివిజన్ హియర్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్, సో 75ని మీరు 7తో డివైడ్ చేసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ 7 10s 70 and what is the remainder? 5. So remainder is 5. I just need the remainder here, which is 5. So in the brackets just write down it's a remainder. So this symbol indicates, it says that we haven't done any kind of cancellation here. See, మనం ఏం చేసామంటే 75ని 7తో డివైడ్ చేసాం అండ్ రిమైండర్ రాసాం ఇక్కడ, అండ్ డివిజన్ చేసి రిమైండర్ రాసాము అని తెలియడానికి మీరు జస్ట్ ఆర్ అనే సింబల్ నోట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ డూ ఎనీ క్యాన్సలేషన్ హియర్. ఆల్రైట్, సో 5. అండ్ నౌ వీ నో దాట్ మండే, సో మనకు తెలిసింది ఏంటంటే మండే అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ 1 ద డే కోడ్. ఐ రైట్? మండే అంటే 1, ట్యూస్డే అంటే 2, వెన్స్డే అంటే 3, Thursday అంటే 4 and 5 means Friday. That is what the code I have given. So answer is Friday. So ఈ particular number ని మీరు డే కోడ్ కి ఈక్వేట్ చేస్తే you'll get the Friday. As we discussed calendars మనం చెప్పినట్టు August 15th 1947 or 15th August 1947 it was Friday అని చెప్పాను. So this is how you need to find out. And remember, whatever the procedure I have given it to you, you have to store everything in your mind. Please don't write anything on the paper or something. Please don't waste your time. So just because we need to get the answer here as soon as possible. So it is easy for us to get the answer within this particular lesson. మీ examination లో మీ calculation just ఈ 2 lines మాత్రమే ఉండాలి. So this just like ఈ పర్టికులర్ పార్ట్లో మీరు ఏం చేశారు, వాల్యూస్ని సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేశారు అండ్ హియర్ ఒక డివిజన్ చేసి రిమైండర్ తీసుకొచ్చారు. ఆ రిమైండర్ని డే కోడ్కి మీరు ఈక్వేట్ చేశారు. దాట్స్ ఇట్. ఐ హోప్ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ 15th August 1947. ఇది ఒక బేసిక్ క్వశ్చన్, బట్ వాట్ హ్యాపన్స్ ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్? దాట్స్ ద కండిషన్. Alright, now I'll tell you a procedure which you need to follow once again. So leap year లేదు కాబట్టి ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. లీప్ ఇయర్ వస్తే ఏం చేయాలి ఇలాంటి మెథడ్లో? ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్, జస్ట్ అ స్మాల్ లాజిక్ విచ్ యూ నీడ్ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్. Okay, so let me talk about leap year. What does mean by leap year? So leap year is so simple. So initially we had, మీకు just like 30 to 40 seconds description in leap year గురించి మీరు తెలుసుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది. Alright, don't worry, you're not going to get the questions on the leap year. leap year అంటే ఏంటి, ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుంది, అలా మీకు ఏం క్వశ్చన్స్ రావు. But it's your responsibility to understand how to, how leap year works and how leap year got into existence. Alright, so simple. Let's talk about leap year. Brief description చూద్దాం. So leap year అంటే ఏంటి అని చూసారైతే, initially, so an year it consists of 365 days. మీరు స్టార్టింగ్లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 365 రోజులు అనేది మనం కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం ఒక ఇయర్కి. బట్ వేరాస్ ఆ 365 డేస్ 1 ఇయర్కి అనేది మీరు ఎలా అనేది చూశారు అంటే, జస్ట్ లైక్ సూర్యుని చుట్టూ, సో సన్ యొక్క ఎర్త్ రివాల్వ్స్, రెవల్యూషన్. am I right? So earth revolution, one revolution అంటే ఒకసారి, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ లెట్స్ టాక్ అబౌట్ అ సన్ అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ఎర్త్ అండ్ ఇట్ టేక్స్ 365 days to revolve around the sun అని చెప్తాం. am I right? This is what the consideration. సో ఇది సన్, ఇది ఎర్త్ అని తీసుకుంటే ఇలా తీసుకుంటాం 365 days. బట్ ఇనిషియల్గా అది 365 days 1 year అని చెప్పి మన యొక్క ancestors find out చేశారు. And later on they came to know that it is not exactly 365 days. It takes 365.25 days అనేది వాళ్ళు తెలుసుకున్నారు. సో ఇనిషియల్గా మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం, 365 days అని కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. అంటే ఈ సన్, ఈ ఎర్త్కి, మన భూమికి సూర్యుని చుట్టూ తిరగడానికి 365 days అవుతుంది. అదే మనం 1 yearగా కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. బట్ లేటర్ ఆన్ దే ఫౌండ్ అవుట్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ 365 days, ఇట్ యాక్చువల్లీ 365.25 days. బట్ ఎప్పుడైతే వీళ్ళకి ఇది 365.25 days అని తెలిసిందో, సో ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ పాసిబుల్ టు మెన్షన్ 365.25. సో వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారంటే 365 ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో ఈ 0.25ని కట్ చేసి, అండ్ దెన్ సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో కూడా 0.25ని కట్ చేసి, అండ్ దెన్ థర్డ్ ఇయర్లో 0.25ని కట్ చేసి, సో ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్ ఏముంటుంది 365.25. సో ఈ 365 ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్ 365.25కి ఈ 3.25ని యాడ్ చేశారు అంటే 0.75 విచ్ హ్యాస్ బికమ్ 366 డేస్. సో ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో, సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో, థర్డ్ ఇయర్లో ఉన్న 0.25 అన్ని కట్ చేసి ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్లో యాడ్ చేస్తే అది 360 డేస్ వచ్చింది. సో this acts as a leap year. Alright, if I ask you what does mean by leap year, we always come up with 3 points. First point, it has an extra day. Am I right? So normal year consists of 365 days, but it consists of 366 days. And second point, it has, it falls on exactly February 29. So February lo oka extra day untundi. And third point మీరు చూసినట్లయితే it comes only once in 4 years. So this is the reason behind that, basic reason. So now it does 365.25 అనేది కట్ చేసి ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో, సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో, థర్డ్ ఇయర్లో, ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్లో యాడ్ చేశారు విచ్ హాస్ బికమ్ 366 డేస్. నా సో ఐ హోప్ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్ హౌ లీప్ ఇయర్ వర్క్స్. నా లెట్స్ సే మన ప్రాబ్లమ్స్లో లీప్ ఇయర్ వస్తే ఎలా హ్యాండిల్ చేయాలి, అసలు ఈ క్వశ్చన్ని ఎలా హ్యాండిల్ చేయాలంటే, సో రిమెంబర్ వెన్ ఎవర్ యూ గెట్ ద డేట్, లెట్స్ సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 15th August 1947 ఇదే క్వశ్చన్ తీసుకుందాం ఎగ్జాంపుల్గా. ఈ 15th August 1947 వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాలి. రిమెంబర్ లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాలి. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ నో అయినప్పుడు, రిమెంబర్ లీప్ ఇయర్ నో అయినప్పుడు, సో రెగ్యులర్ మెథడ్. So regular method ante so simple. Now what we have done, so given date plus month code plus century code, so regular method మీరు ఫాలో అయిపోవచ్చు లీప్ ఇయర్ కాదు అన్నప్పుడు. బట్ లెట్స్ సే ఇది లీప్ ఇయర్ అయింది అన్నప్పుడు మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటి, లెట్స్ సే ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్, వన్స్ అగైన్ యూ నీడ్ టు చెక్ another condition here. సో ఆ కండిషన్ ఏంటి అంటే మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది వెదర్ దట్ గివెన్ పర్టికులర్ డే ఇస్ బిట్వీన్ జనవరి 1st నుండి ఫెబ్ 29 లోపల ఉందా ఆ పర్టికులర్ డేట్ అనేది, Jan 21st నుండి February 29th లోపల ఉందా, లేదు మార్చ్ 1st నుండి December 31st లోపల ఉందా అనే కండిషన్ వరకు మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఐ రిపీట్, సో ఫస్ట్ ఏ ఇయర్ అయినా మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ లీప్ ఇయర్ కాదా అనేది చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. లీప్ ఇయర్ నో అన్నప్పుడు ఏం చేయాల్సిందే రెగ్యులర్ మెథడ్లో మీరు వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు. జస్ట్ ద ప్రొసీజర్ వాట్ ఐ హ్యావ్ గివెన్. ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్ దెన్ మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సిందంటే వన్స్ అగైన్ Jan 1st నుండి Feb 29th లోపల ఈ పర్టికులర్ డేట్ ఉందా, లేదు March 1st నుండి December 31st లోపల ఉందా అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేసుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది. దెన్ వాట్ ఇస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ అని చెప్పి మీరు నన్ను అడిగారంటే, యూజువల్గా లీప్ ఇయర్ అంటే మనం Jan 1st నుంచి కన్సిడర్ చేస్తాం, కాదు లీప్ ఇయర్ అనేది March 1st అనేది స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఆ పర్టికులర్ డే అనేది మనకు February 29th మాత్రమే యాడ్ అవుతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకు నియరెస్ట్ లీప్ ఇయర్ ఏది అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 2016 is going to be a leap year. It's a leap year. And next మనం చూసినట్లయితే 2020 is going to be the leap year. ఆల్ రైట్, సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ విషయానికి మనకు వస్తే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు నేను 16 Jan 2016 అనే డేట్ని మనం ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలి, లెట్స్ సే 16 March 2016 అనేది ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలనేది మీరు తెలుసుకోవాలి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్ అని చెక్ చేశారంటే ఎస్ లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ ఎలా చెక్ చేయాలి అనేది మనం నేర్చుకోవాలి ఫస్ట్ థింగ్. అది డిస్కస్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఈ రెండు పార్ట్స్ మనం డిస్కస్ చేయొచ్చు. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ మీరు ఎలా చెక్ చేస్తారంటే, రిమెంబర్ ఆల్ ద 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ ఆర్ లీప్ ఇయర్స్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32 all the 4 multiples are leap years. But all the century years are not leap years. అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు all the 4 multiples leap years అంటే ఏమవుతుంది, 4, 8, 12 16, 20, 24, 28, 32 it goes on, ఇవన్నీ లీప్ ఇయర్సే. బట్ సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్, అన్ని సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ లీప్ ఇయర్స్ కాదు. అంటే సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అంటే ఏంటి, సో సింపుల్, ద ఇయర్ దట్ ఎండ్స్ విత్ 00. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1000, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2200, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2000. సో ఇవన్నీ వీటిని ఏమంటారంటే సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అంటారు. ఒక పర్టికులర్ ఇయర్ 00తో ఎండ్ అయితే 100 ఇస్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్, 200 ఇస్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్, 300 ఇస్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్, ఇలా ఇది వెళ్తూ ఉంటుంది, అవునా. సో 4 అనేది ఈవెన్ దో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 100 అనేది ఈవెన్ దో ఇట్ ఇస్ డివిజిబుల్ బై 4. యూజువల్గా లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ అయితే 4తో డివైడ్ అయితే మనం లీప్ ఇయర్ అని చెప్తాం, అది అలా కాదు. సో యూ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ దిస్ క్లియర్లీ. అన్ని 4తో డివిజిబుల్ అయ్యే ఇయర్స్ అన్ని లీప్ ఇయర్స్ కావు. ఓకే, ఫస్ట్ పాయింట్, 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ అన్ని లీప్ ఇయర్సే. బట్ అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ వచ్చేంత వరకు మనకి ఇంకొక కండిషన్ ఉంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 100 అనే ఇయర్ మీరు తీసుకుందాం, అండ్ ఇయర్ 200 తీసుకుందాం, ఇయర్ 300 తీసుకుందాం, ఇయర్ 400 తీసుకుందాం. సి 100 ఇస్ డివిజిబుల్ బై 4, so but it is not a leap year. 200 is divisible by 4, but it's not a leap year. 300 is divisible by 4, it's not a leap year. So century years వచ్చేసరికి మీరు ఏం చెక్ చేయాలి అంటే 4తో చెక్ చేయకూడదు, మీరు 400తో చెక్ చేయాలి. 400తో కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాలి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను ఇప్పుడు ఇయర్ 1200 సెంచురీ ఇదొక లీప్ ఇయరా కాదని చెక్ చేస్తే ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ డివైడ్ ఇట్ బై 4తో డివైడ్ చేయదు, జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఇట్స్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్. సెంచురీ ఇయర్ అంటే 00 ఎండింగ్ ఇయర్. 00 ఎండింగ్ ఇయర్ని మీరు దేంతో చెక్ చేయాలంటే 400తో చెక్ చేయాలి. సో ఇట్ ఇస్ 400 3s are 1200. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ 0. ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు ఇయర్ 1300 తీసుకుందాం. 1300 లీప్ ఇయర్ అంటే మీరు 4తో డివైడ్ చేస్తే రిమైండర్ 0నే వస్తుంది. బట్ డోంట్ డూ దట్. 00 ఎండింగ్ కాబట్టి మీరు 400తో చేయాలి. 400తో చేసినప్పుడు ఏమొస్తుంది? 400 3s are 1200. రిమైండర్ ఎంత? 100. ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఇయర్ 1300 ఇస్ నాట్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. సో నార్మల్ ఇయర్స్ అయితే లాస్ట్ 2 డిజిట్స్ని మీరు 4తో డివైడ్ చేస్తే సరిపోతుంది. సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అంటే ఎస్పెషలీ సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అన్నప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే మీరు 400తో డివైడ్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2000 ఇస్ ద బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. 2000 ఇయర్ అనేది 4తో డివైడ్ చేయదని 400తో చేయండి. ఎస్, 400 into 5 2000. ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. బట్ ఇయర్ 2100 తీసుకుందాం. 2100 ఇట్ ఇస్ డివిజిబుల్ బై 4, బట్ స్టిల్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఎ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఎందుకంటే 00 ఎండింగ్ ఇయర్ అయితే మనం 400తో డివైడ్ చేయాలి. 400తో మీరు డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే మీకు 100 అనే రిమైండర్ వస్తుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఎ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఆల్రైట్, సో దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ యూ డీల్ విత్ ద లీప్ ఇయర్. నా సో లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలని చెప్పి మనం చూసాం కదా. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేయాలి అంటే, సో లీప్ ఇయర్ చెక్ చేశారు. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్ అనే కండిషన్ వచ్చిందని తీసుకుందాం ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్ అనే కండిషన్ చెక్ చేశారు అంటే మీరు నెక్స్ట్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే ఇచ్చిన ఆ డేట్ Jan 1st నుండి February 29 లోపల ఉందా, లేదు March 1st నుండి December 1st లోపల ఉందా అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో టెక్నికలీ లీప్ ఇయర్ స్టార్ట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ March 1st. మీరు 2016 ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను ఇందాక చెప్పాను మీకు. మీరు 2016 Jan క్యాలెండర్ తీసుకున్నా, 2015 Jan క్యాలెండర్ తీసుకున్నా. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఎలా అంటే 2016లో జనవరిలో మీరు ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుందంటే 31 డేస్ ఉంటుంది. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం 2015 క్యాలెండర్లో జనవరి ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుందంటే 31 డేస్ ఉంటుంది. సో టోటల్ కౌంట్ అనేది సేమ్ ఉంటుంది. బట్ మీకు క్యాలెండర్ డిఫరెన్స్ ఎప్పుడు వస్తుందంటే మీరు Jan 1st నుండి March 1st దాకా లీప్ ఇయర్లో ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉన్నాయి, Jan 1st నుండి March 1st దాకా నాన్ లీప్ ఇయర్లో ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉన్నాయని చూసినప్పుడు టోటల్ కౌంట్ చేంజ్ అవుతుంది. సో టెక్నికలీ లీప్ ఇయర్ స్టార్ట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ March 1st ఆన్వర్డ్స్. సో ఎప్పుడైతే మీకు లీప్ ఇయర్ అయ్యింది, ఇయర్ లీప్ ఇయర్ అయ్యింది, డేట్ Jan 1st నుండి Feb 29 దాకా ఉందో మీకు వచ్చిన ఆన్సర్ని యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1. మీకు వచ్చిన ఆన్సర్ని యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1. ఇఫ్ ద గివెన్ డేట్ ఇస్ ఇన్ బిట్వీన్ March 1st December 31st, నో నీడ్ టు డూ ఎనీథింగ్, జస్ట్ గో హెడ్ యాజ్ ఇట్ ఇస్. ఆల్రైట్, దీనికి నేను ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఇప్పుడు మీకు చెప్తాను. లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ నేను 2 డేట్స్ తీసుకుంటాను ఇప్పుడు. లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ సి 1st Jan 2000. 1st Jan 2000 తీసుకుందాం. అండ్ దెన్ అనదర్ డేట్ విచ్ ఇస్ 1st March 2000. ఆల్రైట్, వాట్స్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ అనేది మనం ఇప్పుడు చెక్ చేద్దాం. నా ఇది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇది ఫస్ట్ స్లాట్లో ఉంది. అంటే Jan 1st నుండి February 29 దాకా ఇది ఉంది. ఇదేంటంటే March 1st నుండి December 31st మధ్యలో ఒక డేట్ ఇది. ఆల్రైట్, మీకు ఇంకా కన్ఫ్యూజన్ వద్దు అనుకుంటే మీరు 5 తీసుకోవచ్చు. Alright, 5th Jan 2000 and 5th March 2000. Alright, now first thing, just check whether the given year is a leap year or not. Obviously it's a leap year ఎందుకంటే it's a century ending year. So century ending year అంటే I need to divide this year using 400. Am I right? So it was 5 2000 and it's done. Yes, it's a leap year. So don't divide it with 4. Alright, now what should we do? Let's start with, so 5th Jan 2000 ఏ డేట్లో వస్తుంది? వాట్ వాస్ ద డే ఆన్ 5th Jan 2000? సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఇది మీరు ఎలా సర్చ్ చేస్తారంటే గివెన్ డేట్ విచ్ ఇస్ 5, గివెన్ డేట్ 5 ప్లస్ మంత్ కోడ్. సో మంత్ కోడ్ ఆఫ్ Jan it is 00. Am I right? 033. That's what I said. So 00 ప్లస్ సెంచరీ కోడ్. సెంచరీ కోడ్ 2000 మీకు ఏం చెప్పాను? It is 06. Am I right? So 2000 నుండి 2099 వరకు it's going to be 6. Then ప్లస్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఆఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్. ఈ క్వశ్చన్ మీకు వచ్చి ఉంటుంది. లాస్ట్ 2 digits 00, నో చేంజెస్ అట్ ఆల్. ప్లస్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్ మీ యొక్క క్వశ్చన్స్ అన్నింటినీ సాల్వ్ చేస్తుంది. మీ మైండ్లో రన్ అయ్యే క్వశ్చన్స్ అన్నింటినీ ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్ సాల్వ్ చేస్తుంది. సో గివెన్ డేట్ 5, Jan కోడ్ 00 అండ్ దెన్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 06 ఏంటంటే సెంచరీ కోడ్. లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఇక్కడ 00 ఏం లేదు. అండ్ దెన్ 00 4 multiples ఉంటాయి అంటే నో 4 multiples at all. 00 just by 7. That's it. No change at all. Am I right? Now, so which is 5 plus 6 అంటే మీతో అన్ని జీరోస్ ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ. 5 plus 6 మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 11/7 and 11/7 what's the remainder? 11 by 7 the remainder is 4. 11 by 7 the remainder is 4. But so as I told you, ఒకవేళ Jan 1st నుండి February 29th లోపల డేట్ ఉంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1. సో మీరు ఇలా ఈ పర్టికులర్ మెథడ్లో మీరు చేసినప్పుడు 4 అనే ఆన్సర్ రిమైండర్ మీకు వస్తుంది. 4 అనే ఆన్సర్ మీకు వచ్చిందంటే యాజ్ యూజువల్ ఏముంటుంది, ఇట్స్ థర్స్డే. బట్ మీ క్యాలెండర్ చెక్ చేసి ఇది థర్స్డే ఉండదు ఈ పర్టికులర్, ఎందుకంటే ఇది లీప్ ఇయర్ కేసు ఉంది. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఇదేమో 1st Jan నుండి Feb 29th Feb అనే కేసులో ఉంది. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1 విచ్ ఇస్, సో రిమైండర్ ఏదైతే మీకు వస్తుందో దానికి మీరు -1 చేయాలి. దానికి మీరు -1 చేస్తే విల్ గెట్ ద రిమైండర్ as 3. సో 3 is obviously Wednesday. మీరు క్యాలెండర్ చెక్ చేసినట్టయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి Wednesday, ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ Thursday. Alright, now let's see how this works. Guys, it is so simple. It's March. Am I right? It's March, and at the same time ఇది 1st March నుండి లీప్ ఇయర్ కేసు ఇది. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం 1st March నుండి December 31st లోపల ఉండే కేసు. Here no need to do -1, just go ahead as it is. Now let's do this. It's going to be 05. So 05 is the given date, and March obviously 0336. And what is the March? It is 3. The code is 3. Am I right? For March it is code 3 plus century, same thing here. Century code it is 06 plus last 2 digits 00 plus last two, number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits of given year, it is 00 by 7. By 7. Now just add all the things here. 5 plus 3 it is 8. And obvious 5 plus 3 it is 8, and 8 plus 6 it is 14. So 14 by 7, and the answer is here reminder is 0. 0 means Sunday. No need to change anything. Please don't do -1 here just because it's a leap year condition, and leap year condition లో ఇది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే మన సెకండ్ స్లాట్ లో ఉంది, అంటే 1st March నుండి December 31st March లోపల ఉంది కాబట్టి don't do -1, just leave as it is. So Sunday's answer. Alright, so from this what I'm trying to say is, first starting లో మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే లీప్ ఇయరా కాదా. లీప్ ఇయర్ అయింది అంటే, లీప్ ఇయర్ కాలేదు అంటే నో నీడ్ టు డూ ఎనీథింగ్, జస్ట్ ఫాలో ద ప్రొసీజర్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ఐ సెడ్. సో గివెన్ డేట్ ప్లస్ సెంచరీ కోడ్ ప్లస్ మంత్ కోడ్ ప్లస్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits of the given year ప్లస్ number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits of the given year by 7. Whatever the remainder you get, just convert into day and then put the answer. Now if it's a leap year, you need to check one thing. A leap year lo entante first year మీరు చెక్ చేసేటప్పుడు సెంచరీ ఇయర్ కాదు అంటే just divided by 4 and just check. If it's a century year last 2 digits 00 అయింది అంటే you have to divide it by 400, and you need to understand whether it's a leap year or not. So 2000 కాబట్టి I've divided it by 400 and I know it's a leap year. Fantastic. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ నేను తెలుసుకున్న తర్వాత నేను చెక్ చేయాల్సిన కండిషన్ అంటే 1st January నుండి February 29th వరకు ఉన్న డేట్స్, లేదంటే 1st March నుండి December 31st వరకు ఉందని చెప్పి. సో హియర్ ఇన్ దిస్ కేస్ ఐ నో ఇట్స్ 1st January to 29th February మధ్యలో ఉంది కాబట్టి డెఫినెట్లీ వాట్ ఎవర్ ద రిమైండర్ ఐ గెట్ ఐ నీడ్ టు సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ మై 1 from that so that I'll get the answer. If it is from 1st March to December 31st, no need to change any, just proceed as it is. Alright, I hope you understand how this works. Now the next question, the next concept, calendars లోనే ఇంకో కొన్ని 2-3 చిన్న కాన్సెప్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి which you need to find out. Let's see, today is, let's say today is actually today is Tuesday, but today is Monday. See, don't ask me, sir, today is not Monday, but just for an assumption, my exam style vastundi, today is Monday. So what will be the day after today is Monday, full stop. What will be the day after, let's say 40 days? What will be the day after 40 days? Okay, today is Monday. What will be the day after 40 days? It is so simple. See, today Monday, 40 days తర్వాత ఏంటి అంటే, in the sense కౌంట్ డౌన్ ఈ రోజు నుంచే స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. మండే అనేది 1, ట్యూస్డే అనేది 2, ఇలా వెళ్తుంది. 40 డేస్ తర్వాత ఏంటి అని. సో రిమెంబర్ ఆఫ్టర్ 40 డేస్ అంటే రిమెంబర్ దే ఆర్ ఆస్కింగ్ 41st డే. 40th డే మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, 41st డే మాత్రమే మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఆఫ్టర్ 40 డేస్ అంటే 41st డే ఏమొస్తుందని చెప్పి. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. సో just write down 40, and we know that 1 week 7 days. For example, ee roju Monday ante after 7 days it's going to be Monday once again. So ee roju Tuesday ante after 7 days. So 7 days tarvata days anedi meeku repeat avutundi. For example, day 1 anedi Monday ante day 8 anedi kuda Monday vastundi. Day 1 anedi Tuesday ante day 8 kuda, for example day 2 Tuesday ante day 9 plus 7, day 9 kuda Tuesday ne. So plus 7 chese ade vastundi. In such case 740. So 7 excuse me, so 7 5s are 35. So what's the remainder here? 5. So if you observe, రిమైండర్ ఎంత 5 కదా. సో మండే మనం స్టార్ట్ చేసాం కౌంట్ డౌన్. సో మండే డే 1 అంటే డే 1 మండే. సో డే 2 ఏమవుతుంది? ఇట్ ఇస్ ట్యూస్డే. డే 3 ఏమవుతుంది? ఇట్ ఇస్ వెన్స్డే. డే 4 ఏమవుతుంది? థర్స్డే. డే 5 ఏమవుతుంది? ఫ్రైడే. అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద ఆన్సర్. సో 5 వచ్చింది కాబట్టి జస్ట్ రిలేటెడ్ టు డే 5. ఆల్ రైట్, ఐ రిపీట్ ఇట్ వన్ మోర్ క్వశ్చన్. ఇట్స్ వెరీ సింపుల్ లాజిక్. లెట్స్ సే all right, let's see another question. Today is Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. What will be the day after 110 days? After 110 days. Today is Wednesday. 110 days. 110 days తర్వాత ఏం డే అని చెప్పి మిమ్మల్ని అడుగుతారు. సో సింపుల్, జస్ట్ రిమెంబర్ డే 1 ఏంటి? కౌంట్ డౌన్ ఈ రోజు నుంచి.
Good afternoon, students. In the today's lesson, we are trying to understand the document object of the JavaScript DOM. Yesterday, we have seen what is document object model and how to work with the window object we have seen. Also, yesterday we have started the document object properties. Today, we are trying to understand the document object methods. The document object is representing the exact white color area where you can see the actual web page. This is the browser window. Inside the browser window, the actual white color area where you can see the web page is called as a document object. So the document object is providing properties and methods to manipulate the document. Means we can access the properties like URL, the title, head, links, etc. Now today mainly we will focus on document object methods. So let us see the list of document object methods. So methods of document object. What are the methods? We have a method called write method, get element by ID, get elements by name, get elements by tag name, get elements by class name, query selector all, query selector. These are the predefined methods available in the document object. Okay, now let us try to understand the example of each method here. First, we are going to see the example of write method. Suppose we have some heading already. Inside the scripting, we are going to write a statement called document.write of hello. We can also use HTML tags. Here, document is an object. Write is the actual method. We are going to pass the string value as argument. This particular string value will be rendered on the screen. So let us save this. Write.html. We are going to save it in C: JavaScript. Go to the folder and run this. Now we can see the hello as output. So that means whatever the value we have given, that value will be displayed as it is in the screen. Here we can use any HTML tags whatever you like. This will be printed here below the heading. We can also use the document.write statement multiple times. So we have repeated 3 times. Now we can see 3 paragraphs. But in real-time applications, document.write is not recommended. Alternatively, we have to manipulate the elements by using element properties and methods, which I will cover later in the further lessons. So the next method that we have is document.getElementById. The document.getElementById is used to retrieve the element based on the ID. Every HTML tag can have an ID, and based on the ID we are able to retrieve the specific element or specific instance of the element by using getElementById method. Here in this method, E caps, B caps and I caps, no space in the middle. So let us take an example on getElementById. getElementById.html. getElementById. For example, we have a paragraph ID equal to P1, that is para 1. I want to get the element based on the ID, that is getElementById of P1. So here document means the complete web page. getElementById will return the specific element based on the ID, and based on ID means what is ID here? P1 we have mentioned. So it will search for P1 element. P1 is found here, right? So this particular paragraph will be retrieved. After retrieving, we are trying to print it in the console. So console.log of the value that we can just provide. Now if you can execute this, now we can see the paragraph. The paragraph object is retrieved here, or paragraph element is retrieved here. Based on the paragraph element, you are able to manipulate the actual paragraph. Simple. This paragraph is retrieved by this statement. You can also write the same program in other way. First we can retrieve the paragraph based on ID, and we can store it inside a variable. So we can give any ID, for example A is just a variable. Using that variable, we are able to access the paragraph element. Here A is a variable, P1 is ID, and P is the name of the tag. So we are representing the same paragraph. In real time, it is better to store the reference of the paragraph inside a variable, and we can do any manipulation based on that. The next one, get elements by name. Based on the name also we are able to get the elements. Let's take an example on get elements by name. Get elements by name.html. Here we are trying to provide some name, maybe a common name for multiple paragraphs. We have given the same name for all the paragraphs. So we are able to retrieve all of them based on the name, that is ABC. In other words, this method will search the entire web page. Wherever name is equal to ABC, all those elements will be retrieved at a time as an array. So much like an array, we are able to retrieve the elements based on the index. For example, 0 means first paragraph, 1 means second paragraph, 2 means third paragraph. It is returning an object that is representing the complete set of paragraphs, group of paragraphs. Next step, get elements by tag name. Based on the tag name, we are able to retrieve all the elements. We are trying to select all instances of the particular tag based on the tag name. Here ID or name is not required. Directly we are able to give get elements by tag name, of the tag name, that is P. All instances of the P tag will be retrieved here. So let's run this. Now we can see all the paragraphs are selected here. Okay, now we can see all instances of the particular paragraph. Next, also we are going to use get elements by class name. Based on the class name, we are able to retrieve the elements. So I am just selecting this get elements by class name. What is the method we are trying to use? Get elements by class name. So check there, get elements by class name. Based on the class name, we are selecting all the elements. Here, what is the name of the class? We have to specify. Suppose class is equal to ABC. So based on the ABC class, we are selecting all instances. Wherever ABC class is present, all of them we are selecting. Here, just ABC is just an example name. We can use any other different name. Wherever the class name is matching, all of the elements will be selected here. So we are able to get the element based on ID, based on name, based on tag name, and based on class name. So among these four methods, get element by ID, get elements by tag name, get elements by class name, get elements by name, among these four methods, the main difference is get element by ID returns the direct object because ID cannot be duplicate. So based on ID, we are able to retrieve only single element at a time. But get elements by tag name or class name or name will select generally multiple elements. Even the particularly single element is found, it is treated as a object. So inside our object there will be multiple elements. So we have to use index in order to do any manipulation on that. For example, we have retrieved, so based on the tag name, get elements by tag name, only single paragraph is found. Even the single paragraph is found, it is written as a multiple objects. So that is the reason we have to return like 0 or 1, specific index needs to be written. So this is the main difference between get element by ID and other methods. Get element by ID returns the single object directly. Get elements by tag name, class name, and name returns an array, multiple. So inside which we are able to use the index. Based on the index only, we are able to retrieve the corresponding element. But in CSS, we have different other selectors. Based on selectors, we are able to retrieve the elements. For example, based on tag name or class name, and different symbols we have used. Like hash is for ID, dot is for class, space is for child selector. Like this, several classes we have used, several symbols. So based on the symbols also, we are able to retrieve the elements in JavaScript. Then we have to go for query selector all method. So let's understand query selector all method practically. So check there, query selector all is the name of the method. It is used to retrieve the elements based on the given criteria, maybe based on condition, based on CSS selectors, or whatever it is. So now query selector all, name of the method query selector all. So if you want to select all instances of the particular paragraph, then we are going to use query selector all of P. So much like a get elements by tag name, it is returning all instances of the particular paragraph. Here node list means list of nodes. Each paragraph is a node here. List of nodes is returned, that is each paragraph is represented like this. But we also have ID. For example, I want to select the para 1 based on the ID, we have to use hash P1. Here hash is symbol, it is a selector which is taken from CSS. Already told about ID selector, tag selector, child selector, attribute selector. Any of those CSS selectors can be used inside the method called query selector all. Next step. There is one more method called query selector, just query selector. Query selector all is different, query selector is different. What is the difference between query selector and query selector all? Query selector is selecting multiple elements, query selector returns single element. So check the difference very clearly. Query selector all returns multiple elements, more than one element, but query selector returns only single element. So check this, query selector, actually we don't have ID. Based on the tag name we are selecting all instances, so it is selecting all the instance of the p tag, that is para 1, para 2, para 3 respectively. But instead of using query selector all, in case if you are using query selector, see it is returning only the first paragraph excluding the remaining. The reason query selector will receive only the first element among the specified condition, but whereas query selector all returns multiple elements. That is the difference between among them. So these are the several ways of getting. So the basic requirement of retrieving or selecting is, first we have to retrieve the elements, and based on the elements only we can do manipulations. So well, what kind of manipulations you can perform after retrieving the elements? For example, based on ID we have retrieved the specific element. So what kind of manipulation we are able to perform based on ID? So the element object contains the properties and methods of the each individual element. Here element means the HTML tag. For example, I want to manipulate the elements by using the properties and methods. So let me demonstrate the element properties and methods here. So let's understand element object. The element object represents a single HTML tag. The element object represents a single HTML tag. Any HTML tag, may be H1 tag or P tag, some particular tag is represented as HTML element. Inside that we have some properties. So have a look at once, check there, properties and the methods of element object. Okay, check it, properties and methods list of element object. Element object has several properties and methods. Okay, now check it. The first one is tag name. Next one is ID. Next one is inner HTML, inner text, and style, parent element, children, scroll top. Okay, this is not required. Set attribute, get attribute, has attribute, remove attribute, attributes, focus, click, remove, append child. These are the properties and methods of the element object. All these properties can be used after retrieving an element based on ID or based on tag name or name. By using any of these ways, whenever we have retrieved a specific element, based on that you are able to manipulate all these set of tags, all these set of properties and methods. So let's try to understand the each property and method very clearly. So first let us see the first property, that is called tag name. First we are going to see something called tag name. So tagname.html, we are going to create a file called tagname.html. Suppose based on the ID we are retrieving a specific element, get element by ID of p hash p1. So based on that particular p1, I want to retrieve the corresponding tag name. To retrieve the name of the tag, that is p, we have to use dot tag name. This will give you the name of the tag of the corresponding element, that is p tag. The current working tag, that is p, can be retrieved here. Next one, ID. ID returns ID of the element. So ID, if you want to know the ID, then we have to use ID property. So we are going to use which one? ID. ID. Now check it, ID. So ID is returning the ID of the identification name of the element, which we have mentioned through ID property. Next also we have inner HTML. What is the name of the property? Inner HTML. The inner HTML property will give you inner content of the particular tag. Means whatever present in between the opening and closing tag, the actual content area is nothing but the inner HTML. See, this is opening tag, this is closing tag. Whatever present in the middle, that is called inner HTML. It includes the child tags also. For example, I am giving hello b world. So this is all the content of the inner HTML. Now we can see hello b world. It's including the child tags. Okay, if p is a parent, b is a child. Okay, so it's including the content. It's including the content of the particular paragraph. So that is the reason we can see including. If you want to retrieve the plain text only, then what you require is we have to go for the inner text property. Inner text property will give you only the text content but not the inner HTML content. That means if it is containing the child tags are exclusive, only the actual text will be retrieved, that is hello followed by world. This b and /b will be ignored. Okay, if you want to get the including child tags, we have to use inner HTML. Excluding child tags means we have to use inner text. The next one, style property. So what is this style property? The style property is used to apply some style to the particular paragraph. For example, we are selecting the element based on ID, style dot. We are going to set the text color dynamically. See, check it there. We are selecting the paragraph based on the ID and we are going to apply the color. So we can see the color, that is para 1 is set. Okay. Based on the ID, we are retrieving the particular paragraph first. That means particular element is retrieved. Then based on that, we are trying to apply the corresponding color. Next, so in CSS we have several properties. Any of the properties we are able to retrieve. We can set any CSS property, but if we are having hyphen within the property name, then hyphens not allowed in JavaScript, right? So alternatively we have to use C for color. So hyphens must be removed, the next letter will be capital to compensate it. So actually what do you write? Background hyphen color, but what you should write right now, hyphen should be removed next letter should be capital. Like this only you must follow. For example, font size like this, hyphen removed, S become caps. Font family like this. Every property must follow the same syntax. So the text color is white, background color is dark green, font size 30 pixels, font family Comic Sans MS. Now the font has been set, font style, everything. Okay, next after that we are going to use some other property called parent element. Parent element dot HTML. So assume we have a div id equal to div1. I want to access the parent of the para1. First I am trying to point to the parent, that is para1, that is child. Then we are going to call the parent element. So who is the parent of para1? div1. So finally it will return the div1 into the variable and display the same. So as a document.get element by id, we have retrieved the para1 only. But by calling the parent element, we have navigated to its parent. First we are getting the child, then we are going to navigate to the parent by using parent element property. Okay, how to navigate to the parent? We can do that by using parent element. So what are the properties we have seen? Check it. Tag name will return the name of the tag. ID returns identification name of the element. Next, inner HTML returns the inner content including the child tags. Inner text returns the inner content of the tag excluding the child tags. Style is used to retrieve or set the CSS style. We can use any CSS property. Hyphen should be removed. Alternatively, the next letter must be capital. Parent element will access the parent element of the corresponding element. So next we have children. Next children. Assume we have a specific element. It has some children. For example, the div1 has 5 paragraphs. And now div1 dot children. So what happens now? It has retrieved the all instance of the particular paragraph. So whichever the children are there, all those paragraphs will be retrieved here. First, document dot get element by id of div1 means the div tag only returned. Based on that, whichever the children are there, all the children are being retrieved here. Okay, the next one, set attribute method. Now onwards methods will start. First one, set attribute. What is the set attribute? Whenever you have a requirement of setting an attribute for the HTML tag, dynamically we have to use set attribute. Okay, see, for example, we have an img tag, nothing but image. Img src is equal to some file name, for example img1.jpg. Width is equal to 300 pixels. Okay, we have an image. How to display this image? First we must copy paste the image into current working folder. go to the images location, copy the set of images at a time into the particular folder. Now we can see img1, img2, both images I'm just copying and pasting into current working folder. Remember, we have two images, that is img1.jpg and 2.jpg. By default, the first image, that is img1.jpg, displayed as per the code. But my requirement is at the time of loading the page, opening the page, this particular image should automatically become as img2.jpg. I want to overwrite the value of the img tag, asserts attribute. In the img tag, in the asserts attribute, you want to update or overwrite the particular value. How do we do that? First, we have to get the element based on ID. In case if you don't know the ID or don't have ID, we can try the get element by tag name or class name, anything. First, I am getting the element based on ID. Then we are going to call set attribute. We are going to set the attribute. Which attribute you want to set? Asserts attribute. What is the value that you want to display? img2.jpg. Initially, what is the value that we have given? img1.jpg. But at runtime, it becomes as img2.jpg. You can also notice in the img tag here. What is the value of asserts attribute? img2.jpg. How the img1.jpg overwritten as img2.jpg? By using set attribute method. Okay. The next one, get attribute. Sometimes you want to read the value of the asserts attribute or any other attribute of any other HTML tag. Don't think like all these methods are only applicable for img tag and p tag. All these methods properties applicable for any HTML tag. Okay, in case if you want to read the specific attribute value, the method is get attribute. Get attribute. So the method name is get attribute. This will return the current value of the src attribute. We are going to display the same here. So you see, it is reading and displaying the current value of the src attribute, that is img1.jpg. So if you want to read the value, then we have to use get attribute. We are not modifying any value, simply we are retrieving or reading the existing value. So next also we have has attribute. Has attribute is used to just check whether the attribute is present or not. So sometimes we are not sure whether the particular attribute is there or not there. We can get the status of the attribute whether it is present or not by using has attribute method. So check it, has attribute. Has attribute. So has attribute of the src attribute. Actually, src attribute is present, right? So definitely you will get true because the attribute value is found. So presently it is going to give true because the attribute is found. Src attribute is present in the img tag. In case if the src attribute is not there, the same method is going to return false at that time. Sometimes what you want to do, you want to remove the existing attribute. In order to remove the attribute, we have to use a method called remove attribute. You want to overwrite the value of an attribute, use set attribute. You want to retrieve the existing value of an attribute, get attribute. In case if you want to check whether the attribute is present or not, has attribute. In case if you want to remove it, remove attribute. So let's understand remove attribute. The same methods applicable for any property, any HTML tags. So remove attribute. I'm going to remove an attribute called remove attribute. Okay, so src attribute I would like to remove. Then what's going on? Check it. There is no image because we have removed src attribute value. Check it. In the img tag, src attribute has been removed because of remove attribute method. And sometimes you don't know how many attributes are present for your HTML tag. You may don't know really. In that case, what we have to use is that we have to use something called as attributes property. The attributes property will give you the current values of the particular attributes. It will go to the particular tag, what attributes are present, all the attributes values are retrieved. For example, in this img tag, what are the attributes? src equal to img1.jpg, width equal to 300 pixels, id equal to my image. All these attributes are retrieved by using attributes property. So check it, have a look once. Attributes.html, attributes, no need of giving any attribute name, it retrieves all the attributes by default. So console.log of a, it retrieves and gives all the attributes. All the attributes are retrieved and displayed at a time. Now we can see like this, which includes src, id, width, all the attributes are displayed there. Okay, next, if you want to know the exact attribute value, then we have to use the attribute name, for example, src. This will give you the exact attribute that you are specified. So in place of src, we can also specify anything like id or width, anything. So if you want to know the exact attribute, we can specify it by using this one. Okay, so next we have something called focus method. Focus method. Focus method. The focus method is trying to place the cursor inside the particular text box. Whenever we have a requirement to place the cursor inside the text box, we have to use focus. So have a look once. Focus method. For example, we have some list of input type equal to text, id equal to txt1, txt1, txt2, txt3, three text boxes we have. So document.get element by id of txt1 dot focus, txt1 dot focus. So the focus method will place the cursor inside the particular text box. Now have a look once. When I open the page, by default where is the cursor? In the first text box. That is the focus method. So these are the list of properties and methods of the element object. So have a look once. So we have the several properties and methods in the element object, which includes the tag name, id, inner HTML, inner text, style, parent element, children, set attribute, get attribute, has attribute, remove attribute. We have several properties and methods. So mainly we have three types of objects in the document object model: window, document, and element object. Whereas the window object is representing the properties and methods to manipulate the whole browser window. Whereas document object is representing the properties and methods of the particular white color area where you can see the actual web page. The particular area is represented as document object. Whereas element object is representing the corresponding HTML tag. So whichever the HTML tag you want to manipulate, first we have to retrieve it, then we have to apply the properties and methods based on that. For example, you want to manipulate an image. based on ID or based on class name or based on tag name. By any way, we have to first retrieve it, then we are able to update some manipulation based on that. The best way of getting is get element by ID. Based on ID, usually we will retrieve the element, and based on that we will update the corresponding properties and methods. For example, you may access the inner HTML, inner text, tag name, ID or style, several other properties. If you want to set an attribute, overwrite an attribute, set attribute method we have to use. If you want to read the value of an existing attribute, we have to use get attribute method. If you want to know the attribute exists or not, we have to use has attribute. You want to read all the list of attributes, we have to use attributes property. So these are the list of properties and methods of the element object. So that's all for today. Thank you. Good afternoon, students. In the today's lesson, we are going to understand JavaScript events. This is the Web Technologies training program. So we have already completed HTML, CSS. We are in the JavaScript topic now. In the JavaScript, which exact subtopic we are going to understand today is event handling or working with the events. What is event? Any kind of real-time activity is called as event. Any kind of keyboard or mouse activity is called as event. So when the web page has been opened, whichever the activities that the user can perform with keyboard or mouse, each and every activity is called as events. For example, the user may click, double click, press any key on the keyboard, select some item in the drop down list or checkbox. These are all the several activities that the user can perform in the real web page. So each and every activity is called as event. Whenever an event occurs, we are going to call a function. Fundamentally, we are going to connect between the event and the function. Whenever this event occur, we are going to call the appropriate function. So this event occur, again the function executes. Again the event occur, the function executes. This process can be repeated any number of times. We basically don't know how many times the user will perform the event. For example, there is a OK button. As a developer, we can create the OK button, but we cannot guess how many times the user will click it. So as soon as the user clicks on the OK button, so the function will execute. So basically we have to map between the event and function. The process of mapping, connecting between the event and function is called as event handling. So we have the several events like click, double click, focus, key up, key press. Like this we have several events. So today we are going to see all these events practically one by one. So first let us see the overview of the events. So check it. Event is a keyboard or mouse action that is performed by the user. So list of important events are click, DBL click, focus, blur, key press, key up, change. These are the important events available in JavaScript. So let's try to understand each event one by one. The first event is click event. The click event executes when the user clicks on the element. So assume there is some element, maybe a text box or a button or icon or image or whatever it is. When the user clicks it, we are going to execute a click event. The click event can call a function. So user clicks on an element, then we are going to call the click event, then it is going to call the function automatically. User do the action, then the click event executes, and then the function will be called. So every time when the user clicks on the element, the same event will repeat and the same function will repeat. So the connection between the element and the click event already it has been implemented internally, but we have to create the relation between the event and function, because event is predefined here, function is user defined. We have to give the connection between them manually. So what exactly we have to try to do, the syntax we have to follow, that is add event listener, event name click, then function name we have to provide. So whenever the user clicks on the element, this function will be called. Basically we are attaching the relation between the click event and the corresponding function. So let's check the program. I am going to create a simple HTML program. Title is click. And we have a button, for example, value is equal to click me. When the user is going to click on the button, we are going to execute a function. So first let us save this. File name click.html. Double click on the file click.html. So when the user clicks on this, we are going to execute a click event, and there we are going to call a function. How to create that? Script /script. First we have to get that button based on the ID, that is button 1. Add event listener, name of the event is click, and the name of the function is sample. We can give any function name, but with the same name we have to create a function here. So which means that when the user clicks on the particular button, this particular sample function is going to be executing. And in this one we are trying to display sample function executes at so and so time we are trying to display. To get the system date and time, we are going to use new date. To get the time, we are going to use the method toLocalTimeString. Now check it, when we click on the button, it is going to print a message saying that sample function executes at so and so time. If you click on the button once again, it is showing the same message once again with the latest time. So which means that this function is going to be calling based on the condition. Whenever the user perform this particular click event on the button, then only we are going to execute that function, otherwise not. See, right now I did not click on anything. So the sample function is not executed. If you click on the button, then only the function executes, otherwise not. Now let's make some meaningful application. For example, user is having a form. He is going to type something like price and a discount. We have price and discount. Based on the given values, it has to calculate and give me the net price. Net price it has to basically display in the third text box. And the third text box should be disabled. That means user should not be able to click or type the value inside the text box. So basically we have three text boxes. Upon typing the price and discount like this and click on OK button, this particular value should be calculated and result should be appear in the net price. So let us see how to do it. The button name is OK and a BR is required after that. So here within the button click, what exactly we have to do? When the user clicks on the button, we are going to retrieve the current value of the price. So where price we have declared a variable to store the value. First, get the text box where we accept the value, that is get element by id txt1 dot. To get the actual value of the text box, we have to use a property called value. So the actual value, that is 6500, this actual number will be stored in the variable called price. Discount is equal to, we are getting the txt2 dot value. Then we are going to calculate net price is equal to price minus discount. Where we have to display this? In the txt3 dot value, we are going to display this. That's all. Now let's execute this. Price is 9,000 suppose, discount is 250, and the actual net amount the user has to pay is 8,750, where price minus discount we have calculated. So this calculation or this process happens when the user clicks on the button. How do you very clearly say that when the user clicks on the button only this function executes? That's because of add event listener. Add event listener will not click. Add event listener will not call the function. Add event listener just attaches the relation between the event and function, so that whenever the user performs this particular event, so function will execute. Okay, we have understood the click event practically. Similarly, let's try to understand the second event, that is DBL click event. This executes when the user double clicks on the element. Syntax is same as the click event, only the difference, event name will be changed. Instead of click, we are going to call it as DBL click, nothing more than that. Okay, now so we have the DBL click event. This DBL click event executes when the user clicks on the particular, double click on the particular element. So let's implement the event example for this DBL click.html. Okay, let's have a different requirement, saying that assume we have an event, that is DBL click event. Also we have an image, that is img tag. Okay, we have an image. Let's copy paste some image into the current working folder. That is, we have img1.jpg and img2.jpg. We have two images. Copy both of these images and paste into current working folder. So we have img1.jpg and 2.jpg. Now in this file we are going to display the img1.jpg by default. Width is equal to 300 pixels. Now we can see the first image displayed. Now when the user double clicks on the image, we are going to display the next image. So when the user double clicks, we want to navigate to the next image. In order to do that, first we must have an ID for this. For example, ID equal to my image, because based on the image we have to get it. So my image, this will get the img tag. So for this img tag, what exactly we have to do? Add event listener, which event? DBL click event, function name sample. When the user clicks on the double clicks on this particular my image, we are going to execute a sample function. There exactly what we have to do, get the image and update the src attribute value, set attribute of src attribute, that is img2.jpg. Now check it. So when we double click on this image, then only the src attribute has been updated. How we have updated the attribute? Set attribute function, already have explained. It is used to set an attribute. Okay, so this src attribute will be assigned as img2.jpg when the user double clicks. So this is how we have updated the src attribute with the dbl click event. So next one, the other event that we are going to understand is focus and blur event. Focus and blur, these were a pair of events which are very much useful for the real-time application development. So let's understand focus. The focus event executes when the cursor enters into the text box. Syntax is like this: when the cursor enters into the text box or any other meaningful element such as checkbox, radio button, drop down list, etc., any element, when the cursor has entered or when the selection has entered, automatically the focus event executes. One more event is the blur event, which executes when the cursor goes out of the text box. When the cursor enters in, focus event; when the cursor goes out, blur event executes respectively. So let's understand the meaning of the focus and blur practically. I'm going to show the focus and blur both examples in the single file. Focus and blur. To understand this, let's take a text box and see how it works. So basically we have a text box. When the cursor in, see now the focus event executes. When the cursor goes out, the blur event executes. See again, when the cursor, see, forget about the mouse pointer. When the cursor enter in like this, focus event. When the cursor goes out, blur event executes. I am talking about the cursor, not about the mouse pointer. Vertical blinking line is a cursor. When the cursor has entered in, focus event. When the cursor jump out, blur event executes respectively. So I am just capturing that. I am accessing the ID of the text box, that is txt1. Then for the text box, add event listener focus comma sample1. Sample1 is not a predefined function, we have to create it. So this sample1 function executes when the focus enters in. Then we are going to display the message focus in the browser console, otherwise on the blur event sample2 display the message blur. Now check it. When the cursor enter in, focus event. When the cursor goes out, blur event executes. Again, cursor in, focus event, cursor out, blur event executes respectively. Okay, the next part of this, let me show some meaningful example for this. For example, let's say we have email. We have a text box to accept the email, and also we have a small message to show, that is span id equal to span1, use registered email address only. So this is the requirement. My goal is that I want to display this message in a gray color, and only it should appear when the cursor is inside the text box. When the cursor jumps out, it should be disappear. When the cursor enters in, it should be appear. So how can we do that? For the span, first let's apply some CSS style. Color equal to gray, and display none, that means invisible. When the cursor enters into the text box, then we are going to get the span then style.display is equal to inline, that means show it. Style means it is used to update the CSS property. So already I told you how to access the style of the element. That means we are trying to manipulate the elements, like you want to update the CSS style, you want to update the background color, you want to update the color, font size, anything. I already told you about the element properties earlier. So we are basically updating the CSS style, that is display equal to inline in order to show it, display equal to none in order to hide it. On focus it should be shown, on blur event it should be hidden. See, by default it's hidden. When the cursor enter into the text box, it is going to appear like this. When the cursor goes out, it is going to disappear like this. So focus event and the blur event executes respectively. So the next event that we are going to understand is the key press event, which executes when the user presses any key on the keyboard. So executes when the user presses any key on the keyboard. Syntax is add event listener, event name is key press, and function. This function executes when the user press any key on the keyboard. So let's try to understand an example for the key press event. So key press.html, key press, so we have a text box, right? We have a text box. Whenever the user presses any key on the keyboard, we are going to execute a function there. Okay, we have a text box, id equal to txt1. Suppose user has pressed the character A. Now the key press event executes. Again B, once again the key press event. Again C, once again the key press event. As soon as when we press any key on the keyboard, okay, the key press event executes. We are going to capture that in the text box, add event listener, key up, comma function name, that is sample1. So this sample1 function executes. Okay, sample is enough. Okay, this sample function executes when the user, key press, right? Key press. When the user presses any key on the keyboard, this particular sample function executes. But I want to identify the current working value of the text box. So console.log of current value of the text box. So get the element based on ID, that is txt1.value. This will give you the latest current value of the text box. Now I am just pressing A. Before accepting the character A, what was the value of text box? Before typing A, before A presence in the text box, what was the value of text box? Empty. So the empty is appear here. I am typing B. Before accepting B, before B presence in the text box, what was the value of text box? A. That is displayed there. I am pressing C. Before C, the value was AB. Before D, the value was ABC. Before E, the value was ABCD, and so on. So before accepting the currently pressed character, the key press event executes. As of that moment, we are going to get the value. Now, so as this key press event executes before accepting the currently pressed character in the text box, there is a possibility of identifying the ASCII value, and based on the ASCII value, we can reject the currently pressed character. See, check here, we will have some real-time requirements, such as you want to accept alphabets only or numbers only, or some particular special characters. Based on the user requirement, I want to accept only numbers or only alphabets or only some special characters. This type of requirements can be achieved by using key press. We can prevent entry of unwanted characters. For example, name of the user. So digits we are not accepting. Otherwise, amount text box. Alphabets we are not accepting. So we can prevent entry of unwanted characters or invalid characters by using key press event. What exactly we will do is that when the user press any key on the keyboard, for example, we have pressed keyboard A, alphabet A we have pressed in the keyboard. Then before A is present in the text box, the first key press event executes. So inside that we are able to identify which key is currently pressed, that is A, and we can capture the ASCII value of the currently pressed character. Alphabet A ASCII value is 65, so we can we can capture the value 65 and we can check, okay, this 65 is in the particular character range or not. If it is in the expected range, then we will accept it, otherwise we will reject it. ASCII means American Standard Code for Information Interchange. As per that, every alphabet or every number is having a particular number. Every digit and alphabet is having a particular number. For example, 65 is for alphabet A, uppercase A. So in the continuous manner, capital B is nothing but 66, capital C is nothing but 67, and so on. And lowercase alphabets are A to Z is equal to 97 to 122, and 0 to 9 digits are 48 to 57. Backspace is 8. Okay, space is 32. These are the important characters. So based on this ASCII value, we can keep the condition and we can prevent entry of unwanted characters. So let us see how to do all these things. So there is a website like ASCIItable.com. Have a look at once, ASCIItable.com. So this is basically the ASCIItable.com website. So check it, what are the alphabets and digits, identify them. Alphabets and digits, check for it. Yes, uppercase alphabets are 65 to 90, check it. Uppercase A is 65, and continuous manner, uppercase Z is 90. So 65 to 90 is uppercase characters. 97 to 122 is lowercase characters. 48 to 57 is 0 to 9. And 8 is a backspace, 32 is a space. So these numbers internally will be stored in the memory. First of all, these will be converted into the binary number system, and the binary numbers will be stored in the computer memory. But anyways, so as a developer, we need not worry about the binary number system here. We have to consider using only the ASCII value. So let's have a requirement such that I want to accept alphabets only. By using key press event, I want to accept alphabets only. Let's see how to do it. Key press alphabets only. Even the user is typing other symbols, I don't want to accept it at all. Then what exactly we have to try to do? There is something called event argument. This event argument is giving the browser given information. Some information will be given by the browser automatically, that is called event. I am pressing A, so the event argument that we have is target is a text box, key is A, and char code is 97, okay, key code is 0. So which means that it is providing some which key is pressed, that information it is providing. Inside that we have a property called which property. Okay, the which property will give you ASCII value of the currently pressed character. This one 97, we have to check that which property. If event dot which is between 97 to and 122, or if it is between 65 to 90, that is uppercase letters, or if it is 32 or 8. In all these cases, what we have to try to do is that just we have to say accept. For accepting, there is no specific code, but for rejecting, there is a code. Event dot prevent default will reject the currently pressed character. in order to reject the currently pressed character, we have to use even dot prevent default. So whichever the character currently pressed, that will be cancelled, will not be present in the text box. Now check it. So just we have alphabet A, B, uppercase, lowercase, everything we can type, but I am typing digits, I am typing special characters, so it's not placing at all. So if I type alphabets, spaces, backspace, it is accepting. If I type other than that, like digits or symbols, it's not accepting. This is how to prevent entry of invalid characters by using the key press event. Okay, the next one is key up event, right? After the key press, the immediate next event is key up event. So key up event also very similar to key press event. Check it. Key up. When the user presses any key on the keyboard, key up event executes. So then what is the difference between key press and key up? What could be the difference? So for both the description is same. The exact difference is key press event executes before accepting the currently pressed character. Key up event executes after. So let's write it here. Executes before accepting the currently pressed character in the text box. See, fundamentally it executes only when the user presses any key on the keyboard, that too exactly when before accepting the currently pressed character, key press event executes, and this will executes after accepting the currently pressed character in the text box. The key up event executes. Okay, before accepting key press, after accepting key up. Okay, the flow is like user presses some key. So for example, user has pressed A. So the initial value of text box is empty. Okay, text box is empty. Then the key press event executes, and then text box become A, and then key up event executes. So this is the sequence. Have a look at once. First, user presses any key on the keyboard, for example A, alphabet A. Before accepting A, the text box was empty. Actually, on the empty text box, like this. First, on the empty text box, user has pressed the alphabet A. Then the key press event executes. Then the A will be accepted in the text box. Then the key up event executes. Okay, this is the sequence. Okay, right. Now let's understand the difference and after. So before accepting, as the key press event executes, there is a possibility of rejecting the currently pressed character. Such a facility is not there in the key up. But if you want to do any calculation processing including the latest character, then we have to use key up event. So let's check it once. Key up event. For example, whenever the user press any key on the keyboard, I just want to capture the value. So I'm just saying key up, then we are displaying the value, that is console.log of the text box value, get element by id of txt1 dot value. So after accepting the currently pressed character, this value will execute. So A, B, C, D, E. So as soon as we type some character, the latest value is being captured and displayed here. So basically, if you have any calculations to perform, we can do the, for example, user is going to enter the amount. So you want to display its interest. Below the text box, you want to display the interest value. For example, interest value is some 10% you want to display. So what will you do? First get the amount value txt1 dot value, and this must be converted into number because value is by default string data type. That's why we have to convert the same into number data type by using the number function. Then the price is equal to, interest is equal to amount into 10 by 100, and we are going to display the latest value in the third text box, in the second text box. Okay. So we have done some calculation and displaying the same, but when this calculation should occur only when the user types some value in the text box. So I am just typing some value 5000, immediately it is going to display some 50%, 10% of that, that is 500. So the corresponding interest value is being displayed. Okay, so this is about the key up event. The next event is change event. The change event executes whenever the user selects an item in the drop down list. Executes when the user selects an item in the drop down list or changes the value of any form element, not only for a drop down list but also for text box, check box, radio button. So for any kind of item, some selection or some value has been changed by the user, automatically the change event executes. For example, we have selected a checkbox, we have selected a radio button, we have typed some value in the text box. Any kind of value changes, the change event executes. Okay, the syntax for that is change function. So let me show an example on this change event. So change event, suppose let's say for example we have an option like we have a drop down list, id equal to drop down list 1. For example, we have country, we have a drop down list called country, and we are going to display the list of countries. Suppose country 1, 2, 3 like this, and as a part of this we are going to display the list of states. 3 countries we have. Okay, now so for the drop down list 1, which event you are going to handle? Change event. There we are going to get the currently selected country. Country is equal to document.get element by id of drop down list 1 dot value, and below we are going to display some UL, unordered list, to display the states. So first document.get element by id of the list 1 should be empty, inner HTML should be empty. So whatever present in the UL, that will be empty, and then we are going to check if the country is equal to the country 1. In the UL we are going to display state 1, state 2, state 3, state 4. Okay, 3 states enough. State 1, 2, 3 is going to appear here. Else, if it is equal to country 2, okay, we are going to write the code like state 4, 5, 6. Okay, just I am showing some dummy data, not the actual names. Next, country 3 means state 7, 8 and 9. So check it now. I am just selecting country 1, so state 1, 2, 3, country 2, state 4, 5, 6, country 3, state 7, 8, 9. And in this case, no data is up here. Okay, that's done. So we have successfully created the country drop down. So based on the selection, it is showing whatever you wish. That's fine. So this is about the all the list of events. So we have understood click event. When the user clicks on the element, the click event executes. When the user double click event executes. When the user selects some item in the drop down list or selects some checkbox or radio button, or also the change event executes. When the cursor enter into the text box, focus event. When the cursor goes out of the text box, blur event. Basically vertical blinking line is nothing but cursor. And we have events like focus and blur events. When the cursor in focus event, when the cursor goes out, blur events. Also next key press and key up events we have. When the user presses any key on the keyboard, first key press event executes, then the character accepted in the text box, then the next key up event executes. So these are the several events available. So all these events can be handled by using add event listener function only. Add event listener, first event name within the double quotes, then the function name we have to provide. And before doing the add event listener, first we have to get the element either based on ID or class name or tag name. Several ways of getting I told already. So by any way we have to get the appropriate element, then only we have to use the appropriate add event listener function. So this is all about the DOM manipulations topic. In the next class we will meet with the other lesson. Thank you. Good afternoon, students. In the today's lesson, we are going to understand JavaScript validations. So what is validation? Checking the input values whether those are correct or not is called as validation. Suppose there is a login form or registration form. We are collecting different details from the user like name, username, password, confirm password, email, phone number, date of birth and many other details. So we have to check these values are correct or not. If it is correct only, we have to store the data into the database. So before submitting the data to server, we have to check the data valid or invalid. So the process of checking the data valid or invalid is called as validation. And after the completion of validation, we have to display either success message or error message to user. If the value is correct, we have to display success message. If the value is incorrect, we have to display error message to user. The common validation requirements are the field cannot be blank. For example, name cannot be blank, date of birth cannot be blank, email cannot be blank. This is one type of requirement. Another type of requirement is minimum value. Suppose amount should be minimum 1000, maximum 10,000. So minimum and maximum validation is a second type of validation. Third type of validation is format validation. That means you want to accept only alphabets or only numbers or only particular type of format like PIN code number, bank account number, etc. These are the three commonly implemented validations in real-time applications. So using JavaScript, we are able to implement validations. Exactly what will you do? When the user clicks on the submit button, the form is going to raise the submit event. And inside the submit event, we have to check the values whether those are entered correctly or not. If you find any kind of errors, then immediately we have to show appropriate error message to user. So this is how we implement validations by using JavaScript. By using JavaScript. So now let us try to implement all these validations practically. So check the example. So we have a form and here we have requirements saying that name, What is ID of this text box? txt1. And also we have something called amount. Amount is txt2. And also we have password and confirm password. Password, confirm password. At last you will be having submit button. And also we have something called gender. Input type equal to radio. Value equal to male. And we have the text like male. Okay, now also we have the female. And for both of these radio buttons, we have to provide a common name. For example, name is equal to gender. Same name must be provided for the second one also. Also for the submit button, we have to provide the value, that is register. And for the form, we should have an ID, that is F1. Based on the IDs, we can easily access them. Okay, txt3, txt4 radio buttons, right? So RB1, RB2, TXT for text box, RB for radio button. So this is the form what we have created so far. Now we are going to create validations in this program. Let us see how to do it. First of all, when the user clicks on the submit button, it is going to raise an event called submit event for the form. For the form, we have to capture the submit event now. How to capture the event? See, document dot get element by ID of F1. This will capture the form tag. For the form tag, how to capture the submit event? Add event listener. Name of the event is submit event. Function name is sample1 or just sample. Now inside the sample function, we have to receive the event arguments. What is event arguments? The information that is given by the browser is called as event arguments. Whenever an event occurs, automatically browser is providing some information for you. That information is called as event. Now, in order to stop refreshing the page, we have to say prevent default. So check there, when you click on submit button, the page is not refreshing. The page is not reloading. Okay, the page is stable as it is. That's because of event.prevent default. So in fact, what exactly happening, this submit button is nothing but the registered button, right? So when the user clicks on the registered button, it is going to raise the submit event for the form. As the submit event is raised, automatically the sample function is being called. Inside the sample function, we are saying event.prevent default. That will stop refreshing the page. If you don't write this statement, see, by default the page is refreshing. Don't you feel that the page is refreshing? Yes. So to prevent the page refresh, we have to say event.prevent default. Now the page is not refreshing. But when exactly the page should not refresh, whenever the user has entered invalid value, some error message should be appear at the same time. The page should not be submitted. So how do we check that? First, we have to get the current value of the name, then we can do something. So where name is equal to get element by ID of txt1.value. We are getting the current value of the text box. Now, also we are getting the amount value, that is txt2.value, and also password and confirm password. Password is equal to get element by ID of txt3.value, and this is input type equal to password. Input type equal to password, right? And next, also we require mail is equal to document.get element by ID of RB1 since it's a radio button, we have to say checked. It's a radio button means we have to say checked property. This checked property will give you current status of the radio button, whether it is checked or not checked. If the radio button is checked, it will give you true, otherwise false. So same way, if female is selected, we are getting the checked status in the radio button 2. So if the male option is selected, this variable will be true. If female option is selected, this second variable will be true. Either of these will be true. And so after getting the values of the text boxes, then we should write the code for checking them. First, the requirement number 1 is name cannot be blank. Name cannot be blank is the first requirement. Let us see how to achieve this. So we have to check if name is equal to empty. See, name is equal to empty. Empty means empty double quotes opening, closing. If it is empty, what we have to show? Alert of, that means window.alert of name is empty. And then we have to say prevent default, because if the name is empty, then only the page should not be refreshed. That means page should not be submitted to server. Now as the name is empty, it is showing the message like name is empty, but instead of showing the message as a window.alert, I want to display the message in the right hand side of the text box. So in order to display the short message, we have to use a span tag. Let's add a span tag for this. Span ID equal to span 1. The message is name cannot be blank. And I would like to show this in red color, so that's why I am providing class is equal to error. Based on the class name, we can apply the style directly. So style dot error. I am selecting all the elements that are having class equal to error. Here error is just user defined name. You can give any other name instead. We are trying to provide a color equal to red. Now we can see red color, but this message should not be appear by default, right? So by default it should be hidden by providing display equal to none. So once we have added display equal to none, by default it's hidden, and now after click on the button only, the message should be visible. That means display should be inline. Here instead of using window.alert, the span 1, first get the span, then we have to say style dot display is equal to inline, that means show it. So now check there, I click on the button, now it is showing the message, but after entering the name, then the message should be disappear, right? So that's why I am keeping else case. In case if it is not equal to empty, then we are hiding it by providing display none, but we need not give prevent default in the else case, because we are allowing the page should be submitted. See, if we don't give anything, by default the page will be submitted. If you want to stop submission, then only we have to give even.prevent default. Now we can notice like this. After entering the name, automatically the message disappear, you can notice. Okay, next one, same requirement can be achieved by using amount. But before that, let's check one more requirement for the name itself. The name should contain alphabets only. What is the next requirement? Okay, if it is not empty, then the requirement number 2 is name should contain alphabets only. So how do we check whether the name contains alphabets or not? Again, one more if condition is required, that is if take 2 forward slashes. Here we have to provide something called regular expression. What is regular expression? Regular expression is a pattern of the value. You are saying that alphabets only, numbers only, or combination of alpha numerical but not special characters, or any account number, bank account number or vehicle number, anything. You have a specific requirement, you have a specific pattern or format, then we have to go for the regular expression. So in our example, we are going to take something called the cap symbol which indicates the beginning of the regular expression, and a dollar which indicates ending of the regular expression. In the middle we have to provide A to Z, that means uppercase letters, again A to Z, that means lowercase letters, and space. Only these characters are allowed. That too, you want to allow unlimited number of characters, so star. So cap symbol means beginning of the string, dollar means ending of the string, A to Z uppercase letters, again A to Z lowercase letters, space, and unlimited characters like this. This is totally one format. This is called the regular expression. So inside the regular expression you will be having a predefined method called test method. We can pass our value as argument, and the test method will receive our value, check it. If it is not matching, it will give you false, otherwise it will give you true if it is matching. So if it is true, that means if it is matching, its valid value. No, if it is false, first we will write false case. In case if it is false, that means if it is not matching, then we have to show another message, that is span 2 with a class equal to error. Name should contain alphabets only. Name should contain alphabets only. So this is span 2 also by default hidden because of class equal to error, and the span 2 should be appear in this case. Okay, span 2 should be appear, otherwise the span 2 should be invisible. And okay, so whenever the span 1 is visible, span 2 also should be invisible. Whenever the span 2 is visible, span 1 should be invisible. Alternatively, either of these should be displayed. Finally, check it. If the text box value is empty, it is going to show the message like name cannot be blank. After typing some name, the message will disappear. That means the value is valid. And in case, so I just click on the button for the first time. So name cannot be blank. I am just typing digits. It is showing another message saying that name should contain alphabets only. I just make this empty. I click on the button again. So the name cannot be blank. See, either of these messages only is appear, right? How it is possible? When the span 2 is inline, that means the span 2 is visible, span 1 should be invisible. When span 1 is visible, span 2 should be invisible alternatively. So that's what the code we have done. Now we can create the same requirement for amount. So let's repeat the same code. Okay, let me check the braces. Okay, so this is the part. This part needs to be repeated for amount. The third requirement is amount cannot be blank. Understand? First requirement is name cannot be blank. Second requirement, name should contain alphabets only. The third one is amount cannot be blank. See, if amount is blank, we are going to show the message like span. Where is the span? Let's create the spans here. Span message. We are going to create amount text box. Span 3 and 4. The requirement is amount cannot be blank and amount should contain digits only. Okay, so span 3 and 4. So in this case, span 3 should be visible, span 4 should be invisible. Span 3 should be invisible and span 4, here span 3, just I am interchanging. Okay, nothing more than that. So here span 4. But here the regular expression changes, right? We have to just provide 0 to 9. 0 to 9 means what? Only the digits. Only the digits. If amount is blank, we are going to show the span 3. If amount is having alphabets, if amount is having digits only, no problem, but if it is having alphabets, then other one. So I'm just not entering anything, so it is showing a message. That's correct. I'm typing alphanumerical. It is saying amount should be contain digits only. If I'm typing only digits, then it is accepted. That means message disappear, but still the form is not submitting to server because it should accept the name also. Okay, so we have done the validation of name and amount. So same like this, let's create the password. First let's add the span tags. For the span tags, okay, so for the password we are going to create 2 error messages, that is password cannot be blank, password and confirm password do not match. Password cannot be blank, password and confirm password do not match. Okay, that's the requirement we have done. Basically password should contain at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter and one digit. So this is the requirement what we have done. So these 2 messages are created for us, span 5 and 6, right? Okay, span 5 and 6. Span 1 and 2 for name, like this. Span 3 and 4 for amount. Span 5 and 6 for password. By default all the messages are invisible. Let's copy the code of amount. Now the requirement is the requirement number 5, that is password cannot be blank. I am checking if password is equal to blank, we are going to show the span number 5 and hiding the span number 6. Otherwise the span 5 should be invisible. And what is the regular expression for password? Password should contain at least one uppercase letter and one lowercase letter and one digit. Okay, this is the requirement we have. So how do we achieve this particular requirement? Let's try to notice. So there are some predefined regular expressions I just collected. There are some predefined sample regular expressions available. So these are the some of the sample regular expressions. So this is for number, this is for alphabet, this is for mobile number, this is for email. So this one is suitable for us, this one. So just copy paste this here. Okay, this password is saying that at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter, one digit, minimum at least 6 characters should be there, maximum 15 characters. These are the conditions of these regular expressions. What we are going to check, password. If password is going to be not matching with this, then span 6, span 6 should be visible and span 7 should be invisible. No, there is some span 7. Span 7 should be visible, span 8 should be invisible. This is span number 6. No, there is a wrong condition. Span, what is the message? Just a minute. Okay, span number 5 and 6. Okay, span number 5 and 6, password span number 5 and 6. Yes, 5. Okay, 7 8 is not required. Span number 5, 6 should be visible, 5 should be invisible, that's all. And here which should be hidden, span 6. Okay, that's correct. Now check there. So password, so without typing any password it is showing a message like this. If you type wrong password, it is showing another message saying that password should contain at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter, one and one digit. So I am typing ABC123 A caps. So that requirement is satisfied. So automatically the message is disappear. Okay, that's working fine. Next requirement is, we are going to check one more requirement, that is for confirm password. So same span tags we are going to repeat for confirm password. Okay, like this in real time we have to copy paste for n number of text boxes, n number of messages for n number of text boxes. Okay, so span number 7 and 8. Here the requirement is confirm password cannot be blank, and confirm password, password and confirm password, password and confirm password do not match, password and confirm password do not match. So span number 7 and 8. So how do we achieve this requirement? Let's try to check. Span number 7 and 8. So same code I am just copying and pasting. So this is for checking confirm password. 7. Point number 7 is confirm password cannot be blank. So if confirm password is blank, if confirm password is blank, what is the variable we have created? Confirm password is from text box number 4. Okay. If confirm password is blank, then we would like to show the message to user, that is span number 7 should be visible, span number 8 should be invisible, and otherwise span number 7 should be invisible. Next requirement is 8th requirement, confirm password should contain at least should be same as password. How do we check this requirement? It's really simple. If password is not equal to confirm password, I am using not equal to operator. Okay, if password is not equal to confirm password, then we are going to show the span number 8 and hiding the span number 6, span number 7. Okay, that's all. Okay, span number 8 should be visible. Okay, span number, otherwise span number 8 should be invisible. That's all. So finally have a look once. So I am just not typing any confirm password, I am getting a message. In case if I type some password, as it is not matching with the password, it is showing error message. Suppose I am typing ABC123 as a password and confirm password is different, so I am getting a message. ABC123 also I am typing ABC123 A caps. So as it is matching, the message is disappear. Okay, it is working correctly. Next we have to implement the requirement for gender. Okay, let's add the error message for the gender. But for the gender only one error message is enough for us. So span number 8, span number 9 is enough. That is, please select male or female. Please select male or female. So anyone message is enough. Okay, so that is span number 9. So how do we check this particular thing? So requirement number 9 is requirement number 9, gender cannot be blank. If male is equal to false and female equal to false, that means male is not checked, female also not checked, means we are going to show the span number 9. No need to hide anything, otherwise span number 9 should be hidden. So this inner condition is not required because it's not having any regular expression. That's all. So this much code needs to be written. So finally check it. It is showing error message for all. I'm just typing some name, typing some amount, so that values are clear. Password ABC123, confirm password ABC123, so that values are clear. I'm selecting male or female, anyone. Then the page is submitted to server successfully. So this is how to implement the validation. So have a look once. First we are going to create a form. First we have created name along with the error messages. Next we have created amount along with the error messages. Like this, every text box should be having its own error messages. So password is having its own error messages. Confirm password is having its own error messages. So gender is having its own message. So like this, these are the validation rules we have defined. After that, when the user clicks on the submit button, the form is going to raise an event called submit event. In the submit event, we are going to call the sample function. There we are getting the values of all the text boxes, name, amount, password, everything. Then first I'm checking if name is equal to empty, the span 1 should be visible and the span 2 should be invisible. Alternatively, either of the messages. Otherwise, if it is not empty, then again we are going to check the value. If it is having alphabets only, if it is not having alphabets only, okay, it is showing the second message and hiding the first message. Same syntax repeats for amount, like this. You can check the code. And same syntax repeats for name should contain alphabets only. Same way for password. Password should contain at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter and one digit. Then confirm password cannot be blank. Confirm password and password should be same. Gender cannot be blank. Okay, that's all. So these are the validations that we have created. So next we are going to understand the new topic, that is how to work with the class-based object-oriented programming in JavaScript. So in the earlier lessons we have seen the objects. We have created the objects by either by using the object literal or by using new keyword. But we have not yet created any object based on a class. Only in JavaScript we are able to create objects without any class. In most of the other programming languages, like in C++, VC++, Java, C#, .NET, everywhere, we can create the classes based on, we can create the objects based on classes only. Without any class, we cannot create object. In JavaScript, object is independent. It's like a free bird. What are the properties, methods it wants to have, it can have. But in Java, in other programming languages like in Java or PHP or everywhere, the objects are not independent. Objects are bounded to a class. What are the properties, methods needs to be stored inside the object will be decided by the class. The class acts as a model of objects. The class contains the properties and methods, but really in the memory it has no use. Actual properties, methods needs to be stored in the object only. First we have to create the object based on the class. When we create object based on the class, object follow all the properties, methods that are defined by the class. In the class, suppose we have defined 5 properties, 5 methods, all those become as object members. What I am saying is, during development, the properties methods are part of the class. At runtime, the properties methods are members of the object. So let's understand how to create objects based on the class by using JavaScript. So class based object oriented programming using JavaScript. So class is a model of objects. Objects are created based on the class. In a program, we can create any number of classes, and we can create any number of objects based on a class. So when an object is created, all the properties and methods of the class will be stored inside the object. In this way, class defines the list of properties and methods that you want to store inside the object. What properties methods you want to store inside the object, that we have to define in the class. So what is the advantage of classes? All the objects contain same set of properties and methods. For example, all the students of the college contain same details. See, the first student has a student roll number, name, marks. Second student also contains student roll number, marks. So what are the properties that is being stored in the first student? Same details are being stored for every student, all the students, thousands of students. Values may differ. For example, for the first student roll number is 101, second student roll number may be 102. The values may be differ, but the properties and methods are same, right? So that's what the uniformity that we can achieve by using the classes. All the objects are having uniform properties and methods. That's what the real benefit or requirement of having the classes. So steps. First we have to create a new program, classes.html. Okay, classes.html. I'm just deleting all this code. So first I'm having a class called student. In this student class, we have to define the list of properties and methods that you want to store. You must define a constructor. What is a constructor? Constructor is a special function of the class which executes automatically when we create object. Okay, for each object once, the constructor will execute once. Here we are going to access the current object by using this keyword. So this keyword will access the current object. Which object is being created? The current object is accessed as this keyword. The constructor is mainly used to declare and initialize the properties like this. We have declared three properties: student ID, student name, and marks. Result is a method. In this method, we are going to check if this dot marks is greater than or equal to 35, then result is going to be pass, otherwise fail. So like this we can create the methods also. So first class name. The keyword class specifies that we are going to create a class. Student is name of the class, we can give any name. Here the class begins, at last class ends. Inside that you must have a constructor compulsory. The constructor defines the list of properties and methods that you want to have. Mainly the constructor initializes the properties only, but not methods. Methods can be written separately outside the constructor like this. So, and it is not recommended to initialize fixed values like this. It is recommended to receive 3 arguments in the constructor like ABC for example. Then assign A value into student name, B value into student name, A value into student ID, B value into student name, C value into marks. Then new student, at the time of creating object, we are going to pass the values 101 Scott 80. 101 will be passed into the variable A, then will be assigned into student ID. The student ID will be stored inside the object. Now we have first property in the object. Scott will be stored into B and then stored into student name. Student name will be stored in the object. Now we have the second property in the object. Same way marks will be stored. So 3 properties are available in the object. Also this method will be automatically stored inside the object. The whole object address we are going to store inside a variable called S1. Then we are going to print the values S1.student ID, S1.student name and marks. And also we can call the result method. Result is a method, that's why we have to give the brackets. We can repeat the same syntax to create n number of students. You may have hundreds of students in a college, so that many times we are able to create the objects as many as you wish. If you want, you can also create object arrays as I shown you already. So finally we have created 2 objects based on the class. So what are the properties methods that we have defined in the class repeats in every object. This data belongs to first object, this data belongs to the second object, you can see clearly. Okay. So this is the new feature of the JavaScript actually. In JavaScript version number 6, this concept is added. JavaScript version number 6 is also called as ECMAScript 6. ECMAScript is a specification, JavaScript is the implementation. First, they define the concept called ECMAScript. They define the concepts. Okay, what is a class? What is object? What are the characteristics? What are the nature of the concepts are defined by the ECMAScript language. Practically, this language will be implemented by the language called JavaScript. So we have seen the ECMAScript 6 concepts also before a moment. The classes objects will not work in the earlier versions of the browsers. If you go back to 6 years or 7 years versions of the browsers, this classes concept may not work. Okay, but in the recent versions only it works. Okay, so this is all about the validations and JavaScript 6 features of the latest version. So that's all for today, and in the next class we are going to continue some advanced manipulations on JavaScript, and also jQuery also we will get introduced. Thank you. Welcome to Web Technologies training program, and in the today's lesson we are going to see the jQuery basics. In the past few lessons we have understood HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Bootstrap, and today we are going to start the new module, that is jQuery. So in this module for a few days we are trying to understand the practical use of the jQuery. So first let us understand why we have to go for jQuery and what is exactly the jQuery. So if the question is what is jQuery, answer is jQuery is a JavaScript library. It is not a language, it is a library which is a collection of predefined functions that are developed in JavaScript language to perform DOM manipulations easily. In JavaScript, one of the topics is DOM manipulations, document object model. That means window object, document object, element object we have. In jQuery, we can perform the same DOM manipulations more easily and efficiently. With less amount of code, you are able to perform the DOM manipulations easily. In JavaScript, if you want to achieve the DOM manipulations, we should write lengthy amount of code. But in jQuery, with the shortcut code, with less amount of code, you can achieve the better functionality by using jQuery. jQuery is all about a predefined set of functions written in which language? JavaScript language. See, if JavaScript is not there, jQuery is not there. jQuery is not meant for avoiding JavaScript. jQuery is meant for making the JavaScript more user friendly, more comfortable for the developers. So in real websites today, in 60 to 70% of websites, jQuery is being used, partially or fully. So with jQuery, we can write very less amount of code to achieve the DOM manipulations. That means we are able to select the elements, we are able to manipulate CSS styles, we are able to manipulate the content, we can add the children, we can remove the elements, we can do anything in many activities by using what? jQuery. Now let us try to understand how to work with the jQuery practically. So check it. First we have to go to jQuery.com website. This is the official website of jQuery, and here we have to click on download jQuery button, and the current version is 3.3.1. Once we click on this, we have two options: download the compressed and uncompressed. Download the compressed, uncompressed. So for the development sake, we have to go for the uncompressed version, where the code is not having, is having comments, line breaks and spaces. Compressed version means no comments, no line breaks, no spaces. The variable names will be shortened. So for the developer's sake, for debugging purpose, uncompressed version is better. So that's why I click on download the uncompressed development jQuery 3.3.1. Once we click on this hyperlink, you will be able to get some jQuery, some version number.js. It is look like this: jQuery followed by some version number.js. The version number may be feature it may be updated. Maybe in feature 3.4 or 3.5 may come. So whichever the version we have got, feel that this is the actual source code of the jQuery, which is containing lot of predefined functions. You need not worry about these predefined functions. Just I will let you know how to call these particular predefined functions. So just we have to go for the menu and go to more tools, save page as, and here we have to provide the file name, that is jQuery 3.3.1.js, and I am going to get the file into downloads location. Now go to the downloads location, find the particular file called jQuery 3.3.1.js. Once you got this particular file, copy this particular file, paste into the current working folder. First of all, you have to create a new folder for jQuery. So I just right click on new folder, folder name jQuery, and right click sort by date modified, and we have to sort by date created. It is optional. Just for my comfortability, I am selecting sort by date created, and mainly we have to paste it. In that way, we have collected the jQuery file into the current working folder. Now in the same folder only, we have to place our HTML file. Go to your Visual Studio Code new file. We have to save it, jQuery, folder name jQuery, file name is first.html. File name can be anything, extension should be .html. So in that way, the HTML file and jQuery file both should be in the same folder. And this is the external JavaScript file. In order to load any predefined or external JavaScript file, we have to use script src. By using script src option, we are able to import the JavaScript file into the HTML file. That means what are the functions predefined in this JavaScript file can be called in the HTML file. Now go to your HTML file, create your HTML program as usual, like HTML head, body, everything, jQuery, J small Q caps. First example. Now meta char set is equal to UTF-8. Now we have script In this script, we are trying to write any JavaScript code. In this place, we can write any JavaScript code. We are able to use any JavaScript code in this place. But now I would like to use jQuery code inside this. So in order to use the jQuery code, we have to import the jQuery library file. So script src equal to file name, that is jQuery-3.3.1.js. So this code will import the jQuery library file into the current working folder. Means whatever the file present here, we are loading this particular file into the HTML file. We can see that file here. Okay, now in order to test whether it is working correctly or not, we are able to write some statement saying that console.log of jQuery. So just if you can refresh, now it is saying console.log of jQuery. Okay, some scripting. There is some mistake. Script src equal to file name, console.log of jQuery. Okay, it is not working. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me delete this statement and just say console. And here I can just type something like jQuery. Once we type like jQuery here and press enter key, you can see the function jQuery. That means jQuery library has been loaded here. If jQuery is not loaded, we are unable to see this message. It is saying that it will say that undefined. So now the jQuery file is loaded. We are sure about it. Then we are ready to call any predefined function in jQuery. So for example, we are trying to access the statement saying that window.alert of jQuery loaded. So just when we run this application, we are getting alert message saying that jQuery loaded. So this is the first example that is developed based on jQuery. Here the compulsory part is we must write a script src equal to the file name, and you can write this statement either in the header tag or in the body tag, but it must be above the script. Means this script src must be above the script. Either should be in the header tag like this or just above the script tag also can be there. Okay, now the next part is we have a concept called manipulating content using jQuery. jQuery library provides a set of predefined functions in order to manipulate the content. The predefined functions are append. Now first before, prepend, then append, after, wrap, wrap all, empty, remove. These are the predefined methods available in jQuery in order to manipulate the content. Let's try to understand each one by one. First we have before. It is used to add a new HTML tag or add a new element. Element means HTML tag before the opening tag of current tag. So what is the meaning of this particular sentence? Let us try to understand. Assume we have a tag. Already we have the tag. Let's call this tag as a current tag, current element. So just above the opening tag of the current element means here in this place exactly we are trying to place some new tag. We are going to add the new tag just above the opening tag of the current element. So this tag itself is current element. Just above the current element we are trying to have some content. This is what we call it as before. Let's understand how to work with the before. Okay, the topic name is before. Assume we have a div tag and first we have to get this particular div. How do we get this div? In CSS we have to write like hash div1, right? This is called ID selector. Based on the ID we are able to select the element. So same selector we are able to use in jQuery, but inside a function called $. So what is dollar function exactly? Let's understand first. Dollar function. Dollar is a predefined function. It is a predefined function in jQuery which is used to select elements. So in your application you may have a lot of HTML tags. In order to select one or more HTML tags programmatically by using a selector, we have to use $. It receives the selector as argument and returns the matching elements. So we can pass any kind of selector here, ID selector, a tag selector, grouping selector, class selector, adjacent sibling selector, compound selector, any selector we are able to use. So any selector it will receive and returns the corresponding elements. So this is the syntax. So this is the concept. Syntax is $hash $selector. This selector can be any, like ID selector, class selector, grouping selector, anything. So here $hash div1. Here within double quotes we have written hash div1. This is a selector. This selector will be received by the dollar function internally and return the corresponding div tag. So based on that we are able to call any predefined function. For example, before. We are just adding a new paragraph. Suppose already it contains 3 paragraphs. Para 1, 2, 3. So we have a first function called before. What exactly happens is, check this carefully. So we have a div, and in this div we have para 1, 2, 3, 3 paragraphs already present, right? So through the before statement we have added the new para just before the opening tag. There is a div tag already. Just before, that means above the opening tag of the div1, the new para has been added. This is the result of the before. Next we have prepend. Next function is prepend. What is the purpose of prepend? Prepend is used to prepend. It is used to add the new element after the opening tag of the current element. So whenever you have requirement to add the new element after the opening tag of the current element, then we have to use prepend. So check there. So always assume the div1 itself is the current element. After the opening tag of the current element, that is here, in this place exactly I want to add a new element. So how do we do that? Just we have to use prepend. So just prepend will add the new paragraph, whatever the tag here we have given, that will be prepended here. Okay, so if you are using before function, it will be added here. If you are using prepend function, it will be added here. That is the difference. So check there. Now we can see. So here in this place exactly the prepended element is added. Now there is one more thing like append. Append. So instead of using prepend, let's use append. The purpose of append is append is used to add the new element before the closing tag of the element. Okay, before the closing tag of the element, append will work. Append will add the new element. So that means here in this place exactly the new element will be added. So check there. I just run this. Now we can see here in this place exactly the appended element is being added. If before is used, the element will be added here, and this is the place for prepend, this is the place for append, and this is the place for after. So four options available. So this is before, prepend, append, and after. 4 places available respectively. Before the opening tag is prepend, after the opening tag is append, before the closing tag is append, after the closing tag is after. So let's understand after. After is used to add the new element after the closing tag of the current element. So let's check there. Let's create after.html. After. So check there, I am just going to add the new paragraph after the closing tag of the current element. So after the closing tag, that is here, exactly the after element is added. Okay, that is after the closing tag. Okay, that's fine. So I will give one easy formula to understand and remember. There is a tag. This tag can be anything, not only div tag, can be anything else. So there is already existing element, existing content. So there is some content inside the tag. You can assume this tag as a current element. So if you are using before, the before item will be added here. The prepend item will be added here. There is one more function like HTML. The HTML function will add the content here. The existing content will be overwritten with the new content. And if you are using append, the content will be added here after the existing content. And this is for after. So before, prepend, HTML, append, after. These are the 5 functions available. Check there. The HTML function will overwrite the existing content. It's already available some ABC content. It will just overwrite with some XYZ content. Existing content can be overwritten by using HTML function. But prepend or append will add the additional content to the existing content. That means prepend means before the existing content, append means after the existing content. After means after the closing tag, before means before the opening tag. So let's see the function called, okay, let me add one more function actually. 5th function is HTML. So 6th, 7th, 8 and 9. Okay, the HTML function is used to overwrite the existing content of the current element. It is used to overwrite the existing content with some new content. If you want to overwrite the existing content with the new content, we have to use HTML. So check there, HTML. HTML.html. There is a div, already it has para 1, 2, 3. But if you are using HTML function here, see the existing content will be overwritten with the new content. See, already it contains the HTML content like HTML para 1, 2, 3, right? It is completely overwritten with the new paragraph. So if you want to overwrite existing content, we have to use HTML. So finally have a look once about these functions. We have understood before, prepend, HTML, append, after, 5 functions. So first, before means before the opening tag, prepend means before the existing content, append means after the existing content, after means after the closing tag. HTML will overwrite existing content with the new content. Okay, the next one, wrap. The 6th function available is wrap. It is used to add a parent tag to the current element. Assume there is already some element available. If you want to add a parent tag for the same, then we have to use wrap. Okay, whenever there is some existing element and you want to add a parent tag for that, we have to use wrap. So check there, wrap.html. So there are already 3 paragraphs available, para 1, 2, 3. I am selecting all the paragraphs and simply saying that wrap, providing a new div tag. So what exactly happens is this div tag will be added as a parent for each paragraph present in the web page. $P is a tag selector, right? P is the tag selector, selects all instances of the paragraph. For each individual instance of the paragraph separately, individually, the parent tag will be added. That means for each paragraph, a new div tag will be added. You can notice for each paragraph, a div tag is added. We have not created the div tags. Programmatically, it has created. Each paragraph is created inside its own div tag. Okay. Next, there is something called wrap all. Wrap all. There is another function, wrap all. What exactly happens in case of wrap all? Let us try to understand. The wrap all function will add a common parent for all the paragraphs. Instead of placing a new paragraph, a new div tag for each paragraph, for all the paragraphs, a common div tag has been added. Para 1, 2, 3, everything is kept inside the div tag. Okay. So a single div tag has been added. So that is the difference. What is the difference between wrap and wrap all? For each paragraph, a new div tag will be added. That is wrap. Wrap all means commonly for all the paragraphs, a single div tag has been added. The next one, okay, wrap all. It is used to add a common parent for all the elements Okay, next one, 8th, empty. It is used to make the content, make the inner content of the element empty. If you want to empty the content, we have to use empty function. So let's understand this. Empty. I just want to empty the content, then we have to use empty function. For the empty function, no need of passing in arguments, just whatever the content present inside the particular tag, everything will be empty. The complete content of the div1 will be empty here. All the paragraphs whichever present inside the div will be empty. See, there is a div, but it is empty, there is no content inside it. All the content has been removed with help of empty. At least still the tag is present. even though there is no output here, but still at least the tag is present. Suppose you want to remove the complete element itself, not only the content but also the complete whole tag itself you want to remove, then we have to use another function called remove function. So the ninth function that we have is remove function. It is used to remove the element. If you want to remove the element, we have to use remove function. So check the remove function we are trying to use. I am just creating remove. So if you want to remove the complete div, we have to use remove function. So check it. Now notice there is no div. So div is removed means complete paragraphs have been removed. Div itself is removed including the content. How it is removed? Why it is removed? Because of div1.remove statement. First we have selected the div, then we have removed it. These are the different ways of manipulating content. Okay, there is one more function, that is replace with. The 10th function available is replace with. So replace with means it is used to remove the element and also overwrite it with some new element. First you want to find the element, you want to replace it with another element. Existing element you want to overwrite, you want to replace with another element. Then we have to use replace with function. So let us see replace with .html. Suppose you want to replace the div with some img tag. So we can just say replace with img src is equal to, see already at outer level we have used double quotes. Inner level we have to use single quotes. img1.jpg width is equal to 250 pixels. So replace with is used to replace, overwrite the complete div with this new tag, that is img tag. Let me copy paste some images. So we require the image. I just require img1.jpg. Copy this img1.jpg, paste into current working folder, that is C:/jQuery, and run this. So we have replaced with. Now we can notice there is no div now. Div1 has been renamed, replaced with img tag. The complete div has been overwritten with the new content, that is img tag. So did you notice div has been renamed or replaced with img tag. So these are the several functions available, that is before, prepend, append, after, html, wrap all, empty, remove, replace with. These are the 10 functions coming under category called manipulating content by using jQuery. Now let us try to understand the next topic of jQuery, that is the next topic is event handling using jQuery. So in JavaScript we have several events, right? JavaScript events are what? We have understood click event, DVL click event, focus, blur, key up, key press, change, etc. So all these events can be handled in easy way by using jQuery. The syntax of jQuery event handling is $of some selector to select the element. Then we have to use the event as a function. So here we have to mention the event. It may be click, DVL click, focus, blur, whatever, any of these names. and here we have to give which function should be executed. So this is equivalent to add event listener statement in JavaScript. Let's understand an example. That is, let me show the example of click event. How to implement click event by using jQuery. So assume we have a button ID equal to button 1. When the user clicks on the button, we are going to execute a function. First we have to get the button by using dollar. So dollar of hash button 1 means we are selecting the button, and for that which event you are trying to handle, click event. Function name is sample. Practice time you can give any other function name, not only sample. So this function, whatever the function name we have mentioned here, that will execute when the user clicks on the particular button. Here we are trying to display the system date and time. System date and time we are trying to display. So what exactly happens is, as of now the function is not called because we have not clicked anything. Once we click on this button, now we can see the time. So we can also write any meaningful functionality. For example, I just have a h1 ID equal to my heading. So there is some button like increment button, and there is also decrement button to decrement. When the user clicks on the increment button, I want to increase the value. When the user clicks on the decrement button, I want to decrease the value. See, when the user clicks on the button 1, we are calling sample 1 function, otherwise sample 2 function. So in this case what should be happen, I just retrieve the value where n is equal to document.get element by id of the my heading. We are trying to convert the we are trying to access the inner HTML, and we are trying to convert the value into number by using number function. So first I am getting the my heading. My heading means the h1 tag itself. Dot inner HTML means this text 1, and it should be converted into numerical format by using number function. Then we have to increment the value n++. Then we are going to display the latest value inside the my heading. That's all. This is the code for incrementation. Let's write the code for decrementation, n minus minus. So check there, I just click on the button, increment, decrement. We can increment many times and we can decrement many times. So like this we have understood the event handling concept of jQuery. So we can handle any events of jQuery like click event, double click event, focus event, blur event, whatever events we have understood in JavaScript, all the events we are trying to we can implement in the jQuery. The syntax of event handling in jQuery is $of selector. The event name may be click or focus or blur, key press, key up, whatever the event is. Inside the brackets we have to give the function. So like this we can implement, we can try all the events of JavaScript in jQuery we can try. So like this we have completed 2 chapters of jQuery, that is manipulation of the content and also the event handling chapter. In the further lessons we will understand jQuery further advanced topics such as effects, animations, etc. So that's all for today. Thank you. Good afternoon students. From the past few lessons, we have been understanding the web technologies training program, and we have already completed HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, JavaScript. Presently, we are trying to understand jQuery. Exactly in the last lesson, we have understood the jQuery basics and also how to manipulate the content by using jQuery. So, if you can try to recollect, jQuery is a library, it is not a language. Library means collection of predefined functions to perform the DOM manipulations easily. If you want to perform the DOM manipulations by using JavaScript, it requires huge amount of code. But with jQuery, we can complete the same task in less amount of code. For example, we have HTML function in order to update the inner HTML, text function in order to access the inner text, append function to add the content before the closing tag, prepend function to add the content after the opening tag. Like this, we have several functions we have completed already. Coming to the today's lesson, we are trying to understand the further topics of jQuery, that is jQuery effects, manipulating attributes, and manipulating CSS. These are the main topics that we are going to cover in this lesson. So first, let us get started with the jQuery effects. Effects means attractively, effectively showing some information or hiding the information. Suppose when you click on some drop down symbol, the drop down menu has to be opened effectively. When I click outside, the drop down menu should be closed. So when the user performed one action, the menu should be appear. When the user do the other opposite action, it should be disappear. So showing or hiding, making the information appear or disappear effectively, attractively, slowly is called as the effects. So we have three effects provided by, supported by jQuery, that is fade effect, hide show effect, and slide effect. Fade effect, hide show effect, and slide effect. These are the three ways to show the or hide the information effectively based on the number of milliseconds. So let us try to understand all these effects practically. So the list of effects, jQuery supports three effects: fade effect, slide effect, and hide show effect. In case of fade effect, we have two predefined functions, that is fade out of some number of milliseconds, fade in some number of milliseconds. Here fade out, fade in are the predefined functions provided by jQuery. Here fade out O capital letter, fade in I capital letter. We have to use these functions as it is. And also we have slide effect, that is slide up and slide down. Hide show effect, we have hide and show. These are the three functions, no, totally 3 into 2, 6 functions available. Fade out is used to hide the information, fade in is used to show the information. Slide up is used to hide the information, slide down is used to show the information. Hide is used to hide the information, show is used to show the information. So let us see all these 6 functions practically. So I am taking an example called effects.html. So the file name should be effects.html. Here I would like to take some div tag, div id equal to div1. By default, the div will be appear as it is normally, but I want to show this information attractively, effectively. So first let's apply some quick styles to the particular elements. So style hash div1 is a CSS selector, is exactly the ID selector which is selecting the element based on ID. So here hash div1 will select this particular div1 tag. For this div1, we are trying to apply the background color, width, height. So we have div1 width, height, and also font size. Now my goal is that I want to hide this div1 attractively, effectively, slowly, gradually. In order to do so, I am just having a button, input type equal to button, id equal to value equal to hide, id equal to button1. Let me give it like fade out. So my requirement is when the user clicks on this particular button, it should fade out. Let's write the click event for the button. How do we write? First we have to get the button based on id. So $#button1 will select this particular button1. For that we are saying click off function. That means when the user clicks on the button, this function is going to be executing. Some people may understand this mistakenly, which means that dot click means we are clicking the button. That is wrong. We are not clicking the button. As a developer, you never click the button. But when the user clicks on the button, we are going to execute the function. In this function, what are we trying to do? I am trying to access the div. For that div, fade out of some number of milliseconds, for example 3000. 3000 milliseconds equal to 3 seconds. 1000 milliseconds equal to 1 second, so 3000 milliseconds equal to 3 seconds. So when the user clicks on the button, this particular function will execute, and inside that function we are trying to write the statement of fade out. So let's click on the button fade out. So slowly it is disappear. Did you notice again? Just check it. Once again check it. So slowly, attractively, the information will be disappear. You want to make it quicker. So what will you do? You will reduce that milliseconds. I provided 1000. That means within 1 second itself, it will be invisible, like this. We can also reduce more time. We can also give 500 or any 100, 200, anything we can provide. So the more number the small number you provided, it will be that much slower. So I am just providing 1000 again. Now let's write one more button, that is fade out button. Now fade in button. When the user clicks on this second one, we are going to execute another function. There we are calling a predefined function called fade in. Fade out opposite is fade in. So check it, fade out, and now fade in. So internally the opacity property will be changed gradually. Opacity is originally 1. So 1 should become 0. Means gradually 1, 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, like that up to 0, it will keep reducing within the given number of milliseconds. Same like this, we also have another couple of buttons, that is slide up, slide down. Slide up is used to hide the information, slide down is used to show the information. So in the button 3 I am going to write slide up, button 4 I am just writing slide down. So let's check it, slide up and slide down. Next we are also having another couple of buttons, that is hide and show buttons. Hide, show, button 5 and button 6. Hide, show. So in the button 5 click, I am just writing hide. In the button 6 I am just writing show. So have a look once, hide as well as show. So check all together once again, fade out, fade in, slide up, slide down, hide, show. These are the 6 types of buttons available. So nothing but 6 functions: fade out, fade in. Internally, while fade out or fade in, it will change the opacity property gradually from 1 to 0 or 0 to 1. While slide up or slide down, internally it will change the height property, and while hide and show, internally it will change the width, height, opacity, 3 properties parallelly. So now we also have something called toggle. Toggle means we can say fade toggle, slide toggle, and toggle. 3 functions available: fade toggle, slide toggle, toggle. Fade toggle, one time will hide it, next time will show it. If the element is already visible, it will be hidden. If the element is already hidden, it will be visible. Alternate functionality. Same function, one time works like fade in, next time works like fade out. Slide toggle, one time works like slide up, next time works like a slide down. Toggle, one time works like a hide, next time works like a show. So let's create them. Button 6 and button 7. Okay, button 8 also required. These are respectively fade toggle, slide toggle, and just toggle. Fade toggle, slide toggle, and toggle. Button 7 is fade toggle. Button 8 is slide toggle. Button 9 is toggle. So these are the 3 functions. The number of milliseconds can be up to you. So I just click on fade toggle. I just click on fade toggle. 1 minute. Button 7, 8, 9. Button 7, 8, 9. Okay, let's check it. One time works like fade out, next time same button works like a fade in. First time works like a slide up, next time works like slide down. First time works like hide, next time works like show. Alternate functionality. Either element is visible means it will be invisible. If it is invisible, it will be visible. Alternate functionality is nothing but the toggle functionality. Toggle is single button, single functionality, but one time on, next time off. This is nothing but toggle. Next, we also have something called fade to. Fade to. We are providing fade to of the milliseconds. Opacity also we are providing. Opacity can be 0 to 1. Minimum 0, maximum 1. Opacity 0 means completely invisible. Opacity 1 means fully visible. So gradually the opacity will be changed to the specified number. For example, if you mention opacity 0.5, gradually opacity becomes 1 to 0.5. So gradually changing opacity is nothing but fade to. Let's check it. Fade to, button number 10. Fade to. Button number 10 is fade to. I am going to create a button fade to. We have to provide the opacity, for example 0.5. So the opacity becomes 0.5 in 1 second. So let's just click on this one. No, first we have to provide a number of milliseconds, then we have to provide opacity. So let's give it like I just click on this button. So slowly it will become 0.5. Slowly it will become 0.5. So let's check this again. The millisecond. The first we have to provide the milliseconds, and then we have to provide the opacity. First milliseconds, and then we have to provide opacity. Opacity can be 0.0 to 1. Okay, next one. So we have understood several types of effects: fade effect, slide effect, hide show effect, toggle effect, and fade to effect. Let me show one more example on fade to. Fade to, I want to show separate example. So this time I am taking a class called class 1. So for all these I am just applying width and height 100 pixels, 100 pixels. I am taking few div tags. Class equal to class 1. I am just taking few div tags. So div 1, 2, 3, and I want to display all these buttons, all these div tags side by side. In order to display them side by side, we have to provide float left and also margin 10 pixels to maintain the gap, padding 5 pixels, border 3 pixels solid red. So what happens is all the div tags are appear side by side. I am just displaying the div tag side by side. Now when the user clicks on a particular div, that particular div tag should become dim. Dim means the opacity should become 0.5. Here the noticeable point is when I click on some particular item, only that particular div should be dim, not all the div tags, and not always a specific div. So I am just writing dot class 1. Dot class 1 means what? I am selecting all the elements that are having class equal to class 1. Notice, remember, in the dollar we are able to provide any CSS selector, maybe ID selector, tag selector, compound selector, adjacent sibling selector, attribute selector, anything. So dot class 1 will select all the elements that are having class equal to class 1. For all of them at a time I am applying the click event. Means the user may click on either of these div, automatically it has to call the respective function. This function executes when the user click on any of these div. User may click on div 1, 2, 3, 4, but automatically this will execute. To identify the current working element, we have something called as event argument, just like JavaScript event argument. Event.target will give you current working element. Currently which one is clicked means which one is raised the event, the current working element is represented as event.target. For that we have to provide fade to milliseconds, 0.5. Opacity will become 0.5. Now I click on div 1, only that one will become 0.5 opacity. When I click on particular item, only that particular specific item will become as opacity 0.5. So to access the current working element, we are trying to use event.target option. That's all. This is all about the effects in jQuery. Next, let us move on to the next topic, that is manipulating attributes by using jQuery. Attributes means the additional details about the particular tag. For example, img, src equal to something, width, height, alt, title, all these are attributes about the img tag. Like this, every HTML tag has its own attributes. In the HTML lessons, already I told you which tag has which attributes. But now programmatically there is a requirement of changing them, updating them. I may want to read the existing value of an attribute, I may want to overwrite it, I may want to remove it, I may want to do something, some manipulation on the particular attributes. So let's try to understand how to manipulate attributes by using jQuery. So check it. Manipulating attributes using jQuery. Manipulating attributes by using what? jQuery. So the first one, we have setting an attribute. Next, setting multiple attributes. Next, getting an attribute and removing an attribute. These are the 4 activities that can be performed based on the jQuery. So setting an attribute, getting multiple attributes, setting multiple attributes, getting an attribute, removing an attribute. 4 activities. If you want to set an attribute, the function is ATTR. The function, the attribute name, comma value. So for this particular attribute, this particular value will be set. If the attribute is already present in the particular tag, it will be overwritten. In case if you want to set multiple attributes, we have to pass it as a object literal. That means we have to take one object braces, inside that attribute name colon value, comma colon value. Already I told about object literal syntax in earlier lessons of JavaScript. We can repeat the same many times. We can provide any number of attribute names and values, as many as you wish. If you want to get an attribute, the function is ATTR of just attribute name we have to provide. Now instead of providing value, it will return the current working value of the specific attributes if present. If you want to remove an attribute, the function is remove ATTR of the attribute name, whichever you wish to remove. So setting an attribute, setting multiple attributes, getting an attribute, removing attribute. These are the 4 activities done based on the attributes by using jQuery. Let's understand these attributes. So let me take an example, manipulating attributes.html. Manipulating attributes based on the HTML. To understand this, let me take some img tag. So we have an image img src equal to img1.jpg, width is equal to 300 pixels, alt equal to some alternate text. Already told about alternate text. If the in case if the image file is not found, then in place of the image the alternate text will be visible. And also we have an attribute called title, which is used to specify the tooltip text, which will be displayed when the user places mouse pointer on the particular image. And also we require to copy paste the image file into current working folder. Go to your images location. I just copy img1.jpg and 2.jpg into current working folder, that is jQuery. So double click on the file to run. Now my goal is that when I click on some button here, it has to change this src attribute value. Only I want to change the src attribute value of the image. Then if that is the case, we have to use set attribute function. So for this image, id equal to my image, so that based on the image we can call it. And also we should have a button, input type equal to button, value equal to set attribute, id equal to button1. So when the user clicks on the function, when the user clicks on the button, we are going to execute a function. In this function, we are trying to access the particular image. In order to access the image, what we have to do, $of_my_image, $#my_image will get this particular image tag. And for this image, what exactly you want to do, you want to manipulate the attribute. Which attribute? src attribute. Already it contains a value, right? Yes, I want to overwrite it. That's all. Now it will go to the particular my image, and in that my image it has so many attributes like src, width and others. I want to access the src attribute value, and I want to overwrite the value with the new value, that is img2.jpg. img1.jpg will be overwritten as img2.jpg. So the same thing happens when the user clicks on the button. So when you open the page, by default it is img1.jpg only. You can also notice it has src equal to img1.jpg, but when you click on the button, now you can notice the img2.jpg displayed. You have to notice here, not the image. So src equal to img2.jpg. So the src attribute value has been changed with the help of the attr function. But we have set only the single attribute, that is src. For example, you want to change src width, height, alt, title, multiple attributes. In order to set multiple attributes, we have to use the attr function with object literal. We have to pass the object literal as argument to the attr function. So I am going to take another button. When the user clicks on the second button, I am going to execute another function. So for the button 2, I am going to execute another function called attr, but this time we have to provide multiple attributes. src is img2.jpg plus width is equal to 350 pixels, alt equal to welcome. So multiple attributes we are able to set at a time. So all these given attributes will be at a time set to the particular my image tag. So presently we can notice it's having okay. So presently if you can right click and say inspect element, now it is showing src equal to img1.jpg only. But after click on the button, now we can see src attribute has been changed as img2.jpg plus alt has been changed as welcome and width became 350 pixels. So multiple attributes have been set at a time by using the attr function. The difference is if you want to set the single attribute, just attribute name comma value. In case of multiple attributes, if you want to set, we have to pass the object literal as argument. Next, also we are able to get the existing value, and also we can remove an existing attribute. So let us try to understand how to get the value of an existing attribute. For that we have to use this syntax, attr of attribute name. Suppose let's create another button, button 3, get attribute. So when the user clicks on this button 3, I am going to execute some function. So attr of the attribute name, for example src. This function now will read the existing attribute value of the my image. First, dollar of my image means it will go to the particular img tag. attr of src means it will read the value of img1.jpg, but it will not overwrite because we have not passed any value. Alternatively, it will retrieve the same. So the retrieved value we can store in a temporary variable, something like a, and we can display the same by using the console.log statement. Now notice there, I just click on the button. Now what happened? 1 minute. Console.log of a. Okay, I just click on this arrow mark. Console.log of a. There is a spelling mistake, right? That's why it is showing error. Okay, let's try again. So I click on the button. Now it is showing the img1.jpg. The current value of src attribute has been displayed there. Okay. So if you want to get an attribute value, we have to use attr of attribute name. And in case if you want to remove the attribute, we have to use remove attr function. Let's create one more button, button number 4, that is remove attribute. So I want to remove an attribute. then what we have to follow is that button number 4, suppose I would like to remove the alt attribute. So the function is remove attr. This statement will not add anything, but will remove the existing alt attribute. So now I just click on this button. Now check again. So check the image tag. Presently it is having alt attribute, right? Now once I click on this button, see, it has removed the alt attribute there. In order to programmatically remove an attribute, we have to use the remove attr function. So finally, these are the 4 syntaxes that you should remember. So to set a single attribute, attr, attribute name comma value. To set multiple attributes, attribute name and value we have to provide inside object literal. If you want to get an attribute value, we have to use attr. If you want to remove attribute, we have to use remove attr function. This is all about manipulation of attributes by using jQuery. Next topic is manipulating CSS styles using jQuery. If you want to set a CSS class or remove the CSS class, or you want to do some manipulation on the CSS styles, we have to use this topic. So setting a CSS class to the element. Assume there is an element, maybe a div tag or paragraph, whatever. If you want to set a CSS class to apply the style, we have to use add class. Here class name means it is just a CSS class. For example, class 1. We can add a class 1 to the particular div. In case if you want to get the existing value, getting a CSS class from the element. In case if you want to get it, in case if you want to remove it, removing a CSS class, then we have to use remove class. Then we also have something called setting a specific CSS property. We can also set a specific CSS property, CSS of the property name comma value. That's all. Like this we are able to add a CSS class, remove existing class, and also we can set a specific CSS property. Let's take an example on the manipulation of CSS. Manipulating CSS.html. Manipulation of CSS by using jQuery. Okay, so the topic name is manipulating CSS. So now this time we are going to take a div tag, div id equal to div1, and also we have a button that is set CSS, single CSS property. So when I click on this particular button one, what exactly I want to do is that I want to access the particular div and I want to add a CSS class called class 1. What is this class 1? We have to declare it. It is a user defined style. So dot class 1 we have to create. For example, font size 30 pixels, background color light green, next border 3 pixels solid blue, padding 20 pixels. What are the styles you wish, we have to apply. Okay, now I just go to the new program. I just click on the button. Now we can notice the style has been applied. This is add class. Now we also have the second button, that is button 2. Button 2 is this is add class and this is going to be remove class. If you want to remove the class, what we have to use, remove class function. Button 2 is nothing but remove class function. Remove class. So now we can check add class, remove class, add class, remove class. And also we have seen the third one, set CSS style. Button 3 is nothing but set CSS style. CSS of which style you want to apply, the background color, red color you want to apply. Now you can check when I click on this button, the red color has been applied. So have a look once, add class, remove class, and also CSS. So this is all about the manipulation of CSS by using jQuery. If you want to set a CSS class to the element, we have to use add class function. If you want to remove the CSS class, we have to use remove class. If you want to set a CSS property value, we are going to use CSS function. CSS of the first argument is going to be the property name, the second argument is going to be the value. And if you want to manipulate attributes, if you want to set an attribute, attr of attribute name comma value. If you want to get it, attr of just attribute name, no need of providing value. If you want to remove it, remove attr of attribute name. If you want to set multiple attributes, set of, we have to provide the object literal, which includes a attribute colon value, again attribute colon value, and so on. And if you want to hide or show the information, we can use the effects like fade effect, slide effect, and show hide effect. This is all about the different manipulations of elements by using jQuery. Today we have understood mainly effects, manipulation of attributes, manipulation of CSS. So that's all for today, and in the next class we will meet some advanced topics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, welcome to today's session for TCS pattern. I'm specifically talking about email writing skills since last 1 or 2 weeks. I'm going to begin with the pattern of the online assessment. So let me explain. So we're going to have the first stage, which is the online assessment. I will explain what the pattern will look like. Once you clear that, you will move to the next segment, which is the personal interview round. In this personal interview round, you will have two segments. One is the HR interview, and the second one is the technical interview. So as obvious it is, HR interview, it's going to be with the HR personnel, the folks from HR, who are going to ask you specific question about your personality, your communication skills, your body language, your aspiration, why you want to join that company, so on and so forth. So we will talk about that in the later segment. And then you will have a technical round where the questions will be very specific to what you are getting hired for, which is your technical area. Now in order to reach the interview segment, you need to clear the online assessment, and the online assessment has 4 categories. The first one being the email writing skill, where you need to write an email within 10 minutes. The second one is quantitative aptitude. You will have 20 questions and the permitted time is 40 minutes. Then you have the multiple choice question area, where you need to write the correct answer from the choices given, and these questions will be specific to programming language C. You will have 10 questions and the permitted time is 20 minutes. And then you will have a descriptive type question where it's going to be only one such question where you need to write a program. So the entire coding has to be accurate so that once it's executed, it doesn't lead to any kind of error. Now this year there is also going to be negative marking in the online assessment. For every wrong answer, you will lose 0.33% of the marks which is allotted to that particular question where you go wrong. So if there is a particular question where the allotted marks is 1, and if you answer it incorrectly, you will lose minus 0.33. Now this is applicable only for the quantitative aptitude. Now the point that needs to be noted is, if you go back and check the quantitative aptitude area, which has 2 questions which is star marked. Now what happens in these 2 questions is, if you answer it correctly, you will score double the points. If you answer it incorrectly, you will lose double the points, which means if the allocated point is 1 for those 2 star marked question, you will score 2 points if you answer it correctly. But if it's incorrect, it will be minus 0.66. So 2 times of positive marking and 2 times of negative marking. So you got to keep in mind that these are the 2 questions, the star mark question and quantitative aptitude, where you can score more, but in case if you go wrong, you can also lose more. So you got to be very, very watchful, specific to these 2 questions. Now the topics that's going to be covered for quantitative aptitude, we have probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work equations, ratios and proportions, alligation or mixture, series and progression. Then you have average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on ages, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. Now as far as the email writing is concerned, the question would be something like this. This is something which I have covered in the past. I'm going to do a recap today for those who did not attend the session since last 1 week. The question will resemble something of this sort. As a niece, write an email to your aunt, Mrs. Polly, informing that you will be picking her up from the railway station when she arrives in town for her short vacation. Sign the email as Nancy. So if you look closely, there is a name which is mentioned who should be the receiver, and then there is also a name which explains who should be the sender of the email. So this is the entire scenario of the email that you need to write. The receiver is Mrs. Polly, the sender is Nancy, and you're writing an email to explain or to inform her that you will be picking her up from the railway station. Now every email will include an outline. An outline is nothing but the keywords that has to be included in the email. In this particular scenario, the keywords are happy, receive, crowded, platform, arrives at, afternoon, unattended, luggage, in front of, wait, early, look forward. The rule says for TCS, you need to write an email about this particular scenario. The receiver and sender's name is mentioned. You need to use these keywords in the email. Now all the keywords should be used in the same form. For example, happy cannot be used as happiness, receive cannot be used as received, crowded cannot be used as crowd. So whatever outline or the keyword is given, you need to use it as it is, and you need to form a sentence using that. You cannot miss even a single keyword. If you miss a single keyword, you will get disqualified, plain and simple. If you change the form of the keyword, the system cannot identify if you have used the keyword or not. You will be deemed as a person who did not use the keyword. You will get disqualified. You will lose points if you make mistakes in terms of sentence formation, punctuation, grammar. So this is how the instruction for the email will be given. It is compulsory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice as appropriate. The name of the sender and the receiver should be as given. You cannot use your name as a sender unless it's not mentioned there. Sometimes you will have a question where the sender's name is not mentioned. In that case, you can mention your name. The email must contain a minimum of 50 words or it will not be evaluated at all. In this case, it says 50 words. Even if your email is 49 words, the system cannot validate, you will be disqualified. If the outline is not strictly followed, including the specific words used, or correct English including spelling and grammar is not used, the grade in this section will be poor. Which means even if your email structure is fine, you have used all the keywords, you make lot of grammatical and punctuation mistakes, you will start losing points. So whatever points you have scored by writing the accurate email, you will start losing that every time you make a spelling mistake, punctuation mistake and grammatical mistake. So you got to be very clear about couple of things. Number one, all the keywords should be used as it is given in the question itself. You cannot change the form to denote a different tense form. For example, buy cannot be used as bought or will be buying. Not allowed. Now the time limit, if you remember, I said it's 10 minutes. Now even if you submit, if you click on the submit button at the 10th minute mark, it may not get validated, it may not get submitted. So don't take a chance. Please submit it even before the 10-minute mark is up. Your email will not take more than 5 to 6 minutes. Within 6 minutes, try to finish the email. Spend the remaining time revising the entire email and make corrections where needed. Okay? I'm going to take you through the do's and don'ts for emails. These are the email do's. You need to keep in mind you follow these. Read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword phrases mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keyword or phrases, the email will be invalid. Ensure keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic. For example, buy cannot be used as bought. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group. New paragraph should start as a fresh line. Okay? Now the next set of do's. Entire email should be left indent. I will explain what that means. Do not leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. I will show an example where people usually go wrong. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always begin your mail with greeting. Always end your mail with salutation, thanks and regards and summary. Ensure the email is written within 10 minutes. Click on submit button before the 10-minute time is up. Clicking on the submit button at the 10-minute mark or later will not allow the email to be submitted. And word count of the email should be as per the instruction given in the question. So if the word count is 60, and you have used even 59 words, you will get disqualified. Here are some of the aspects which you need to make sure you do not violate. So these are the don'ts. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or verb form of the given keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes. Do not exceed 10-minute time limit. Do not write the email below the number of words given in the instruction. Okay? So what I'm going to do now, since yesterday I have shown you some examples, I'm going to talk about certain common mistakes we do in terms of punctuation as well as spelling. Okay? Let's begin. So there is a word which is buy. I hope this is visible. Let me zoom it a little more. Now there is a word which is buy. If I have to look at the past tense, the word is B-O-U-G-H-T, bought. There is another word which is bring, and the past tense is B-R-O-U-G-H-T. Now what happens is, a lot of people make a mistake. They mix B-O-U-G-H-T with B-R-O-U-G-H-T. When they speak, they make this mistake. When they write, they make this mistake. Please bear in mind, if you're using the word brought, it's a past tense of bring. For example, I brought my lunch today. I brought my lunch today basically means I got lunch from home. If you say I bought my lunch today, that means you purchased it. So bought is a synonym of past tense of purchase. All right. Likewise, there are a lot of words where people make mistakes. For example, THERE versus THEIR. Now these two are different words. For example, THERE is a preposition. All right. THEIR, that's a possession. For example, keep the book there. If I say THEIR, now I'm going to change this color so that you can identify it's an example. It's their book. Now there is a plural form of a singular person, right? So I can say his, her, or their. So please do not get confused between THEIR and THERE. Both are pronounced the same way. There. It's not their. It's there. There. Both are pronounced the same way, but it means two different things. Clear? Okay. Now another area where people make mistake is HERE. Just a moment, let me just, okay. Here, HERE, again preposition. Keep it here, or I can say come here for a moment. Hear means the ability to listen, ability to hear. If you have ears, you can hear, right? The sense of hearing. Can you hear me? Now, in case if I make a spelling mistake and say can you hear me, HERE doesn't make sense. If I replace come here for a moment, it's not making any sense at all. So please do not make these amateurish mistakes. These will, it will counted as grammatical mistake as well as spelling mistake, because a spelling mistake is leading to a grammatical mistake. Okay. So when you're writing the email, since I'm using Word document right now, you are able to see that there is an underline. In case if I'm making a spelling mistake, it's a red line. If I'm making a grammatical mistake, it's a green underline. If I'm making a punctuation mistake, it's a blue underline. So Word, Microsoft Word has the ability to identify and tell me that I need to make correction. But in TCS online exam, you will not have any such help. The test is to see how well you know basic spellings. So there will not be any quick tip that's going to tell you that you're making a mistake in terms of a sentence formation or a punctuation or a spelling. You got to be very, very aware of these small little words, very common words, and you cannot be making mistakes there. Okay. Now we started this program more than a week ago. Unfortunately, I haven't come across a single comment in the YouTube section where people are asking me questions pertaining to email writing for TCS. So if you have any questions, please post it on the YouTube channel, the live program. You have a chat window there. Please post your questions. You can also call and ask your questions. There will be a number which will be shown later part of the program today. You can call and ask your questions. If your question is very specific to TCS email writing pattern, any help needed for email writing, feel free to ask these questions. All right. So let's continue. As far as the spellings are concerned, there is a word which is confirm and another word which is conform. Now both are pronounced pretty much the same way. Now confirm is basically verb form of confirmation. So FIRM, it's a verb form of confirmation, right? Like please confirm. So let me show an example. Please confirm if you are watching this program. Okay. Now what do we mean by confirm? FORM. Now that means verb form of complying to a rule. For example, we have compliance, so we need to confirm with the compliance rules. For example, please confirm with the guidelines. So there are certain rules and guidelines which is mentioned, so you need to confirm. Now here it says I made a grammatical error. Please confirm to the guidelines. You see I made a grammatical mistake and it immediately showed me that I made a mistake. Okay, please confirm to the guidelines, which means please follow the guidelines. So likewise, there are various words where people make mistakes. I'm going to show you one more example now. Advice and advise. It's a noun, synonym of suggestion. Okay. Now advise is a verb. Okay. Now let me show an example. What do I mean by this? For example, I can say please give me an advice. Now this is a noun, so I can say please give me an advice. Now if it's a verb, the same advice I can use it as a verb, and I got to say it differently. Please advise me. Please give me an advice, or please advise me. Now in this particular case, if I replace the CE with SE, if I interchange, if I swap it, then it will lead to a grammatical error. So you got to be sure you're using CE when it's a noun form. You use SC when it's a verb form. You can't say please advise me, it should be advise me. So if I say please advise me, this is wrong. It should be advise me. Please give me an advice. Can I say please give me an advice? No. I need to use CE. Okay. So that's why these spellings can lead to grammatical errors as well. So you got to be very sure you're not making these silly mistakes in terms of spellings that can also lead to grammatical error. If you make these mistakes, you will lose double the points, because one, it's not making sense and it's not fitting in the context of the particular sentence. So please be very prudent, please be very careful that you're not making these mistakes. Alright. Now let's look at the question again. I'm going to write this email once again for you. It was done in the past, we are doing it again. So I'm going to copy these keywords. As a niece, write an email to your aunt, Mrs. Polly, informing her that you will be picking her up from the railway station when she arrives in town for her short vacation. Sign the email as Nancy. So please make a note of this. I'm going to pause here for a minute. You can make a note of this question and the outline, and then I will write this email. All right, let's go. Oops, just a moment. I'm going to change the alignment so that you can see it clearly. Okay, here we go. These are the keywords that we are supposed to use in this email. So let's start. Hello, Mrs. Polly. Now that is what the receiver's name is, right? Now let me zoom this a little bit. Now in a usual scenario we will say, okay, hello Mrs. Polly is fine, but here the question says write an email to your aunt. So I will replace the Mrs. with aunt. Hello Aunt Polly. Now if you see, A is capital because that's a title, P is capital because that's a name. Every name should start with a capital letter. The first word in a sentence should start with a capital letter. I will use a comma and then say enter to go to the next line, but this comma is not needed because that's redundant. It's of no use, so you don't have to use it anymore. I know this is how we were taught in school, but it's not needed. Hello Aunt Polly. I am very I'm writing in very simple English so that you can follow. I'm very happy to know that you are coming to stay with me for your vacation. I would come to the station to receive you. As the station is usually crowded, I would request you to wait for me. Okay? The platform is closer to the exit. So I'm just giving detail of the train. The train arrives at 2:00 in the afternoon. Please do not leave your luggage unattended. I shall wait for you. Just a moment. If I reach early. I look forward to meet you. Regards, Nancy. Now, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to change the paragraph here. I hope this is visible. Okay. Now let me count the number of words. It's 85. The rule says 50, but I've used 85 words. Let me see if I have used all the keywords or not. Happy, receive, yes, I have used the word receive. Crowded, platform, arrives at, afternoon, unattended, luggage, in front of, wait, early, look forward. Okay, so I've used all the keywords. Let me read this out to you. Hello Aunt Polly, I am very happy to know that you're coming to stay with me for your vacation. I would come to the station to receive you. As the station is usually crowded, I would request you to wait for me. The platform is closer to the exit. The train arrives at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Please do not leave your luggage unattended. I shall wait for you in front of the bookstall. Now bookstall is one word. I made a mistake there. In front of the bookstall if I reach early. I look forward to meet you. Regards, Nancy. Very simple. Now if you notice, the entire email is left indent. The mistakes where people do is they leave a gap like this every time they start a new paragraph. You see this? Let me remove the background shade so that you can see it clearly. So this is how people write. They leave a gap. This is not needed. It makes no sense. You don't have to write like this anymore. Okay? So don't leave this gap. This is not needed. It's redundant. If you look closely, every time I'm starting a new paragraph, it starts with a capital letter. Every time I'm using a full stop, the next word starts with a capital letter. These are basic common English. If you make mistakes on these areas in terms of punctuation, spellings, you will lose marks. So I have written this mail within 10 minutes. I have also used more than 50 words, which is the guideline, and I've also used all the keywords which was mentioned in the particular question. Now this email is perfect. I can click on the submit button in the tool and it should be validated. So mistakes that you will end up doing is in terms of spelling, like I explained some examples, grammatical mistakes and punctuation mistake. Punctuation, for example, this 2 o'clock I used one apostrophe, single quote. Okay, every time I end a sentence I end it with full stop. Next sentence starts with a capital letter. There is an introduction, there is a main content, and there is a summary. So my email has 3 segments. I have used the sender's name, receiver's name as mentioned in the topic as well. So please make sure these guidelines are followed absolutely strictly. You do not make any mistakes in these areas. 90% of participants did very well in quantitative aptitude, in MCQ questions for MCQ area for programming language C, for coding. Everywhere they scored very well, but email they failed. So please make sure you're putting these training to practice, you're putting these learning to practice, and ask your questions on the YouTube link wherever you are watching. I will take a look at it and I will quickly answer. Yesterday I specifically asked you guys to provide your responses on the YouTube chat box, but I did not get a single response. I don't know what the challenges you are facing with regards to this particular program, but please understand we are doing this program only to make sure that you succeed, you get that dream job in TCS. So please take it seriously. Whatever questions you have, feel free to post, and I would love to look at your answer. I would love to make changes or make suggestions on the email that you write. Okay. Now, as far as the negative marking is concerned, like I clearly told you, it doesn't exist for email, but you will lose marks in case if you make punctuation mistake, grammatical mistakes and spelling mistakes. That essentially doesn't mean that it's a negative marking. It's just that you will lose marks. You write the email accurately, you will score 10%. Okay. Now, do's and don'ts I mentioned already. You went through it. You also saw the examples. So I'm going to give you the quick assignment for tomorrow. This is your assignment for tomorrow. I'm going to read out this question. As a student representative of your department, write an email to your batchmates suggesting a party for head of department Professor Sunil, who is retiring next month. Sign the email as Sam. So the sender's name is Sam, the receiver's name is now the receiver, this is what is confusing you, right? The sender's name is Sam. It says send an email to your batchmates. So you can just say, dear friends. Don't write this email to Professor Sunil. This is to confuse you. You need to write about Professor Sunil. The outline: inform, retire, plan, surprise, party, host, family, exceptional teacher, guide, mentor, groom, students, helpful, together, memorable. So I'm going to pause it here so that you can make a note of this. Please go ahead, make a note of this and provide your answer. Alright, so please write this email and provide the answer in the comment section of YouTube video. I will take a look at it. I also announce the name of the person who writes the most accurate email. Okay, so I'll see you guys tomorrow with some more email sample for TCS. Have a great day. Welcome everyone for today's session. It's another week where we are going to talk about the TCS assessment pattern. So as TCS is going to conduct a drive across AP, you will be notified about the places, the dates and all these important elements of information. Today I'm going to talk about the email writing for one last time. You will be notified about the next topic tomorrow. Before I begin, just to give you a brief, TCS is going to conduct a drive. This is for the new recruitment process that's going to begin. You will have two stages of selection. The first one is an online assessment. The second segment is the second stage is the interview round. Now, when we talk about the online assessment, you will have 4 categories, and when we talk about interviews, you will have HR round and technical round. You need to clear the online assessment in order to qualify for the interview round, to be called for the interview. So you need to finish and you need to write accurately the entire online assessment, and there are 4 categories, and all the 4 categories you need to clear. Even if you disqualify in one of the rounds or one of the sections, you will be disqualified. So the online test has 4 different sections. The first one is email writing, then you have quantitative aptitude, then you have multiple choice question on C programming language, and then you have coding test. You will have 1 email to be written with a time limit of 10 minutes. You will have 20 questions for quantitative aptitude with a time limit of 40 minutes. Multiple choice question on programming language C, you will have 10 questions to be finished in 20 minutes. And the coding test, which is a descriptive one, you need to write a program code which can be executed without an error. Only 1 such question with a time permitted as 20 minutes. If you look at the quantitative aptitude, it says number of star mark questions is 2. Just focus here. 2 questions which is star marked. What it basically means is the entire assessment will have negative marking, and this is applicable only for quantitative aptitude. There will be a negative mark of 0.33% for every wrong response. However, the 2 questions which is marked as star, you will lose double the points in case if it's incorrect, but you will also score double the marks if you answer it correct, which means the star mark questions have 2 times more marks. So if your answer is correct, you will score double. If your answer is incorrect, you will lose double. So which means it will become 0.66, negative 0.66. The topics that will be covered for quantitative aptitude is probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allocations or mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on ages, areas, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, reasoning. As far as the email is concerned, I will show you a sample. I had been talking about sample every single day, but sadly not a single person has responded on the comment section of YouTube. So the email do's which you need to keep in mind: read the topic carefully and read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword phrases mentioned in the topic. Even if you miss one of the keywords, the email will be invalid. Ensure the keywords are used in the same form as mentioned. You cannot change the tense or the verb form. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Every new paragraph should start when there is a change in thought group. So you will have introduction, you will have the body, and then you will have the summary. So each of these thought groups, there will be a new paragraph, and new paragraph will start with a fresh line. Another set of do's which you need to keep in mind: your entire email should be left indent. Please do not leave a gap when you start a new paragraph on the left. Usually we have the tendency of leaving a gap. Please don't do that. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. You should not change either of the names if it's already mentioned in the topic. The email should start with a greeting, hello, salutation, and also close with thanks and regards, or thanks or regards, and you should mention the sender's name in the next line. The entire email should be written within 10 minutes, and you should click on the submit button before the 10-minute time is up. Even if you click on the button at the 10th minute, you will not be able to submit it. So please don't take a risk. Please finish writing the email within 6 to 7 minutes. Spend a couple of more minutes to revise and make changes and corrections. and please click on the submit button even before the clock shows 10 minutes is up. Every email will be given with a set of instruction. The instruction will also carry the number of words the email should have. Please make sure your email is exceeding those number of words. For example, if it says 50 words, your email should be 50 and above. Even if it's 49, you will get disqualified. Here are certain don'ts. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase which is mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form of the email of the keywords which is mentioned. Do not address the receiver as hi. Hi is very casual. Either use hello or use respected or use dear wherever it's applicable. Do not make any spelling, grammar or punctuation mistakes because you will lose points. Please make sure you don't exceed the 10-minute mark, and please do not write the email below the prescribed number of words. Okay? So let me show one more example today. Here is number 4 and 5 is what I'm going to complete today. After that, we'll be done with email writing today. As a tourist who has taken a package tour, write an email to the travel agent, Mr. Kumar, which means Mr. Kumar is the recipient, highlighting that the hotel is far from what was promised. Sign the email as Ahmed. So Ahmed is the sender. So Ahmed has taken Ahmed has taken a package tour from Mr. Kumar, but during the entire travel, they figured that the service is not good. So that's why they're writing an email. The outline or the keyword should be package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, professional, customer service, disappointed, shift, expectation, facilities, help. Here are the instructions. It is compulsory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice as appropriate. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given. The email must contain a minimum of 50 words or it will not be evaluated at all. If the outline is strictly not followed, including specific words used or correct English, which means correct grammar and spelling is not used, the grade in this section will be poor, which means you will lose marks. So here is your question in red font, and the green font are the keywords. Please make a note of this. I'm going to pause, make a note of this, then I will tell you how to write this email. I'll quickly check. So you have the comment section here. In case if you're watching this on YouTube, you can click here and type your question. So whatever questions you have with regards to email writing for TCS, please post your questions here. I will answer your questions. Okay, so let me copy this and I'm going to write the email now. Okay. Since I'm using a title, I will use a full stop and there should be a space. If I don't use a space, I will lose points in terms of punctuation. The name should start with capital letter. Okay, so here is the entire email. Mr. Kumar, now the question said the email should be written to Mr. Kumar. The sender is Ahmed. So here is the entire email. If you see, I have an introduction, then there is the body, and then there is summary. So basically I have written in 3 paragraphs, and every time I am changing paragraph I am coming to a new line. The entire email is left indent. If you leave a gap like this, this is incorrect. So please make sure you don't leave a gap. Now let's quickly check the word count. The word count is 101, 101. The question said it should be 50. I have written 101, 101 words, which is absolutely perfect. Now we need to check if we have used all the keywords or not. The first one is package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, unprofessional, customer service, disappointed. I have used disappointed here as well, so which is fine. Shift, expectation, facilities and help. Facilities, help. So I've used all the keywords which is mentioned in the topic. Now let's read it. Hello Mr. Kumar, this is with regards to the package tour I've taken from you. I'm very disappointed and want to inform you that the service is not as per what the promise was. As per the package, comma, then space. The accommodation is a 3-star hotel, but we were given a low quality hotel. The room was unclean and I was shocked to see absolutely unprofessional customer service. I am very disappointed with the whole package and I want to shift to another hotel as this is below my expectation. Please make sure the facilities are, see I made a mistake here, are as what the promise, please make sure the facilities are as what promised, what was promised, and please help in this regard. Regards, Ahmed. So you don't have to use a comma here after the name. You don't have to use a comma after regards, not needed. The name starts with capital letter. After full stop, the sentence starts with capital letter. Every new paragraph starts with a new line and first letter capital. After comma, there is a space. So punctuation wise, grammar wise, structure wise, spelling wise, no mistakes. So this is a perfect email. Okay. So you need to keep in mind that you write the entire email in left indent. You don't make a space like this. It's incorrect. Even the summary, the closure is also left indent. Okay. Now let's look at example number 5, which is our last one. I'm going to read, then I'm going to pause so that you can make a note of it. As a member of your residential society, write an email to your inspector of local police station, Mr. Sharma, informing him about the miscreants who ride their bikes rashly every evening outside your society. Sign the email as William. The keywords are residential, rashly, children, play, elderly, walk, grocery shop, across the road, dangerous, accidents, nuisance, action, immediately. Okay, one person has sent an email. Wow. Posted on the comment section. This message is from Lakshmi Ganesh Vemuri, who asks how to send email to government institutions about clarifying doubts about how to join those institutions. I will quickly tell you how to write this email. Lakshmi Ganesh memory, don't worry, I'm going to reply to that. Before I respond to the particular question, here is your sample number 5. Please make a note of this. I'm going to quickly write this particular email and then I will help the person who asked the question. These are the keywords. Now I need to write this email to the local police station and the inspector's name is Mr. Sharma and the sender's name is William. Alright. Since I'm writing it to a government official, I can use the word respected. So this is my introduction. Okay, so here's my entire email. Let me quickly check if I've used more than 50 words. the word count is 105, which means I've used more than double. Now let's read it. Respected Inspector Sharma, I am a resident of GB Towers in Vijayawada and I am writing to you to bring to your notice about the problems we are facing. The society is a residential area for more than 100 families. There is a severe problem of young boys who ride their bikes very rashly every evening. There are children who go out to play and elderly people who are out for their evening walk. We also have residents going out to grocery shop across the road. The whole situation is very dangerous as accidents could happen. Please address this problem to stop the nuisance and take action immediately. Regards, William. Now, have I used all the keywords? Let's quickly check. First one is residential area, ride rashly, children, play, elderly, walk, grocery, shop, across the road. Now this is a phrase. Dangerous, accidents, nuisance, action, immediately. So I've used all the keywords. The entire email is left indent. Okay, so I made sure there are no punctuation mistakes, there are no grammar mistakes, and every information is correctly mentioned here. Okay, so that was the last sample, and the email is subjected to Inspector Sharma. That is what the question said, and it's signed off as William as per the topic. Okay, so I hope this was helpful. Now let's quickly go to these two questions. How to send email to government institution about clarifying doubt about how to join in those institutions. If I understand your question correctly, Mr. Lakshmi Ganesh, I think you are asking about a job. I hope you are asking about joining as an employee of these government organizations and not at an educational institution. Okay, so whenever you have a situation like this, always address the receiver as respected sir, madam. Now you don't know what gender the person is, so it's good to write sir and madam both with a slash. I would like to join your esteemed organization. Now, another person has asked a similar question, how to send a CV in an email. Now, whenever you're sending a CV or a resume on an email, it should have a cover letter. So this can act as a cover letter as well. Next paragraph. Please find attached my resume. It's not resume, it's resume. Before that, you can just mention a little bit of introduction. I'm a science graduate. With specialization in, you can mention something specifics. I'm a science graduate with specialization in microprocessor from Andhra University. I completed my engineering in 2017 and I am seeking employment in a reputed government department. Please find attached my resume, which has the details of my academic and personal information.